5 zippy.
Wow. So is that
that's
for
3
the other
straight.
game? They gave up 5 goals. Was it like 5-1 in the last
5-1.
one?
Yeah, 5-1.
Yeah.
But like you said, I mean, the season's so long. They're going to go through hot streaks and cold streaks. And all right, this is a little shorty. This is a 3-game losing streak. But who are they playing next? They can bounce back. They play Toronto. I can't even read that. Is that Toronto on the 18th? So that's tomorrow.
The crazy thing is the standings, and we've talked about it, that it's so close that when we talked to Coach Carberry a week ago, I believe they were in first place.
Yeah.
Now they've dropped to 4th.
I know. It's crazy.
Just like that.
You just can't look. You can't worry about the standings right now.
Yeah, and that's what he'll tell you.
Yeah. It's still too early for all that. Well, I tell you, I didn't watch it because I was stuck out in Valdez's hood. Dude, I'm telling you, these Tuesday, Thursday nights, it's lifting starts at 6:30, practice 7:30, doesn't end until 10. The girls don't get off the court till 10:15. I didn't get home till 11. I was dying driving. I wasted. I went to Pupatella, great time, had a nice dinner.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just tried to sleep in my car for an hour and a half last night.
Mm-hmm.
The most uncomfortable sleep of my life. I couldn't sleep. In fact, I don't think I slept a wink.
You probably didn't.
Impossible. Impossible to sleep. I thought about crawling in the back seat. Might have had a better shot. But what do you do? I got a dilemma, man.
Is there a gym out there that you could go to?
Jim, I didn't even have the energy to keep my eyes open.
Yeah, I mean, it's 10:15 at night.
Yeah.
He's so
but
tired.
he's out there for like 4 hours.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Well, he went to dinner.
I went to dinner. I also did a little Christmas shopping.
There you go.
That took like 5 minutes.
Right.
Struck out.
And so she was done at 10:15, so you got home around 11.
11.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
So
then I went right to bed.
But
Fine.
you don't fall asleep till 11:30.
Well, let me say, I actually did fall asleep because I was so dead. And this is too at TMI. For some reason, as you get older, these things happen less and less. I woke up in the middle of the night with a flashlight in my pants. I don't know what was going on.
You were sized.
I'm telling you.
You had a good dream.
Like,
no, you probably had to go to the bathroom.
no, I went to the bathroom.
Oh, he means he was sized.
No, yeah, I'm telling you.
Because sometimes you'll wake up and
I have to go to the bathroom. It's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
I went to the bathroom once or twice.
Yeah.
No, I'm telling you, Valdez, I had the blood flow of a teenager last
what
night.
was going on?
I don't know what was. I mean, when you get older, that still happens, but to a much lesser extent.
Yeah.
Like it wouldn't hurt somebody if you hit him over the head with it. This, I could knock you out with it.
Yeah.
I don't know what was going on.
I always just
That's
assume
not
that.
normal.
Not when you get 55. Not to that
I
extent.
just assume it's just a signal that you need to go pee.
No.
So when that happens with me, I actually go in and go pee, which is very difficult.
But then you gotta,
how do you do that?
You got to do the ski jumper if you're
No,
standing up.
I sit.
No, I'm telling you, this one was different. This was like a brick in my pants.
Yeah.
This was different.
I don't know
Did
what
you
was
give?
going on.
You should have given Dina the tap.
I considered it.
Did you
I
really?
like, why are we going to waste this?
Yeah.
You don't wanna
This
waste
is an all-star moment.
This is different than maybe having like some Jello in there. This was different.
How does she usually respond to a middle of the night tap?
I mean, I could be convincing.
Okay,
I could be convincing.
Nice.
Don't waste it.
I considered it. It was unbelievable. It makes me feel good, though. It makes me feel like my heart's pumping good, like everything's good. Everything's working.
I'd be worried.
Something because it was different.
Yeah, if that's not the norm, then
maybe you need to do the Pupatella every night.
To a lesser extent. I don't, it was wild. It was almost like maybe I had a clot or something.
All right, so we've got the
I had compartment syndrome.
We've got the train
cut off circulation
in studio going round and round, the old choo-choo train. We are getting in the festive spirit, of course. We are 2 days away from our annual holiday show at Hyde Social. I'm definitely feeling the buzz. People are going to be coming out. The doors open at 6 a.m. this Friday. Hyde Social in Clarendon right there in Arlington. We're going to be broadcasting live, just having a good time. And apparently, the White Elephant's back.
It's back. Good.
There was some talk that we might have the White Elephant. I can't remember if it was Valdez or somebody else in our text thread.
It was
said,
Valdez.
I bought a $30 present.
You got to remind me again today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to need reminders.
All right.
And I really need to think about something. Because it's supposed to be something that's goofy, or it can be something nice.
It can be. It can be both. Either or.
Mm-hmm.
Or it can be practical.
Like you get
Anything-
a sex toy, like that's just the goof.
Yeah.
Nobody
Right,
wants
You know
it.
what? Maybe I'd want it.
Yeah, maybe throw it in. It'd be interesting to see
Yeah.
who
Yeah.
asked for it in the end. Who
Yeah,
asked
who
for
would-
it.
Isn't
yeah,
it
who would-
wrapped, though? Isn't that what you do?
Yeah, yes,
wrap
you have
it?
to wrap it.
Okay, remind
Yeah.
me how it works.
So everyone
So-
brings in a gift. No
Yeah.
one has to spend too much money, but
Yeah.
but just put a little thought into something that'd be funny or practical or
Mm-hmm.
useful or that somebody would want. Not golf balls. I mean, that's just too easy to
Mm-hmm.
go get golf balls from Golfdom. But you wrap it up.
EB would bring in his Surfside golf balls.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you'd wrap it up, and then someone picks the item, and then the person after that can either steal that item or pick from the pile.
After they open it, or
Yes,
before they open it?
after they open it.
So does
And then that item can only be stolen twice.
does everybody open them at the same time?
No,
No, it's
almost like it's almost like a draft.
Okay.
So
okay.
really, the person who goes last has the biggest advantage.
Okay.
Because they
so
can
we'll have
swoop
to, we'll
in.
have to do it out of a hat.
The person
draft
who
order?
goes
Yeah,
last
yeah.
can
Okay.
swoop in and take whatever you want. So, like, let's say the train set was there and you were last, and you got, a beanie with cakes put in there, and you were like, "Oh, I don't want this beanie. I want the train set." And Jason had the train
You'll
set.
figure it
He
out.
gets
You'll figure it
screwed.
out.
I'm just saying. I know I've done it before, but maybe 3 times. I haven't done White F a lot
Yeah,
because I work with you guys.
exactly.
It's not like I do it at my work.
Look, if you go to Marshalls or Target or
They have so
wherever,
many tchotchkes at
they have
Marshalls.
so much crap there that's from $20
By the way,
to
I
$50.
resent it. They just have too much junk, and they don't have all the Peter Millar stuff. Like it's all junk.
Oh yeah,
Like it's a lot less clothes right now.
really?
The front row is just stocking stuffer crap, and a million golf tchotchkes that no one would want. No real golfer.
That's not
would want.
right.
But like if you went to Marshalls, you know how they have like the whole nice markdown marinades. If you bought like 4 of those, put them in a bag, I'd probably be slicing
All right,
one to
hold
steal
on.
them.
The marked down marinade.
Yeah, have you never seen those at TJ Maxx or Marshalls?
I'm usually not looking at it, but you mean a marinade for like a steak?
Oh yeah, or chicken or
I've never seen that.
You've
there.
never seen that?
Was that back in the food area?
Yeah, yeah. The one that I go to, the one that
Is it a Home Goods one too?
no, it's
Sometimes they're comboed. The
Oh.
TJ Maxx and Home Goods sometimes are a combo.
no, it's just the Marshalls that's like in Greenbrier. It's kind of near the changing room,
Okay.
and then they have a whole bunch of marked down foods, marinades,
Like
seasonings.
where the spices are.
Yes,
and all that?
yeah.
I never go back there. Okay. I got you.
Yeah, so we'll do that on Friday.
Friday's going to be a fun show. We hope you can join us. Hyde Social, doors open at 6 a.m. Like I said, Spencer Carberry, Caps coach, will join us coming up at 9:40. They are in the midst of a 3-game losing streak, but we always love talking to Coach. Remember, you can text us throughout the show on the Main Street Bank text line. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Main Street Bank. Learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Welcome back. It's JP, EB, and Bish hanging out here on a Wednesday, a couple days before our holiday show. For early listeners, we're going to give you a chance to win a great prize coming up at 6:45. $50 gift card to Oseo Korean Barbecue. The first sizzle says it all. That's coming up at 6:45, so stay tuned for your chance to win. And I believe Bish Bucks just went.
I was there on Saturday, yeah.
The
Oseo.
fam?
Just my wife and I.
Oh, okay. Oh, romantic dinner.
Well, if you want to call it that. We were supposed to have another couple go with us, but they bailed, so it was just her and I. Very cool. It was a good atmosphere, great bar area. We were watching the Army-Navy game as we were eating. But
Yeah, we never talked about that. I know you went there, Valdez. I'm a Navy guy, having grown up in Bowie, just outside of Annapolis.
Yeah.
You guys have to go.
I know.
You really have to go.
I keep telling
awesome.
myself I'm going to do it. I'm going to
I'm
do
sure
it.
it's awesome, but
it's
it's
my
just a
third.
hassle.
It's my third one that I've been to. I can't stop going. I'm addicted to going. Like the pageantry, just the pure football of it all. How
Patriotic.
I love watching
patriotic.
I love watching
But, man, it was freaking cold.
The stadium,
Yeah.
the stadium's buzzing.
Yeah.
The city's buzzing the entire day.
How'd
Yeah.
you deal with the cold?
I mean, I had
Drink it
20.
away.
I had 20 layers on, and my heated vest.
So you didn't feel it, really?
It wasn't that bad.
Oh, you had
yeah.
a heated vest.
As long as my
got
hands aren't like exposed,
Yeah.
and the majority of my face, I'm usually pretty good.
I have a heated pouch. You know,
Oh,
like
and
the
I had
quarterback has.
I had the hand warmers and I had toe warmers in and everything.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it
I
wasn't.
definitely got to do it. I can't imagine me just standing
That would have
outside
been the one to do because
10
it was in
degree weather
Baltimore.
for 4 hours.
Like, you're not going to be any closer than that, right?
Right. Well, I mean, it could be in D.C. It was in D.C. last year.
Yeah,
Was it?
Baltimore.
Was that FedEx?
Yeah.
Or Northwest, whatever they call it.
Maybe next year we'll go
I-
if it's
I-
local.
No, I think next year it's in New
Philly?
England.
Oh, it
No,
is?
New
Okay.
England.
All right.
I'm
You're
becoming.
going to do that then, huh?
Well, the
That's
people
a
that I go
hassle.
with always get tickets, and New England is like their least favorite because it takes
They take a bus? They get a bunch of people in? Or what?
no, they'll drive up or fly up, but just the getting the rooms, you're going to be 45 minutes to an hour outside Gillette, and then getting in and out of Gillette is a nightmare.
Mhm.
That's what they've said because it's literally like it's almost like FedEx where there's one road in and one road out,
I've driven
the-
by Gillette.
and the
I haven't been there.
logistics of it aren't very fun.
Mhm.
I'm becoming a wuss with the cold because Kelsey's coming into town tomorrow,
Mhm.
and she kind of wants to go to a Commanders game. Now, she said, don't even bother if you have to pay. But there is an angle where I could get tickets.
Mhm.
But Saturday, I believe, is going to be the coldest day of the next, like, 5 or 6
Colder
days.
than the
It's gonna be
last
cold.
day? The other day when it was 18,
I don't
it
think
felt
it's
like
going to be that
zero?
cold. It's not going to be that
was
cold.
the coldest day I
But
can
it's
remember.
also-
It was really cold. And
it's also-
blustery. All the wind just makes
It's
it
also
brutal.
an evening game,
Yeah.
right? 5 o'clock kickoff.
for
If I
the-
don't get inside
I
seats,
think it's 4 or something.
yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't get sweet sticks, yeah.
You,
I
if you
think
don't
I'm
get sweets,
punting.
you're not going.
I think I'm putting. I'd rather, you know what? I'll try and get tickets to a Caps or Wizards game.
Yeah.
It's not the same because she's a huge Commanders fan.
The
But
problem
she
with
actually went to a Commanders game in L.A.
the problem with sweets is that you just
Their
get
game is
distracted.
Yeah, it is.
You,
You're right. It's a 5 o'clock
you
kick.
people watch. You can't, like, if you're a fan, you can't lock in on the game really. You're sitting there just kibitzing, talking to people, making small talk to people you don't care about.
Yeah.
Eating macaroni or something. I don't know. It's not really my thing.
I couldn't do it.
It's way better just to be
When
at
I was
home.
watching these games this past weekend, and there were a handful of games that were impacted by weather, either cold temps or snow, and I just couldn't imagine. All right, once the players are on the field, I get the blood's flowing, so they don't feel the cold as much. But the guys that are standing on the sideline for 4.5 hours, coaching staff as well, I don't know how they do it.
I don't know.
I mean, I know they're layered up, but
They're
still,
layered
it's
up.
butt cold out there.
They're
And
competing.
just think, I can't believe the people in the stands.
Yeah.
I can't believe they're sitting out there in that.
No, and, like I said, my daughter's a huge fan, but she went to the Chargers game
Yeah,
in L.A.
yeah. Well,
So she
That
got
works.
her game in.
It's
You know,
really
it'd be nice, but I just looked at the weather for Saturday, and I think it's low of 28, which is not terrible.
it's going to feel like last weekend.
That's
But
horrific.
right now, today was 28 to 54, high of 54.
Yeah, today's going to feel
The
great.
high on Saturday is 45, which is telling me it's probably going to be, 30,
Right, when the
at
sun goes down.
kickoff.
Of course.
and then it'll just get
Maybe
colder.
35 or 40, but then it'll finally get colder.
being in the stands when if it's raining or super duper windy or snowing, okay, then that stinks. But if it's just cold, it's really not that bad. You're huddled around. You're sharing body warmth with everybody else in the stands.
Yeah.
You're layered up. I mean, as long as you prepare for it to be cold, it's really not that bad.
I don't know.
As a fan,
I went to 2 Ravens games 2 seasons ago, and they were both miserable. But in one in particular, it was cold, but the first quarter we had sun, and then the shadows hit, and it was freezing.
Yeah, that's when you
So that's just kind of in my.
I mean, it's
my
worth
recent
it if
mind.
you got a whole tailgate thing and you're a little liquored up by the time the game comes
oh
around.
yeah, we went to the tailgate.
Yeah,
It was silly.
Well, how about
Yeah.
if Jaden was playing? It might be a little more interesting.
Yeah,
It's going to
exactly.
be
Yeah,
Marcus
thing.
Mariota. We got his reaction.
Not
Let's-
worth getting cold for
Look,
him.
hold on, but just real quick, this is what I was layered in at Army Navy. I had 2 pairs of long johns on.
2?
Yeah, I had 2 pairs of wool socks.
Yeah.
I had toe warmers on top of wool socks. I had jeans over top of the long johns.
All right.
I had 2 thermals underneath
How
my.
puffy were you?
I looked like the Michelin Man.
Yeah, he looks huge.
I mean, it was.
as
How
long
hard
as you
was
were
it-
warm.
How hard was it to go to the bathroom?
Well, not only did it look like an acorn,
Yeah.
it was,
Yeah.
it was-
Hard to find it.
yeah, it was hard.
He's got
Yeah.
long johns.
You gotta
2
hold
of them.
you gotta hold it in for as long as
You
possible.
got to be like that. Who is that crazy or the traditional painter where the guy with a kid at the doctor's office? He's got his pants around his
I know what you're
ankles.
talking about. I don't know.
You got your butt hanging out when you're
Right.
at the toilet, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
You got to pull everything down.
That'd be the easiest thing to do.
yeah.
And then I had the puffy jacket over the thermals. I had like a long sleeve over top of that, and I had my big North Face. And that's not even talking about 2 winter ski caps
Oh, that sounds miserable.
and gloves.
That
Yeah,
sounds-
but he loved it. He
Right.
loved it.
It wasn't bad when
And
you're
it was a
laid
great
up like
game.
that.
Did you stay for the entire game?
Of course, you gotta wait for him
yeah,
to
wait.
sing. You
Yeah,
gotta
yeah.
sing second.
I had Navy in a money line parlay, so I was happy. But hold on, getting back to Oseo. So my wife and I went. It was great. Scotty and Peter are the owners. I don't know if they're brothers or just really good friends. The one guy said, "Yeah, it's my brother," but the waiter said they're not related. So I don't know what
Scotty and Peter don't sound Korean.
Oh, they're Korean.
Okay.
that might just be their
Maybe
Korean
it's probably just their American name.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it was great, and the guy came out and he was cooking right in front of us. We had prime rib, we had chicken, we had ribeye.
You had a lot.
We had a lot of food.
Nice.
And I had no chance I could finish it all. I mean, I just
So did you bring a lot home?
brought a lot home. Yeah. But it was really cool. I suggest everybody go out there and check it out. It's Oseo. It's in Lansdowne. So if you're in Ashburn or Leesburg, it's right
I don't
there.
really. I've been to Lansdowne, like to play golf or whatever, but years ago, I don't really know where that is. Like,
Can I go for
It's
lunch?
right off. Yeah, I think it's open for lunch.
Because
It's
I'm
off
going to
what,
Ashburn
70?
today.
You can definitely go.
I've been going to Ashburn every day. Me and Shorts are sending out books.
Oh, yeah.
I signed
You and
180
Shorts should
yesterday,
go. You and Shorts should go.
but I actually got to send out the books. Pretty
Okay.
cool. People are getting their books already. So
right, good.
faithrestoredbook.com. Hey,
But it's in the Lansdowne Town Center. It's right off Route 7. You can't miss it.
so I got 28. Where's Route 7 off 28? Like,
It connects
so I go like towards Waxpool. or
away
go-
from the airport.
yeah,
Yeah, past Wax Pool, and then
yeah,
Route
yeah,
7
that's
is there.
up there.
And then
Okay.
go west on Route 7, Lansdowne. It's right down there in Oseo.
All right,
It's right
all
on the
right.
corner of the town center.
All right.
well, we're going to give one of our loyal listeners at 6:45 a chance to win the gift card, $50 gift card to Oseo.
Oh,
So that's coming up
perfect.
at 6:45.
Yeah, go have a good meal.
So you missed the last 2 shows.
Yeah, I
which
can't imagine what you guys
Monday
were
was about Victory Monday and speculation would Jaden play,
talking. Right.
and then Tuesday is about the shutdown, but that's
The
Dan
announcement.
Quinn and the front office perspective in a way, and is that the right decision? Now we have Jaden Daniels' reaction. Let's play clip number 1. This is Jaden talking about not playing.
It was obviously disappointing. I'm a competitor. I want to play, but I wasn't medically cleared to go, and sat down, talked to DQ and AP, and made the decision.
Do you buy
Don't
into
really
the
give that
not
much.
medically cleared? So he was cleared to play against the Vikings. He goes into the blue tent after he, gets thrown to the ground after throwing that interception.
Mhm.
He grimaced. He grabbed his arm. He went to the blue tent. But after the game, Dan Quinn said he was cleared to play, and they
Yeah.
just chose to shut him down.
No, I don't believe it.
I do think
If
there's-
they were 8-6,
oh, he'd be playing. If
and
they
the
were 10-4,
games
he'd be
mattered,
playing.
he'd be playing.
Oh yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
And he
think
would
they-
be cleared,
I think
yes.
they changed the bar a little bit, and I think it's simply in a lot of ways, it's just an optics deal where
Mm-hmm.
they just don't want to see him if it's still tender. Like, it's fine, but it's still tender, which would make sense. I mean, the arm was destroyed in that little dislocation thing, and it's a miracle he wasn't really hurt seriously.
Yeah.
But once they got it back into place, it's just a matter of healing. I think they just want to stay away from every time he gets hit, grimacing and maybe being on the ground because it is still so tender. You know what I mean?
Well, and
like
also-
nothing else.
And the games don't matter. They've been
And the
eliminated.
games don't matter.
I think that's the main reasons because
sure.
it doesn't matter if they win or lose.
For sure,
I
that's the
think
biggest thing.
just as a fan, I would like to see my young quarterback still play because, look, he's learning. We've talked about this a billion times. He's learning. He needs to go out there and play against number one defenses. A lot of people think, off season, next summer training camp, he can get back on it.
Replace regular
You can't
season
replace it, and so I believe he should be out there. But the main reason he's being held out is because the games don't
The
matter.
games are meaningless, and it didn't help that Mahomes and Micah and those guys went down and really puts a now Mahomes he's doing the RG3 bit. He's all in for day one or
He
whatever.
didn't waste any time. He had his surgery. He didn't care about waiting for it to not be swollen.
Like,
He's
not
"Let's
that many
cut me up
people do
now."
them the next day.
Right.
Yeah.
Jason, we talked about this yesterday. Quinn himself said that game reps were different than regular practice reps and that game reps were invaluable.
Yeah.
His messaging changed. Let's play
Well,
clip
that should
6.
tell you where his mindset is.
Yeah. Let's play
His
clip.
messaging changed because someone higher up told him he's got to say something different.
I think so, but here's what Jaden says about how he felt different after the Vikings game.
I mean, adrenaline is a hell of a drug, so that's a big one. But things change, once stuff settled down.
Very
What does that mean?
vague. Things change.
What else is
He's trying to
I think
say
he's trying to say like in Minnesota, like after he took his tumble after the
and
interception.
then wanted to get back in.
Yeah, and the adrenaline's kicking in, and it helps
But
dull the pain.
afterwards,
But
it hurt a lot.
afterwards,
I'm telling
when
you, it's a pain thing.
he was sore.
It's a pain thing.
when everything subsides and you run out of your adrenaline, it's a different story.
Yeah.
Barry,
But I think we all can agree if they were still in the playoff hunt, he would be playing.
Of course.
Barry,
So it comes down to the games just don't matter anymore.
Barry's Verluga wrote a great article, and he was on Grant and Danny yesterday talking about how if he is medically cleared to play, how he should be playing, because it's just something that you're kicking the can down the road. Like him learning how to play with his style to not get injured again is something that he at some point he's going to have
but
to
what about
learn.
this? Here's a
And
conspiracy
so
theory.
why are
I'll
you
give
gonna
you- I'll give-
why are you gonna learn it down
I'll
the
give,
road?
you, I'll give you an answer. I have an answer. Maybe they're going to blow Cliff out, and they're going to have a different OC and a little bit of a different approach. And they're like, you know what? Don't even worry about it. We're gonna do something totally different with you next year anyway. We're gonna get you under center more. We're gonna, you know what I mean? Maybe.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
I doubt that they've decided that,
But
I'm
at
just
some,
throwing
but,
it out there.
but Barry's point that he makes is that at some point the coaching staff is going to have to learn how to do it, and Jane's going to have to learn how to do it. So why the heck are you just going to try and learn this 10 months from now instead of in the last 3 games?
They're playing it
season?
ultra safe.
Yeah.
And
They're scared.
again,
they're scared.
I think they had this meeting and they're all talking about it, voicing their opinions. Dan might have been, hey, I'd like to see him back on the field. Game reps are important. Adam Peters is saying, and Lance Newmark and whoever else is in the room, they're saying, dude, you can't keep him healthy.
Mm-hmm.
He can't keep himself healthy. You can't keep him healthy. We need to shut him down, and then we start over next year.
Yeah.
He's our biggest asset. And then Josh signs off. He's a basketball guy. He's used to shutdowns. He's like, yeah, you know what? We want him healthy for week 1, marketing,
gotta sell tickets.
all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Imagine if he tore his ACL and then he was
He's out
questionable
for
until like
next
November.
year.
And then you got to sell the first 4 or 5 home games with Mariota.
I mean, even, I'm saying this Saturday, I'm still potentially going to go to the game on Saturday, but unlikely. But I'd be more likely if Jaden was playing.
Of course.
You got backup quarterback, meaningless game. You're 4-10.
I mean, can you imagine if Washington was, a game out of the wild card, how big this game would be for them?
Right,
It'd be
and you'd
huge.
have burgundy and gold everywhere.
Everywhere.
Now
Yeah.
the Eagles fans are scooping up the tickets.
I was thinking about this over the weekend, and I don't know if you guys talked about this on Monday or Tuesday, but I think this is one of the most disappointing seasons in recent memory.
For sure.
I know they've had 3 and 4 win seasons in the past, but there were no real expectations for those teams. We all knew the team sucked. But the fact that this team was one of the top 6 or 7, before the start of the season to get to the Super Bowl in terms of Vegas odds, they were like 6 or 7.
Of course, you were supposed to challenge the Eagles for the
100%.
division. Jaden was the third most favorite odds to win the MVP for this year.
Yep.
This is
one of the most.
Jason,
this is one of the worst. I'll call it. This is the worst season that the Commanders have had since we've been doing radio.
Even you had them at 11 wins.
I did.
Yeah, I haven't thought about it in that sense, just because I've been through so much disappointment. But I think you're right.
Yeah,
because
all those
the
teams,
expectations were so high.
So high. Yeah. And then you finally have a quarterback that you like to look after. RG3 got hurt. Maybe there was some expectations when he was coming back in 2013. But I still think this
2013 was probably pretty disappointing.
It was. So I'd put that pretty close. But I still think with the way they played, they were a game away from the Super Bowl last year.
I mean, you look through over the last 25. We've been on the air for 30 years. I mean, how many times have we won 3, 4, 5 games? It's happened quite a few times.
Many times.
Yeah.
Well, how many times do you do that? After having, like Jason said, expectations to.
No.
This is the worst.
No, yeah, it's crazy. But I'd still like to win 1 or 2 more down the stretch. I don't care about the draft pick. I'd like to get to 6 or 7 wins.
Coming up next,
feel a lot
It's going to be
better.
very hard
Coming
because
up.
the games are going to mean a lot for Philly.
I think we can win 1. I think we can win 1 of the 3.
Maybe.
Coming up next, your chance to win that $50 gift card to Oseo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Plus, you won't believe who's got the golf bug.
All right, guys, EB here. FanDuel's the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Just head over to FanDuel.com/EB to sign up today. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Valdez going crazy over there, banging on the window.
I'm thrown off. We got a train in studio. It's going round and round. Usually I can hear from my headphones. I'm sitting over where Cake sits because I didn't have space for my computer because the
Yeah,
train
you got no
track.
space over there. You got Zippy.
But hey, we got Christmas music on in the background.
I like
Jason
it.
wanted to get the Christmas music.
Yeah, I got to tell you, during this, since Thanksgiving, I've been watching all these cheesy Hallmark Christmas movies.
Oh, you've been watching? Isn't it always like somebody coming back?
It's the same theme.
If somebody's coming back to town that got a big city job.
Yes, that has a lot to do with it. I mean, they've switched it up a little bit, but I don't know. I just get into it.
Yeah.
They're cheesy and they're terrible and the acting's not great, but I just get into it just because it's the holidays.
It's good. You're sentimental. You like the Hallmark movie.
I
Is
do.
it on
The
Hallmark
holiday
Channel?
spirit.
Oh, yeah, I'm in the spirit. Absolutely.
Don't they crank out basically one every night? There's a new one every night. The Hallmark Channel.
I don't know how new they are, but they're on 24 hours a day.
You know what my wife and I have been watching, and I know it's years late and you've been hyping it up,
Yeah.
but I need to make the switch. Last night we watched the 3rd episode, 1st season of Landman.
Oh,
It is a great show.
it's so good.
So now I'm going to have to get Paramount Plus, which I've never had. But I did drop HBO. I've dropped a couple services because let's be honest, man, prices are going up everywhere. Got to cut back a little bit.
Wait till this season. Wait till you get on season 2. It's really good. They're 4 episodes in, I think. It's really good.
Allie's Larder is a smoke show.
Smoke show. She's hilarious in Landman. Hilarious. And the daughter.
And
Oh,
I was
the daughter's
surprised
so funny.
they show nudity.
Yeah.
What does that just mean? Boobies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't show anything else.
They don't show any.
They don't get too
Reggie.
crazy. But no Reggie. But Billy Bob Thornton is so good.
He is. And he does monologues. Like I actually was thinking about it
He's
last
so
night.
good.
Does he do it like
remember we
to
had
the camera?
Remember
No.
30 years ago we did basically 30 years ago we did that little bit at the bar for Potomac Dawn. It was like a local filmmaker that asked us to be in his movie.
Yep.
And we each had a line and it was hard to memorize our one line.
Uh-huh.
He does long monologues.
Well, yeah, he's a genius. Those
Well,
guys
wait-
are all really, really
Wait
bright.
till you see the scenes from the hot lawyer, Rebecca, when she's doing her long scenes in the courtroom. Not in the courtroom, but in the meeting rooms.
She gonna get naked?
She gets naked in one episode.
Nice.
But my wife gets butt size.
Just send me a screen cap.
She's
The
a smoke.
cast-
She's a smoke show, by the
The
way.
cast, you've got Allie Larder, you got Demi Moore, you got John Hamm,
Demi Moore
you got
looks
Billy
terrible.
Bob Thornton.
Yep. Kayla Wallace is the actress I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Demi Moore
so-
looks all plasticky.
Oh, she looks terrible.
All
She's 60.
skinny,
She's
way
60.
too skinny.
Way too skinny. She's got
Yeah.
a ton of work to her face.
Yeah.
I mean, she's
They don't
good.
show her much. I mean, first 3 episodes, she's barely on it.
No. She
becomes
becomes
a
prominent.
prominent-
She becomes prominent in
Got
season
you.
2.
Like the only scene that I can remember her was she was swimming in a pool and came out and gave him like a coffee mug or
Right,
something.
right. No, she becomes more prominent in season 2, and you'll see why.
I mean, for somebody
But
her age coming out of the pool, I actually thought she looked pretty good.
Yeah, but man, she just looks terrible. Her face is just banged up because she's had so much work.
All right.
But she's good. She's
I can
she's
relate.
good in it.
I haven't had a lot of work, but my face looks banged up.
Yeah.
Although I did shave. Nobody noticed I shaved.
Oh,
I
good.
feel silly. It does knock about 10 years off you. Like when you have gray hair and then
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
had a beard
Yeah, I
for
gotta
2
shave.
months,
I gotta
3
shave.
months.
So I mentioned somebody catching the golf bug. It's actually 2 people, but LeBron James started golfing this summer, and there was a clip of him at a recent game during a timeout where he's fiddling around with
Big long
his
thumb.
He's fiddling around
with
with
his
his
grip?
grip
Yeah.
and just doing like a
He's
little.
doing what every guy does when they're like shopping with their wives.
Yeah.
They just are working on their swing, working on their takeaway.
He's not engaged in the timeout at all.
No.
Yeah.
He's just working on
He
his
doesn't
swing
care.
a little bit.
He
Yeah.
doesn't care.
No, he's fallen in love with the game. I will give him that.
Yeah.
And then-
well, it's addicting.
Ja Rule apparently was out playing at Baha Mar.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got the Atlantis in the Bahamas, which is probably the most popular, but then they built Baha Mar, which is very popular.
Yeah, it's right
And
down the beach.
Newer and nicer, really,
He's playing
right?
Newer
in
and
the-
definitely nicer.
Invitational celebrity shootout at Baha Mar, and apparently he just started shanking them left and right and almost took out Derek Jeter.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, he's terrible.
was Derek Jeter playing with him?
He almost took out a photographer.
I think I don't know if it was Derek, but it was Derek's charity tournament, and then it's like a pro-am, and everyone's gathered around the tee box, and Ja Rule's doing his practice swing, steps up to the ball and hosels it right at somebody holding a camera up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then
Like,
you just see
he's
a
basically
couple people
10
just laughing right
10
behind
feet,
him.
10 feet away.
Was 50 Cent
Yeah.
there mocking him? No.
He had, was he wearing camouflage pants? I can't quite tell. It looks like a little bit. Some terrible shorts that he's wearing.
They had, oh, God, it's not Kevin Hart. Oh, Jesus. I can't remember. Who was the guy that, never mind. Didn't he disappear for a while? Then he came back. He did
Chappelle.
Not Chappelle, but he's done movies with Chappelle. Anyway, he was on the Epstein flight, actually. Do you know what I'm talking about? Comedian.
No, I haven't been following the Epstein files.
He actually had a decent. No, I know it was just a side note.
Sinbad? That's Valdez's guy.
Yeah.
Is it a black comedian, a white comedian?
Yeah. I can't remember his name.
Okay.
Yeah, doesn't matter. But they obviously a lot of celebrities out there. His swing way better than Ja Rule's.
Man.
I mean, here's the thing. And I heard you talking
That's
to
just
Ben
awful.
about this the other day, or maybe it was Mike Marr, that you could actually have a decent swing, and every once in a while catch a case of the shanks.
Of course. I all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. I go warm up, and all of a sudden I hit one off the hosel, and
It
you feel like
happens.
you're starting back over from scratch.
Hey, isn't that your nightmare though? Is having everyone around the tee box like that, getting ready to watch you
Probably the
and like a
number one reason
pro-am?
why I would never do a pro-am.
I mean,
I
his
would want to
swing,
take somebody out.
Well, what's
and
funny
be
about Ja
humiliated.
Rule,
his
and
swing's not terrible.
no, he's
I've seen
actually
a lot worse.
He's actually, if you go to YouTube and watch Ja Rule hit golf balls, he actually can hit the ball
Right.
really nice.
I'm telling you,
He
he
just
looks
maybe
like
he was
an
nervous.
average.
Maybe he was nervous because there were so many people watching. But yeah, I mean, he's much better than that.
I'll tell you.
He looks like an average golfer to me in terms of his swing. Like, I'm not great, just looks
Yeah.
normal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It happens to the best players in the world. I mean, you go up, there's online, you see Tiger shank them. I mean, the best players in the world shank balls.
Yeah.
Golf is a hard sport.
Yeah.
It's the only sport,
You're right.
honestly.
I've seen PGA Tour players shank balls.
That's what I'm saying. Tiger,
Yeah.
Scotty Scheffler, all of them.
Yeah.
See a guy's top balls.
Mhm.
It's the hardest sport. You could be off by an inch, like half an inch. It could, and just you create something that look like Unfunny Ben did it. It's unbelievable.
Hey, I played golf with Ben.
That was a
I don't think
crazy
he had any
stray.
shanks.
Yeah. The solve, the Band-Aid for all those listening, because it happens to all of us. One Band-Aid, if you shank one, you're too close to the ball. Just stand a little further, and it's unlike you're probably early extending. You're humping the ball, and that's why you hit it off the hosel. Back off it. That'll be a Band-Aid for you to get through the round.
Anytime,
as a free tip.
If I'm on a range and I start shanking a ball with whatever club I'm using, I just switch clubs.
Well, that's another thing you could do.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm hitting a 7-iron and I can't hit it and I'm just shanking it, well, I'll get the wedge or I'll get the driver out.
What's
You could do
weird
that.
is, I mean, I've obviously shanked balls during a round, but there have been half dozen times where I've been on the range and then I shank like 10 in a row, can't get rid of
Okay, you
it.
got the
And then it
shanks.
usually doesn't carry over to the actual course.
Mhm.
Depends.
That
You
maybe
get
it's the
into a rut.
time or
But
whatever.
I'm telling you, a Band-Aid
Yes, I do
is
know that. I know
back
that
further
one.
away from the ball.
Believe me, you
Yeah.
see me a million miles away from that ball. Can barely reach it.
Back off the
'Cause
ball.
there's nothing-
You won't hit it off the
There's
hosel.
nothing more humiliating than
It is-
shanking the ball.
the only thing
Especially
worse
the
is-
range.
the only
If
thing
there's
worse is the
people right
whiff.
next to you. There's people right next to you and you're hitting balls that
Yeah.
are going right in their path.
Well, like old school, you go to some old range and you hit like the metal between
right.
the slots,
Right here, padink.
between the mats.
That's the worst.
Yeah.
Then don't don't set up next to that guy.
All right, Conductor Bickle, you've slowed down
Yeah,
the
I slowed
train
it
a little
down.
bit.
Do you want me to? You want to speed
No,
it
no,
up?
I don't mind
I feel
you
like it
slowing
should
down.
just be
Because
slowed.
it's knocking into my
Well, that's on you. You can't put it there. You got to find a new place
it's
to
on
put
the
it.
edge of the table, my drink.
Put it on the
It's
other
almost
side.
hitting Jason's computer every time it goes by.
Yeah, I know.
I-
He's got room.
There's something mesmerizing about trains, so I'm into it. I
Hey,
appreciate you bringing it in, Valdez.
Right now, caller number 10, we told you we're going to hook you up with that gift card. Caller 10 at 1-800-636-1067. We'll hook you up with that $50 gift card to Oseo Korean Barbecue. That first sizzle says it all. Oseo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Bring the crew, bring your appetite,
Yep.
and mention the fan when you order for a complimentary starter. Oseo means come on in. That's Oseo. When we come back, we'll hit the skins here on the Junkies.
Every great team has a coach, somebody who studies the game, analyzes the competition, and makes all the right calls. But when it comes to your financial future, who's coaching you? At Trajan Wealth, their fiduciary advisors act as your personal financial coach. TRAJANwealth.com. They'll craft a game plan tailored exactly to you. Trajan can help you develop a plan to weather the ups and downs of the market, whether it's a smart tax strategy, rolling over an old 401k, or finding investment options that match your risk tolerance. Trajan Wealth is calling the plays. Call Trajan Wealth today. 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600. Or go to TRAJANwealth.com. Don't sit on the sidelines when it comes to your money. Call Trajan Wealth today at 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600. Or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Because in the game of retirement, there's no overtime. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Capitals were shut out 5-0 by the Wild last night. That is their third loss in a row. On this 2-game road trip to Winnipeg and Minnesota, they never led on the scoreboard, were outscored by a combined total 10-1. Over in the NBA, OG Anunoby scored 28 points. Jalen Brunson had 25, and the Knicks rallied to beat the Spurs 124-113 in the NBA Cup. The Knicks, though, they got more than a trophy. Each player with a standard contract got an extra $300,000 for winning, which isn't so bad for a random in-season made-up tournament that doesn't actually mean anything. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. And Richmond, appreciate you checking us out on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. And we're brought to you by friends at Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Just visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Jason Bishop and Eric Bickle. Playing a little holiday music, getting geared up for a holiday show, which is this Friday. Hyde Social. Hyde Social's in Clarendon, right there in Arlington. The doors are going to open at 6. Should be a good time, a festive time. I've been furiously sending out books this week, but I'm going to bring some books. A couple people asked if they could buy the book.
Oh, good.
You can just Venmo me. And it's cheaper price, $25. I'll do that. You know what somebody asked me last night?
Christmas
I was like,
special.
well, I don't have to pay for shipping.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to pay for shipping.
If you come
That's
to the event,
perfect.
yeah.
I had to go to the post office yesterday because we have a good system going, like of printing mailing labels. I'm doing it with Blue Shorts. He's helping me out. But when somebody orders 7 books, don't know how to do that. So I had to show up, long lines
What
at
do you
the
mean?
post office.
Because you got to get like a box.
Yeah, like I just didn't have great confidence. And so I just ended up going to the old post office and asking what's the best way to ship.
Yeah,
And,
cheapest way.
I had sent those books, I think, to Richmond. So I sent 7 books out yesterday.
Yeah, bring a bunch of books.
Anyway, I'll bring a bunch, consign them, and it should be a fun time. We're going to do our white elephant. I could just include a book, but I won't do that. I'll go and get something.
You'll be insulted when no one wants it. Pass it around. I would stay away from that.
I got to hit, according to you guys, got to hit Marshalls or TJ Maxx.
Well, they have a lot of tchotchkes,
let me tell
that
you,
kind of thing, yeah.
my 2025 will have included 100% 0 trips to Marshalls, 0 trips to TJ Maxx. It's just not in
I'll be
my.
honest
You just
with
agenda.
you.
you just walk around and you kind of go, you know what? That's funny.
Something will
Let me
jump
go.
out
Yeah,
at you.
you just walk around. Something will pick
But
you.
I would recommend going at, like, we're lucky we're off at 10. Go at that time because in the afternoons on the weekends,
packed.
It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Those stores are
I had
just
to
so
go to
jammed.
I had to go to Target at like 4:00 the other day.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd rather have been in hell.
Yeah. You were in hell. You didn't realize it. Yeah.
All right, let's hit the
I
Skims,
can't
boys.
even imagine. Can't even imagine Target.
But I think I'm with you. I don't think I've been to TJ Maxx in 2025.
No chance.
Now, I do a lot of Walgreens and Target. TJ Maxx, no. Kohl's, no. What was the other one you
I'm
said?
not a Kohl's guy. I'm a TJ Maxx Marshalls guy, though. Big time.
Marshalls, no.
They do have a lot of good clothes, I think.
Look, it shows. I just don't shop.
Yeah.
I love the freebies we get. Today, I've got my stateside vodka
Yeah,
sweatshirt.
Yeah,
I mean, you're wearing Capital Drywall and Open Road.
yeah.
And another, that's actually a nice hoodie.
I got
a little
the
jelly
open,
of that
I
one.
got the Open Road sweaty, and I got the hat.
I'll take me one of those if you can.
I
Size large.
I can,
right.
I can hook you.
I can't believe it, but we touched on it a little bit earlier. Here we are, week 15 or whatever, and maybe 16 with bye weeks. And so I have no idea, but we're 4-10. Okay, did not expect to be that at this point. The offense, which was so prolific last year, is 24th in points scored this year. I don't know what the average is. Is it right around 21, 22 points per game, something like that? They've got 291 points in 14 games. Defense is 26th, 375 points allowed. Special teams is actually kind of the highlight. They're tied for 9th. So we got a top 10 special teams.
We got
a lot
2
of that because
touchdowns from Jalen Lane.
Jalen Lane, yeah.
with
But
the 2
I actually think
returns.
the kickoff returns, remember, McCaffrey was doing a pretty good job with the kickoff
Yeah.
returns. Debo, when he's had an opportunity, has done a pretty good job with the kickoff returns. So they have pretty good special teams. To your points for, they average 20.8 points per game. So they're not even averaging 3 touchdowns a game this season. You know, I want to ask Jason this. So
that's really bad.
One thing we were talking about yesterday with Jaden Daniels is, all right, what's all said and done, he's played in 7 games. But he didn't finish all of them. He only
played and started and finished 4, I believe.
3.
I think it might actually be 4.
I think it's Finlay said it was 4, so I think it might be 4.
Yeah. Either way, half of the time he didn't even finish.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a
Had
disaster.
you known that before the season, what would your record prediction have been? Because there was a lot of optimism going in.
4
We
and
all
10.
had them
Probably
at a
4
minimum.
or 5 wins.
Yeah.
5-12.
Probably,
Yeah.
especially because of the schedule.
So I get it. It's been a disaster.
And then if you would have told me McLaurin would have been out and Noah Brown, Eckler,
Maybe
I would have probably guessed less.
they've had a good season.
Yeah, right.
it
Maybe
turns
you could
out
spin it, yeah. Turns out they didn't have their quarterback, didn't have Terry, didn't have all these other guys.
Dietrich Wise, Dorrance Armstrong,
They've
their leading
actually
sack guy.
overachieved. No, I'm not being serious. It's just been a total disaster.
I think it's exposed a lot of holes for sure. And
Yeah.
we do know that they need to get younger and faster on defense. I don't think the offense is far away. Like you bring up those stats, and it is depressing when your team isn't even averaging 3 touchdowns a game, but it makes sense given the circumstances.
But and just think about how bad the rest of the league has been, because as bad as Washington is, they're still currently, I believe, in the 8th spot in the draft order.
Mm-hmm.
That's how bad some of these teams are.
Well, yeah, the Raiders are.
I mean, how
horrific.
bad has Washington
I mean,
been? They're not even in the top 5 right now.
Well, look, sadly, outside of the Chargers game, they beat the Raiders, who have 2 wins, who are atrocious, and
Awful.
beat the Giants
2
twice, who
2
are
wins.
atrocious.
Right.
So there are teams worse than Washington,
Oh, yeah.
but it makes some sense when you lose your star quarterback. And was he playing as well as he did last year? No.
How
But I
could
heard
he? Couldn't get into a freaking rhythm.
I heard JP mention this yesterday, Finlay, in the 4 games which he completed, 7 touchdowns, 1 pick.
Yeah.
You'd take that.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. I heard again
Are we
another guy
serious?
say, what?
I mean,
I like JP, but that's the most cherry-picked tweet I've ever heard in my
Well, I
life.
mean, it's just showing you that when he played from start to finish, he was fine.
I didn't see a tweet. He just was talking about it.
He
yeah.
tweeted it.
Okay.
Dude, he left out the Seattle game where he looked awful, and he left that game with 2 minutes to go.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Well,
I mean,
No, it doesn't mean that he's not capable of being bad, Valdez.
I
We
know,
understand that.
but it was a weird thing to do, to just leave out plays that he
Well,
played in.
I actually don't think that he was awful this year. I think that Jaden was off of last year, but he wasn't awful.
No.
He was up and down, whatever. You know, he went from being like a top 5 or 6 quarterback in the league to, the lower 3rd. I get it. But, I think he just needed to play more.
I mean that narrative is the most goalpost moving thing I've ever heard in my life.
Whatever. I think he's just trying to put some context. And I believe it, that if he had played, I don't think he was destined to have a bad season this year. If he had played 15 of 17 games, I think his play would have picked up as the season progressed, and he would have been fine.
His
He
quarterback
didn't
rating.
He didn't play well.
No,
I don't know why. I don't know
You know
why.
I think that? Because
I don't think he really played well. I don't know why it's like it's this forbidden thing to say.
No, you can say it. I just disagree with it. You say whatever you want. I
He
don't
didn't
care.
play well, but he also didn't play that bad.
also didn't
Do you
play
realize
horribly.
His
Maybe in
passer
Seattle, but-
rating was better than Trevor Lawrence's is this year. And I'm not saying Trevor Lawrence is playing great, but that includes Trevor Lawrence just had a 5-touchdown game. So Jaden was in the territory of Bryce Young. Again, it's not great territory, and Trevor Lawrence and that type of production. And it wasn't like he was throwing a bunch of interceptions like Tua.
What? But he's throwing incompletions.
Yeah.
He's barely over 60% completion percentage.
Yeah. But he also, look who he had throwing to him. Yeah, guys, literally, they weren't getting open.
I'm sure there were a lot of reasons, but if you look at all the overall stats, you can't just say he played well because he had 7 touchdowns
No
and
one's
1
saying
pick.
he played well. I'm
And,
just
and
saying,
by the way, in 4 games that you select that you're going to put stats out for.
No, I'm using the whole season.
I know, but Jason
I
just
think he was
quoted
just-
JP Finley's tweet.
Yeah.
I just think he was inconsistent. He was up and down. He wasn't as good as the year before, but he wasn't horrific.
It's okay. It's okay to think and to say, "Hey, Jaden had a down year this year." It's not what we expected.
He did have a down
that
year,
doesn't
but
mean
it wasn't
that doesn't mean he
horrific.
stinks.
Yeah, he wasn't horrific.
But it's
He had
okay
a down year,
it's
for
okay
sure.
to cherry pick and project and say, okay, he's had a down year, but take a look at these 4 games. In these 4 games, he had 7 touchdowns and 1 interception, and that could be what you see next year. And I don't think that's unreasonable because of all those circumstances we've talked about, from preseason, not having his guys, not only Terry not being there, but Noah Brown got hurt in camp, and then the play just with all kind of the in and out of the lineup. I think that you could have this level of optimism. You've seen it before.
So why do those plays count, but other plays that he had don't count?
No,
They
they
don't.
do.
I'm
That's
taking
why
the-
I
you
know.
say- they do count. That's why you say he had an off year. He had a down year.
I know,
for
but
sure.
to- but
it
to-
wasn't
but to-
as bad as people say.
But to people like JP Finlay, when he's trying to put context into it, why do those not count?
He's just
Right?
trying to
I
spin
think he's just trying to give you a counter to the argument that he's terrible, that he had a terrible year. Say, okay, you can make that argument. Go ahead. You present your case. The counter to that was in the 4 games that he did finish, he played pretty well.
Look,
And it was just an awful year. He was in and out of the lineup. They shut him down 5 games ago. No consistency, no receivers. They stacked the box against him. They contained him so he couldn't run like he likes to.
You know, but you act like that doesn't happen to every quarterback in the league.
I'm sure it does.
Where a
But-
defense contains them, or an offense maybe missing their running back or receiver
I think
or
that
lineman
I think
in a
that
game.
Our injuries were as bad as any other teams in the league.
You're arguing. We're not disagreeing with you, and there's no reason really to argue. We will stipulate. We stipulate to he wasn't as good this year. I
Yeah.
prefaced it all by saying
Not
he
even
wasn't
close.
as good this year.
He wasn't even
You
as
can pick
close.
a statistic like QBR, for example. Last year, his QBR was 67.7. This year, it's in the 40s, 45.9. That is significantly down. His passer rating, like the old school passer rating, last year was right around 100. This year, it's 88.1. What I would say is take a look at somebody like Shedeur Sanders. QBR 16.9.
He's terrible.
Right.
Yeah.
It wasn't the world's
nobody
worst.
in the world would take Shedeur Sanders over Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels, his production is actually
I don't even
better
think
than
Prime
Joe
would.
Burrow's this year. Joe Burrow, 84.3 passer rating when he's been on the field. Better than Trevor Lawrence, who Trevor Lawrence has a team that's a playoff contender. I mean, they're going to be in the playoffs. A Super Bowl contender, I probably should say. It's hard to buy into Jacksonville, but he just had a 5-touchdown game. His production on the field was as good, if not better, statistically than Trevor Lawrence per game.
What rubs me the wrong way is when why is JP Finlay carrying Jaden Daniels' water?
Well,
Like,
call
I think
JP
he's-
from the show.
I don't know. I think he's just trying to give a
well,
counter. Just give a counter to
I know,
the
but
idea that he was
JP
brutal.
brought it up. JP brought it up on our show like it's gospel.
Because
Well,
what
but
I think
it is,
it's
it's
a way to be
data point.
optimistic.
It's a data point.
It's a flawed data point
Okay,
where
but it's
he took 4 games. He basically threw games where he looked bad in the garbage into the
I don't
garbage
think he
can.
did it on purpose. I think he just looked at how did he do in the games where he
Where they
finished.
finished.
Yeah, from start to finish. It is what
Well,
it
And
is.
look, I agree more with Matt. I just think he was okay when he was playing these games.
Yes.
He didn't stand out.
I agree. He was okay.
No, he didn't.
He's not,
he didn't
start
no,
this
he's not.
game.
Yeah,
Everyone acknowledges
don't
he was
get me
very
wrong.
good
I'm
in
not
the
trying to
starting
say he's the worst quarterback in the league, but when you come into a season and you have the 3rd highest MVP odds and you do what you did last season, what you did this season was disappointing.
100%.
It was. I mean,
100%.
it's
But I
not.
think it's also coming from your perspective that you're kind of backing yourself into the corner of his rookie year will be the best year of his career.
I think that's a very high possibility where
Okay, that's fine.
that could be
But
the
that's
best
where
Jaden
you
you
got to
see.
understand that's where Valdez is coming from. So he's kind of positioning himself as Jaden peaked his rookie year. And so, okay, you may be right.
Yeah.
But that's where his opinion is coming from.
Yeah.
If Jaden was
I
on
don't
the
think
field,
that will be true.
And
I think
next
he'll
year-
throw for more touchdowns. He'll throw for more yards. He'll have a higher, I don't know if he'll have a higher QBR, but he'll have a higher quarterback rating
When?
in the
You-
future.
you mean next year?
In the future. I don't
Yeah.
know, anytime.
Well,
in the
next
future.
year is a huge year.
It's a massive year. He needs the number one thing he needs to do is stay healthy.
Stay healthy. Correct.
That's the number one thing. If he does that, I think his play will take care of itself.
What's your updated over/under on how many games he'll play next year?
What did I say before? 12?
12's pretty mediocre.
Yeah, I mean,
12's
I'm going to
pretty
stick to that.
mediocre.
I'm going to stick to that until he proves me wrong, because I think that he's going to have other issues next year.
If you had to redraft right now the guys who were drafted last year, give me your redraft of the quarterbacks. So obviously Caleb went 1, Jaden went 2, Drake went 3. Then, of course, you have Penix, McCarthy, and Nix.
Well, I would have had Drake 1 last year, too.
Yeah, I understand.
So Drake 1, probably Caleb 2, probably Nix 3, Penix I'm not that into, probably Jaden 4.
Yeah,
probably
that's
JD,
what Gruden and
probably JD 4.
Olsen had from Barstool.
I mean,
and look, the proof's in the pudding because these other guys are playing. I mean, May, Caleb, and Nix haven't missed games.
let's do this again next year.
Yeah.
We'll see what you say.
And maybe it'll change.
Maybe he'll be 7.
I still think Drake May will be 1.
7. We're going to throw in there Rattler.
I don't know.
But it's hard to have him at 2 when he's played start and finished in 4 games.
I can't argue him at 2, other than I think his talent is
I think
1
he's
or 2.
talented,
I think
yeah.
his talent is 1 or 2.
He's just got to stay out there.
Do you think? All right, can we play the clip number 1, I believe, again, of Jaden talking about being disappointed? Do you think he's being vociferous enough, or he was too accepting of not playing?
It was obviously disappointing. I'm a competitor. I want to play, but I wasn't medically cleared to go, and sat down, talked to DQ and AP, and made the decision.
I think he is making it sound like he's on board with it.
He's being a company man.
Here's a slight problem. He says, I wasn't medically cleared. If you're not medically cleared, there's no decision. But then they have a talk, and then there's a decision.
Well, they're cutting to the chase.
You know my point?
No, I hear you, but I think they're just cutting to the chase.
Like if he's truly not medically cleared, there is no decision. The coaches always say he's not medically cleared, can't play.
Well, they could have waited.
But
He could have pushed to wait to the end of the week.
Here, we know it wasn't because of the doctors. We know it.
I agree.
They're playing it safe. He could have been back on the field in the Vikings game.
Yep. If the game's meant something.
Although he did say, did we play clip 6 where he said on what felt different? And is that where he said adrenaline is a hell of a drug?
We played that.
But
we can play it again.
He wasn't really specific, though.
Yeah.
I mean, adrenaline is a hell of a drug, so that's a big one. But things change, once stuff settled down.
I don't know. It probably is
So vague.
It's so vague.
He's you know what? He's a company man.
If there's
So the company told him,
yeah,
we're not going to play you, and he's not that type of guy to be vociferous and like have a T-shirt on the sideline that creates a scene like RG3 did.
No.
So he'll be a company man and just not play.
But it does, and I said this yesterday, and I think Barry kind of alludes to it. Jason alluded to it when we talked earlier. It just sets the stage for next year being massive.
Yeah.
Just massive. And it's not because you have any doubts of his ability, but he's just got to prove that he's going to be available, and he is, in fact, going to be the franchise quarterback of this team.
Yeah.
Hit the Skin's been cooked up by our friends at Oseo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, and premium cuts grilled right at your table. A dining experience that's as fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night or dinner with the family. Oseo means come on in. Coming up next, 6-figure jobs with no degree. So why are kids drowning in student debt?
All right, guys, EB here. FanDuel's the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. Right now, well, it's the perfect time to join because new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head over to FanDuel.com/EB to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. In 2 days, we're going to be partying at Hyde Social in Clarendon for our annual holiday show, getting the Christmas music going a couple days early. So join us. It's in Arlington. Doors open 6 a.m. You can start your holiday early with us, the Junkies. As we get ready, it'll be a football Friday. Let's get ready for a Saturday game as the Commanders host the Philadelphia
Well, and also
Eagles.
it'll be a football Friday because the college football playoff starts Friday. Alabama plays Oklahoma.
What time is that?
Friday night. I'm guessing that's a 7:30 or 8 o'clock game.
Nice.
And then, of course, the 3 games on Saturday, including JMU playing at Oregon. We're going to have the voice of JMU on tomorrow.
Very cool.
Dave Riggert.
What time is the Skins game on Saturday?
5.
All right.
A little bit later in the show, I think right
In
around 8
Florida.
o'clock. It's funny you mentioned the JMU thing. We're going to do a topic about what Joel Klatt, who's a big college football guy, says about the NCAA tournament. He thinks the NCAA tournament should be tweaked. He's a college football guy. He thinks nobody cares about JMU and that you want the big boys into the big games.
Well, you
that
care
gets the
about
most
JFU
eyeballs.
if they can pull off some dubs.
I always like Cinderella stories. I wouldn't
Yeah.
tweak the NCAA tournament, but we'll get into that coming up at 8 o'clock. But we wanted to get into this article from the this is from the Daily Mail, but it's something that gets brought up from time to time, and I have kind of a personal story with it. And it's whether college is still worth it, sending your kids to college. There's a new report which highlights a list of a bunch of high-paying jobs that require no college degree and little to no experience. Now, this is different, but your boy Dan Foley came in here roughly a month ago.
Dan Foley from Foley Mechanical, yeah.
And Dan Foley told me, I asked him, I have a nephew. Now, he is in junior college, but a couple years ago, I kind of started telling him when he was in high school, you know what you could do? You could go into like HVAC and kill it. And so he's taken a course per year. He's working at a restaurant, but he's taking a course per year in, air conditioning, HVAC, and all that sort of thing. And what Dan Foley told me is, he said his techs, he's got a ton of techs who make 6 figures.
Right.
So it's there. I think that I know that the way that Eric and I grew up and the way you grew up, college was kind of just expected.
Yeah.
And I think for a lot of kids, college is expected in your, where you're coming from. But if you do the math, for a lot of people that aren't fortunate to have their college paid for and they take student loans, they can come out of college with $200,000, $300,000 in debt.
Very easily.
And it takes forever to pay that off if you just end up landing a job for, say, $50,000.
Right.
Let's say you get a business degree and you get some marketing job and you're making $50,000.
Yeah.
Like, are you better off doing that?
Yeah, but that's
Or
not
are
a
you
new
better
dilemma,
off-
by the way. It's
Yeah.
not a new dilemma. This
I know.
dilemma's been
No,
around
but
for a long time.
it's become more stark now. And
Because tuition is so expensive.
yes,
Yeah.
tuition.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's going up every year.
I had a financial planner when Kelsey was born. So this is 25 years ago. And I remember he told me, if you put this amount of money away every month, you're golden.
Yeah.
It wasn't close to covering Kelsey's college. Now, she ended up going to NYU. It was super expensive. She didn't have any scholarship or anything. Actually, I think she did get, it was
Small.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was like for NYU,
Couple
I think
G's or
it
something.
was like a couple $1,000.
It doesn't do anything.
I can't remember. But, I think if you do the math, now, generally speaking, college graduates make more money. You can look at all kinds of data. The more education you have, by and large, the average, you make more money. But if you took an 18-year-old and you said, okay, I'm going to go work for Foley Mechanical, and they're an apprentice. They have an apprenticeship program, he said. And then by the time they're 20, they're making money.
Yeah.
And that money's compounding, and you're not having to pay off debt. You may
Can I
be
get it?
better off financially.
Well,
Okay,
yeah, but
sure.
the thing you're missing is the social aspect of going to
100%.
college.
The experience.
The experience,
the
meeting
way
all
you
those new
grow
people.
I
and
agree.
learn, no
Yeah.
doubt. And also, you just have more options.
Yeah.
Because if you go to school, like, my kids, I've encouraged them all to go to, they all want to go to college, whatever. They like to play sports and they want to continue that and they're doing that. And they go to good schools. But they'll have the option to do whatever. If they want to do HVAC, they can still do HVAC when they're done with college. I mean, you could do anything. You just have more options. If you go that route, and I don't think it's a bad route, especially for certain people. Maybe it's a hate school.
Yeah.
Don't like school. Don't like being in school.
Right.
Don't have the money to do it. You could totally go that route, but your options are a little bit more limited.
How many
and
degrees,
you're also limited in how much you can make down the road. So if you're making a certain number at age 20, well, you're probably not going to be making that much more at age 40, as opposed to going to college.
Unless you start your own business,
okay, all right.
and then you own the HVAC company,
okay, that's
and
fine.
now you got 10 guys for it, or you own even a car wash.
But the majority of those people don't own. They
It
they
just
just
depends
keep
on your
working.
mentality.
You would have to go maybe do community college, do some business classes, learn how to run your business.
Right.
Once you learn the ins and outs of doing HVAC.
But a lot of people learn that on the fly. We did put this up as our Junkies poll of the day, sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS, JUNKS, at store.statesidevodka.com. You get 25% off select merchandise, like the hoodie that I'm wearing right now, tees, hats, and more. Use that code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. And the question is, with so many people landing six-figure jobs without going to college, is college still worth it? You can vote at Junks Radio, or you can call us at 1-800-636-1067. The article points out, here's jobs where you can make six figures.
Okay.
By the way, I
no
don't think
college.
6 figures means that much anymore either. I mean, it's good. It's a good living, but it's not like it was.
It's way better
10,
than
15 years ago.
It's way better than the median income in the country.
I'd be sized.
I mean, it's. I
just don't think it's
I think you're
impactful.
Okay, but it's
a lot of money for a 21-year-old.
The average family income in this country is probably about 75, 80,000.
Yeah.
Family combined income. Commercial drivers.
Okay.
Elevator installers, repair techs. That seems very specific. Power plant operators, air traffic support roles, skilled trades and technical jobs. Like I said, I mean, if you become a plumber, you can make bank.
No, you can definitely make money.
Look, most of these,
you don't have to deal
most
with
of
the
these
debt.
jobs that you're throwing out there, these are for males. These are for men.
And they're hard jobs.
There's
too.
no way a woman is going to be an elevator installer.
Let me tell you something. They're a hard job. They take a toll on your body.
Of course,
Those,
the long
those
hours
guys are banged up.
Yeah,
Well,
long
I don't
hours.
think
hard
an
jobs.
air
I
traffic
think this
controller
story.
doesn't
I
Maybe
think
not
this.
air traffic, but those blue collar jobs, those
Some
are
of them.
hard jobs.
Yeah.
Over 20, 30 years.
I'm surprised that air traffic support roles. So these are air traffic controllers.
That's how I interpreted
That's
it. I'm
super
not
high
exactly
stress.
sure.
I think you have to have a college degree for that. I'm not saying I'm right. I would think you would have to
but
have a college degree for that.
Maybe it's the people that are
Maybe it's
out
that.
there
Those
with what
guys
do you
ain't
call it?
making sick. Those guys aren't making 100K.
Yeah.
The guy waving the flashlight on the runway? No
Hey,
way. Give me a break.
I'd have to ask my pilot friends. I'd be shocked if air traffic controllers don't have to go to college.
I think if you work at the patch on Landman, you make 180 grand.
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't
you
get
see
the
how
reference.
how dangerous that is.
1-800-636-1067.
Look, the main reason
I
the main reason you're bringing the story up, and I understand it, is the cost of college education.
Yeah.
And it's gone up. It's crazy. I was very fortunate that both my daughters were able to go to Virginia Tech in state. If they went out of state, it would have been double, if not triple. And that would have been a lot on me. I mean, they weren't going to take loans out. I was going to have to pay it. But a lot of families can't do that, and they've got to take student loans.
Right, and a
I
lot
get
of
it.
kids don't let their – I mean, a lot of families don't necessarily let their kids live with them until whenever.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, like, your daughter graduates, and she has a degree. Now she's working part-time for the Commanders.
Mhm.
I'm guessing that's not paying a ton of money.
It's not.
And she's working part-time in a clothing store.
Not
I'm
paying a
guessing
lot of
that's
money.
not paying a ton of money.
No, she needs a full-time job.
But she has a college degree.
Yes, she
And so
does.
the argument is they're seeing a lot more people that'll come out with college degrees not getting high-paying jobs.
Yep.
And so is paying
Well-
$100,000, $200,000, $300,000 for a college degree when your kid gets a degree in history or gets a degree in English
Yeah.
or gets a degree in, you can name a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Is it really worth it?
I think it's worth it because of the social aspect, the experience that my daughter had for 4 years, the friends she made, and
They learn how
she-
to live on their own.
yeah. And look,
But
and,
they can
and
do
the-
that with the job too.
Sure.
Well,
But
Yeah,
it's,
but
it's,
you-
not-
but it's a
totally different
sacrifice.
social.
It's a
Totally different
sacrifice.
social
Yeah,
deal.
it's a sacrifice. What you're giving up not going to college is huge down the road, in my opinion. But my daughter does need a full-time job. But she's
You throwing it
22.
out there?
She's 22,
Right.
And she knows it.
She'll
knows
get
she needs,
one. She's trying to figure out what she wants to do, though.
She is, but also a lot of these companies aren't hiring right now. It's very hard to get a job in some of these companies that she wants to apply to. They're just not hiring. In fact, the Washington Commanders aren't really hiring in the department she wants to. There's a lot of interns, part-time interns, that are waiting for those possible full-time opportunities, and they just don't have them.
Well, let's be real. Let's go around the room. We'll state our college degree and tell us if it led to anything. International business. My first job out of college, I got a job, terrible job. The title was document control coordinator at BF Saul Mortgage Company. Had nothing to do with my degree, and it was low paying.
Yeah. Well, I was communications
Okay,
major,
so you're
and I did
actually-
radio,
Yeah.
and I did radio in college. All right, so it kind of helped, but obviously it didn't help for you. And so did Cakes, by the way. Cakes was a communications major.
My journalism degree got me my internship with the show, and I think helps with the show.
Yes.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know if I'll ever make six figures in my life.
We got lucky.
And, by the way, you could have taken this job without that degree.
That's also true.
But that's not your number one. The thing is, again, it depends on the people. Not everybody is motivated to make like obviously Valdez. If he wanted, Valdez is a smart guy. If Valdez's life goal was to make
as much money as
possible, he wouldn't be doing this.
Right.
He's doing this because he loves
it.
It's fun.
And he also could
he
get
might have regrets at times because he's not rich.
There's 100% chance that a listener or multiple listeners who either own companies or higher up in companies
would swap.
Would give you a job.
Oh, no, he could do his own thing. He could start his own company. He could start his own whatever maid service. I mean, he could do anything.
Silly maid service.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying
he's doing this because he loves
I
radio.
have a love of entertainment and radio.
The difference,
But he could make more money if he
he's
wanted to.
positioning the question as, and I don't think he's doing it on purpose, but he's positioning the question as if money is the most important thing, and it's not. It's just for everybody.
I pursued this profession knowing that at the end of the day, I'm not
You're
going
not
to
going to be rich.
Yeah.
So it just depends on what your goal is. If your goal is to make the most money ever, that leads you down a certain track.
Yeah.
But that's not necessarily everyone's goal.
But again, there's also a sacrifice. So
Yeah.
so my older daughter who works for Steampunk, okay, their client, she's in the marketing / recruiting division. She gets to go. First of all, she's remote twice a week, but when she goes into the office, she works with some great people. They've got some great pluses. And if she wants to be a commercial driver, all right, doesn't go to college and wants to be a commercial driver and work for Amazon or travel the country on the roads, all right, that's not fun. I'm sorry. She's not.
It depends.
It's a harder life.
It's a harder
different
life.
It depends.
You can
And
make
a lot of this is
money.
blue collar.
I-
All these are all blue collar jobs that you're talking about.
Yeah, I
They're
mean,
hard
look,
jobs.
Most
Those are
of
hard
most
jobs.
most of my family on my dad's side, not college educated. I mean, now this generation is, but the people that came from Italy, all were stonemasons, carpenters. But some of them, without even probably high school degrees, started their own business.
That's very
construction
difficult.
company.
It's very difficult.
Made millions and millions of dollars.
You can't just say
by those
starting your
law.
own business is easy to do. It's
I'm not saying it's easy to do, but they built homes.
Yeah.
Built like the most famous one that I know is they built Riddick Bowe's home back when he was a baller, world champion.
Yeah.
You don't have to go to college, and you can have the social with the people that you're working.
But it's different.
It's
daughter,
different.
It's
your
different.
daughter. I understand it's different. I loved college.
There are pluses and
My
minuses.
kids go to college. I'm not saying that, but I think that particularly for families that are not well off, it's a big time decision. Like, are we going to outlay this money, or are you going to go into that debt
I would agree with that.
when you might not even make that much money coming out, and you're struggling to find a job?
Yeah, it's a gamble.
Versus
It
an
is.
apprenticeship, which is going to lead you to a job, and you can make all that money, and you can make friends at the job site.
I got hired from this job not because of my silly degree at Maryland. It's because I interned with Brett and CK and the show, basically an apprenticeship.
Yeah.
Right.
And also, Jason made a great point that nowadays the type of jobs that college are preparing you for with these companies that are more white collar than blue collar, they're so particular in the hiring process. It's virtually impossible because they want you to have experience, but you're coming out of college. It's hard to have experience for entry level crap.
Yeah. You got to have
that,
connections. That's
that
what
you're
it
not
is.
really trained for.
I mean,
All
look, my oldest daughter, who works for Steampunk, we have great connections with them.
Sure.
All right. The CEO of the company is a friend of mine. Okay. She probably couldn't have got that job if she didn't know the CEO or if I didn't know the
But
CEO.
it probably helped that she had a college degree.
Oh, she had to have a college
Yeah.
degree. I agree with that. But she probably wouldn't have gotten that position if we didn't have the inside connection.
That's life.
That is life. It is life.
1-800-636-1067. I know a bunch of people want to chime in. You can also vote on our poll of the day at Junks Radio. Right now, no is winning. And the question is, with so many people landing six-figure jobs without going to college, is college still worth it? You can vote again at Junks Radio. We'll get to your calls next here on the Junkies. Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Remember, Coach Spencer Carberry from your Washington Capitals joins us at 9:40. But let's get to the phones. We were talking about whether college degrees are still worth it. A lot of people getting six-figure jobs without going to college nowadays, and the price of college keeps going up.
All right, let's go to, let me see here. Let's go to Michael in Alexandria. Michael, what's up, buddy? You on with the Junkies?
Hey, good morning, Johnson. Happy holidays to you guys, man.
What's up, brother? Thank you. You too.
Hey, so I'm one of those guys that didn't go to college. I ended up working in the tech sector, though. I went through the route of earning my certifications. I got a couple certifications with, like, CompTIA, AWS, and whatnot. I do feel like there are pros and cons, of course. The biggest pro is no college debt. The biggest con, though, I think it was Bishop that said it. It was the social aspect of college. I did miss out on that. That's when you start to gain your network too in college as well. So you can. It's easy. It's a lot harder to gain it outside of college, but you do have to sacrifice a lot more time because naturally you just gravitate in a college atmosphere to meet new people. However, like I said, I'm doing pretty well for myself now. I work at Amazon now, and thank you to my parents who allowed me to stay at home to study for my certifications when I was at that age. So, I'm one of those believers that you don't need college per se for a high-paying job, but there are pros and cons to it.
Let me ask you this. Did you not go to college because it was unaffordable, or you just had no interest in college when you were coming out of high school?
Oh, no, I definitely had interest in it. My family wasn't in a position, and I wasn't in a position to afford it.
I got you.
And it was 15 years ago. So we weren't in a position to afford it. So
I got you.
I just went this route, and it paid out.
Good. I'm glad it's worked out.
You came out on top. Good job.
There's definitely a million different ways. That's the beauty of this country. There's a lot wrong, like a lot of things going haywire with this country at times. But the opportunity, I truly do believe, is for everyone. If you're willing to put in the work, put in the effort, put in the creativity, kick down all the doors, you could do anything here. So you don't have to go to college for sure. Let's go to John in Frederick. John, what's up?
What's up, boys? Hey, man, I did not go to college. Any trade school, union trade school, electrical, plumbing, steam fitting.
Yep.
You can make well over $100,000 a year. You have insurance. You're not paying for insurance. You have retirement. And I've actually worked with people that had college degrees and were waiting for clearance and wound up not getting a job and just staying in this stuff and making a living.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
There's no shame in it at all.
Well, you can move up in the military without a degree, right?
Sure, you can just enlist when you're 18. Yeah, make a career out of the military, 100%. Let's go to Dave in Waldorf. Speaking of, Dave, what's up, pal?
Hey, Dave.
Oh, I thought it. Did he?
I think he hung up.
He did. All right, let's go to Rick in D.C. Rick, what's up?
Hey, Rick.
How you doing? How you doing? Merry Christmas to you all.
Yeah, Merry
Yeah,
Christmas,
you too,
Rick.
buddy.
With the explosion of AI coming, I don't think that whether you have a degree or whether you don't have a degree, I think it's going to be hard. It's going to make it even harder.
There's no doubt.
No doubt about that.
No
young
doubt.
people
Yeah,
now
we should have brought that up.
I do think it's going to be harder and harder for young
Basically,
people.
Yeah.
I always felt that unless you're going like to medical, going to be a doctor or a lawyer or one of those type occupations, I look at it as though I don't think it's really that important that you go to one of them great name brand schools or whatever. If you get a degree from a community college, even it's still a degree.
Sure.
Yeah.
Or whatever. So and whatever. But now, if you go into medical school, yes, it looks good on your resume that you went to, Harvard Medical School or something like that, or you're a lawyer, you went to Harvard or something like that. Yes, or whatever. But if you just going to get just a regular job out here to have a degree or whatever, you don't need a degree. I don't think it's necessary that you have a great, from a great school if you're going to be in public policy.
Mm-hmm. Right.
There are pluses and minuses. And the last caller, not you, sorry, Rick, but the previous caller did make a good point, and I totally agree with it. When you meet certain people in college, you're close friends, well, you're creating connections. And whether it's their parents or friends of theirs or parents of friends of theirs, you're meeting connections that could possibly lead to a job as
Also,
well.
fraternities and sororities.
Frats and sororities are huge.
They're huge.
Yeah.
But you can make connections with other jobs.
exactly.
Like I can tell you that, my sister-in-law. Funny, we had somebody call and say they work for Amazon. She works for Amazon, and she started working there 2 years ago. Loves it. Has this huge kind of community of friends, and you build a network that way.
Sure.
You absolutely can.
You can do that.
There's no one way.
I'm not saying it's
And
impossible.
Every kid is different.
I'm just telling you the positives of going to college.
Yeah.
There are many positives. The one big negative, it's effing expensive.
It depends.
Hey, I loved college. Here's a positive: binge drinking. Binge drink is fun. Like you learn a lot of things in college. Let's be real. But we don't. I know. I'll speak from my experience, and I think Eric's experience was very similar. We don't retain much from college. I don't remember much from any of my classes.
Yeah, but you and I were slackers. My daughter who graduated from Cornell has an unbelievable job in New York City, and she lives in Gramercy, and she's making a boatload of money and all that. She learned a ton. She had a double major. She's an extremely bright girl. My son got his master's, though, and, through his network of college teammates and high school teammates, he's an entrepreneur. He's got a bunch of businesses that he's doing. So every kid is different.
Yeah, every path is different.
Situation
Look,
is different. You and I were particularly lazy and lackluster in our effort. There's no doubt about it.
We still had pretty decent grades.
That's because we were reasonably smart.
Yeah.
But you and I are not role models. We were lazy.
But it wasn't that
We were lazy.
But it's not that dissimilar.
But we weren't that driven.
It wasn't
No,
that.
you kind of learn how to do school.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, I gamed the system.
Yeah.
It's not that dissimilar
And I
to
got a
most of the
master's,
people I
whatever.
knew. But look, my daughter has 2 degrees from NYU. She was double major. NYU's an excellent school.
Same
she
thing.
had excellent grades in high school, and she's a TikToker.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, she's an entrepreneur. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
I would say your daughter's an entrepreneur.
Sure.
She's an
But if she
entrepreneur. She
wasn't-
starts her own business.
But if she wasn't doing that, she probably
She'd
would
have
be
the great fallback.
She would be working for some big company in New York City.
But and not that I would have liked that. She could have easily dropped out of college once she started making decent money on
Sure.
TikTok, and it wouldn't have hurt her one bit.
No, but she has the security blanket of having that.
Yeah.
And I think it is powerful, especially if you go to certain schools. Listen, my daughter could have gotten part of the reason why I say I'm a brokey is because my last one is going to go also to Cornell. They don't give scholarships.
Yep.
It's going to cost me $500,000.
Ivy League, yep.
But she's going there because she saw what her sister did and all her sister's teammates and all of the friends and how set they are. And so it's worth it.
There's no doubt if you go to a great
Yeah,
school.
because your
but let's-
oldest daughter is working for a great company.
That's an Ivy League school. That's
Yeah.
elite.
It's
Yeah.
different.
You
It's
know,
different
but
than
the
going
majority of kids go to normal schools, and it's tough to
They go
find
to
a
state
job
schools.
that's high paying. You're talking about your daughter having a difficult time, and I'm sure she had good grades at a good school like Virginia Tech, and it's not
100%.
easy.
Yeah.
It's definitely not. That's why I always encourage, though, I like the entrepreneurs. Like, I like what your daughter's doing. I like actually what my son's doing. He's not using his 2 degrees. He's not using them. But he's using his go-getterness, and he's using his business acumen, and he's using his connections
Correct.
that he made through teammates and their parents, and those are investors, and those, and it's so.
I like to convince myself that my daughter's using things to figure out the algorithms and all that sort of thing, but I don't know.
Sure.
She did take marketing classes.
She
Sure.
didn't.
She did.
Oh, she did. Yeah.
There's and she's doing marketing, obviously.
Yeah. Well, she's doing well, and
She's killing it.
She's a smart girl, and all our kids are smart kids, but still, it doesn't really matter how smart you are. It's very difficult for these kids
I
to
do
get jobs.
feel sympathy for
Think about all the college graduates every single year.
No, I do
Right.
feel sympathy for them.
Hundreds
Yeah.
of thousands.
It's hard work.
I mean, there aren't that many jobs. There aren't hundreds of thousands of jobs available in 2025 or 2026.
Ben's got to talk about the Wizards for an hour every day.
Right. It's
You're
hard.
blown away by that.
I'd rather be laying a pipe.
I feel like that's like laying pipes.
You'd rather
I
be
feel
a
like
steam
he's working
fitter.
on the
Hey,
railroad.
that's like plumbing.
Yeah,
I'm rich in doing what I love.
exactly. You're on the Valdez track.
Coming up next, Joel Klatt had some interesting comments about Cinderella stories. The College Football Insider will listen to that and tackle whether the NCAA tournament should be tweaked next.
All right, guys, EB here. FanDuel is the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now, it's the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/EB to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Caps dropped their third straight, being shut out by the Wild last night, 5-0. Now, Minnesota is an NHL best 17-3-2 since November 1st, so this was going to be a tough matchup to come into. The Washington, they really need to turn it around. They've been outshot 183-134 in their past 5 games. And Notre Dame's star running back Jeremiah Love is declaring for the 2026 NFL Draft after a standout junior season. He scored at least 1 touchdown in Notre Dame's final 11 games and surpassed 100 yards rushing 6 times. He finished 3rd in this year's Heisman Trophy voting and was the highest finishing non-quarterback. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV in Richmond. Appreciate you checking us out on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. We are streaming live on the free Odyssey app, iHeart Radio, and TuneIn. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, brought to you by our friends at Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies, looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Just visit cropmetcalf.com. And you can join their team. It's Bish, EB, and JP hanging out. In a couple days, we'll be drinking during the show for our annual holiday show at Hyde Social, our pal Chuck Lee's spot right there in Clarendon.
We'll be drinking some. We're not going to get hammered like we used to 35 years.
I'm not.
That's up to you.
JP
When we were 35 years old.
I think JP wants to go hard this year.
Oh,
I think I'm going to go a little harder than usual.
Because?
He just wants
I'm
to
off
celebrate.
next week.
Oh, you just want to
have
celebrate?
a little fun. You know what? I've felt this pressure about the book because I finished writing my book.
It's a
on
celebration.
July 20th.
It's a celebration.
No, but I finished writing my book on July 20th, and I don't want to get too into it.
All right.
It finally is out. But now I feel this pressure to get the books to people, hundreds and hundreds of books I got to get to people, hopefully before Christmas.
Yeah.
And it's tough.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest. Because I also promised to personalize the first 1,000 books sold. So yesterday, just signing a book, and I write, I'll be honest, my personalization is hope you enjoy the book, sign it, and then on some of them I put a hashtag HTTR. But to do 44 books, I timed it over and over again, which is 44 books in a box, took me between 14 to 16 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Now multiply that times 40 or whatever it is.
Yeah,
it takes a long
while.
time just to do that, and to stuff them into envelopes, slap the label, and that's why I hired Shorts to do.
Well, I think
the
you're going to
bulk
be
of
able
it.
to sell a lot of books on Friday.
But anyway,
how many are you going to bring?
I'll bring a box or two.
Yeah.
But
I think you're going to sell
But
them all.
my thing is, it'll be a celebration when kind of this weight is lifted off my shoulder of I got to deliver these books to these people that bought the book in August.
Right.
Yeah.
right.
JP's just realizing alcohol helps cope with stress.
Yeah, right.
But also Valdez reminded me I'm off next week.
But
So it's my last show for a week. You know?
So next week is me and Eric. Is you off next week?
I'll be in Florida.
No, it's you and Cakes.
So it's me and Cakes
Yeah.
next week.
Yep.
And then it's me and JP New Year's week.
Correct.
Pretty sure.
We I'll tell you off the break.
About the day after
Yeah,
New
the day
Year's
after
or
New
whatever.
Year's.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think it's off now.
Yeah, it's a company holiday.
Yeah.
Jason didn't.
Oh,
look
I
at-
knew that.
He knew.
Oh, I knew that.
But
Well, I
anyway, somebody's
think
got
they
days.
did that because they didn't give us the day after Christmas. So I think they flip them. So maybe next year, January 2nd, if it was on a Friday, wouldn't be.
Look, I don't want to end up
company
on the
holiday.
floor, passed out, throwing up,
Yeah, you
vomiting.
just have some
But
IPAs. You'll be
I
fine.
do believe Surfside's going to be big time part of it on Friday, right?
Surfside will be there with swag to give out to you guys and the listeners.
Thank you.
They're not like handing out drinks to you.
Okay, but I can get Surfside.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And like
yeah.
I might just I might just drink exclusively. I like the flavored Surfsides.
Yeah.
And drink 1 or 2 per hour. I'll catch a nice buzz.
Yeah, you'll be good.
Or take a dip into the Scotty's fountain.
I'll be all in Scotty's fountain.
If
But
I
that's
do,
easy.
Look, if I drink 8 Surfsides in 4 hours, I will have a buzz, but it's only 100 calories per, right?
Yeah.
And it's not outrageous. It's not like having 8 IPAs. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, dude. If you had 8 IPAs, you'd be on the floor. You'd be on your back.
Is that true? IPAs have super high alcohol content?
Oh yeah.
Well,
I have no idea.
Some
Especially-
higher than others. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's some IPAs that are over 10%.
Yeah.
What is an average IPA?
Oh, I would say like
6.
6.5.
And an average, like, let's just say a Miller Lite is like 3%.
3.5. Yeah.
Okay, so it's
They
double.
double it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you definitely
Mostly
so-
triple.
Yeah, I've been an IPA guy for years.
But
You
also
finally come around to
IPAs.
IPAs.
They taste great
the
to me.
last couple of years, you've come around to IPAs.
And I like having 2,
Right.
and I'm fine
Yes.
because I have my
I
nice
agree.
little buzz after 2. If I had Miller Lights, I'd have to drink, or any light beer, I'd have to drink 6 or 7 of them,
Right.
and I don't want to do that.
Right. Now the IPAs are heavier.
They're heavier. Yeah.
Like you have 2 IPAs, that's probably. I mean, it depends, but over 1,000 calories probably.
Yeah, it's not great for you, but I'd rather just have 1 or 2 and feel good, and then it's a long story. But
Yeah.
we'll have
Well,
fun.
Look, it's gonna be a good time on Friday. We got the White Elephant. It's 6 o'clock. I've heard from a lot of people that are coming. You can come at 6 and just join in on the fun. I know. I think it was last year when we did it in public, and it was awesome having a bunch of people out there just get out and say hello.
Yeah, we'll
I
have
think-
appreciate the listeners.
I think
Try
we're
and
gonna
say
have
hello to
a
everybody.
we're gonna have a lot of listeners out.
Are we going to have a Q&A too, like we did
Yeah,
last
yeah, we'll do that. I have something scheduled at 9 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
Might have some surprise guests
Yeah,
coming
you're
by.
going to have to schedule it heavily because after a couple beers, we don't care. Like, we
Right.
don't care.
Right.
Some would
Right.
say that about every show.
I know there's a truth to that, but at least we try to be conscious. Okay, what are we doing this segment? What are we? By 7:30, it's just we're
The
just,
outline's out the door.
yeah.
I know. I got stuff planned.
Okay.
Who am I going to dump the most is the question.
No, we're pretty good with that
Yeah,
stuff.
Yeah,
We're,
yeah.
we're pretty
It
good.
hasn't been that bad.
All right,
Yeah.
so Joel
That hadn't happened
Klatt.
in years.
Joel Klatt's a very popular college football commentator
Yeah, he
that
works
works
for
for
Fox.
Fox Sports.
Yeah, he and Gus Johnson.
Most people know Joel Klatt, but if you don't know him, just setting it up. He had some comments criticizing the NCAA tournament. Let's play the audio, and then we can get into it.
We're not looking for a Cinderella. Nobody cares in football about James Madison or the equivalent of George Mason going. Didn't George Mason go to the Final Four or something like that? Nobody cares in football about that. We don't want Cinderellas. We want the best teams playing each other at the end. In fact, hot take. I mean, like the hottest of all takes that I've ever had in my entire life. The NCAA basketball tournament is a joke. It's the dumbest tournament and the least fair tournament in all of sports. We go and we put teams at odd times on neutral sites in a 1-game affair. Like that doesn't crown a true champion. We're not doing anything that tells us who's the best team over the course of the entire season. Like if anything, the NCAA basketball tournament should act exactly like the old World Cup, which we should have groups. They should all get guaranteed 3 games, and they should be played at the higher seeds arena so that those seeds are rewarded for a quality game. And that way we don't just get to see Kentucky one and done against George Mason or something like that. Well, that's stupid. That's stupid. Again, hottest of all takes, but that would make the NCAA basketball tournament far better. Neutral site, one and dones.
No, he's incorrect. And that is a hot take, but that's incorrect. It would not make the tournament better. He wants basically NBA playoff series in the NCAA
Yeah, I
tournament.
mean, it might listen because the fact is, it might pick the best team more often. But then you take away, you won't have the Villanovas, you won't have the George
NC
Mason
States,
runs, the
right.
NC States. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And people do care about Cinderellas. People get
like
into
that.
that.
Yeah.
Of course they do. Now, as far as the college football playoff, I understand what he's saying. A team like James Madison, and look, I'm pulling for James Madison. I am. I'm a Virginia Tech guy.
I feel like a lot of guys are.
But they're not going to be able to win the national championship. All right.
No, but if they
Football's
get
different.
a win, it'd be amazing.
Even if they got a win, it would be shocking.
But
How
look
great
at
would
what
it be, though?
Indiana's done.
How
Look at
great
what
would it be
Indiana's
if
done
they
last
did
year.
go on a run?
It would be unbelievable.
See, to me,
It's
if you don't have
harder.
a
It's
team
harder
that
to do that in football.
if you don't have a team that you care about, all right. So go through the top 4 teams. Indiana, I don't care about them.
Mhm.
You can go through all of them. I got no affiliation with any team in the college football playoff.
Right.
So I want to root for an underdog. That's what I like to root for.
I get
So don't take away the underdog stories. I totally disagree with Joel Klatt on almost everything he said there.
Yeah, I mean the fact that he said it's the worst tournament in history. I mean he sounds stupid.
Well, because he's looking at it from a different perspective. He's looking at it as how do you identify the best team?
Yeah.
And that's not really what the NCAA tournament is about.
That's very true.
And even his World Cup thing, okay, you can make that point in the group, but There's no guarantee that the best team wins the World Cup. It's just like the NCAA tournament. After you get past the group stage,
After the
then
group
it's one
stage.
and done.
After the group
then
stage.
you're knocked out. You lose. You're in the quarterfinals. You're done.
The best team doesn't always win their championship in whatever sport.
Yeah.
It
Well, I
doesn't
just
happen.
said it. Nebraska just got lost to Texas A&M in volleyball,
Right.
and I know no one here pays attention to it, but they were a massive story this year. They were like, let's just say like
Were they-
35-0.
they were undefeated, right? Yeah.
Undefeated, killing everybody. I mean, heavy favorites, and they're out.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's getting to this point because of the fact that James Madison and Tulane are in. I think they're great stories, and they're in because of some tie-breaking controversies and Notre Dame being left out. Look, Notre Dame is obviously a better team than James Madison and Tulane. They would beat them. But I just think it's a great story when teams like Tulane and James Madison get in and have an opportunity.
Yeah, but it's a good story. It's a good story until it ends up like the Liberty and the Fiesta Bowl, and they lose by 40.
Yeah.
Like,
1-800.
It's a good idea on paper, but until it happens, and it's not the most competitive game in the world when Tulane's getting smoked by Ole Miss.
Yeah, which will probably happen, but I still think it gives you a path for those kids who play at the Group of 5 schools. It gives them a path.
This is also why opening up the field in football to 16 would be better, because now you could allow the opportunity to have these Cinderellas, but not mess with the big boys playing against each other in the semifinals.
Yeah,
that's why I'm pro. Make the NCAA hoop tournament bigger. I'm fine with it.
I don't want
to make it bigger.
Give everybody a shot.
But I like the fact that in the NCAA tournament, the higher seeds do get rewarded, by the way, because they play closer to home. Sometimes they play in their own states.
Right.
All right, they
Bigger
are neutral.
crowds.
They are
Sure.
neutral floors, but they do get preferential treatment in terms of seeding, and you're also playing the lower seeds in the country, so the smaller conference teams, conference champions. So they do get rewarded a little bit. It's stupid to say you want to see best of 3, at a team at Kansas.
Right.
That's dumb. That would be much less interesting.
What do you think? We want to hear from you. 1-800-636-1067. What do you make of Joel Klatt's comments? You know, what went through my head is, and I don't think you were here when Coach Larinaga was here.
Yeah,
Last
I'm
week,
bummed I missed that.
probably the highlight of the week, at least for me, from my perspective, was when we had Coach Larinaga and Coach Skin from George Mason in studio.
Mm-hmm.
And, we harken back to a time on our show when we had a really close relationship with George Mason and Coach Larinaga. Even before they had the Final Four run, we'd had him in studio a couple times. They had made
some players.
and just making the NCAA tournament for them was a big deal. But Coach talked about that run. Like you're talking about James Madison, there's no way they could beat this team. People thought, well, there's no way they could beat Michigan State.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's no way they can beat UConn.
Right.
They did.
They did.
So why would you take away that possibility? I don't know. Especially for me, I like rooting for the underdogs. I didn't root for Michael Jordan. I rooted for Charles Barkley. Never happened for him.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm an underdog guy.
But
don't take that away from fans.
The story of Villanova in '85 as an 8 seed winning a national championship is an unbelievable story that no sports fans will ever forget. The story of NC State as a 6 seed beating Houston, Houston was unbeatable that year with all their talent, is an unbelievable story.
Or even VCU making it to the Final Four.
VCU, Florida Atlantic back in 2018,
Right.
2019. I mean, those are great stories to me.
They're awesome.
Yeah.
And in college football, I wouldn't hate it if a couple of the big boys didn't make it and you added a different JMU. I don't care. Like if they put Duke in there because Duke won the ACC championship game, I wouldn't have had a problem if you knocked out. I'd have to look at the field. But
Well, it would have knocked out a James Madison.
Well, no. Let's keep James Madison in.
Oh, okay.
Put Duke in and knock
So
out who was the 8th seed. Like whoever was like 7 or 8.
You mean like knock out
Of the
Miami?
Like a Miami.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Because that'd give me another underdog to root for. So I don't hate it.
Because Miami's a 10.
We'll take more of your calls. 1-800-636-1067. Do you think Joel Klatt has a good point, or do you disagree?
Sorry. Stuff. Hold on. I'm going to give him the best read ever. All right, everybody. You know me. I'm always out there trying to keep up on the golf course, tennis court. Injuries happen. Back spasms, bone and joint pain. It really slow you down. Getting old sucks. That's why I trust Fantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or you just want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. Their urgent ortho helpline is open 365 days a year. Don't wait, people. Call this number, 844-VANTA-365. That's 844-VANTA-365. I've seen how much of a difference it can make.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Remember, Coach Spencer Carberry joins us at 9:40. He's always great. They've lost
After
3 in a row.
straight losses, yeah.
Lost 5 zippy.
He's not going to be too happy.
No, but long season.
He knows that. Yeah, he
I think a
understands.
week ago when we had him on, which was great, they're in first place. Now they're in fourth.
Yep. I think they're
Crazy.
only 4 points back, but it's tight.
Yes.
But yes, that's the difference in 2 weeks in the NHL.
All right, we were talking about Joel Klatt's comments, Fox College Football Insider. He doesn't like the NCAA tournament, basketball-wise, and he doesn't like stories like JMU being part of this college football playoff. He pretty much just likes the big boys being in the dance.
Yeah.
Let's see what people think. You agree with Joel Klatt?
You know, we mentioned, but did we mention it during the break that Maryland men's soccer, which I guess was a top-ranked team, and they got knocked out?
Mm-hmm.
I guess Washington won the soccer NCAA deal, and they were unranked. And
University of Washington won?
Yeah.
That's who Maryland lost to.
Yeah,
at
pretty
Leipzig.
cool.
That's I mean,
Did they
for
lose
soccer,
them in the finals?
I think it was the
Semis?
Semis.
Gotcha.
that's a great story.
Yeah, it's great. I love the underdog. All right, let's go to Rich in Alexandria. Rich, what's up?
Hi, Rich.
Hey, morning, Junks.
Hey.
Couldn't disagree more with Joe Clapp. Upsets are what makes sports exciting. We all have great memories of certain games. You guys mentioned half of them.
Yeah.
You know, NC State, Villanova, all the great upsets. And on the football side, yeah, it's a little bit different. But at the end of the day, all my Notre Dame friends who are whining about it, I mean, they've been getting boat raced in pretty much every bowl game they've played, national championship game. I'm excited to watch JMU and Tulane. They might not win, but they might pull a Boise State, and that'll be the most memorable game of the year.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm totally opposed to Joe Clapp. He's a donkey.
Yeah. All right,
I mean,
thank you.
I actually like him. I think he does a good job calling games. I just think he's dead wrong
And
about
in
the NCAA
fairness,
tournament.
he said this is a hot take. You know,
It's a
he's
very
doing
hot
a
take.
show. He's giving an opinion.
but
That's the problem.
but the fact that he said that nobody cares about Cinderellas is just dead wrong.
I will say
Sports fans love Cinderellas.
There's a lot. I think there's a lot of pressure on JMU and Tulane because they got in through basically not a loophole, but I don't think the committee expected, a group of 5 teams to be ranked as highly as they were to get in. And if all of a sudden they're getting blown out, I think there might be some sort of revision to the
There
rules.
might be some backlash, but you put a team, you can put in a big name team and then get boat raced. Like you said, Notre Dame gets boat raced. It happens all the time.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Chuck in Leesburg. Hey, Chuck, what's up, man? You're on with the Junks.
Morning, guys.
Hey, man.
What's up, Chuck?
I generally like Joel Klatt. I think he's pretty level-headed, but he's wrong on both of his takes. But I will say the NCAA does do a couple of different postseason tournaments that kind of hint at what he's talking about. The women's basketball tournament, for example, the home team, the higher seed, gets at least 2 home games on kind of like a little pod approach.
Yeah.
So that kind of gives them a little bit of what he was talking about. But the other one is the NCAA baseball.
Yeah.
They do a pool play, like round-robin pool play. Then you advance to the Super Regional, and then the Regional, then the Super Regional, and then the College Baseball World Series. So it's not out of the question of what he's talking about, but the NCAA basketball tournament is still like the greatest thing on earth. So there's no denying it.
Yeah, it's unique.
But
Very
anyway,
unique.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
he's just looking at it from the perspective of trying to identify the very, very, very best team this year.
And look, NCAA softball does that exact same thing where they have group stages and they're all at the higher seed or the top seed's home field, and then the top 2 teams advance to the actual called the Sweet 16. So there are some sports that do that, but the NCAA tournament's unique in that everyone wants to see these 14 seeds play 3 seeds and have an opportunity to beat them on a neutral floor.
I wonder what it's going to be like. I mean, we've seen it here the last couple of years, but I wonder what it's going to be like where all these teams that have 10, 11 new players, it's all transfer portaled out.
Mm-hmm.
Will you see more Cinderellas?
We'll see. I mean, maybe because some of these, group of 5 type schools are better because they're taking players that played for the group of 4, the big name schools, and they weren't playing. So now they wanted to play a lot. So now they're playing at these schools like, James Madison, and they're having an opportunity. They're just better players, and they just didn't have any opportunity to play at the group of 4 level.
The NIL kind of encourages almost like a minor league system where you have players who are in the Sun Belt go make 5 times of what they made at Indiana or Michigan.
Yeah.
So I mean, so now the the Blue Bloods are actually getting better. I feel like,
Well,
and plus have more capital to spend. Also,
They do have more capital.
Also, those mid majors that would go on those runs, like what Jim Larinaga was saying, is they've been playing together for 4 years. You're not going to have a Cornell where all the players have been playing together for 4 years, win the Ivy League, and then all of a sudden have this opportunity to knock off a big boy.
But even those mid majors now, it's tougher to keep those teams together.
Oh yeah,
because they're just getting scooped up by the big programs.
Tony Skin said it'd be lucky to keep 3 this year.
He said if you can keep 3 or 4, it's pretty good.
And he's got all transfers.
Yeah,
I think his top 7 players are all
if we
transfer
keep 3 or 4, we're doing a pretty good job.
They're good.
Look at Auburn last year in the NCAA tournament in the Final Four. Their whole starting 5 was 24 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Like, how is a team of
But some of those kids, but their
supposed to
best
compete?
players were transferred in. They were transfer portal kids.
Yeah, most of them.
Yeah.
Well, also now you're seeing the story about like Illinois, whatever, is getting a kid from I don't know where, Serbia or something. They're just flying his ass in.
Mm-hmm.
I think is he going to be immediately eligible?
I don't know, but wasn't Tony saying that as well? Is that when they recruit now in basketball, they look for international players because they've been playing professionally since they were 15, 16, 17 years old.
Yep.
So them as an 18, 19-year-old is totally different than recruiting a high school senior and having them there for a year.
Mm-hmm.
Right. All right, let's go to.
I don't know. I think Joel Klatt's dead wrong.
I
Dead
agree.
wrong.
I agree.
What's his
What's your
opinion?
game? What's your game tonight? Tonight's game.
Tonight's game.
Or tomorrow night's or Friday night's
It's
game.
Friday
It's
night's game.
Bama and Oklahoma.
I'd rather watch JMU.
Oh,
Well,
that's
you
gonna be
can-
a good one.
you
Though.
can watch
Bama
that on-
Oklahoma will be good. I'll watch that.
I mean, I
watch
like
all
the
of it.
Blue Bloods. I like
Yeah.
seeing them play. I just think the story of JMU getting in is great.
I think Cinderellas in basketball are cute for the first couple rounds, but when you get to the Final Four, the Elite Eight, you want to see the Blue Bloods playing each other.
And you usually do.
And yes, usually you do.
I mean, last year you had Florida, Duke, and Houston.
No, I like one team to make
And then
a run.
Auburn made that run, but
I like a Butler or a G.
but NC
George
State
Mason
2
to make a
years
run.
ago, NC State was an 11 seed with the
Right,
big fatty.
Yeah, was Burns.
What was his name?
Burns.
Yeah, Burns.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a great story.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't win. Probably the best team won with UConn, but I still think it was a great story.
Let's go to Finlay in Ashburn. Finlay, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, y'all?
Hey,
What's up,
buddy?
man?
How are you?
So I kind of disagree, but I also agree. I think the NCAA basketball tournament
Mm-hmm.
has a different objective than the college football playoff.
Mm-hmm.
I think the basketball tournament is meant to have Cinderella stories. I mean, it's really called March Madness, right?
Yeah.
But the college football playoff is meant to determine the best team in college football for that year. I'm not saying no Group of 5 team should be allowed, but I sure do not think that they should have an automatic bid.
Yeah, well, I understand that, but it's harder in football because size and speed and talent mean a lot more in football than it does in basketball.
Right, and I think
It's harder for them
upsets-
to win.
Right, upsets are way more likely in basketball. I mean,
Yeah.
if we look at football, we obviously know about the TCU story a couple of years ago. Whether FSU should have been in over Bama.
Mm-hmm.
But what I don't want this to be is expanding this tournament even more. I mean, we went from 4 to 12. I think it should have been 4 to 8. But I know one of y'all said go to 16. Well, then you have the same problems, with the outliers. I think it should be 8 teams. I think Power 4. I don't think there should be automatic bids for conferences. I think it should be a factor, but I don't think there should be an automatic bid.
So you think it should be the highest 8 ranked teams? So the committee ranks 25 teams. The top 8 should be in. That's what you want.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, buddy.
I will not be sued.
Yeah,
Thank you.
they might change it. I'd like 16 teams just because I like more stories and I like more games. So I like. I'm not opposed to 16.
Opportunities.
I'm not opposed to allowing a group of 5 conference champion in.
I don't mind the 16 because I understand you want to have these Cinderella stories in football and try to make them happen, but they're more likely to happen if you include more teams who are vulnerable to upset. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but then they're less Cinderella-y. if they're more vulnerable to an upset, and there's not that much of a
No,
difference.
but if JMU is playing, I don't know, like a Duke, if Duke got in, like it's still a big game, and it can still be a Cinderella story if JMU could beat Duke, even though I think JMU could smoke Duke, but it's allowing another round to happen, kind of like with the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
Let's go to Toothpick. Toothpick, what's up, buddy? Happy holidays,
what's good?
pal.
Happy holidays. Happy holidays. Thanks for taking my call. Okay, first, I think this guy forgot that last year, every team that had a bye in the college football playoffs lost.
Yes.
Ohio State was not the number 1 seed. They had to work their way through. So was there pretty much a Cinderella? You could say there was, if you want to say that. But as far as JMU playing Oregon, a group of 5 team, Oregon's bigger, faster, stronger, point blank, period.
Yep.
And Notre Dame, I hate to say it, they're like they just took their football and went home, and they sort of deprived us of seeing Love again, and took all of those
Probably
guys.
wouldn't have played.
Well, he had that
would have
choice.
played.
You
He
absolutely
Would have played. No, not the tournament, because they pulled out of the other games. Like if they
in a bowl
played,
game.
If they played the
he wouldn't
Mayo
have played in the
Bowl.
bowl game.
Right,
No,
exactly.
He would have played in the college football playoff.
Oh,
yeah.
for sure.
in the college football playoffs, absolutely he would have played. But in a bowl game, he probably would have pulled out. But they stole the opportunity for some of those guys who are not going to go to the NFL their last chance to play in a Notre Dame uniform.
That's true.
I agree.
That's not
true.
cool. That is not cool by the administration.
I would agree with that.
That's true. All
Thanks
right,
for taking
thank
my
you,
call, man. I
Bow.
appreciate
Yeah, I
that.
appreciate it.
But
Thank you, Bow.
I just say I know the previous caller didn't like the expansion to 16. If you expand to 16, even if you include some of the group of 5 conference champions like JMU and Tulane, but you're still getting Notre Dame in, you're still getting probably Vanderbilt in, Texas. So you're still getting some of those blue bloods or some of those higher ranked teams in, and there wouldn't be buys. One would play 16, 2 would play 15. Be essentially your Sweet 16. I would like that, but I kind of like this format too.
I don't have a problem with it,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't mind 4 extra games.
Mhm.
But again, Maryland's not in it. We knew they weren't going to be in it. I don't
Right, so
really have a team to root for.
They have to expand it to 64.
Yeah, right.
Maybe beyond that.
Right.
Maybe beyond that.
You have to expand it to 133.
All right, coming up next, we'll switch gears, open up EB's entertainment page here on the Junkies.
Tease the season at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, featuring the tailor-made QI35 woods. The tailor-made QI35 driver delivers explosive distance and undeniable forgiveness. Now up to $100 off. So go check it out. Don't forget, they've also got gift cards in any for the special golfer in your life for the holidays. You can shop them in store or online at worldwidegolf.com. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, proudly serving golfers since 1982. And it's home to the legendary 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom, get there.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Going to open up EB's entertainment page shortly whenever he shows up.
Mm-hmm.
There he is.
It's the EP time.
There he is. Do you have a wave?
I was chatting.
Yeah.
Just chit-chatting.
I actually was just telling them about, we always talk about Kelsey's TikTok. And not always, but, you occasionally mention it. So Steven's running a bunch of accounts. And the other day he got Portnoy to retweet. He got like 2.5 million impressions, which is a lot because he's reviving like this kind of dead account. That's kind of their thing. Doug Gottlieb retweeted something, and it was like raging at Steven for whatever he posted. And he just gets such
he's
a
been
kick out of
poking the bear.
Poking people a little bit. There was video of the Lakers in like 1980 doing a shoot around, right? Not sure if that team won. They may have won the NBA championship that year. It might have been when like Magic was a rookie.
Yeah.
And they had all these studs, but just compared to today's modern NBA, like their shoot around, it was a joke. I mean, they just don't look like today's.
The physicality.
The shooting wasn't as good. They just weren't as polished. Now they were great in their era. They were the best in their era.
I mean, they had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
But he tweeted.
He was pretty good.
He tweeted that they couldn't even beat today's G League teams.
Yeah.
And then people just go nuts. They get so upset about it. I don't know. I got a kick out of watching them.
You can't compare eras. You can't.
It's hard to do.
Well, you can.
You
can compare them, but it's hard.
No one knows.
No one knows.
No one knows the answer.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people were
I
saying.
think those Lakers would have done damn good in today's basketball because there's no hand checking, and they were running Showtime.
Yeah.
Magic Johnson, okay, maybe he didn't have muscles, but him running the fast break with James Worthy on one side and whoever, AC Green on the other.
Yeah, but those guys with today's training, they would be.
They would look like that. Of
course.
And the G League players, if they played in 1980, would look like those players in 1980. I mean,
correct.
Right.
That's why you can't compare the eras.
Right.
In my opinion.
Anyway, I just get a kick out of it. And Steven didn't know these people. He's like, "Who's Doug Gottlieb?" And I go,
"Right,
don't worry,
Long story.
but people do know who he is."
Yeah.
All right, let's get in the entertainment page, Mr. Bickle.
All right, Jason, you weren't here, obviously. Well, of course, I got to do the read.
Yeah,
I'm all discombobulated because we got the train in here, frankly. And the
I think this might have to be the last day for the train.
Why? I love the train.
It's taking up.
It's not the train.
It's taking up
He does
space.
it 3 times per show.
It's
where he
taking up
comes back late.
space.
No, that's
People are a
not
little
it.
discombobulated.
No, it's just that when I do commercials, like I have a whole routine. I have my
know.
commercial reads here. I have my my outlines here. So I don't know where anything is.
Yeah, but I would bet at least 2 out of 5 times when we say entertainment page driven by BMW Fairfax, you go, oh, where is it? And then Cakes will
Doesn't
hand
matter
you
if there's a train or not.
paper. Yeah, I don't think it's
That's
the train's
not a priority for me. I know where that is. That's always over here.
All right, well, just
But today
my
it's a little
vote is
different.
keep the train, but that's just one vote.
Well, I don't think the other guys are going to want the train.
Well,
Now, these probably wants it back in his house.
Well, that's true.
All right, hold on. Entertainment page driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's a rock star over there. She's a general manager. She'll set you up. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. Take it for a test drive. Make sure you mention me. You're going to love it. I promise. All right. Jason, you weren't here when we talked about the Rob Reiner murders. You know, he and his wife appear to be slaughtered. You know, their throats slit by their son, who apparently had a long, long history of drug and alcohol issues.
Yep.
I think they said he had been to rehab 17 times.
Any
That was the
idea
number I
if
saw?
this happened in their sleep? Or
Don't
were
know.
there,
They
were
had
there
a big
defensive
fight.
wounds?
I don't know the details. They went to. They may have been for a long time, like laying there before they were discovered, because they went to Conan O'Brien's Christmas party, and apparently, of all places,
like that's where it became unhinged.
Yeah, that's where that's where the argument ensued. Apparently, Nick Reiner Nick Reiner got into it with Bill Hader.
Yeah,
actually,
like that
so
could have been
like,
the triggering
who
factor.
Who knows?
People are speculating that.
But they're saying, I guess he hired a pretty big time attorney. The daughter apparently found the bodies, and they say it could have been 8 or 9 hours later.
Oh, I thought it was something had to do with the masseuse who was supposed to show up there. I think the masseuse contacted the daughter because
That
the
could be
masseuse had an appointment
And
That could
and
be
nobody
it.
answered the door.
That could be it. I don't know all the details. I've tried to stay away from it, honestly, because it's just one of those horrifying stories. But apparently he checked into a hotel. The hotel still had blood everywhere, blood in the shower, blood in the bed, blood on the floor. I mean, I guess, you slit a guy. I mean, I don't know. I guess when you slit a guy's throat, you're going to have a lot of blood.
It's really tough. I'm not rationalizing anything. I think that the parents had sometimes kicked him out of the house and like forced him to go to rehab. And they're like, well, if you don't go to rehab, then you're not going to live here, which made him homeless at times. So,
Yeah, he was homeless. I did see that.
I mean, there is a breaking point.
Look,
it's a tough.
I mean, he was struggling.
I mean, if you're the parents and you have kids and those parents were well off, so they probably put them in great schools and everything, and then kid goes off the rails, it's got to be so hard.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I can't imagine. And ultimately he slaughtered his own parents. They're saying he may go with an insanity defense, though. He hired Alan Jackson. I'm not familiar with him. I don't know if he's a celebrity lawyer, but I guess he's a pretty big deal lawyer. Initially, he was held on a $4 million bond, but I believe they took that away. And you can't let him post bond and have him walk in the street.
No bond.
chance.
Yeah.
No bond.
So he's now being held without bail.
Especially if he had all of those problems, he could easily kill himself.
Does he get the inheritance?
Kill others.
I'm guessing not.
Kill himself, others.
Yeah.
Go on a bender.
What if he still gets the inheritance? This has got one sister, right?
I think he has two, and then
He's
another
got another
from
brother.
another.
Okay.
Yeah,
He's got a sister and another
It's just
brother.
a nightmare. And we went through Rob Reiner's career, and love him or hate him, he was very polarizing politically, but his career was insane. Just involved in so many smashes.
What if
and
he's the
so many
executor?
different genres?
You're going to be the executor. What if he's the executor of the estate?
There's no
Can
chance.
you handle that from prison?
There's no chance that guy is the executor of his parents' estate. And
So
I just told my mom she's not allowed to die.
So this guy, Alan Jackson, is the lawyer who defended the Karen Reed woman. Karen Reed was the woman in Massachusetts who was accused of killing her husband. Remember, it was like a winter storm, and they were outside of a party arguing, and the husband was run over by the SUV. Do you remember
I
that story?
vaguely remember that. Was she driving the SUV?
She was driving.
And then she was claiming that she didn't realize she hit him?
Correct.
Right.
She was claiming that she couldn't see because it was snowing too much, but apparently it was an argument in the house between the two, and then it spilled out into the street, so that's why she was accused of running him over. Anyway, Alan Jackson was her representative. So he is kind of popular.
So Howard Stern's had a lot of drama lately over the last 3 or 4 months. A lot of people say these are all just PR stunts because his audience is dwindling on satellite radio, and I don't know that that's all just because of Stern. I mean, don't people just listen to Spotify now? I mean, Spotify's so big. I just feel like satellite radio is just it's definitely not as popular as it once was. It's definitely, I think, the listenership is going down. Fewer and fewer people are buying it. Yeah.
I still have it, but
you
maybe I'm
bought
just burning
it after
money.
your new car? Like, you know how whenever I get a BMW on my
get a
lease, they always
trial.
have it for like 6 months or a
Oh
year.
yeah, I always buy it. Yeah.
You always buy it afterwards?
Oh, I pay for it monthly.
Well, Howard Stern announced after much speculation that he is, in fact, coming back. His quote is, "I'm happy to announce that I figured out a way to have it all, more free time, and continuing to be on the radio." So,
What is his current schedule?
I mean, he barely works. Valdez, you know better than me. What's he get, about 20 weeks a year or something
He
like
works, and then during those weeks, it's only 3 days a week.
that? Right.
He's a podcaster.
He's essentially a podcaster.
Except he does a full 4-hour
He does
show.
a full
I
show, but he
guess.
doesn't even go in the studio anymore. He's so germ-phobic. He does it from his house. Everything is virtual, it seems like. I mean, maybe he's in studio if, like, Billy Joel comes in or something. He's buddies with him.
Some interviews he is in person with the other.
Yeah, but very, very rare. Look, the show's a shadow of what it once was.
Well, the climate is different.
Climate's different. But remember, when they first met, and listen, I'm hating on Stern because he infuriates me now with a lot of his opinions and stances on things. But no one's managed their career better. The guy's made over $1 billion, I think, in radio. He's got a real estate portfolio that would, Elon Musk would be impressed with.
Doesn't he have? He has a Hamptons house that's massive. He has a Florida compound, that's massive.
Yeah, in Palm Beach.
And then didn't he buy 2 penthouses in New York and combined them so that he would have multiple stories?
Yes.
Yes,
and they're all been redone and as high end as you could possibly.
And with so many vacation days, Jason wouldn't even know what to do with them.
Yeah, you wouldn't even know what to do, Jason.
I know if I would use them all. I know that.
well, Stern uses them all too. So he'll be working less. There's no doubt his pay's been cut because his audience has diminished like significantly.
Gotcha.
And I do think he feels somewhat like he has to take care of his staff because I think
He always brings that up.
Because out of his money that he gets, he has to allocate for his staff. I do feel like he feels like he has some responsibility.
But he keeps warning them
to employ them.
Every contract negotiation, he tells them, look, I'm not going to be doing this forever. He keeps warning them because a lot of these people have been working for him for 20, 30 years.
Wasn't that the question you get the most, Valdez, from your parents?
Yeah, when are the Junks going to retire?
Yeah, exactly.
What are you going to do after the Junks retire?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I can't wait for that on Christmas Eve.
Shovel EB's driveway.
Yeah. Oh my God. Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, my dad's going to ask me at least 5 times what I have planned for when you guys retire.
Just tell him you're grooming Unfunny Ben. That's what you're doing.
Doing a pretty awful job. He's got an hour Wizards podcast every day.
You want to join as a co-host with me? When the Junks retire?
Only if I get top billing.
It's all split.
And last but not least, Sydney Sweeney is in the news again for another outfit. I mean, are people turning? Is she getting overexposed? Are we reaching that point with Sydney Sweeney?
She can't be overexposed.
It's impossible.
Impossible
because of those jugs.
Impossible.
Well, I can't wait for the movie that comes out. What's that one called? It's called The Housemaid. Is that the new one?
Handmade, Housemaid.
They say The Housemaid. It's getting a lot of buzz. Apparently, she did the New York City premiere. She had an unbelievable outfit. The Tiggles are out there. She looks great. Holy Jesus. I think the movie that she did where she was the Christy whatever, the fighter.
Christy Martin.
I don't think that did very well.
No, I think her last 2 movies have been flops.
So hopefully this one does better. It sounds intriguing.
I think it's going to have some tough competition. I believe Avatar's out, right? Or coming out.
That's supposed to come out sometime around Christmas, the new Avatar.
Yeah.
And then Knives Out.
To be good.
I'm going to put my money on Avatar over.
Well, so would I.
Are you guys?
but you could be top 5.
Are you guys looking forward to The Rip?
I don't know what that is.
It's Matt Damon and Ben Affleck.
What are they doing?
Isn't that in February? Maybe February. When's
It's coming out on Netflix.
What are they doing?
It's not theaters.
We're going to see these 2 dopes again.
It looks good though.
What are they doing?
All right, they play 2 cops and they go in on a drug bust and they find $20 million. And it's all about, do they keep the money or do they turn it?
I like
turn
it. So it's kind of like a drama.
Oh, it's a drama.
It's not like a stupid
It's not
comedy.
a comedy.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in.
I think it's called The Rip.
I like it.
I think you're right. I've seen one trailer.
It looks
does look
good. It looks good.
I asked this yesterday, and nobody was even aware of it. But George Clooney has a movie called Jay Kelly, also straight to Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
Now maybe it's not out yet because nobody has seen it or talking about it.
I've never heard of Jay Kelly.
Yeah.
What's the premise?
I think he kind of plays a movie star, like an older movie star. Maybe he's kind of like playing himself.
Oh, okay.
But that's all I got on that. All right, coming up next, the prices at stadiums are getting outrageous. You won't believe what some people are doing.
It's your boy Bish here from my guy Josh Cochran and his crew over at Buyer Subaru in Alexandria. I love Josh. It's my boy. And they're offering one of these deals you're going to feel great about over the holidays. During Subaru's Share the Love event, you can buy or lease a new Subaru from Buyer, and Subaru is going to donate $250 to the charity of your choice. And it gets better. They're going to ship an additional $50 to your charity, plus another hunch straight to Senior Services of Alexandria, helping local seniors right here in our backyard. And it gets even better. Josh and his team at Buyer Subaru, they're collecting new blankets at the dealership. which are going directly to Alexandria seniors to help keep them warm this winter. All you got to do is bring in a new blanket. Josh will knock off $500 off any new Subaru or $250 off any pre-owned ride. So right now, get into a new 2025 Subaru Crosstrek with 1.9% APR for 72 months, or you can lease one for just $279 a month. Or you can score 1.9% APR for 48 months on our new 2025 Forester. So get on over to Buyer Subaru in Alexandria. Tell them Bish sent you in. Ask for Josh Cochran. Make sure you bring your blanket in for the seniors. You can dive in now at buyersubaru.com.
Washington couldn't get anything going offensively, and ultimately lapses in coverage led to a 5-0 loss to the red-hot Wild, who picked up their 5th straight win. The Caps, then they dropped their 3rd straight game, being outscored 10-1 on this 2-game road trip. And over in the NFL, the Dolphins are crumbling. With 3 weeks left in the regular season, the Dolphins really have nothing to play for, but that could lead to a major change at quarterback. Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel told reporters that there is a potential of benching Tua. He said, quote, "The quarterback play last night was not good enough, and everything is on the table." From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network and brought to you by our friends at Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. They hooked up EB this week, so you got the heating's
great.
all straight.
I mean, honestly, they brought a kid in there, and I don't know if he went to college or not. I mean, he's a younger person. I say kid. He's probably in his early 20s. He's literally is an HVAC genius. He went through all of the possibilities, all of the potential issues, and just hooked me up. That guy was legitimately 5-star technician.
You should have asked him if he went to college and if he's making bank.
Well, I'm sure he's doing well because he's a really, really bright kid.
I got a tweet about the movie Jay Kelly with George Clooney. Let me say it again. This guy said, I think he tweets us often. He said he's watched 30 minutes of the movie, and it's a dud.
Oh, really?
Of the Clooney movie?
Yeah, here it is from Lead Tear. Started watching Jay Kelly last night. Lost interest 30 minutes in. It also has Adam Sandler.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the two. I mean,
yeah, but Adam Sandler movies always get trashed.
Yeah, but not by the audience.
This is in a dramatic role, though, right?
It is a dramatic role
for Adam Sandler.
Not positive. I haven't, but it's a drama.
I might like that. I might be curious.
By the way, The Rip comes out January 16th.
There you go.
On Netflix.
All right, so I mentioned
Looking forward to that.
During the break about concessions at games. I mean, I teased before we went to break about games getting so expensive. And we've talked about this for years and years, where you go to a game, you buy a beer, it's like $18, right? You get nachos and you get a soda and you spend $25.
Yeah.
I went to when Cornell played Mason and Towson. Mason, I was able to stay away from the concessions, but at Towson, I was starving, and I went and I bought a bunch of hot dogs for everybody, bunch of drinks for everybody, and then I did get a Reese's Pieces. I do have a sweet tooth.
How many total people? I'm going to guess the price.
I don't even remember. It was outrageous. It was outrageous. But the thing was, the hot dog was so disappointing. It was the skinny. It looked like a Slim Jim.
Right.
I couldn't believe how skinny it was.
Was it 7-Eleven quality?
Below. It was the worst hot dog. At Towson, they have the worst hot dogs in the game. The worst hot dogs in the game. Just, and I don't know what I paid.
But I bet you those Reese's Pieces were good.
Reese's Pieces were silly.
I did enjoy it.
And it was still fine when I put my ketchup and my mustard, on it.
Right,
I was able to, but it wasn't like a ballpark dog or sausage that you get.
But the point is, the prices
are outrageous.
Generally are really expensive. I mean, occasionally they'll have deals. I know people talk about what's going on in Atlanta. I haven't been to Atlanta Stadium where they have like $5 for everything, wherever it is. But it's gotten to the point where this went viral. There's a Bears fan that was caught entering the game with a gallon bag full of spaghetti.
Jeez.
I saw that. Yeah, everybody saw that, right? It was a very viral thing. It was gross. First of all, it was gross.
So he was just going to eat it with a fork out of the bag.
That's what he was doing.
Yeah.
He was actually
He
doing
was
that.
legit doing that.
Yeah. It had to have been.
So he had bags.
How did he get it in?
He had, I think some stadiums let you bring.
You can bring in your own food.
Some state for baseball, but for this, and plus if it's in a gallon bag, it'd probably be easy to sneak in.
Well,
just kind of stuff it in your crotch area.
Yeah, probably.
It's been a while since we've done Squeaker's Court, but do you have a Squeaker's Court thing that you've done to a game? I don't think I've ever brought food into a game.
Well, of course,
but I could see, maybe like your wife and their purse, they might have something in there.
We're legendary for doing it, like at birthday parties, like sneaking in sodas.
Yeah, that's
my
like
mom would
40 years ago.
I'm just saying, but that's what we did in my lifetime. That's what we used to do.
Yeah,
when I was a child,
I
we would
definitely
sneak
remember
in homemade popcorn and giant colas.
I think you had a birthday party at the New Carrollton Plaza once.
Sure.
For a movie.
That was
and
our
your
movie
mom brought baggy.
Yeah.
Like, the
You know
old
how
school,
embarrassing it was?
the old school paper bags that you would use for school.
For your lunch.
For your lunch, and she had popcorn in there.
Yeah. We had home popcorn nubs and giant colas that were literally a nickel. They were a nickel each.
Nickel.
At the old New Carrollton Mall. Or Plaza, I think it was just called
I think
Plaza.
the only thing I did was at Virginia Tech football games, I would put some minis in my back pocket.
Of course you did.
Because they don't serve, in the regular concessions, you didn't have liquor. If you were in the suites, you did. But if you were in the regular seats, you couldn't get, vodka or bourbon or whatever. So I think I snuck some minis in my back pocket and then bought a Coke and hooked it up.
When I went to UFC just a couple weeks ago at Madison Square Garden, I bought one IPA. I believe it cost $19.
And it's
That's
nuts.
why I stuck.
I
with
can't
just the
believe
one.
some of these hot dogs, these places, hot dogs cost $20.
1-800-636-1067. Are you sneaking anything into games nowadays?
Oh,
I think people
guarantee you
for
they are.
years and years have snuck things into the movie theater. Like you used to talk about bringing, like
He'd
going
go to the dollar store.
I forget where
He would go to
even-
the dollar store.
Yeah, is that what you did? Dollar store, and you would get like some gummy bears or whatever. Cakes always talks about it.
Mm-hmm. I don't really go to enough games to sneak stuff in.
Yeah, I mean, plus, let's be honest, we're jaded. When we go to a Wizards game or a Caps game,
Yeah, we're
usually we
sitting
have
on
a
the glass,
hookup.
or sitting on the
We've
glass, or
got like
sitting
the
on
passes to go
Yeah.
get free food.
If we go to the Nats game, we're in a suite.
Now,
Oftentimes.
for 5 years at Marist, those are games. I was going to college games.
Sure.
I mean, the booze I was bringing on the road and just putting in my, like one of these in my Yeti or whatever. And that was every week.
Right.
I mean, just loaded up with booze, liquor, and yeah.
Who's the friend of yours that used to take tuna into like Terps hoops games because it was cut 'em up season or bulking season?
Tommy?
Tommy? I don't
Was that
remember
Horsey?
that. I
Yeah,
don't,
told me.
I don't remember that.
I don't know if he
took tuna into the games
Or a tuna fish sandwich.
I don't
I don't know
remember
if he did that.
I remember you saying like.
Well, that's what we used to eat. We
Yeah,
used
in
to
college.
eat. We used to eat. I mean, that was just a sort of cheap thing we would do. If maybe you're conflating the story a little bit, we would just buy cans. I know I did. I would just buy cans and cans and cans of tuna, and I would just open it because I'm trying to get as much protein as possible. Put a little mustard on there. And just eat it out of the can.
I remember you used to say like Horsey would bring in his own tuna fish sandwiches
To the games?
for like Terps hoops games.
I don't remember that, but that may be true. I don't remember that.
I mean, on the show, we've talked about it many times, but Drunk Mike was infamous for loading his legs underneath his pants, like taping beer cans.
Yeah, he put
Well,
12,
did you
12 in each leg.
Did you see the viral jacket that's been out there now?
I haven't.
Where people are going to games and they're filling it up with beer. So it's like a translucent type of, imagine like a North Face jacket, but it's like clear,
Right.
and you just load it up with beer, and it has a little tap.
I've seen those things where
And it just looks like you're wearing a brown jacket.
I've seen those things that almost
you're
have
not
like
paying
a s-
attention. It's
I've
nuts.
seen those vests. Maybe it's a vest where they almost have like a straw coming out of it, like a water bottle. And so,
You mean like
just-
those things that guys run with, those camelbacks?
like sometimes you also see like somebody like a fake pair of binoculars.
Oh, sure.
And
Like,
it'll have a straw.
well, like golfers are notorious for
Right.
it. They've got all the gadgets, and they got all their booze and beer and everything. I guarantee Valdez has something.
Yeah, so if you sneak
I have a
stuff.
flask in my bag.
If
You have
you
a flask, but do you have like a fake driver that's full of liquor
no.
or something? You know what I
No.
mean?
Yeah. So if you sneak stuff into games, give us a call, 800-636-1067.
Well, this like sneaking booze is
That's standard.
it's almost American to do that.
Yeah, that's standard.
But this guy
Spaghetti is.
But this guy having a gallon bag full of spaghetti, and by the way, the most
What's
sad.
gross?
Like I don't know. Some people like cold spaghetti. Cold spaghetti to me
Cold
is
spaghetti,
just,
cold
I
spaghetti.
would like cold spaghetti.
Remember that song?
It's just it's kind of unappetizing.
Yeah.
And the fact that you're eating it out of a bag,
It's just
a bag, by the way, which is labeled. It says the date on it, and it says Bears Browns. So like this had to have been leftovers.
He was prepped.
It was prepped.
It was from a previous game?
Yeah, or
That's so
he
sick.
meal prepped for the weekend, and he had all this left over. So
Right.
he goes, I'm going to take this to the game.
Right.
Scoop of vanilla, scoop of chocolate. Don't waste my time.
All right, let's go to Larry in D.C.
All right, Brady Anderson, thank you.
Larry, what's up? John with the Junks.
Hey, good morning, Junks. Yeah, I used to go to quite a few Commanders games as well as Wizards and Capitals games. I used to wear cargo pants that were sweats that had the side pockets. And me and a couple of friends of mine, we would sneak Burger King, McDonald's, Taco Bell, anything like that into the arena or the venue. And that way we didn't have to pay the outrageous prices. The only thing that we would do is also get a cup and get some water, and we were good to go. Because food in the
never felt
stadium, and I
guilty?
used
You never felt guilty?
Oh, not at all.
No.
Not at all, because I worked in some of these venues prior to going to games, and I knew what their prices were. Now, Atlanta has a very, very good situation with their food down there at Mercedes-Benz. Went down there this year. Their hot dogs were $2, nachos $3, stuff like that. And that's what I think the price should be for people that's going to these arenas after we just spend $100, $200 for these tickets.
Yeah.
Yep, but you're
I would agree.
captured. It's like airport prices.
Yeah.
Airport prices are
Yeah.
expensive. You don't have an option.
Right.
Thanks, pal. Merry
No,
Christmas.
you don't.
Thank you,
All right,
buddy.
thank you,
Thank
too.
you, buddy.
All right, sure.
Wouldn't the guy who did the spaghetti, wouldn't it be easier to do like if you had like leftover pizza? Because wouldn't that seem better cold?
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just I get grossed out
I
by
don't
cold
really
spaghetti.
love cold pizza either, though. To
I
be
don't love it,
honest
but
with
it'd be
you.
easier to get in, I would think, to stick a slice of cold pizza
There's a
somewhere.
lot of things would be better.
Yeah.
A nice roast beef sandwich would be better. A sub.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand the warm spaghetti in a bag.
That is wrong.
I don't
Now,
get
remember, this is not going to a game, but when I used to wait, I was a banquet waiter, and I would do bar mitzvahs and weddings, and I would do the appetizers. I would stuff shrimp cocktail. I would stuff crab cakes, hot crab cakes down my pants or in my pockets. I would burn my leg with the grease.
that. And then go into the bathroom
Or I would go out to the loading dock.
and go out and eat them. Yeah.
And I would just eat them. And I took pizza. I've stuffed California pizza in my pants, had the grease burn my leg, but it's worth it because I'm just going to pig out, when I'm supposed to be getting coffee or something.
Moron.
So good.
Loser.
Let's go to Mike in Fairfax. Mike, what's up?
Hey, Mike.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, thanks for taking my call, man. Hey, when I was at the Seahawks game recently, when we tailgated for a couple hours, my buddies, I couldn't believe it. They had in their jackets bottles of vodka. One guy had 6 or 7 Michelob Ultras, and I was like, guys, you're gonna get busted. You're crazy. No, we're not. No, we're not. We walk up to security, no problems at all. Walked right through. One guy had about 5 or 6 joints in his jacket. One other thing, when you go to the games there now, the smell of weed walking through the tunnel, dude, I was high by the time I got to my seat. I almost fell off my chair. I said, dear God.
Yeah.
And I grew up with you guys, man. The weed was not strong then. This stuff is crazy. Anyway, it was hilarious. I couldn't believe these guys. But they don't check, by the way. They absolutely do zero checks to security. They could care less, I think.
I had 2 guys sit down next to me. I think I said at the Townsend game, and it was the Mason game, and they came in like midway through. Well, I don't know, first half, and it was just I was covered in weed smell. It was impossible.
Just
It was
walk down
impossible
Half
to get away
Street
from.
at 5:45 in the morning.
smelled it this
every
morning.
other day.
I know, but that's good because you walk by it, you get in your car, you get away from it.
Yeah.
I was stuck with those guys behind me for the entire
For
game.
hours, yeah.
Hours. And it doesn't. The smell does not diminish.
Right.
I don't know how you get rid of it.
No, it's long lasting. No
One-
doubt.
1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in. You can also text us on the Main Street Bank text line. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
Tease the season at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. You can test drive the Ping G440 driver. The G440 is made with thinner and hotter face that delivers faster ball speeds while still providing Ping's game-changing forgiveness. And don't forget, they've got gift cards in any amount for the special golfer in your life, especially for the holidays. You can shop them in-store or online at worldwidegolf.com. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, proudly serving golfers since 1982 and home to the legendary 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom, get there.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. We've had the holiday music playing throughout the show. Valdez's choo-choo train in studio.
I am mesmerized by it. It's a little loud. I don't think it's coming across on the microphone, so it's not like it's perfectly quiet. But I am just memorized just by watching it. I find little features.
I'm guessing the cameras from Monumental Sports is picking it up.
I hope so.
When they have the wide shot, you can
if
see
you
it
do the
going
wide
around.
shot, you can see it. I'd love to keep it in here for the next couple days, but I don't want to. I don't think that's fair necessarily to Grant and Danny and those guys. They might not like it.
Well, yeah. And
You know,
BMitch
it's
And we're not here on Friday anyway.
We're not here on
so it'd
Friday.
be just tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do whatever you want next week. I'll be gone.
I'm probably going to take it apart.
Yeah. I just don't think it's fair.
It was a good feature for today.
To do for them.
Good
But
bit.
it's very
That's
cool.
hilarious.
I love trains. That's the bottom line. I love
How
trains.
many radio shows have Christmas train
I don't know.
on their
But I
on
wouldn't
their
hate it
studio
if you
floor?
got a bigger one and you just looped it around and maybe you made it go through the ceiling over the
Yeah.
door and it came back around and we just had it permanently.
Just turn it into a homestead garden.
Oh yeah. Well, or like a Cracker Barrel or something.
Right,
Do they
right.
have trains at Cracker Barrel? I feel like they might. Some of those might
Kind
have.
of feels like that. I'm
A
not
place
sure.
like that would have that.
Yeah. Reminder, 2 days from now, we will be at Hyde Social in Clarendon for our annual holiday show. Going to be
Gotta
broadcasting
get my white
live.
elephant gift.
Doors open at 6 a.m. for everyone to join in on the fun. Start your holidays early with us, the Junkies. All right, let's get into the Junkies Blitz, brought to you by Offenbachers. Football season, of course, is here, and cooler nights are calling. Score big with the hot tub and fire pit. Warmth, comfort, and the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbachers help you upgrade your backyard today. And don't forget, Offenbachers now carries
They got
indoor
saunas, baby.
and outdoor saunas.
Mine is so legit. You got to get one.
All right, so I like to do this usually on Mondays, but it was just me and EB, and EB usually says he doesn't watch all the games, so not worthwhile. It's a little overreaction or reality. And actually, I'll talk about some of the games coming up. They're big games this weekend.
Massive.
So let's start with the Thursday night football game. Overreaction or reality? The winner of the Rams-Seahawks game will be the number 1 seed in the NFC playoffs. I think it's reality.
If it's the Rams, it's 100% reality. Seahawks, I'd have to look at their remaining schedule. They play the Rams and the Panthers and the Niners. That Niner game in week 18 might be a huge game, but I would say if it's the Rams, 100%. Seahawks, I'd give it like 75%. This is a massive game because if you get the number 1 seed, you get the bye. You get the week off.
Yeah,
That's huge.
The sleeper team that could be the 1 seed is the Bears.
Right.
Now, the
A
Bears
lot of
were
things-
the 1 seed.
a lot
like
of
2
things-
weeks ago, the Bears were the 1 seed.
A lot of things would have
So
to
they're
happen.
just a game back of the Rams. But let's say the Seahawks beat the Rams, so then the Seahawks would be 11-4.
No, the Seahawks would be 12-3 if they beat the Rams.
12-3.
Yeah.
The Rams would then be 11-4, and then the Bears, if they were to win, would be 11-4. So I don't think it's over, but I think it's likely. I do think it's likely, so I would say reality, that the winner of the Thursday night football game will be your 1 seed. And now there's only one team gets a bye.
Yeah.
So that's huge.
It's huge. It's huge to have that week off. Obviously, to host, have home field advantage throughout. It's a massive game on Thursday night. I was just so disappointed in how the Seahawks played against the Colts. I'm sure you guys talked about it with Rivers.
All field goals.
It was just they got lucky, but
They had to pull it out.
They had to pull it out.
You know what? Since you mentioned that, overreaction or reality, Phillip Rivers should return next season.
No. Are you?
You think that's an overreaction?
Yes. I mean, it's not like he played great. Why would you want a 45-year-old as your starting?
EB watched every snap.
I watched
right?
every play.
Yeah.
I loved it. He was super competitive. He was
So
game
should
manager.
he return
He was
next
game
year?
manager.
Overreaction or reality?
He didn't make huge mistakes.
No, he was great. He doesn't have a big arm. He never did.
Yeah.
And he can't move, but he can make the reads and he can manage a game. He's a perfect game manager.
That's
And
a tough
he's
defense to go
gritty-
against.
He's a
I know.
gritty competitor.
I know. I thought he was going to make more mistakes than he
I
did.
say
don't think
why
he should.
not?
I don't think he should be a starter.
I think you're going to see it this weekend when they play the Niners. The Niners, I think you're going to see a lot more mistakes from Rivers.
Could be.
I'm sure. Listen, he's not going to play great. He's a game manager, but he's a proven winner. He's gutsy, and he could keep you in the game. Maybe not against the best of the best, but I would sign him as a backup. I think he will get a backup job with the Colts.
And what he can do.
Backup.
What he can do
Backup.
is stuff that maybe we're not as much aware of. But
I don't think he will.
I
Back up
read
to Daniel Jones or
I
whoever.
read some
I don't think he will.
insiders saying what he can do is he can recognize the defenses.
That's exactly
he
what
can
he does.
change plays.
Oh, he's
That's
seen
exactly
everything.
what
Get
he
them
does.
into the right play, which
That's
is going to be
exactly
successful.
what it is. Remember Peyton Manning at the end of his career? Arm
Right.
was trash.
They won the Super Bowl when
They
he had
won
his
the
noodle
Super
arm.
Bowl.
I
but
mean,
all he did was make the right calls, the right plays, and the basic throws.
Yeah.
he ended up throwing more interceptions
I
that year
think it's
than
an
touchdowns.
overreaction, but
No,
you
no.
feel
I
different.
think it's very possible he could get signed as a backup next year.
If he was on,
I think you need somebody younger and more athletic as your backup.
if he was on like
Ideally, you would like to.
the Broncos as their backup and Bo Nix went down, like I feel like he'd be serviceable.
Yeah,
he
I
just
think he
proved
could
it.
do it. Did you
In a pinch?
I don't think we talked about it. I don't know if you guys read. I think it was Kurt Benkirk.
Yep.
You know who I think we've had on the show. Kurt
Yeah.
Benkirk pointed out the genius of what Rivers did. Now he kind of had a conspiracy theory, but a lot of people were making a big deal that he's Hall of Fame eligible this year because of 5 years. What Kurt Benkirk said is, he said Rivers is a genius. He's got 10 or 11 kids. His medical insurance, the free medical insurance, was going to run out.
So kicks
The
back
NFL gives it to you for 5 years.
Yes.
And literally by him showing up, even just being on the field for one snap, got another 5 years
in. Really?
where he's got the health care coverage.
Oh, well, that's 100% the reason. That's a
Yeah, but
huge
he's
deal.
made millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, I
That's
mean, he got
fine.
hundreds of millions.
Seriously, medical coverage for that many people
No,
in
they
your
said
family?
it saved
That's
them like
huge.
$300,000 or $400,000.
That's huge.
I
I didn't realize it kicked in for another 5 years if you just play one
Jason.
game.
And
Yeah.
if
That's
I mean,
massive.
this would be terrible. But let's say one of your kids came down with something massive, like
Right.
cancer or something. It would be more than a couple 100,000.
Yeah, of course.
It could be millions. So
That's a massive
it is
deal.
genius.
Yes. I
Come
would agree
back
with that.
every 5 years. So the Philip Rivers story I do find fascinating. If you look at what the Colts have, the Colts long shot to get back into the playoff picture in the AFC. But at 8-6, if you were able to run the table, you would. But they have a game against the Niners, so
that
we'll
would have
see what
been
happens.
that would have been an unbelievable story. Not because he put up huge numbers, but to beat the Seahawks
And it could have easily happened. The
in
Seahawks,
Seattle.
Seahawks won on a 50-yard field goal or 50, whatever
50
exactly
I thought
it
it
was.
was 52 or 58 or
Yeah,
something.
it was beyond 50.
Well, the Colts kicker was 60.
Right.
But to go into Seattle and win the way that they almost won would have been a huge, huge story. So I was surprised it was that
And listen,
close.
he did everything he could. He had a go-ahead field goal with 30 seconds left. It's just too
He
much
put it-
time in today's league. It was their top receiver, whatever his name is, made one catch and
JSN.
that put him in. Smith the Jigba or whatever his name is,
Yes.
put him in position, kicked the field goal.
It's just
one play.
amazing that Seattle couldn't do that for 59 minutes.
Yeah.
They couldn't move the ball, and then
Yeah.
on the last drive they could.
Yeah.
Overreaction or reality with the win over Detroit and 368 yards passing and a couple of touchdowns, Matthew Stafford has locked up the MVP.
I mean, I think I don't know if he's locked it up. He's the favorite.
So overreaction.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would probably, if I had to put money on, I'd probably put it on Stafford, especially if he wins the Seattle game. Drake May had a great opportunity to lock it up. If he could have come back from that deficit down 4 with the final drive, if he could have come back and led them to a touchdown, I think that might have locked it up. But the fact that he didn't, and Stafford's putting up some crazy numbers. I think this week is huge.
If you compare numbers, now Drake May has a higher QBR, but
his touchdowns.
one guy has 37 touchdowns, the other guy has 23.
Yeah.
It's not even that close. Now, Drake May ran for 2 touchdowns in the game, which you're talking about against the Bills, and they came up short. Look, if Drake May wins the final 3 games and they get the 1 seed, then I think he's got a shot, but I think it's reality. I think Stafford's pretty much locked it up.
I would put my money on Stafford, but it kind of depends on what happens in the next 3, 100%. But that was a huge opportunity for Drake May on Sunday.
Overreaction to reality, the question that everybody was talking about on Sunday, bled into Monday on all the sports talk shows. The Chiefs dynasty is over.
Dynasty?
I think it might be.
I would say that's probably reality. I'm not saying they can't be good, but the fact that they we're getting to Super Bowls every single year. I
They
think
might get to
that's
another
over.
one, but they're not going to get to like 4 out of 7 or whatever they did.
I feel like
Yeah,
it's
they're not going to not on the regular.
I
no.
feel like it's going to be kind of like New England. So with Mahomes, you're always going to have a shot. But Brady had like that Super Bowl run. They win 3, when he's young, and then he went like 10 years without it.
10-year gap.
I think with Mahomes, I'm not saying it's going to be 10 years, but I think that you're going to lose Travis Kelce. I mean, I don't know if he's going to retire this year.
No, I think he said he wants 1 more year. He wants to run it back.
Okay, so he'll run it back. He got
he's not
banged
the
up.
same player.
And even though kind of individually you'd say, well, some of these receivers are speedy and they can be playmakers, it just hasn't worked out.
No. I mean, they're going to add to that roster, but Mahomes, who knows when Mahomes is going to be back? We don't know.
Did you see your girl Tay just bawling after the game?
No, I did not
When,
see
like,
that.
yeah, I mean, I didn't know if it was because Mahomes was hurt or if it was because they were basically eliminated.
Probably a combination of everything.
So I think it's reality. This dynasty is over.
Yes.
I
would
mean,
say
last
reality.
year they were fortunate to make it to the Super Bowl. It's a skill to win close games, but we kept talking about it. I mean, they had all these crazy circumstances at the end of games where they were winning on like block kicks.
Don't you think this is the perfect opportunity for Andy Reid to walk away? I mean, I know Mahomes is all in for week 1, but
he's not going to be all. He's no way he's going to be ready.
it's really dicey to do that.
What is
at
Andy
his
Reid going
age.
to do? He looks like a lifer. Like, what is he going to do?
Well, if you ever wanted a window to walk away, this is the window. Because if you're going to have to play 6 games with Gardner Minshew next year, and you got Travis Kelce on the end of his career, and I don't know.
Yeah,
This
but
is
what we don't know is, so he's got 3 Super Bowl wins. Maybe he's chasing Belichick, and that might seem outrageous, but he might think, I've got Patrick Mahomes. If I coach another 10 years, I mean, with Patrick Mahomes, he makes the AFC Championship every year, except for this year, right?
Right.
Every year, he makes at least the AFC Championship game.
They've been in the playoffs every year since, 2014?
So, and Andy Reid, by the way, when he was in Philadelphia, was making NFC Championship games. Not every year, but he made
a lot.
I think 4,
5?
maybe 5.
I thought it was 5.
Yeah, he made a bunch of NFC Championship games. It's like he's a great coach.
Yeah.
He might have that ego drive where he's like, I'd love to pass Bill Belichick.
Some of these guys, that's what
You know
that's the only thing they know.
I'm all for it. I love to see the guys. I'm not trying to push them off, but I'm saying if there was a window to walk away, this would be it.
Overreaction or reality, the Eagles are back on track.
Oh, I think that's an overreaction. They played an awful, awful football team.
What happened to Pete Carroll?
Well, he just doesn't
my
have the pieces.
goodness.
I mean, you saw who played quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, it was Kenny Pickett.
Okay, but it's the overall season. They've got
The
2
overall-
wins.
Well, they've had quarterback issues. Their offensive line wasn't
Has
great.
he ever had a season this bad?
I'd have to
I mean,
look
he
back.
was with the Jets, and
I'd have
and
to
he
look
was-
back at what his overall records are. But they're just a bad football team. So
But
the
it
fact
also-
that the Eagles had to do that.
But to credit the Eagles, Jalen Hurts had 3 touchdown passes in the game. The thing which they don't have going for them this year that they had last year is, I mean, Saquon's like half the player he was last season.
Yep. There's a lot going on with them, and the fact that they won 31-0 or whatever the final score was is not an indicator of where they are heading into the playoffs. I assume they're going to win the division.
But remember last season, now it was very early in the season, there were questions about Sirianni and the Eagles, and then they ran off like 10 straight until they lost to the Commanders.
Yep.
They could get hot right here. Boom, down the stretch. I mean, a lot of people had them as a potential repeat champion, favorite in the NFC. They could get hot. They have the talent.
I mean, they could. I just don't see that based on what's happening with Hurts and Saquon. They're just not the same team as last year, especially Jalen Hurts.
All right, last one, overreaction to reality. If the Bears lose to the Packers, they will miss the playoffs.
Well, they went from 1 to like 7 and 1 loss, right?
They've got the Lions chasing them. It's basically a 2-horse race. I mean, conversely, I could throw the Packers in there if the Packers lose. But they seem vulnerable to me. You know, they played the Browns. You expect them to beat the Browns. Now, they drummed the Browns.
Killed them.
So I should give them credit. But I could see them losing to the Packers. They closed the season at 49ers, Lions.
Maybe it just comes down to that Week 18 game against the Lions.
Lions 8-6 right now. Bears with
the Lions.
10 wins.
Remember, this game is at Chicago, so weather will be a factor. And Jared Goff and the Lions just aren't the same when they play outside.
You're talking about the Week 18 game.
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm saying
the
if
final
it
game of
comes
the
comes
season.
down to that,
Yes.
and that's for the last spot,
I don't know. This Bears-Packers game could be huge for both teams.
Oh,
really.
yeah. Well, the Bears-Packers game is for the division lead.
Yep.
That's massive.
Coming up next, we'll talk a little puck. Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Washington Capitals, joins us here on the Junkies. All right, happy to be joined on the Rude Gus Hotline by Spencer Carberry, Capitals head coach. He's presented by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing, you. Visit cfaortho.com. Good morning, Coach.
Morning, guys.
It's crazy how 1 week can make a difference. I feel like last week when we talked to you, you guys had marched into first place.
They
And
won
then
like
today,
100 out of 101 or something.
today I looked at the standings. You're in fourth. What's been different this week? I saw an interesting statistic, and maybe you can talk about it, that in the last 5 games, I believe you guys have been outshot by 50. What's changed?
I just think we've hit a little bit of a rough patch. Two difficult places to play in against 2 really good teams in Winnipeg and Minnesota. I think coming back on the West trip, even though we win that game against Columbus, it was okay. I think it was 2-0. LT played really well. We generated a decent amount. Jack Graves played really well. Didn't finish, and you could start to feel it a little bit of now. All of a sudden, especially our forward group, really starting to grip it a little bit from a finishing standpoint, similar to what you saw in that patch early in the year, where just weren't finishing at a high rate, and then it went into the Carolina game, and then onto the road in Winnipeg and Minnesota. So a little bit of adversity. You just have to.
Yeah, but I mean, he's there. You're still there, Coach, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I lost you for a second. This is just the byproduct of a long season, right? I mean, you guys won 9 of 10 just a couple weeks ago, and you guys were in first place in the Metro, and now you go through a little lull, like you said, and now you slip to, I think, 4 back of whoever the leader is. I assume it's Carolina, but it's just a product of a long professional hockey season.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there are some concerning issues. Like I said, we're going to have to continue to work to manufacture offense. It's just scoring goals and our forward group and an ability to create offense and finish is always going to be our Achilles heel. It's just how we're built. And with a 40-year-old Alex Ovechkin and, go down the list of our forward group, it's just always going to be something that we're going to have to continue to work on, and you're going to have points in the season where it's going really well, like it was for 10, 12 games there, and then you're going to have points where it dries up a little bit and guys are not finishing at a high rate because we don't have those really, really high end difference makers in our forward group that can do some of those things. So we got to do it by committee.
Right.
Tell me about how Mikey's playing. Connor McMichael, just 3 points in 7 December games.
Yeah, I honestly think he's similar to the whole group. Like, you can put Stromer in there, Ovi, McMichael, Protas. They're playing solid, but they're not jumping off the page. They're not, able right now to be able to take over a game, and they're lying to take over a game and give us 2-3 and a +3 night, 1 goal and 2 assists, and all of a sudden we're coming out with 2 points. That's not what's happening right now. So I would group him in with majority of our forward group of just being solid right now.
Now, we've talked about him a lot. He's not available for you now, but I'm wondering, in retrospect, do you guys miss Leno a lot? And he's not a guy who was playing 20 minutes, but Ryan Leonard was contributing.
Yeah, no doubt. And there's a really good example of so someone when you're struggling to score, and I'll give you a prime example, the San Jose game. Like, he makes 2 plays in that game where those are elite high-end plays where he beats a guy one-on-one, similar to what Tarasenko did to us last night, or Matt Boldy from Minnesota. Like, he takes a puck, he turns the defender inside out, and he shoots it in the back of the net. And same thing with his first goal. He makes a real nice play of having the patience in front on Askarov and outweighing him. So those are the plays right now that we're not getting, and Leno has the ability to do that. So, to your point, you do miss that element of what he can bring.
Hey, Coach, I know you've talked about this, and I know every team is dealing with it. But the condensed schedule because of the Olympics, where there'll be 3 weeks off, Are you starting to see that, maybe the effect on, especially with some of the older players, you starting to see the effect there?
I won't go down that road. Like, obviously, being 40 years old and John Carlson, like, yeah, is it going to affect them more than a 25-year-old or 26-year-old Connor McMichael? No doubt. That'd be foolish to not think that it's going to be a little bit more difficult for and John to have success this year and play at a real high level for 82 games. But at the same hand, like Minnesota last night is playing 3-4.
Right.
So everybody's kind of in the same boat, and they've got the same types of players and veteran players and young players, and so everybody's dealing with it. It's just who can play at a higher level more consistently to get points every night.
Right.
Yeah, but when you look at the standings, the stats, they're doing pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean,
know.
Ovi's got 31 points. Carl's got 24.
The older guys.
I mean, they're hanging in there pretty good.
Well, I was just looking at your schedule here in the next 5 days. You have 4 games in the next 5 days.
Yeah, and we play back-to-back, I think, with Detroit. It's the same for everybody. It's a crazy schedule this year, and you just got to grind through, and you got to find ways to play at the absolute highest level that you can as consistently as you can, like I said.
Yeah, I mean, you play Detroit back-to-back Saturday and Sunday. Both are 1 o'clock games. When's the last time you played back-to-back games at That's nuts.
You know, with all with all the crazy analytics out there, I'm wondering, do you gather data on the speed at which the guys are skating night in and night out, and look at guys like veterans?
I think they do.
You know, I noticed that Ovi only played 15 minutes last night, I believe. Is that something that you monitor closely?
Yeah, I monitor his minutes. I don't monitor as much with like speed because that's just not his game. So if you look at that stuff, you're like, well, why does it look not great? I mean, that's for 20 years it hasn't, like, that's not his game. So I look at it more from a standpoint of just managing minutes and see where he's at. We didn't have very many power plays last night, so his minutes come down in those scenarios. So, yeah, I'm always paying attention to minutes and who's playing well, who's not, who deserves more opportunity.
Don't you have that data? Don't you have that data available to you if you wanted it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. NHL Edge, like, anybody can look that stuff up now, which is really cool.
Right.
Speed bursts and all that stuff.
Is Frank still considered like the fastest guy on your team?
Oh, no doubt. He can absolutely fly.
Yeah.
And this is good because I see he's got 22 games under his belt, and he was a guy early on. You sent him down, right?
He did make the team out of camp, and good on him. We called him up maybe, I want to say, 2 weeks into the season, and like he did last year, came up and played excellent and scored some big goals, had a great night in Montreal on a back-to-back, was a huge game. So he's done a good job cementing himself in the lineup.
Yeah, he earned the right to stay.
All right, real quick, Coach, before we let you go, you play Toronto tomorrow, and you beat them, I think, around Thanksgiving here 4-2. I've just kind of looked at the standings. They've been struggling a little bit. They've lost 3 of the last 5, but I'm sure they're dangerous. Talk to me about Toronto in that game. Yeah,
we saw them a few weeks ago in our building. Sort of had to come back in that game in the third period, if you remember, a couple goals late to get the win, but they just came off a big win last night against Chicago where they're trailing 2-0. So no different than every night in this league. It's going to be a battle, and we know they've got a good hockey team over there, so we're going to need our best.
Coach, you get your wife her Christmas present yet?
Or presents?
I have multiple, yeah.
Oh,
he's on it. He's on it
yet at all.
Yeah. Is that online shopping, or are you doing that in person?
One was in person. 2 were online, and I've got them well hidden in the house, so I'm
You're
looked
set.
after.
You're set.
Nice.
You're set.
I even got wrapping paper. I ordered wrapping paper. I'm gonna wrap this year. I'm gonna do it.
Okay, you're all
baller.
in. He wants to have a good holiday.
All right.
Thank
if we
you,
don't
Coach.
talk to you, happy holidays.
Okay, you guys too. Happy holidays.
All right, buddy.
I think we might miss him next week. I don't know. Not quite sure. 17th, 7th, 24th?
I'll miss him. Guy ain't going to be here, but whoever's here will probably have him.
We're not going to be here on
Christmas
Thursday,
Eve.
but yeah. Oh, maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Hey, at some point, we got to we got to consummate this relationship a little bit in the sense that we got to go out to dinner with the guy or something on an off day, or we got to go over there on a practice day and just kind of hang out. I want to sit in his office.
Yep.
I just want to get all the scoop.
Yeah.
I just want to be boys. I want to be boys for a day.
Cakes and I went there for their media
He's just
day
such a good dude.
last year, and did a little small talk, shook his hand.
Yeah, I think we need to do that.
We go over there, we see
No, I
how
want
they
more
do
than
their
just shaking
game
his hand. I
plan.
want to go there on an off day.
Gonna
hang, and then we go grab a beer.
I get it. All right, got to get
I'm
out of
in.
here. For EB, Bish, I'm JP. We'll see you tomorrow. BMitch and Finlay next.
The Caps dropped their third straight shutout by the Wild last night, 5-0. On this 2-game road trip to Winnipeg and Minnesota, they never led on the scoreboard and outscored by a combined total of 10-1. Moving over to the NBA, for the very first time, Commissioner Adam Silver laid out a definitive timeline for some domestic expansion, saying a decision would be made on whether to proceed sometime in 2026. He said that it's not a secret that they've been looking at a market in Las Vegas and in Seattle, but they've also been looking at other markets, but we won't know whether a decision has been made until 2026. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. This is BMitch Finlay. We're out west, Ashburn, Virginia. It is a big Wednesday with the Eagles coming to town. Lots to consider here. We are live at BigBear.ai Performance Center, home of the Commanders as they get ready for the Philadelphia Eagles. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
Not a lot, man. Did you watch Hard Knocks?
Nope, didn't watch it. I was doing something last night.
What'd you get into last night?
We had a little Christmas special.
Oh, that's right. How was it?
It was cool. It's cool. It's going to air, I think, right before Christmas. We were over at City Tap right there in One Loudon.
Cool.
Fun. It was fun.
I said this to you, I think privately. I thought the graphics for that were really cool. Like the Santa Claus, everybody had the hats on.
Well, London,
and stuff.
I mean, you're going to see two guys dressed up as in their Christmas attire.
Well, you gave one of them away.
Well, yeah. I didn't say what he had on.
Okay.
And you probably know two people won't be dressed up like that.
I know you won't, and
Right.
I know Tana won't.
Right.
Do you remember, dude, I was thinking about this because my kids were asking me, because I have to work the game Christmas, and they were asking if I was going to dress up for Christmas. And I was like, well, I have a Christmas tie I wear.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, oh, really? Do you remember when and why I bought that tie? Because I'm guessing you got bullied into the same thing.
Mm-mm.
This was 21, maybe. This is back when we were all still at the cable station, when we had like the real pre and pregame, post-game shows. And you remember Jordan Giorgio was the host.
Yeah.
And so at that time, football team probably was playing the Niners on Christmas Eve in San Fran.
All right.
And I got a call from Jordan the night before and was like, you better be wearing a Christmas tie.
You have to wear something red. Yeah.
Yeah. So I went.
I wore a red tie. Wasn't no Santa Claus on it.
I went and bought like a snowflake red tie, I guess.
Yeah.
And I still have it. I remember, Doug, I went to what's the big is it Union Square in San Francisco? Is that kind of that big shopping area? I want to say it was Union Square. I was like, Jordan called me yelling at me to get a red tie, and you know me, I was like,
we always knew you wanted to wear either blue or gray, so we figured we had to make sure you knew.
I like subtle tones, dude. as I wear a blue hoodie today. Anybody watching on Monumental? I was like, oh, I'll just pop into this. There's a Macy's. Like I looked on my phone. There's a Macy's like a block away. No problem. It was like the San Francisco Christmas Festival, headquartered at Macy's. There were 8 million people in this area, and you know San Fran's got some wacky stuff going on.
Oh, very.
Doug, it was a lot going on.
Yeah,
but
San Fran is a different place, brother.
For Jordan, mostly so she would stop yelling at me, I went and bought a Christmas tie, and now I still have it.
There you
so
go.
you can expect to see that.
You
I
good
guess
now.
next week. It's crazy. We have 2 games. Today's the 17th, and we have a game before Christmas and a game on Christmas.
Yeah, on Christmas Day.
So I watched Hard Knocks last night. I actually went to the Christmas pageant at my daughter's school last night, which was it was very cool. It was a lot of fun, and I think I've said this before. Shelby has now been at this school for 5 years, which is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, Ainsley's now in her 3rd year. It's just a little school in our neighborhood, but the audio issues at the Christmas pageant pretty well documented.
Mm-hmm.
There was like significant turnover this year at the school. New principal, new like head priest. Shout out to them. Audio was clean, baby.
It was clean?
It was clean.
All right.
I remember.
If you just go out there and plug the stuff in early, test it out, you'll probably get it clean. You know, Huey does it all the time.
So I remember, and this must have been like Shelby's first year at the school or something. We went to like the little school play.
Mm-hmm.
And the school only goes through 8th grade, so this is not like the most advanced production. You
Yeah,
know
I
what
got
I mean?
But if you just go and try it out, you can find out everything working early.
It was you couldn't hear a thing. And I was like, I said to someone then, and this is a long time ago, and there's been turnover, right? But I was like, listen, I can't fix that, but I can get somebody in here that'll fix that in 20 minutes. In my mind, I was like, I'll get Abernathy in here.
See,
Look at this thing whipped into shape.
The thing of it, though, like, you know, you go into a school play. They've been talking about it for 2 months.
Right.
They show up probably right before it starts and plug everything up as if, oh, yeah, it's just going to automatically work. How about a week or two prior to it, you start doing some tests? So you know the day before, every damn thing works.
Whatever they did last night, it worked great. So shout out to them. It's crazy now, like, both my girls are tall for their grade, so they're in the back row, and, like, watching them know the little dances and stuff. I mean, they're singing, like, Ainsley sang Away in the Manger, and it was just, you have those moments where it's like, you know, you and I do a lot of different things, and we're busy and whatever, and, like, every parent, every grandparent, every guardian, every person in there is just like, no matter what. Like, I've gotten better at this with sports, especially like Shelby's in 4th grade. Like, some of the sports is kind of advancing. Like, you don't always just watch your kid playing sports. Like, you're watching the game unfold, how your kid kind of is part of it. But the Christmas pageant, everybody there is only watching their own kid.
Oh, yeah.
Like, and then I got my phone out and I'm videoing, and it's like, you know, I'm 20 rows back and there's a tall bald dude in front of me. Like, half of my video of my kid is just this bald dude's head. But it was a
that
fun.
bald dude listening right now saying, "What the hell, JB?"
It was a really fun, nice night, and the school did a great job. So it was fun. And for me, kind of perfectly, we got home 8:15 or whatever, get the girls to bed, and I'm sitting down ready to rock at like 10 of 9. Hard Knocks comes on at 9. And so, like I said last week, I put on like the previous week episode because it leads right up into the new one. And damn if I don't turn the TV on right as Ertz is getting blasted in the knee. And I'm just like, gosh, can I, like, let's move this forward, man. The Hard Knocks episode I thought was good. It was, they showed Dan Quinn's speech to the team. I assume that was Monday after the Vikings loss. And, you know, I think DQ keeps his cool with the media pretty much exclusively, even after terrible losses. Like, he's not like, I've seen coaches kind of lash out. Like, I think he understands that whatever happened is the team. Like, it's not the media's fault. You know what I mean? Like, but he issued, I was pretty impressed by how he handled coming off the Vikings loss, saying we have to turn this around. And he said, I'm not bleeping asking, I'm telling. And I liked that because it's like, he didn't scream, but he was certainly stern and a couple curse words in there. But, like, I'm not asking you guys, hey guys, let's all get together and figure this out. I'm telling you we have to.
Yeah.
And I liked that tone of the message.
I think they all knew that immediately.
Agreed.
You know, if you got to be, you know, if I have to ask you this, hey, look, can you all please we got to turn this thing around. That's a problem. I think everybody knows. Like, he's telling them because he's saying, some of you not going to be around if you can't get it done. Point blank.
Right.
You know, listen, bro, this is a cutthroat business. This is professional football. This is not Little League. It's not high school. And guys, and that's like, I have always said, I despise the fact that people want to bring everybody into the locker room so much. Because then you get the outside folks who don't have a damn clue about what that type of business and that interaction is.
Yeah.
Complaining about how somebody said something, this, that, and the other. There's a different way of speaking in NFL locker rooms. It's a different way of communicating when it comes down to coaches and players, and especially when things aren't going right. And I think everybody that doesn't have a clue of it, they screw things up because you get somebody who get a little they hear something and they, oh, I can't believe they talk like that. If you're not in it, you shouldn't have to get all of it. Point blank. If you can't handle it, don't deal with it. Go somewhere else.
Yeah, man. And so the episode kind of unfolded, and they showed Jaden at the bike event, which I thought was really cool. And they got to talk to Jaden. The Hard Knocks cameras did, and he talked about the elbow then. And that was a week ago Monday.
Mm-hmm.
And, we got to talk to Jaden yesterday. And we'll get to the Jaden conversation. But, one thing I want to – between talking to Jaden yesterday, and I physically spoke to him, right? There were a bunch of reporters there, and I was one of them. And then hearing him talk at the Hard Knocks event, where I saw him at and spoke to him briefly.
The bike event.
The bike event, yes. Sorry. The dude who called yesterday that thinks it's all BS that he's injured, I think he's injured. Between what he has said, what he said a week ago, what the coaches said, at some point we can drop our tinfoil hats and just kind of believe what is being said.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll get into that later. But Hard Knocks not focus much at all on Jaden not playing against Philly. They kind of just turned it into okay, the team will rally around Marcus, or around versus New York, rather.
Mm-hmm.
And it was one thing I thought was really interesting is we heard from Joe Witt. I kind of want to go to commanders.com real quick and check something out. On the Hard Knocks, on the ID, so Joe Witt was running a meeting for the defense, and Hard Knocks still ID'd him as D coordinator.
Yeah.
Which I just found kind of interesting.
I don't see it interesting.
He's still D coordinator on the website.
Only thing that Dan did was say, I'm going to call the plays.
Yeah.
He didn't say he's not our D coordinator anymore. I think the title of a person is odious.
Well, he's still D coordinator on the website.
Yeah, I mean, if you can, there are some times where the guy who's a D line coach, they call plays.
Right. Yeah.
So.
But I think it was Witt, and it may have been like a D line coach, but they were talking about Dart, and they're like, this dude runs like a running back. Hit him, take the ball. And it was cool to see that insight from the coach's standpoint. Then they showed the Giants D coordinator talking about Mariota and how dangerous he is in space, and you've got to be ready on the backside. It was cool to see kind of the inside sports of it all. They also showed kind of the celebration when Terry McLaurin caught that touchdown pass. I really enjoyed that just because it was cool to see how much that pass and catch, it's a reminder what Terry means to this team.
Totally.
And they got to play the Giants. It was a good episode. There wasn't a ton of insight gleaned, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, the scene in that Hard Knocks that stuck with me most, and you and I have talked about this, and I don't at all resent people that are into autographs. I'm not, but I get there are people really into memorabilia and all that. And you get asked for autographs all the time. I've never seen you turn anything down. But dude, this thing that stuck with me last night. So it's Hard Knocks of the NFC East. So it's not just Washington, right? I kind of felt bad for him. It was kind of funny in a way. They opened the episode kind of featuring Brandon Aubrey, the Cowboys kicker, and they had like a dinner with his wife and maybe the long snapper and the special teams coach, and talking about all of Aubrey's accomplishments, which are significant. But the game they set up the Aubrey feature for is when he missed 2 kicks, and I don't think he does that very often. And then the Cowboys lose to the Vikings. It was just one of those. Oh man, that's a tough break.
That's how it happens. That's real life.
But dude, one thing that was cool is that both the Commanders-Giants game and the Eagles hosted the Raiders, it was snowing for all of them. So it's cool to see the players kind of going through pregame with the snow and everything. But it was clearly
the players are still big kids.
Well, dude, you and I were in New York, and it was freezing. and I assume it was just as cold in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point late in the game, you see A.J. Brown's on the sideline, and he looks up and sees this kid, and he pours a cup of hot chocolate for him. And he takes the hot chocolate over to this kid and hands it to him. And you know how the sidelines are. Like, he kind of has to reach up. The kid kind of has to reach over. Like, there's usually, like, a lot of equipment on the sides, and then there's, like, a pretty decent-sized wall, so it's not the easiest. A.J. Brown is handing hot chocolate to this boy, which is a pretty damn cool moment. And what I assume, I don't know, but I assume is the boy's father, rather than, like, saying thank you, maybe taking a picture of it, like, just being in that moment, my man's like, AJ, can you sign this? AJ, can you sign this? AJ, can you sign this? And I'm just like, one, players, I think, aren't allowed to sign during games. I don't think you're supposed to do that at all. Sure, he could if he wanted to.
It. It's not a rule, but it just seems game's still going on.
Right.
So probably not.
And enjoy the moment of, like, your kid, a star wide receiver is giving your kid a cup of hot chocolate.
When you
like,
really,
enjoy the moment, dude.
When you really look at sports and you look at the issues in sports, it's never a kid that's a problem. It's the damn adults, the parents, are the problem. They are the ones who are the most annoying SOBs in the world, okay? It's like the kid is in awe, and they want it, and you're going to do it for them because when you think about it when you were a kid. But that adult will step up and mess up the whole damn situation. That kid probably was freezing. And AJ like, let me get this kid some hot chocolate. And the daddy just, can you sign this for me? You know what I'm saying? Dude, back off sometimes. Allow the kid to have that moment.
Totally.
So they can later on in life be able to tell that. That kid going to probably be like, yeah, you know, I was about to have A.J. Brown handle some stuff. My daddy screwed up the whole damn situation.
Right. I don't know. Landy, did you watch? I know you and I were texting. You liked, what was the D-line coach's name you liked?
Carl Hurt. I think he's the Commanders D-line, maybe the Eagles. It's a good name for a defensive line coach is what I'm thinking.
Clint Hurt.
Yeah, Clint Hurt.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, that was a good one. He's the Eagles D-line coach. That's a big fella, too. It was cool to see him share the moment with Brandon Graham coming back. One very minor subplot that I don't love that they keep talking about how old Nick Sirianni is, like to the players, and Nick Sirianni and I are the same age. So I'm not thrilled by that.
Why?
I don't know. You always tell me not to feel old.
But I'm saying, why are you worried about you the same age as Nick Sirianni?
Because they keep saying how old he is.
They're saying he's
44. Therefore, I'm old.
They're basically saying he's closer to them, to their ages. He's 44. You start looking at some of these coaches, they're in the 60s, 70s.
That's true.
That's all it is.
Okay, I'll take that then. There was also a funny moment with the news of, I mean, it was big news. We talked about it last week when Phil Rivers announces that he's coming back. And so they got everybody's reaction to that from all four teams.
He's younger than y'all.
No, he's older. I think he's 45.
He's 44, I think.
All right, well, hell, let me look it up. All right, so I'm going to find out. Nick Sirianni, certainly taller than I am. All right, Nick Sirianni is June to September is 4 months or 3 months? June's 6, right?
How about you just count it?
3 months.
Okay.
So Sirianni's 3 months older than I am. What about Mr. Rivers? Philip Rivers. He was in college when I was in college. I know that Phil Rivers never beat the Maryland Terrapins during his 4 years at NC State. I can tell you that much. Rivers is, he's December of 81. So he's 3 months younger than I am.
Mm-hmm.
So it goes Sirianni,
Well, he should be. I mean,
Phil
he's
Rivers.
still playing in the league. He should be younger than your old ass.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. All in all, I thought it was like a fairly.
How many quarterbacks you think, like, just got out the league or started to throw the ball again?
Well, dude, it was funny. So Josh Johnson, who's 39, it was like Mariota and Josh Johnson kind of reacting to the Rivers news. And Johnson's older than Mariota, but how old do you think Marcus is? He's
Marcus is like
in his 30s, right?
35.
So Marcus is 32.
32?
He just turned 32 on Halloween, basically. But those guys are watching that. Have you heard the Rivers thing? And you would know this, right? That I guess your NFLPA insurance and everything.
So he got 5 more years.
Do you think at all that was a part of it?
Him coming back?
Yeah.
Hell no.
Okay, I didn't. People are like, "Oh, that must be why he did it."
Look, people always got some of the most. Somebody, if you can still play and the team calls you and you're comfortable with them, you ain't going back for no damn insurance. You're going back because you feel like you can play. That might be a byproduct of what you're gonna get from it, but he came back because he feel he can still ball.
He made over $240 million in his
He ain't
career.
worried about no damn insurance. and look, wherever he's working at right now, he got some insurance, I'm sure. You know what I'm saying?
I think when you're really rich, you just pay for insurance.
No, you don't want to just pay for it because they can take your money real quickly.
You think the high school he's at is his insurance? The high school football he's coaching?
The high school, the elementary school that Monica works at is better. The insurance better than the damn NFL insurance.
But she's a full-time employee for Loudoun County.
Yeah.
I doubt Rivers is a full-time employee. I don't know how it works. I'll be honest.
He probably has insurance so damn that's good. He's been doing it for a while now. He's been out the league 5 years. His thing just ended.
Right.
It's just ending. So
he got a lot of kids too.
And look, when he goes back, I don't think it had nothing to do with it.
I tell you, one flaw in the insurance system is you get the family rate, right? Like you got to pay more because you're married with kids. But if Phil Rivers with 10 kids has to pay as much as my family does with 2 kids, that's a flaw. Damn it. Take that to Capitol Hill, Huey.
Oh, man.
When we come back, left hand up. I've been fascinated by this story, but I don't know anything about it, so it's a weird catch-22.
All right.
Michael Jordan and Denny Hamlin sued NASCAR, and I think they won. I don't really know. Anything involving Michael Jordan has my interest. Denny Hamlin has my interest. Suing NASCAR has my interest. We're going to find out what the hell happened. Jordan Bianchi, senior motorsports writer from The Athletic, will join us next to tell us about the lawsuit MJ took to NASCAR. Then Neil Greenberg at 11. We're going to do a whole bunch of football. We're going to hear from Jaden, have a conversation there. Nobody go anywhere. It is BMitch Finlay.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points to rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The third NBA Cup has come and gone with last night's championship game. The New York Knicks have joined the Bucks and Lakers as champions. They beat the Spurs in a come-from-behind 124-113 victory. Over in the NFL, Dolphins coach Mike McDaniel opened the door to a possible quarterback change, saying everything is on the table after Tua's performance in Monday night's loss to the Steelers. He said that he would have a decision about the team's starting quarterback today. Now he has two options to choose from should he decide to bench Tua. He has Zach Wilson, or the team also drafted former Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers in this year's draft. This sports update brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a brand new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 1067 The Fan. Appreciate everybody listening to the program, driving around in their car, or wherever you might be listening. Appreciate all the folks on the stream, on the YouTube page. Appreciate all the folks watching on Monumental Sports Network. And this is a story I've been wanting to understand, I believe has unfolded. And to help us make sense of it, Jordan Bianchi, motorsports reporter for The Athletic, joins us now, presumably from Charlotte. Jordan, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm doing well, and I am in Charlotte, and I appreciate you having me on.
Hey, is this the thing where didn't the NASCAR get sued, and then Jordan was thrown? They were thrown into it.
Yeah, can we start at the beginning of what the hell's going on here?
Yeah, I'll try to give you the Cliff Notes version here, and I'm sure it'll probably be confusing because it confuses me sometimes, so just jump in with questions along the way. Basically, Michael Jordan started a NASCAR team in 2021 with a couple of people, one of which is Denny Hamlin, who's a NASCAR driver. That team, 2311 Racing, was in contentious negotiations with NASCAR over a franchise-like system that NASCAR has in place. These franchises are not permanent. They basically are up for renewal every 7 years or so. Michael Jordan's team wanted the franchises to be permanent. NASCAR said no. 2311 Racing, Michael's team, sued NASCAR last October, along with another team, alleging that NASCAR was a monopoly in exercising anti-competitive practices. That case went to trial December 1st, and the parties reached a settlement agreement last week that awarded all the teams in NASCAR permanent charters, and plus awarded damages to the two teams that sued, 2311 Racing and Front Row Motorsports. I hope that was a concise Cliff Notes version. I know there's a lot of stuff that happened between.
For sure. So if I can, I'm going to try to dumb it down because I'm a moron. Basically, to have the opportunity to race in NASCAR races and win their purses and have all the eyeballs and all that, right? You have to have one of these charters. And the charters were only granted for 7 years, which probably makes it a lot more difficult for these teams to reinvest. So they want a permanent charter, and that's what MJ and crew were fighting for and got.
Yeah, 100%. That is exactly it.
Okay.
So in other words, they made NASCAR catch up with the times.
It did. I mean, and listen, the teams will tell you, this permanent charter thing should happen years ago, and they will tell you that it'll raise charter values. Look at professional sports across the board. Franchises are skyrocketing right now in value. NASCAR teams are saying, well, we're not experiencing that same thing because there's no permanency. Sponsors and our backers don't know whether the system is going to be here in 7 years. Now, is it likely going to be here? Sure. But there's a difference between likely and guaranteed. And now that the guaranteed is there, these franchise values, these charters are expected to skyrocket. So it really came down to dollars and cents. And it was something that, if you look at the two sides, this is something that should have been handled well before it even reached trial. And it didn't, unfortunately. And the main benefactors in this, besides the teams that made, that got permanent charters, are the lawyers who got rich.
I think when you look at this, man, the amount of money that's in NASCAR, those different franchises per se can be astronomical because, like, what is it? If you get your business on the hood, That's a lot of damn money right there. I know that.
Yeah,
for a
like
fact.
the sponsorships.
Yeah, the sponsorship of the hood. It's like $5 million for a sticker somewhere.
It ain't cheap. I mean, to sponsor to run of these cars competitively, to be upper echelon, not even like a guaranteed winning car, but an upper echelon car, is close to $20 million. And the price is astronomical. And unfortunately, the business model is broken some, and it goes deeper than just charters and everything. But you need sponsorship. You need multi-million-dollar companies that are willing to spend multi-million dollars with you to invest and basically become rolling billboards. So it's a very unique system compared to other sports.
You know, Jordan, when I used to do stuff with AAA, and I went into one of those trucks, and they had 2 cars. They had 3 extra engine, which is about $350,000 per engine. They had all of the equipment. Everything was on one 18-wheeler. So when you roll it down with that 18-wheeler with that truck, man, you got millions and millions just in that one truck. I was like, damn, this is not a cheap business right here.
And you're right about that. And let's go even further. You look at some of the top teams, and organizationally, they have 300, 400, in some cases 500 plus employees. It's a very expensive sport where the ROI, return on investment, can sometimes be small. So it's the business model overall needs to change. There's a lot of cost cutting that could happen still, and it has happened to some degree. But this is why the charter values at the heart of this issue is so important, is these teams now that have charters have guaranteed revenue streams that they know they're going to have year to year. And they also gain entry into every points race. So, for example, they know they're going to be in the Daytona 500, which is NASCAR's biggest and richest race.
Talking with Jordan Bianchi here, senior motorsports writer for The Athletic. You can give Jordan a follow at Jordan_Bianchi, BIANCHI, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Jordan, we appreciate the time. I feel like a lot of people aren't familiar with the NASCAR ownership structure, and help me, I think I know, but it's a family that owns all of NASCAR, and they own all the racetracks, and they negotiate all the television. So, like, that family's probably mega billionaires, I would guess. Did NASCAR, is that right?
Yeah, that is correct. I mean, it's the France family. They founded the sport in 1948. They have ran the sport continuously since, and they don't own every racetrack, but they own a lot of the big racetracks. They own the majority of the racetracks on the schedule, including like Daytonas, for example, or the Talladegas. The big ones you probably have heard of. Those are the tracks that they likely have heard, and yes, they are worth billions and billions of dollars.
And they did not want to let loose on nothing, I'm sure.
Did they need a dude with the power, the iconic stature of Michael Jordan to bring this case? Like, did NASCAR kind of cave a little for once?
Here's how I would describe it. And you're right when you say this, you needed somebody like Michael Jordan to come along. Michael Jordan was an outsider. Michael Jordan wasn't invested long-term in this sport. He doesn't have deep, friendly relationships with the France family. He hasn't been in business with them for 30-some years like so many other owners where they're closely aligned. Michael Jordan was an outsider, and he also is somebody who doesn't like to lose, as we know. He also is worth quite a bit amount of money and has the financial wherewithal to stare down just about anybody in this, out there. So it was a combination of circumstances. But I will say this: Michael was kind of the right person at the right time. And if the teams were looking for a better deal, Michael and his team was the best conduit to make that happen, and he certainly did. And rarely does Michael Jordan lose a negotiation or anything for that matter, and he certainly did this. I know it's a settlement.
Oh, man, that was great info.
I wonder if Denny's still driving for Joe.
No, I think Denny has ownership in MJ's
I know
joint.
he has ownership in it, but he was still driving at first.
This is from AI via Google, but Joe Gibbs Racing, I don't know if he's still driving for them. I thought MJ and Denny kind of teamed up to form 2311.
Yeah, I know. Hey, Jordan.
Yeah.
Is Denny still driving for Joe Gibbs Racing, or did he just leave altogether?
No, he still drives for Joe Gibbs Racing, and his team, 2311, which he co-owns, has a alliance with Joe Gibbs Racing. I know there's a lot of overlap there, and it feels very weird from the outside, but yes, he drives for one team and technically co-owns another team.
That's wild. That sounds like Survivor.
You know what? That's some clever stuff, though. You got Joe Gibbs Racing, which is established. No, I'm saying his racing team is established, and they have won a lot. And then Mike is aligned with them.
Yeah.
Hell, you got some good stuff. That's some good synergy going right there. I rode 20 laps with Denny. He can fly.
He's a big Skins fan, right?
Yeah.
Isn't he from Richmond?
No. Denny, yeah, he does like the Skins.
Yeah.
But
I
rode around with him 20 laps, and I'm going to tell you, bro, that was the most exhilarating thing I've done in my life.
What are you going, like 180?
Oh, I did 180 by myself. He was higher than that.
Damn. And those
he was hitting the curve at 180.
All right, Jordan, I have two extremely self-serving random questions for you. We're talking with Jordan Bianchi, motorsports reporter for The Athletic. You can give him a follow at Jordan_Bianchi. One, the NFL is king. Look what they've done to the NBA on Christmas Day. Eventually, the NFL is moving the Super Bowl to President's Day weekend. Will that impact Daytona, or can Daytona coexist with the Super Bowl?
They can't coexist. I mean, no one can compete against a Super Bowl. I mean, you look at other professional
Yeah, but couldn't they make it, like, isn't Daytona during the day and it would end before the Super Bowl starts?
Yeah. I mean, listen, logistically, you could pull it off, and you could have the Daytona 500 at noon, and you could have the race done, by the start of the Super Bowl. But it also goes beyond that. Though, look at the media attention. Who on Monday is going to be talking about the Daytona 500? Nobody.
Right, nobody.
Everything's about Super Bowl. It's not even just a Super Bowl. It's Super Bowl commercials. It's everything surrounding it, the halftime show. There would be zero to little media attention on the Daytona 500. It's a lose-lose proposition for them. Their best case scenario is kicking back the start of their season a week, so basically a week after the Super Bowl. It's unfortunate for NASCAR because they've kind of owned that President's Day weekend, but business is what the business is, and you don't compete against the NFL. Bottom line.
Okay, I was curious. Well, because I knew
Only thing I ever seen was the golf tournament in Vegas.
Phoenix.
I mean, in Arizona.
Yeah. Well,
and they
NBA
actually
All-Star
technically
weekend
end on Saturday a lot of times too. That tournament.
Yeah.
Especially when the Super Bowl's in Phoenix.
Yes.
Okay, so that's one. Two, and again, I acknowledge this is self-serving. As a child, I lived in Wilkes County, North Carolina. I still have family down there. That's where my mom lives. There was a race when I was a kid, and it was a big deal. North Wilkesboro Speedway. It's in Days of Thunder. I follow Junior. I follow Dale Earnhardt Jr. on social media, and I know he has gotten races back there. Like, what are the chances NASCAR ever gets back to, like, its real roots in Western North Carolina and puts a race? Like, what kind of races are going there?
I've got good news for you. Christmas come early. If you're a fan of North Wilkesboro Speedway in kind of rural North Carolina, they're actually going to have a NASCAR race this year. They are going to have a NASCAR points race for the first time since 1996. So for the first time in 30 years, North Wilkesboro Speedway is going to host the NASCAR Cup Series. And you mentioned Dale Earnhardt Jr. He deserves a lot of credit for this. For helping kind of restore that place. That place was decrepit and falling apart.
Yeah, dude. Just driving by it looked awful.
Yeah, and he helped revive it, and it's been thriving for the last few years. It's hosted some, exhibition races, including some NASCAR exhibition races. But NASCAR, its top flight series, is going to race there as a points race for the first time in 30 years. Very cool story, and you talk about NASCAR kind of going back to its roots. This is very much the epitome of that.
I love that. So are we talking – I know there's different circuits, right? Is this the top circuit or like the number 2?
Nope, this is the Premier Cup Series. This is the team that Michael Jordan's team competes in. This is the one that this is the series that was just in federal court. So this is the very top of the NASCAR food chain.
And it's I'm looking it up. Window World 450?
Yes.
Hell yeah, we're going, B.
Let's go.
All right, you've never been to Wilkes County. There's not a lot there, but
I've been
you guys let me know.
NASCAR.
We'll score you away with passes and everything.
Oh, hell yeah, man. Jordan, congratulations, Jordan. You're now the official NASCAR reporter for BMitch Finlay.
I look forward to talking to you guys again. It'll be fun.
This job title carries no financial value.
Basically kind of like my job. It's all good.
Hey, man, happy holidays. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Same to you guys. Appreciate you. Have a great day.
All right.
All right. Jordan Bianchi, athletic motorsports reporter. We learned something. That was awesome.
Yeah, let's go.
Neil Greenberg joins us at 11. Nobody go anywhere. From motorsports to motor cars, there's nobody that takes better care of you than the Oarsman Automotive Group of Virginia. Me and B have bought I don't know how many B's bought. I bought 5 cars from these guys. They got 7 locations all over Northern Virginia. They treat you like family, and they've taken care of my family. Whatever it is you're looking for. Best-selling brands like Toyota, Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Chevy, Buick, GMC, those big old Ram trucks, they got it all. They've got an unmatched selection, incredible deals, and tremendous financing. And let's not forget about all the quality certified used vehicles you can check out from Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. The thing that stands out, though, Brian, is the Lifetime Edge.
Yep, that Lifetime Edge, and I'm experiencing it right now. I am sitting in a complimentary car wash. I got a car wash coming in my car today. I have a loaner car right now. I'm riding around because I had to take my car in for service. And if you're looking to go out and get a brand new car, you will go to Oarsman. They are trying to get your car from you, and they'll pay you up to 125% of the Kelly Blue Book value, regardless of the make, model, or year of your used car. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. To beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, let's ride together.
Yeah. All right, B. We got breaking news out of Miami, Brian.
Who got? They changed the quarterbacks?
Tua to the bench.
Yeah, I saw that last night. I saw that they were.
Well, that's the problem with Twitter now. Nothing is on time anymore, so I never know what's
No. Not that they had made it. They were contemplating it last
so
night.
McDaniel said everything's on the table. Was
Yeah.
the last I had heard.
Yeah, so I was sitting there at the City Tavern. I saw it, and it flashed across and was gone. Me and BC were talking about it. I say, well, you saw him play this year. I can see him making a change. Or this is the preview of what's to come. Maybe some other stuff gonna happen.
Dude, so they also had – now let's also point out, self-preservation league. You know what my man Mike McDaniel's trying to do? Hey, man, that quarterback sucks. That's why I lost all those games.
Yeah.
You know who they're going to? So they have Zach Wilson, the BYU kid, the Jets drafted, all that.
Yeah.
He's been terrible. They're going to Quinn Ewers, the Texas kid.
Oh.
And the reality, he is guaranteed $54 million next year.
Who is?
Tua.
Oh, boy.
So you're benching him,
Well,
but he's not going anywhere.
He benching him but not going anywhere. But that may be reason McDaniel might be getting fired anyway.
Well,
You had us pay this dude.
Chris Greer got fired. Remember, the GM's already been fired or mutually agreed to part ways. He might have mutually agreed to part ways because he gave Tua all this money. And if you're Mike McDaniel, you are telling Stephen Ross, yo, I didn't think we should sign him to that contract. Who knows what smoke Stephen Ross sees through?
Yeah.
Like, hey, you were part of this too. Everybody's got to go.
Yeah. That's the way I would probably see it.
Tua's guaranteed $54 million next year, $100 million dead.
He's not
dead
hurting.
money.
He could go make those snowmen that never melt over back in Hawaii. With $54 million, he could make a big one.
I mean, serious cash for Tua. He was terrible the other night. I don't know what Miami does there. I'll be curious to see what my man Quinn Ewers has got. Was okay at Texas. There was a time he was going to be the number 1 overall pick. I think he committed early to Ohio State. I think he was the first real big NIL guy. Not a great passer, I always thought, but we'll see. I don't know, man. That is trouble, I would say. Who does Miami have this week? They just lost to the Steelers, kind of got beat down. They play the Bengals this week at home. I wonder how that line has moved because I bet it is going to move. Don't you think?
I should. It may move. It may give Miami a better chance since Tua's gone. At least the other people throw it down the field.
We haven't had a chance to talk about this, really. Noah Brown got sent to IR yesterday. Chris Moore back to the active. The Noah Brown thing, throughout his career, he has missed time. I understand he's always going to probably have a special place with Commanders fans just for catching the Hail Mary.
Yeah.
But I don't think Noah Brown has played one complete season in the last 5 years. You root for him. He's a really nice person. He's a quiet, reserved guy, but is always very insightful. I don't think you can plan on Noah Brown next year, right?
I think I know you can't.
Right.
I mean, listen, he came in here with that reputation. He was injured a good bit last year. He got injured basically most of this year. No, you can't roll those dice anymore. You got snake eyes and 3. You're not trying it again.
Yeah, agreed. All right, when we come back, Neil Greenberg will join the program.
This sports update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. And there it is. Per Adam Schefter, the Dolphins are benching quarterback Tua Tagovailoa and turning to rookie Quinn Ewers as their new starter. Ewers' first start will come on Sunday against the Bengals. Ewers briefly served as the team's backup quarterback for their Week 7 loss to the Browns. He briefly entered the game, but has otherwise been the Dolphins' emergency quarterback this season. Tua Tagovailoa threw his NFL worst 15th interception in the loss to the Steelers, which eliminated the Dolphins from playoff contention, and now he will ride the bench, and we'll see what the rookie can do. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a brand new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fam. Let you enjoy this Aussie because I've been eating nuts. Every Wednesday at 11 a.m. it is time for the Neil Greenberg Podcast. Brought to you by Neil Greenberg. Greenberg, what's up, dude? How are you?
I'm doing super. How are you?
I'm verklempt. I just ate a bag of trail mix. Dude, let's start with your thoughts on Jaden getting shut down.
Yeah, I'm fine with it if it's because of his health, right? Like if the injury isn't healed and it's susceptible to further injury that jeopardizes his future, then absolutely shut him down. If it's because they're afraid he's going to get hurt, then that I would have a problem with. But, again, he's the most important asset on the team. You want to protect him. Sometimes athletes need to be protected from themselves. They're competitors. That's what we love about them. They want to be in there. It certainly sounds like he wants to practice. He wants to be in there. Again, as long as it's to protect him, I'm fine with it. If it's in fear of him getting hurt, then I don't know if that's exactly the right call.
Yeah. Doesn't it sound like, I don't know if you watch Hard Knocks, but between his comments on Hard Knocks from last week at the charity event and then Jaden talking yesterday, perhaps understandably, but we live in trying times of trust in people, trust in media. Like a lot of people are now predisposed to be skeptical, if not downright cynical, towards everything they hear and observe, right? Like between AI, fakes, and everything else, it's like, everything's fake. Fake.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of think Jaden's telling the truth. Honestly, hearing from him yesterday and then watching his comments from the Hard Knocks charity scene, I think the elbow's kind of jacked up. And I think they're just playing it smart. And maybe if that means you just shut him down so you don't have to entertain the dog and pony show. Like, all right, you know what? The elbow's finally fully cleared, but it's week 18. You know what I mean? Like, I've landed in an okay spot here.
Yeah, and I think he did a good job of kind of clarifying the comments last week, which was, well, he could have gone back in the game. And his response was, well, adrenaline's a heck of a drug. I mean, and I believe in that. Like, I believe that it maybe had been possible for him to go back into the game. And then, you start to talk about it the next day, and, you start to look at other things, and you can change your mind based on new information, which I'm fine with. I know a lot of people aren't. But I am perfectly fine with what was said last week and then what was said and done this week. Jaden really can't say anything else. I mean, could you imagine if he said, no, I don't want to play, or I'm scared of playing, or I don't want to get hurt? I mean, he could never say that, right? I mean, I'm with you in that it's very difficult to parse what people say, especially athletes, because, again, I mean, they're paid to play, and they want to play. I mean, there's a certain, A-type personality about it where they want to prove that they're really good at what they do. Some people need to do that in order to stay in the NFL because nothing's guaranteed. So, there's really not much else for him to say. I'm fine with the decision, but what I think the decision means now, though, is protect all your assets and start to look at the future and see what you have over the next 3 games. And I agree with Graham Paulson when his take the other day, which was that should extend to a guy like Tunsil, right? It should extend to guys that you need here next year and beyond. It certainly would help with the draft choice. And I'm not saying that you go in and you lose games on purpose, but you're already saying that your most valuable player shouldn't be out on the field. Well, this is a great time then to start to see what else you have because the games really don't matter in terms of wins and losses.
But I think the other guys will have to be injured as well because let's be real. The quarterback is always treated differently than everybody else.
True.
And I think at this point right now, where I've said it many times, a lot of people else have said it, they can't be concerned about what the regular people are thinking. They got all the information. They understand what they have to do and what they want to do. They can't worry about what everybody else is thinking.
Yeah, and there's probably no bigger disconnect in sports than fans wanting better draft picks and NFL players fighting for their jobs and NFL coaches fighting for their jobs.
Absolutely.
Because I don't care how long your contract is, the NFL is always year to year. Right? Like it really doesn't matter what your contract is. Nothing is guaranteed in the NFL. And I understand fans want the best possible draft pick. My pushback on that, and I said that a couple of weeks ago, and a lot of people disagreed, was you already have theoretically your franchise quarterback, and whether you're picking 3rd or 6th or 10th, if you're not going after a quarterback, then you really just do have to rely on your scouting department to find you the best possible person to help your roster. But I don't necessarily think there's like a huge difference in that ability to do that between a non-quarterback drafted 3rd, 6th, or 10th. I could be off base, and people will definitely disagree with me, but I just don't think that you should be in the business of losing games at the NFL level. Protecting your players, absolutely, but again, I mean, you have to fight for every scrap because, as I said earlier, nothing in the NFL is guaranteed.
I totally agree about the disconnect. I also think it is pretty close to asinine to start really living and dying by draft pick status with 4 games left to go. That's more than 20% of the season. Dude, Greenberg, you watch this and you pay attention to the numbers. New Orleans might go 3-1 down the stretch here. So everybody that's obsessed with their tankathon number, if they win 2 more games, it's going to look dramatically different. Like Miami's 6-8, they could finish the season 6-11. They're going to jump up. Like it's just Arizona, the way they kind of keep coming at you. Like if the Cardinals win 2 more, it's just crazy to be hyper focused on in week 15 where they play 18 games on. Oh, this could be the battle for the number 1 pick. It probably isn't because there's 32 teams with 4 games left. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and strength of schedule is definitely a key component of that. You can't just look at, projected wins. Like right now, I have the Raiders projected to win.
The Raiders are by a mile the worst team in football.
3 games, yeah. So I have them with the number 1 pick, Tennessee the 2nd, Giants the 3rd, and then the Jets. So I guess I'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'd have Washington 7th with I think 5 wins. Yeah, 5 wins.
That kind of sounds about right. I don't know.
Yeah, because they have
5, but
2 against Philadelphia, 1 against Dallas. Winning 1 game out of those 3 seems reasonable. So yeah, I agree
Because
with you.
what is Dallas playing for on Christmas? You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's the other thing too. There's not going to be a lot of games that mean stuff at this point, and the Dallas has the Chargers, the Commanders, and the Giants. I mean, those are wins to me, right? Like those are at least winnable games. Gets Dallas to 8 wins if they want them, I guess. But again, I mean, who knows what the last week of the season looks like, depending on what's available.
That's my point. Is the NFL is such a constantly moving jigsaw puzzle that to be locked in on draft position with 4 games to go. When we get to Week 18 and Washington's playing Philly, okay, tell me the options here based on who wins, who loses, all that. But prior to that, it's just such a guess because all these other games are unfolding. Nobody had the Saints beating the Panthers last week, except me, plus 2.5, no big deal.
I did.
But like,
On the money line.
yeah,
Thank
you and I are smart, Greenberg. But like, that's how the end of the season goes. These bad teams randomly win 2 of their last 3. It's going to happen. Not with
Yeah,
the
and I'd
Raiders,
argue
though,
the
'cause they're
parity in the
god-awful.
NFL is greater than it's been recently. This seems like you can't make a solid case for any team in either conference to be good in the playoffs, right? Like there are holes with New England, with Buffalo, with Jacksonville, Denver, Chargers, Philadelphia. I mean, like you go down the list, there's no team in the NFL where you're locking them in and are willing to bet anything of note that team will be there. And it's the same thing. I mean, Arizona could make an upset. You talked about New Orleans coming back. Carolina was kind of left for dead, and here they are, still in the divisional race. There's a lot that can happen in the NFL, like you said, in the next couple games.
But see, the thing about it, like everyone the people that are fighting for this draft pick stuff, they go draft somebody, and that person does not come out and play well. They're not going to say, "Oh, don't worry about it." They're going to dog them out.
So, I mean, how much can Washington's draft pick really move? Like, it's not like we're talking about they're going from 10th to 1st. They're probably going to be 6th, 7th, or 8th, right?
Exactly.
And you can find somebody in those positions.
Right.
That is very much my point. Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. You can read his work at WashingtonPost.com, Post Sports. You can give Greenberg a follow at @ngreenberg. Kind enough to join us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. I'm going to switch gears real quick. Caps got red hot. All of a sudden, they take this trip to Western Canada, or I don't know, Central Canada perhaps. They've lost 10-1 in their last 2. Winnipeg and last night Minnesota. Just kind of a little pre-holiday blues of a road trip. They lost to the Canes at home too, but that at least went to a shootout. They lost 3 in a row. Where we at with the Rock the Red?
I'm fine. It's hockey. You're going to get hot. You're going to get cold. I mean, they were last and then they were first, and they're bouncing around here. I think they're going to be competitive. I mean, obviously they're going to have to score goals. They're going to have to get stuff going. But there's 82 games. You never want to get bogged down in a 3-game swing, 5-game swing. Just whatever happens. This team is good. It showed it could be good. It's got some injuries that it absolutely has to overcome. Ryan Leonard being probably one of the most important. He's going to be out for a couple weeks. So as long as they can, they come back and keep it together, I wouldn't worry too much about the day-to-day stuff. It's looked ugly, no doubt about it, but they'll be able to get back on track. They're never going to be as good as their win and loss streaks. It's all just going to be somewhere in the middle. And while they may not be the best team in the Metro, they can definitely be a playoff team. And then, as we know, especially in hockey, once you get in the playoffs, it really just matters of who you're matched up with, and then we take it from there.
Yeah, I think the whole thing, though, is like you said, it's a long season.
Yeah.
This is not football where one game makes a hell of a difference. They
Right.
won 9 out of 10. They've lost 3. Don't forget about the fact that they just won 9 out of 10.
We won't even remember this 3-game streak, a month from now. We'll be talking about another 3-game streak or another 5-game streak or something else. I mean, it's hockey. Hockey is a lot of look. I like statistically, I've seen studies where scoring a hockey goal is as much as 70% luck. So, that's a lot. So you never.
Oh, we got a lot of damn luck.
Yeah. So you just never get too bogged down into the day-to-day type stuff. Just look at the big picture, make sure people are healthy, and you're producing at 5-on-5, and everything else will take care of itself.
I agree with you. I'm not going to be worried about the Washington Capitals. Switching it back to football, college football playoffs. By the time we talk again, there'll be, I don't know, do we call it the Elite Eight in college football? What do you like with these matchups this weekend?
I like Oklahoma. I like Oklahoma getting some of the points. And I actually, what I do, I bet a round robin. So I have Missouri State money line over Arkansas State. I have Kennesaw State plus 3.5.
Is that tonight?
And, I'm sorry?
Is Kennesaw tonight? Okay, you handed out winners. I got to pay attention.
And Miami plus 3.5 over Texas A&M. So I have
like
some
the
upsets
Canes.
there. I think those are games that are pretty close. I think Oregon should be able to squeak by James Madison. I don't think that's going to be much of a thing. Same thing with Ole Miss and Tulane. But I'm looking for some good games. I think I'm excited about Oklahoma, Alabama. I think that could be probably one of the better games on the slate.
So you're only getting a point in that game. You want the points.
Yeah, the money line, they're both negative money lines. So at least that's what I saw. If I'm going to take a money line, I'd rather have plus money, or I'll just take the points and just roll with it.
Yeah. I get that. It's kind of crazy because Bama already went to Norman to play Oklahoma and lost.
Yeah.
Oklahoma is a really good defense and an offense that's limited. Bama's coming off a game in which they got smoked, sadly, and I root for the Tide. But this one, to me, Greenberg, is give me the defensive team catching points at home. And not to mention 70% of the money's on Bama.
Yeah, I mean, Alabama is always going to be the people's team, right? I mean, they're always going to draw money. People will flock to them, especially at short prices on the money line where they're not, minus 9,000 that we're maybe used to seeing in the past. And I think that's why. I mean, look, Alabama, they're really balanced. But like you said, I mean, Oklahoma, a very, very well-coached defensive team, did a lot this year. And, I'm okay taking the points there.
Okay, I like that. Briefly, let's talk some fantasy. I made the playoffs in all 3 leagues. I only won in 1 league.
He's doing a little bragging here, Neil.
I see that. Humble brag.
Although I would have beaten the other teams that played. I just happened to beat somebody that I played somebody that had more than them. So last week I picked up Trevor Lawrence. If you remember, we had the quarterback conversation. And he went absolutely bananas, which is probably why I won. This week, my quarterback options, and I think I'm screwed regardless because I have Devontae Adams, and I don't know if he's going to play tomorrow night, and then things jump off a cliff for me. But my quarterback options go with Trevor Lawrence again, this time against Denver, in Denver. C.J. Stroud at home against the Raiders. Or currently I'm leaning to go back to Brisket. My man Jacoby Brissett at home against the Falcons.
Trevor Lawrence against that Denver defense is tough.
He's moved to the bench, even after the 55-point affair.
I think, I like Jacksonville. I think Jacksonville is one of the best teams. I actually have them as the top team in the AFC right now.
Wow.
So I would probably go Brissett. I would go Brissett, and I think that
the Falcons.
Yeah, I would definitely go Brissett. I think that'll be a high-scoring game.
That's what I have right now. Yeah.
And I think that his ceiling is going to be really high. I would definitely go with that. I wouldn't go near that Jacksonville Houston game. I think it's going to be low
Jacksonville,
scoring.
Denver.
Yeah, Jacksonville, Denver. Yeah.
I'm going to watch. I'm going to pay attention. I'm going to take Devontae Adams to the wire tomorrow night. I wish he got to play Sunday and get a little more time for that hammy, but I don't make the schedule. If I can't go with Adams, if they rule him out, I have Debo or I have Jaden Reed from the Packers. Christian Watson's out.
I would go with Debo. This team has to make stuff happen. And really, the only way to do that is via Debo. And I'm saying that because you know what you're getting with Terry McLaurin. You know, you have to try some things that are different. And I think Debo unlocks a lot of that. He can run. He can obviously catch passes. He could do a lot of things that can bother a defense. You know, the Commanders are such underdogs that they really do have to unlock, not like trickery, but they have to unlock the playbook a little bit and do some things that perhaps Philadelphia is not expecting. You know, these are teams that play each other all the time. They're very familiar. So I would take Debo.
All right, brother. Appreciate you, Greenberg. Have a great holiday in case we miss you, okay?
You guys, too. I love you guys. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. That's our guy, Neil Greenberg, joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Let's hear from Jaden Daniels talking about his situation when we return. It's BMitch Finlay.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points to rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. So head to FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is an official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. As they like to say, let's ride together. The Miami Dolphins are benching quarterback Tua Tagovailoa, according to multiple reports. Seventh-round rookie quarterback Quinn Ewers will reportedly get the start in his place against the Bengals in Week 16. The Dolphins drafted Ewers out of Texas in the 7th round of this year's draft. He did see some playing time on October 19th against the Browns, completing 5 of 8 passes for 53 yards. Miami brought in Zach Wilson as Tua Tagovailoa's backup, but Quinn Ewers is getting this starting opportunity after he impressed in camp and during the preseason. Oarsman Fairfax Toyota keeps our customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed with the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Fairfax Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. You can watch us on Monumental Sports Network. Check us out on the YouTube stream where there's a crazy, constant chat going on all the time. Shout out to the chat. Or you can just listen to us on the radio, the old-fashioned way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious, where do you think our breakdown comes of a pie of people accessing the content between live on the radio, live on an app, delayed on a podcast, live on Monumental, live on YouTube, delayed on YouTube?
Too much for me to think about. As long as they're getting it. I've heard people say, people see us on TV. I've heard that. They listen to us every day on the radio. A lot of people tell me a lot of dudes tell me that they work, so they go back later and look at it.
That's how we're time travelers.
I'm sure it's folks right now, sneaking to go look at stuff on YouTube. Normally you have a certain little break you want to take. You always take your phone to the back to the area with you.
Do you think right now, somewhere in the world, there's somebody sitting on the toilet
right
listening
now
or watching us?
Yep.
Yeah, it's probably
gross to
Jeff.
think about.
I'm just. It's not gross. I mean, you're by yourself. You listen to your music, so whatever you want to listen. Podcast.
People want to listen to you, B.
And once in a while, we might say some stuff that they have to flush. So you never know.
Landville, do you think B is helpful if you're sitting on the toilet?
I mean, I don't think so.
If I'm helpful for what?
Like helping people get where they need to go.
Yeah, I'll tell them, get off the pot. You got some work to do. The hell you doing? Get up.
Can I ask a question? We're going to get to this Jaden audio, but this has been on my mind for a few days now. It's been very cold in the Washington area for some time.
Yeah.
I swear to God, you've walked in here with a new varsity letter style jacket.
This is old, bro. I had this from this is 1998.
That's not my question. How many those style, varsity letter style jackets do you have? Because I bet it's 50.
It's not 50.
But it's 20.
I don't know. 1, 2, 3.
You have 5 different commanders.
I have about 17 to 20. So I was looking for my.
That's an insane amount of varsity letter jackets.
I mean, a lot of them. Most of them, like the one I had on yesterday, was from being put into the Ring of Fame.
It's great. They're all very cool.
I met this dude that worked for Motown named Michael Mitchell.
Is that Motown Records?
Yeah,
that's cool.
And he gave me this one, got my name on it. So I was like, I was still here when I met Mike, and then I have another one that Carl Banks, when he was here, he was making for the Players Association. I forgot Miss Monica's last name, who does all the jackets from a lot of us. I have about 5, 6, 7 from her.
Of your, let's call it 20 just for round numbers' sake. Of your 20 varsity letter style jackets, how many of them are personalized? Because I bet it's 3/4.
Nah, well, everyone that Monica make is she normally does that.
That one is, you said, right?
This one is.
The NFLPA one you said is.
The one I had yesterday, it has my stuff on it, so that's kind of a personalization. The one I have with the team's own name and stuff, that was given to me from a certain event. So, yeah.
I have a request, and I mean this is serious. I don't know who this request is for, but it's Christmas season, so maybe I'm just asking Santa. If somebody I currently have, I think, 0 varsity letter style jackets. Like, do you still have one from UL and Plaquemine? You still have those?
Nah, I don't have I don't know what happened to the high school one. The college one, the girl I was dating at college, she had it. Somebody broke into her apartment and they took my jacket.
Didn't you say there's a thing in Louisiana where the woman steals your stuff and buries
That's underwear, dog.
Pardon me.
You won't be leaving. Since I'm not with her, she don't take my underwear.
Landfill, how many varsity style jackets do you have?
12.
Wow, that's 12 more than I thought you were going to say.
Yeah, that's actually really surprising.
What about
are you lying to him just to get him off?
100% lying.
Absolutely.
I'm putting together a Christmas list for all of us. Landfill has 0. Jeffrey, what about you?
I have one that I can't fit. It's my one from high school.
You should be able to fit
You
it
should be
now.
able to fit it now, skinny. Or were you fat in high school?
He was Fat Jeff in high school.
I was Fat Jeff my entire life,
Fat Tanner Moss.
That's right, Fat Tanner Moss. All right, so Jeff needs one. White Brian, do you have any varsity style jackets?
I have 2.
From what? High school?
High school football, and then I have a Mets one I stole from my friend.
Hold on.
All right, you stole your friend's. What the hell?
What position did you play?
We know you
White
had it
Brian?
in you.
I played right tackle and DN.
Hold on.
Yeah, let's dig into
He
this.
played guard and tackle.
Did you start?
Yeah.
Did you? Where'd you go to high school? In Jersey?
We need to see a
New
picture
Hope,
of White
Pennsylvania.
Brian.
Super small school, but we won districts.
Bring some pictures tomorrow.
White Brian's in good shape. He lifts and runs.
Bring some pictures tomorrow.
I
We
just
wanna
can't see him on the line.
It doesn't sound like Landfill can either. What was your sack total?
I had 1.5, I think. I
many
played
did you give
mostly
up?
offensive line.
wait. Laughing. You heard the question Laughing asked?
Yeah.
How many did you give up?
How many did you give up?
One to a kid that went to Rutgers in the state tournament.
Did he smoke you?
Yeah, it was bad.
All right. Now that we've cleared up White Brian's high school football record, here's my request. And I don't know, frankly, if this is going to happen, but it's the Christmas season. Maybe the anonymous potato chip benefactor would be into this.
You need a jacket?
I want all 5 of us to get Knuckle Up Records varsity jackets with our name on the sleeve. I don't know that we've ever built out a graphic for Knuckle Up Records, but I think black and silver is the vibe, kind of like the old Death Row or kind of like the Raiders color scheme.
We got to come up with our own color scheme, Jay.
All right, well, fire away.
That's a hard idea, though. That's tough.
What do you mean?
Knuckle up? That's tough. Hard means tough means like it's cool.
I know what it means, dog. But knuckle. So we saying it's a hard thing to do, cool thing to do. But guess what? Do we even have a logo?
They can come up if somebody's going to make the jack. Yeah, there's the logo.
There we go. Right, that's the logo.
It's like
and have me hitting Jeff right in the jaw.
Instead of like the Notre Dame fighting Irish guy, just a picture of B knuckling up.
Yeah. Don't do Notre Dame. You do this here, you're gonna get beat the hell up.
Sure. I mean, my dad, when he was a little boy in the 40s in Scotland, like every corner in these cities had like little boxing clubs, and that's what they all did. It was like this and then like this.
Yeah.
I mean,
you get hit right in the face.
So if anybody wants to make us jackets, there you go. Bang. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
That's the official Christmas ask from the BMitch Finlay program to the world.
I think I could put that request in for someone. I know somebody.
That was kind of my hope. Because you were of all the people here that were going to get this done, it was probably going to fall on your very broad shoulders. Considering you have 20 personalized letter jackets, I thought you were the guy for the job.
I mean, I don't go around trying to get them. They just pop. They fall in my lap.
Well, right. This is me trying to get them. You're in charge of them falling in your lap. And White Brian's has to say White Brian on the sleeve, just so we're clear.
I got you.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Now on with the program. Jaden Daniels. I was a little surprised he spoke with us yesterday, but I think he kind of wanted to just get it out of the way, is my thought.
I think both of them wanted to get it out. He wanted it out the way, and they wanted it out the way.
I agree. And
because you know they were going to be requesting.
Yeah. Well, and the tricky part is if they put him on IR, players on IR don't talk to the media. Like you're injured, you're going through your rehab, you don't talk. But since he's on the active and he's practicing, PFWA NFL rules dictate that like media can request to talk. And I think it was best just to get it done, get it out of the way.
If he's on IR, he can't practice either, right?
Right. He's not on IR.
Yeah.
And I think
that's what I'm saying. So for him to continue going through the motions, getting all
I think that's why he's not on IR.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why they didn't put him on IR.
Right. And I think, like, we had the dude call in yesterday. It was like, well, do you actually believe this? For the skeptics that are out there, I was there and listened to Jaden, like, in person, which I'm standing next to him. You get the context. You get the feeling of the situation, right? I very much believe him. Let's start with number one, Lamphill, and then we're going to circle back to this, and maybe we open the phones.
You might want to wait till we come back. It's 11:39, though.
Yeah, number one, just quick.
It was obviously disappointing. You know, I'm a competitor. I want to play, but I wasn't medically cleared to go, and sat down, talked to DQ and AP, and, made the decision.
I actually think that's what happened. Like, I think the elbow, while there's not structural, there's no broken bone or something, I think it's kind of jacked. And I think the game in Minnesota revealed that he can't take a hit on it. And you can't play football if you can't get hit on your elbow. Like, I know everybody wants.
As he stated, I saw something he stated that you can't prepare for certain things that happened this year. He said it was freak accidents. He's absolutely right. That can happen to anybody. And don't matter how big you are, how small you are, it can happen to anybody.
More on the Jaden Daniels shutdown when we return. It's BMitch Finlay. Hey, it's JP Finlay, and it's garage door season. I got a new garage door from Door Pro America, and it's been a tremendous help to me and my family. For one, the door is silent. You never hear it going up and down. I can come in late at night through the garage door, and it doesn't wake up my kids. Two, if you have been maybe putting off a garage door repair or replacement, now is the time to act. You can schedule your appointment today and get a $0 trip and inspection fee on service calls. So if you just need a repair or your garage door is making a ton of noise, call right now. $0 trip and inspection fee. Plus, you can get a free estimate on a new garage door. While you're at it, ask about the Door Pro Advantage membership. It's the smart move for homeowners who want discounts and annual maintenance to keep everything on track. Trust me, upgrading your garage door doesn't just make life easier, it boosts the curb appeal of your home and adds serious value. So if your garage door's due for a little TLC or you're just ready for an upgrade, level it up and score big with Door Pro America. Call 877-DOOR-PRO, that's 877-DOOR-PRO, or visit doorproamerica.com. And be sure to tell them JP Finlay sent you. Shout out to Willie. Here's a sentence I never expected to say. I'm currently watching White Bryan's high school highlight tape. You get downfield a little bit. Jaden Daniels yesterday talked to the media after the news that he will be shut down for the season. And I tried to ask questions that I knew the skeptics would be asking, right? Just like, how did this happen? What happened after the Minnesota game? Go to number 6, Landfill, because the real inconsistency, rather, was DQ after the Vikings game saying he could have come back in. I held him out. Then the next week he says Jaden's not going to play. And I think, to me, that was pretty obvious that the adrenaline in the game would have allowed him to play. And then the next day, once the adrenaline wears off and the pain starts to become real, you do some tests, you find stuff out. So I asked Jaden about that. Number 6, Landfill. I believe this is me.
I mean, adrenaline is a hell of a drug, so that's a big one. But things change, once stuff settled down.
B, you've played at the highest levels. Mm-hmm. That is really consistent with what you and I thought all along, that coming out of the game, the adrenaline is going to be significant, but eventually it's going to wear out. I called you on this yesterday afternoon because I was like, dude, he said exactly what you and I thought. Do you think Jaden talking now, consistent with what Dan Quinn has said all along, will be enough to...
No. No, because you got certain people don't care what you say. They're going to think what they want anyway, and they're going to, whatever you say, they're going to go against it. If they came out and said the opposite, somebody will find a way to go against it, because it's just we have a lot of antagonists in the world, so no matter what you say, they're going to go along with that. And the thing of it is, they have no information. They have no true information but what you say, and then they completely go against everything that you say. So, no, they wouldn't change. And they're not going to stop.
I agree. I'm curious for the boys in the aquarium. I don't know where you were on the skepticism about DQ saying he's not cleared, and, he's not cleared for Philly. Then it's a short week against Dallas. We're just going to shut him down now. Where were you? And where are you now after hearing from Jaden? I'll start with Jeffrey.
Well, before he got hurt, re-injured the elbow, play him because now I know it was a slim chance, but it was still a chance, So I'm always an optimistic person. If you still got a punch in the fight, go ahead. Once he got re-injured and we didn't have any chance, and they were like, we're shutting him down, I was fine with it because now it's nothing to play for.
So you just kind of bought what they were saying, or kind of didn't care, I guess?
Yeah, I really didn't care. Just if we have a chance, he plays. If he don't, let's get him right for next year.
Landfill, you tend to be fairly skeptical. Do you buy that he's not cleared and that's why this thing is going this way?
Yeah, I do, because I don't think they would really need to invent a reason if they didn't want to play him. Like, they could just say, look, he's had a bunch of injuries. We're going to give him time to get fully healthy, and we're going to play Marcus. They could just say that, and everybody would be okay with it, basically. So I think the fact that they're given a reason kind of indicates to me that it's probably true.
And the fact that he came out and talked about the elbow, for me, is makes it pretty clear that this thing is stuck with him, because he doesn't want to talk about that or admit that there's something wrong. Jaden talked about what this season has been like for him, just how difficult it's all been. Number 3, Landy.
Frustrating, disappointing, a lot more emotions, but very much probably a lot of adversity that I've dealt with, on the field for the most part, and, just trying to learn and keep moving forward.
He's got to be so frustrated, man.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. I mean, a guy that enjoys this, wants to go out and perform, and you it's taken away from you. All of a sudden, it's and you working your butt off. You're trying to get there. That has to be frustrating.
So yesterday, you and I were talking, and I made the contention that I'm not trying to skew Jaden's stats at all, right? I think last year he was exceptional. This year he wasn't. I think the last few games, I think that Minnesota game particularly, he didn't look right. He finished the game 9-20. He then takes the shot, has to come out. Now they've shut him down. I think you can maybe wonder how healthy he was in that game. But I went back to what was largely the beginning of the season, or certainly the first half of the season, to the 4 games Jaden played complete games. And those numbers were pretty good. Certainly not what he was last year. He was a top 5 quarterback last year. The 4 complete games, he was a top 12 quarterback. He was like, good. Not great. A little more than fine. Good. I was driving home last night, listening to the radio, and a program on an AM station was disagreeing and saying there's been a regression, there's been a sophomore slump, saying all these things. And I thought regression was always going to be possible because when you're excellent one year, and then if you're just very good, that's technically a regression. My thing with Jaden is to try to assign some sort of grade or decision-making on a year where you play 4 out of 17 games is just it's an incomplete task.
It's incomplete. It's if he played, he didn't play most of this season. To try and
he's gonna finish this year starting 7, finishing 4.
To try to make that into he has a sophomore slump. That's just somebody who's trying to keep themselves relevant. Like that whole thing. It disgusts me because it's amazing how the person that doesn't have the good season the next year, they discuss that, but the guy that has the same or better, he's never talked about.
Well, for me, it is more so. I just don't. Of all the concerns Washington has, Jaden is 20th on the list for me.
Yeah.
Now, durability is now at the top of the Jaden list. You got to prove this year is the outlier because he started every game last year. And he had to come out of 2, I think. And one of them was because they had already clinched and they pulled him week 18.
Yeah.
I believe Jaden is a dynamic quarterback that can beat you from the pocket. And I think this year, in the 4 games he played complete games, the best win they had this year was L.A. The best he played all year was L.A. Like, I don't think those are coincidences. And my concern is not over Jaden the player. And I don't know that everybody agrees. As a matter of fact,
everybody don't
heard
agree,
someone
but
yesterday
you know what?
say
I
they
do
didn't.
not care if they agree or not. You have more information than the person that's probably saying what the hell they were saying.
I think that's certainly
And you have to lean on what you know and not give a damn about somebody who's just trying to combat. They're trying to go against you just to get people to listen to them.
Our friend Dave Zangaro covers the Philadelphia Eagles. There is a game this weekend against a team that could clinch a division win. Dave Zangaro next on BMitch Finlay.
This sports update is brought to you by Elegant Smiles Dental Care. Experience dentistry with a touch of elegance. The Dolphins have benched veteran quarterback Tua Tagovailoa, replacing him with rookie Quinn Ewers. It's not a huge surprise, but it is pretty jarring to see one of the highest paid players in football get sent to the bench. As a reminder, he's making $53.1 million per year. So the Dolphins are going to find out whether Ewers can become a low-cost alternative for next season and maybe even beyond. Jeremiah Love, the star Notre Dame running back and Heisman Trophy finalist, made it official last night. He is declared for the 2026 NFL Draft. He is widely expected to be the top running back selected in the draft. Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria has been creating confident smiles since 2005. At Elegant Smiles, you'll get dentistry with a touch of elegance from a talented, caring team. Book your appointment today at elegantsmilesdds.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Boom, boom. Don't you know? Don't you know? BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. It is high noon in the District of Columbia. Right now, though, we're going northeast up to Philadelphia to talk to our friend, Mr. Dave Zangaro. Dave covers the Eagles for NBC Sports Philly. You can give him a follow at DZangaro NBCS. Kind enough to join us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Davey Z, what's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
We are good, man. We are good. It's been, when the schedule came out, it was like, oh, man, we're going to get these two Commanders Eagles games in the last 3 weeks. It's going to decide the division. Sure enough, that is not the case. Washington is long since eliminated from playoff contention. The Eagles don't really have a competitor for the division. It's only a matter of time for them, I would say. And yet, I'm not sure how to describe Philly's season. Where is this team right now?
Yeah, it's been a weird year, but you're right. First off, about the schedule, and we talked about it in the summer. We were like, man, I wish one of these games at least was early in the season because there's a decent chance that these two backloaded games don't mean anything. Imagine one of these games in like week 3. It would have been a lot of fun, but we don't get that. In Philly, it's been a weird season. They are, they're probably going to win the division. I mean, like 99% chance to win the division with 3 weeks left, but that doesn't really tell the story of the season. It's been kind of a little bit of a roller coaster. They have not played up to expectation. They just obviously got back on the winning track with the win over the Raiders, but 3 straight losses before that. The offense has kind of been a mess for most of the year. The defense has been slowly rounding into form, but I think it's probably safe to say there's been like a little bit of a Super Bowl hangover. And, you come into a season in this city with expectations as high as they are. They're tough to live up to. And, for most of the season, this team has not lived up to those expectations.
The game against Chicago, they ran the ball very effectively against them. What's been that problem? The teams are like last year, people couldn't run, and now this year people are saying we can.
Well, I mean, honestly, that was one game, and they were awful in that game against the run. It was kind of a shockingly bad performance, and I honestly give a ton of credit to Ben Johnson for that game plan. They were just really mixing and matching that run game, using misdirection. The Eagles just they couldn't catch up to what the Bears were doing in that game. Aside from that, I mean, to me, this is a championship defense. They've shown that in just about every game. Other than that, they have been pretty good against the run. And it's, it's kind of crazy because we talked in the offseason about, they lost some really talented players. They lost Milton Williams. They lost Josh Sweat, Darius Slay, like all these guys who were big-time contributors. But this defense is really good again. And they've gotten high-level play from the linebacker position. They've gotten great play from the secondary in a few places, and the defensive line is starting to round into form. So, honestly, that was like one bad game. For the most part, the defense has carried this team this year. and that's not what we expected, right? Like you look at the construction of their roster, they have the highest paid offense in the NFL, and that side of the football has really not lived up to it this year.
Yeah, I thought watching that Monday Nighter against the Chargers a couple weeks ago, the defense was phenomenal in that game. Herbert just made some outrageous plays, but when your quarterback turns it over 5 times, I know you are on the beat, so you were there every day. Did Sirianni really get asked if he was thinking about benching Hurts and going to Tanner McKee?
Not by anyone who covers the team regularly. That was a question on his weekly radio appearance, but I don't. It was never a serious topic in the city. It was
even on his radio show. That's still pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, it was something they were never going to do, and Jalen hadn't been playing well. He has a role in their offensive struggles, but let's get real. I mean, he was a Super Bowl MVP like 9 months ago. They're not going to bench him for a guy who has looked good in limited sample size, but clearly not going to make that move. Jalen has to be better than he played in that stretch, but I don't even think he's the number one culprit when we're talking about, why has this offense not performed to expectation.
Yeah. So who is then? Because Hurts has been bad for a month. He was pretty good against the Raiders, but the Raiders are god-awful. What is going on offensively for Philly?
Yeah, it's kind of the game we've been playing in the city all year. Like, how do you divvy up the blame for what's gone wrong? And, the face of it has been Kevin Patullo, who's their offensive coordinator, an internal promotion. And I think that's natural because they bring back 10 of 11 starters from last year. They had the same quarterback. They had the same head coach. Well, what changed? It was the offensive coordinator. It must be his fault. I don't think it's that simple. A lot of the issues we've seen structurally with this offense have popped up before, and I think it kind of, for me, it boils down to this. We know that the Eagles have had a pretty simple offensive scheme the entire time Nick Sirianni's here, and that works when everything is working well and when your offensive line is healthy and when you can lean on the run game. It does not work when your offensive line is banged up, when you don't have the push up front, and when you're not able to cover up some of the deficiencies in that. So I think both things can be true here, and it's tough to talk about that kind of stuff with nuance, especially in this city. It becomes a little difficult, but I think there have been multiple factors for their offense not playing well. For me, it honestly starts with the health of the offensive line and not being elite there, because so much of their success in recent years has been predicated on just having this elite offensive line you can lean on. And then last year, it hit its peak with that offensive line and Saquon Barkley. They were pretty much unstoppable as a rushing offense, and that clearly has not been the case this year.
Like I mentioned that to JP last year when Saquon was coming out. Like, I say, everybody's worried about the fantasy football. I say, go with Saquon. He's going to be running behind that offensive line. Now, this year, I don't know if it was you, Dave, that might have mentioned it. Like you said, people talk about running backs after having that year of over 300 and something carries, how they drop off. Well, hell, the offensive line, they had to block for him in all those carries too. So they may have a little bit that affects them.
Absolutely. It's a great point, and it's something that we probably didn't give enough thought to going into the year. I mean, Saquon didn't get touched that much last year. I mean, he had just these giant holes to run through. The offensive line kind of took the brunt of it all. And up front, those guys they've been playing this year, specifically speaking about their center, Cam Jurgens, and left guard, Landon Dickerson. But, man, they've been banged up. They're playing through injuries all year. Clearly, I mean, those were 2 Pro Bowlers last year. They're not playing to that level. Lane Johnson has missed the last 4 games with a foot injury. So all of a sudden, like, you're without 3 Pro Bowlers on the offensive line. Yeah. I think some people are looking at the numbers and going, man, Saquon must have fallen off after that season last year. And I just don't think that's the case. I think that, he's still physically, it's not the same player, pretty close to that. It's just the opportunity hasn't been there.
Talking with our friend Dave Zangaro here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV. You can follow Dave at DZangaro NBCS. It's funny what you said about Saquon, right? Like through 14 games, he's got 940 yards, 6 touchdowns, another 270 through the air. So through 14 games, he's accounted for 1,200 yards from scrimmage with 8 touchdowns. That's good. But in the world we live in where everyone is so addicted to putting names on everything, Saquon gets hit with regression. You know what I'm saying? And, like, technically he's regressed because last year he had an all-time great NFL season, but it doesn't mean that, like, he's bad now, but everybody just wants to slap titles on everything and give it, like, a catchy moniker for Instagram. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's just I get it though. It's natural. You see the numbers, you just put them up side by side, and you go, "Oh man, what happened to this guy?" And sometimes that's all the context you have when you're looking at historical seasons, right? You look back and you say, "Oh man, that guy rushed for 2,000 yards in whatever 98, and then the next year he fell off." Talking about like Terrell Davis or whoever, but like we can watch it with our eyes this year, right? And Saquon, when he has the opportunity. To me, he still looks like the same guy. And you look at like the GPS numbers, like miles per hour on some of his big runs. Like he's still physically, to me, that same guy. Now he's dealing with a little injury this week. He has a stinger, so we'll see if that affects him or if he's able to play. But for the most part, I think he's been fairly healthy, and the holes just aren't opening for him.
Yeah. Looking at the game this week, actually, I want to do one more specific Eagles thing. I don't know that I've ever spoken to A.J. Brown. I know I've been around him. I don't believe I've ever talked to him. You know him. You've covered him for years now. He seems like an enigma of a person. Certainly a lot of receivers are. Hard Knocks has been interesting for me with A.J. Brown. They showed him rolling up to the game in an Accord this past week. And, like, I applaud financial conservatism for a star receiver. My guess is he also has other cars, but that day he felt like driving the Accord.
His wife ain't driving around no Accord.
I don't know that. I'll let Dave answer that. And then he also gave that
beater,
kid.
That's not the. It was snowing out. That's his snow car.
That was like, so I saw people on the internet were like, "Oh my gosh, A.J. Brown, what a role model." I'm like, dude, there's probably an AMG in the garage. You didn't feel like getting salt on the tire.
Why is it if you buy an AMG, you can't be a role model?
Right.
I mean, people get on my nerve with that stupid crap, man.
But there was also the scene last night in the game where he's giving that little boy what I thought was a cup of hot chocolate because the game is freezing. Like, who is A.J. Brown?
Enigma is a good word for him. He's a tough guy to figure out. I think he's often pretty misunderstood. And it's funny because he's at early in his career here, he cared about that. I think he wanted people to understand him better. He doesn't care anymore, which I think is probably a little freeing for him because he gets labeled as a diva or this or that. And he wants the football. Like, of course he does. He considers himself one of the best receivers in the league, and he was quieter last year. There were a few grumbles when the passing offense wasn't performing well, but I think it comes from the right place with him. When he sees the offense struggling and he thinks he can help, he wants the ball, and I think that's pretty natural. He's a little more outspoken publicly about it than a Devontae Smith, who if you talk to players in that locker room, it's very funny because Devontae can do no wrong in the city of Philadelphia. You talk to people in that building about who's loud and who wants the football. I mean, Devontae wants the ball too. He just goes about it in a different way that helps his public persona. AJ has more trouble hiding his emotions and that sort of thing. So and his body language isn't always great, but I ultimately think it comes from the right place. He wants the offense to operate at a higher level. And he's talked before, if there's something he thinks needs to be said, he'll say it. He's not scared to do it. And it's kind of his cross to bear at times. And it can get ugly in the city because people don't want to hear you complain. They want to just see it get better. But I've enjoyed covering him. I've enjoyed getting to know him a little bit. Sometimes he can't get out of his own way with some social media posts or this and that, but he's an emotional guy, and that's the last thing I want to do as a reporter is take the emotion out of the game, and I want these guys to be themselves as much as possible.
Dave, I spent some time in Philly. That's kind of strange you said that they don't like people to complain when They complain a lot themselves now.
Yeah, that's their job.
I mean, they complain a lot.
I mean, they were booing the defending Super Bowl champ at home like last month. You know what I'm saying? Like, it
deserving booze.
Yeah, the offense looked terrible. Like, I get it, but if the Burgundy and Gold ever win another Super Bowl, you're not going to hear a boo for 5 years. And success breeds more success. Like, I can wrap my head around all of it. Specific to this week, the line is almost a touchdown, and Washington's the home team. I think it's at 6.5 now. Seems kind of stabilized there. To me, Washington with Mariota is going to move the ball. Unfortunately, there's been pretty consistent turnover problems when Mariota's at QB. He said himself after the game, he's like, yeah, man, I just make this one bonehead play per game. I got to stop it. And in my head, I'm like, he said the quiet part out loud. But Mariota's run good offense. Defensively, they're not very good. To me, though, a lot of this game hinges on what version of the Eagles' offense shows up.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, I spend time each week looking at matchups for the game, and kind of recently it's been Eagles against themselves. Like what version of that team, what version of that offense shows up. If we look at the actual game, I think the one thing that I have my antenna up for is Mariota as a rusher. Like him off schedule, scrambling. That's something the Eagles haven't been great with this year. They've given up big chunks. You talked about Justin Herbert in that Monday night game. I mean, that was their offense in the second half, and overtime was just hope he doesn't get hurt and let him run around and create a little bit. So Jackson Dart got them earlier in the year. Patrick Mahomes got them back in week 2. So that's something that I have my radar up for, is just to see how they deal with the scrambling. But, yeah, I mean, you're right. The Eagles are the better team, but that hasn't stopped them from losing before. So it's really about what kind of team are they? Did they actually learn something from the Raiders game? It's a weird time in Philly right now because they just won 31-0, but they beat a team that is mentally in Cancun already. So how much stock do you really put in it? And we'll find out. I think we'll find out on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, that Raiders team is terrible. We will find out Saturday. I'm looking forward to it. Do you see the Week 18 game? And this is probably more of a selfish question than anything. Do you see a path to that being anything but Sunday 1 o'clock?
You're just trying to plan your off season.
Yes.
There might be something for the Eagles to play for.
Seeding,
yeah. Now there's a lot that goes into it. But if there's something for them to play for seeding wise, they'll line those games up. They'll start them at the same time. So it'll kind of depend on where they put those other games. But yeah, let's all just hope for a Sunday 1 o'clock there, because this Eagles have played every day of the week this year, and it's kind of driving me nuts.
I think Washington has too. We've had a Sunday, a Monday, a Thursday, and now we get a Saturday.
We had a Friday.
Oh yeah, you had the Black Friday game. I forgot about that. Yeah, I mean, looking at Week 18, it's hard to think that like Seahawks, Niners. I mean, there are big games that week. I think it'll be Bears, Lions that week, Colts, Texans, Chargers, Broncos. Like, I can't imagine Commanders, Eagles being one that really matters. But that's why they play the games. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Dave.
That we will.
This is extremely inside baseball, but Joey Sabat is now – I don't know if you know this, dude, but they started simulcasting me and BMitch's the radio show on Monumental Sports Network down here, the old NBC Sports Washington. So Joey Sabat is now our producer for the television portion, and he told me to tell you hello.
Well, hello, Joey. This is very inside baseball, but it's nice to hear
briefly,
from Joey.
When you worked with Joey in Houston, how
was he weird?
How
when you worked
nuts
with him?
was he then? Because he's nuts now.
Oh man, we're talking like 15 years ago. He wasn't weird. He was a nice fella, nice guy.
Well, he's weird now. Just so I let you know.
Thank you, Davey. We'll see you Saturday, buddy.
All right, fellas. Take care.
All right, Dave. Take care, bro.
Davey Z, Dave Zangaro, does a terrific job covering the Eagles. Check out the Eagle Eye podcast with Dave and Ruben Frank up there. You can check out his work at NBC Sports Philly, D Zangaro, NBCS. When we return to the program, how do the Commanders beat the Eagles? Let's figure out a game plan here. Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch Finlay. Hey, it's JP Finlay here, and you've heard me talk about the awesome level of service I've gotten from Better Services. They took care of all the appliances in my home. We had a dishwasher that wasn't acting right. They got it fixed. Then they got it replaced. They found the exact oven my wife wanted to match the dishwasher. Now we have all stylish KitchenAid appliances. My favorite part is now we get filtered water out of the fridge, so I don't have to deal with a Brita anymore. Whatever it is you need, if your appliances are acting up or you want to consider new ones, hit up Better Services. They've got a dope new showroom in Kensington, Maryland that has all the makes, models, whatever it is you're looking for, they've got it. And they can offer you next day or even same day delivery. Plus, they'll haul away your old appliances. Maybe you need something else, some handyman work. Maybe you're considering a kitchen or a bathroom renovation. Whatever it is, hit up Better Services. It's a family-owned company. They took care of me and my family, and they'll do the same for you. Check them out at betterservices.com. That's BETTAR. Or check them out on Facebook at Better Services.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Mike McDaniels made his decision. Tua Tagovailoa is headed to the bench. The Miami Dolphins benching him in favor of 7th-round rookie Quinn Ewers ahead of Sunday's Week 16 game against the Bengals. Now, yesterday, Mike McDaniels said that the quarterback play was not good enough, so we'll see if he's going to get anything better from Quinn Ewers. And the Knicks have decided against hanging up a banner at MSG for winning the NBA Cup. The last two winners, the Lakers and the Bucks, both have banners hanging in their respective arenas. But the Knicks, they haven't hung a team banner since they won the Eastern Conference back in 1999, so just feels wrong to raise this one. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
BMitch Finlay 1067 The Fan. Shout out to the people on the YouTube stream. Shout out to the people watching on Monumental. Shout out to everybody listening on the radio or on an app, whatever it is.
However you choose.
I know that the good folks of Killarney House over in Annapolis, Davidsonville, whatever that area is called, they got BMitch Finlay on the TV in the bar.
I like it.
I also know, do you remember earlier in the program, Brian, when we asked, do we think there's anyone in the world listening to us while they're using the bathroom?
Yeah. You got somebody that hit you?
Wildcard Scotty said,
Oh,
I'm
Lord.
guilty right now, but only listening, not watching.
Yeah, I hope you're not watching. That would be a little weird.
And my boy Will Siegel said, your content supports good bathroom production. So I'm happy to help.
Yeah, you got some weird friends.
That's true. That is true. If
They
anybody,
say, show me your friends, you tell me a lot about yourself, right?
I suppose that's accurate. Will Siegel, if you're still listening, I need a bottle of Buffalo Trace. I will pay you for it. Everybody should go check out Ace Beverage over there on New Mexico Ave. I think it's New Mexico, right next to Chef Jeff's. B, Washington is a pretty significant underdog to the Philadelphia Eagles this week.
6.5?
6.5 point home underdog, which weirdly is not the biggest home dog this week. Biggest home dog this week are the Cleveland Browns hosting the Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
That's 10 points, dude.
Yeah.
I still don't think I'm down with
Yeah,
that. I
yeah.
love a home
mean,
dog.
It's a lot, but I think Myles Garrett could change that whole game.
Yeah, but so could Josh Allen.
Yeah, but we saw when Josh Allen gets that, what Denver did to him. I mean, not Denver, what Houston did to him. He couldn't move.
Yeah, but Houston's defense totality is really good. Myles Garrett is really good.
Yeah.
Like, Garrett has been phenomenal.
Myles can make other people look good around him.
Cleveland, they're still 3-10 or whatever they are.
Yeah.
It's a terrible team.
The offense sucks.
Oh, yeah, big time. With Philly this weekend, they had lost 3 in a row before playing the Raiders, who are god-awful, and they beat the Raiders 31-0. In the 3-game losing streak, the most they scored was 21 points. Since their bye week, Brian, they had a bye in week 9.
Mm-hmm.
They won 2 games. They won their first 2 games of November by scores of 10-7 and 16-9.
Mm-hmm.
In the 3-game losing streak, they never scored more than 21. Now, they were able to go for 31 against the Raiders. Again, the Raiders are terrible. This offense has not been particularly productive in Philadelphia.
Yeah, it hadn't been. And listen, I understand how the media there is a little bit defensive about their team, but everybody is.
They're defensive to everyone else, but offensive in their team.
Yeah, but everybody has played a part in it. Jalen has played a part in it. Hell, A.J. Brown dropping passes has played a part in it. The offensive line not being able to open up holes for Saquon has played a part. Saquon not looking like he did last year has played a part. On the defense side of the ball, they have guys doing some selfish things on the field that enables other teams to have success against them. So something's going on. Now, I understand you could point at the offensive coordinator because, your boy just put his friend up there. I understand people saying that. But it's more than that. It's more than that.
They are 18th in points scored, 22nd in yards gained. They have the 7th most turnovers. Actually, that's not true. They have the 7th fewest turnovers. Prior to that game against the Chargers, Jalen Hurts, even with a 4-interception day, I think he has 6 on the year. A lot of people were like, Hurts doesn't take enough chances, why he doesn't throw picks. He was terrible in that Chargers game. So certainly you could say one path to victory for Washington would be for Jalen Hurts to turn it over 5 times.
Yeah.
I don't know that you can count on that. But on the 3-game losing streak.
But you got to get pressure on them to enable that.
On the 3-game losing streak, they turned it over 9 times.
All right.
So generating turnovers is undoubtedly the way here.
Yeah.
A lot easier said than done.
Totally.
I think the way Washington has been on the ground defensively, this feels like it could be a get-right game for Saquon a little bit. The Commanders come into this thing giving up the 28th most rush yards per game. They're giving up 4.7 yards per carry, 27th in the NFL in YPC. Like, you could beat the Washington defense certainly through the air and some of these more explosive offenses. We saw that. I think of Seattle and Detroit particularly. I think Philly's going to come in here. I don't know Johnson's status. I'll try to find that.
They had a lot of success running the football last year. And I think
against this team,
like we say, try to establish. They're going to try to establish the run. If we can do something with it, to slow them down and make them change, okay. If we don't, they're not going to stop running the football. So I think, if I'm the coach, like you said earlier, he wasn't asking, he was telling them, I will come out and just drop the challenge for them right now. Because they're going to come here and just, like Doc said, they're going to walk in your kitchen, in your dining room. They're going to take the food off your plate, eat it in front of you, and belch right in your face. And you're going to see what you're going to do about it. You got to do something about it.
Doc's so good at delivering words like belch. Lane Johnson was a DNP yesterday. Honestly, if you're Philly and you're trying to get Lane Johnson back for another January run at things, I don't think you're in a hurry for this one, right?
No.
Saquon was a DNP yesterday with the stinger. You just heard Dave Zangaro talk about that. Jalen Carter probably not expected to play. He's dealing with that shoulder situation. I think Washington has to be able to run the ball in this thing. That's when they've been their best, and certainly Marcus using his legs. If you look at,
and I think we got to lean on it the whole game, not just a certain part of the game.
Agreed. Philly's rush defense has not been great. They're 22nd in the NFL in rush yards surrendered. Defensively, they've been really good. They're 6th in points allowed, 14th in yards allowed. They're good through the air. I mean, we know about the corners they have. Washington will have Terry and Debo. That's kind of their top complement of receivers. I meant to say this. I saw Luke McCaffrey in the locker room yesterday. And DQ, I think Tom Shad from the Post asked him, but DQ made clear Luke's not going to come back this year. But when you have a collarbone, don't you have to stabilize that arm? Isn't your arm in a sling?
At a certain point, it is.
Because Luke's in nothing. He was just walking around.
How long has it been?
I don't know.
It's been long enough where I think it healed. Was it completely broken? Was it a fracture?
Isn't any break a fracture?
But I'm saying a fracture, you can have a fracture without having a complete break.
I got you. I hear you. So Luke suffered.
Smart ass.
Luke suffered a fractured clavicle.
Okay.
In week 9.
That could be could have been a small thing.
I also
it's
think
a pain thing tolerance for that.
Yeah,
too.
and do you get surgery on that, or do you just set it and let it heal? Isn't that a pretty weird body part?
Yeah,
I don't
depending
know.
on the seriousness of it. I had mine broken, but I wouldn't even. I don't remember it. My mom and dad told me about it.
When you were a baby?
I was coming. I had such broad shoulders. They had to snap.
When you were born?
Yeah. So I came home with a little brace and stuff.
Did it ever impact you later in life?
Nah, but I used to feel like a little indentation on the collarbone where you could tell something must have happened right there.
Landfill, is it at all a surprise that BMitch was born with such broad shoulders they had to break his shoulder to get him out of the womb?
No, not shocking at all.
No.
It's this one right here. The right one. Yeah, yeah.
Can you still feel it?
It's like a little indentation right there.
Let me feel this thing.
Ain't that serious. You can tell by the look and feel on a different side.
Oh, you can feel it. That's wild. I feel like I just felt a pregnant woman's belly and the baby kicked.
What?
I don't know. It's weird to feel another man's collarbone.
You're going to make my shoulder like my shoulder a pregnant woman's belly?
You know who else I saw yesterday? And I meant to tweet this out, but Twitter is completely broken right now. I don't know that Twitter's ever going to recover, frankly. I saw Trey Amos yesterday, and it was very cool. So Von Miller, the way the locker room's set up, a lot of times the media, say open locker rooms an hour long. And especially right now because the Hard Knocks cameras are there. And shout out to those guys because they do a great job. Those guys and gals do a great job of really never being in the way. Like, they never ask questions or anything, but they have these big boom mics that they kind of come over the top whenever there's a scrum, and they're in the background with these crazy cameras. They can zoom all the way in. But it's just crowded during open locker room.
Okay.
And a lot of time, and people may not realize this, a lot of time the media is in the locker room. People are just standing around. Like, there's a lot of, like, approved loitering. You know what I mean? Like, you're kind of just standing there. And so you try to find places to stand, and the way the new locker room is built, there's not that much space.
Not much standing room.
So we were all kind of standing in that front hallway. And credit to Von Miller. This is like what veterans do and understand. Von came in and was like, yo, clear out. We need everybody on one side. And I was like, I didn't know if there was about to be a wacky bit going on or what. But I just kind of stood off to the side. He's like, Trey's about to come in. And I hadn't seen Trey Amos since I think he broke his leg, right? And Trey walked in on crutches, all smiles, said what's up to him, just a boot on the foot. I don't know. That was a positive thing to see Trey Amos. Yeah. I hadn't seen him. And he's clearly not playing anytime soon.
Not playing.
I think, at this point, everything's about 2026 going forward, and Amos is certainly a big part of that.
True.
The path to me for beating the Eagles, run the ball well, and some of this ain't that advanced, frankly. Run the ball well. You got to generate turnovers. And you kind of need the sleepwalking offensive version of Philly to show up. If Philly comes out firing on all cylinders, they're just a better roster.
Yeah, and you can't try to help them because we have too many penalties in games. We got to clean that up.
Dude, last week there were 4 penalties on the first drive. One of them
we got to clean that up.
I mean, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Like, Washington probably has to play their best game. I think against Dallas the following week at home, a little bit of weather might not hurt. What is Dallas playing for if Philly clinches it this week? I think that could be a more winnable game.
We need a little bit of that New York weather like we had this week when Dallas comes.
Right. Agreed.
Yeah.
Now, Philly,
they don't care.
The weather's not going to impact them.
Nah, they care less.
Agreed. All right. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we'll open these phone lines up. We're going to talk some power rankings. There was a championship awarded last night, I believe, in the NBA, Brian. Let's discuss. Nobody go anywhere. BMitch Finlay. B, I went to the Christmas pageant last night, and my in-laws came, and Lou were sitting there, and he goes, hey, have you heard of this Collars & Co. shirts? I love these things.
Lou don't listen to
And I was like, Lou, hell yeah, I've heard of them, dude. We've been wearing this stuff for months. We love it. But why my father-in-law loves it he wears the polos with a blazer,
Yeah.
and the collar stays nice and crisp.
There you go.
When you wear a golf shirt with the blazer, your collar's flopping around like a fish on a dock. That's why you got to go with the Collars & Co. polos. You've seen them. It feels like you're wearing a T-shirt, but you look crisp. You can wear them to a Christmas pageant at the church, or you can wear them just to play some golf. Whatever it is, you don't need to iron them. You don't need a dry cleaner. Take them off the hanger, and you're out the door. Check them out online at Collars & Co. or their new store in Congressional Plaza for all of your holiday shopping needs. my God. BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Shout out to the people watching on Monumental, on the YouTube stream, listening on the apps, listening on the podcast, wherever you get your content. We're there. All right. Brian, crowned a champion last night.
Yeah. The Knicks.
The Knicks.
Yeah.
James Dolan got a championship.
And what does he say?
I don't know. Did he talk?
Does he say he's going to put up a banner or not?
I bet they do.
I heard they were thinking about not putting it up.
Well, we heard that with the Lakers, and then they put one up.
Well, the Lakers put it up quickly.
Well,
LeBron, he needed that. He's trying to catch up with Jay.
I'm sure MJ gives a bleep about the NBA Cup. I don't mind the NBA Cup as a vehicle to make mid-season NBA games perhaps more meaningful, right?
I guess.
I do mind the NBA Cup held up in the same regard as a championship.
A regular title? No, I don't buy it.
I just found out, how many NBA Cups do you think there have been?
3.
Okay, I thought there were 2.
3.
Right.
The Lakers, the Bucks, and now this one.
Oh, the Bucks won it last year.
Yeah, I think it was the Bucks. Yeah.
Okay, so you paid more attention than me.
Nah, I just I look at current events.
Well, that was a year ago.
Huh? It was a story that popped up today. Boom, and they had the last 2 that had won it. So
I get it as a vehicle. I think the biggest complaint around casual NBA fans, and I'd put myself in that category. I love high-level basketball, and I love the Wiz. I'd probably watch more if the Wiz were like in a different stage of this rebuild. Like, let's hope a year, maybe 2 from now, like the Wiz are competing not for the play-in, but for like the 4 seed, right? Like,
yeah,
like I will inherently be drawn more into that because in general the NBA I watch is the Wiz and then the playoffs.
Yeah,
and
I'm with you.
Sadly, those 2 things haven't been in the same sentence in a while.
Yeah.
I completely understand what the NBA is trying to do to generate more interest in the regular season product, especially as like.
Well, I think what they did, they were trying to get their players
interested
in the season product more or less.
Because tanking and load management have become just so problematic for fans of the NBA to watching the game. Congrats to the Knicks. Like, if they care, good for them. It doesn't make me care. I don't know how you handle the banners for the NBA Cup, and maybe in 10, 15 years this will all feel very different. But, like, the banners can't go on the same wall. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, put them on the other side or make them smaller or a different color or something.
They have another room, like a little area where you put it at, because it's secondary to the real thing.
I mean, significant, like, secondary by a long stretch. That doesn't, like, I think they probably kind of stole this idea from soccer. And in soccer, there's constantly some challenge going on. Like, I know in the English league, there's like the Community Shield. Like, there's all these different things you can win, and some of those happen within the season. Some of those are like the FA Cup is massive, and that's like every soccer team in England gets a piece of it, whatever it is. I just don't think maybe over time this will grow into something that's a big deal. I don't think it is right now. I think if they didn't have the crazy courts in the NBA Cup, nobody would really notice that it was an NBA Cup game.
Yeah, but I just think the team that wins it midway, will they win it ever at the end?
And do the teams, like, now that the Knicks have won the NBA Cup, does that change what anybody thinks about their chances of winning the finals? Because I doubt it.
I don't think it does, but I'm just saying, like, I don't think we've seen in these 3 years, anybody that won it in the midway point, won it later. And then that would start to make me question how people are really going after this thing. You know what I'm saying?
So this, I think, could be cool. Adam Silver talked. I didn't even know this. The NBA Cup final, I guess, last night was on Amazon. Wasn't even on ESPN or whatever. So good for the NBA because Amazon's probably paying them a boatload. But Adam Silver was on the pregame show and said they might move. I guess the Final Four and then the championship is played in Vegas right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I think in Vegas, they're trying to get a team to Vegas. So, like, eventually you're going to have home games in Vegas. So the allure of having the NBA Cup in Vegas won't be as significant. I think this is cool. Silver said there's consideration for some storied college arenas to start hosting the NBA Cup games. Like, if you put the NBA Cup in Cameron Indoor Stadium, that'd be pretty neat. You put it in Fog Allen, the Dean Dome. I don't know what really counts.
You put the NBA Cup in Camden? That thing's small, dog.
Cameron,
I mean, that's small as hell.
But it'd make it cool. It'd probably make me watch. I'd be more interested.
Well, I told the NBA I don't want to see the walls that close.
That's what they're saying. I mean, when you hear the commissioner of the league say a storied college arena, that's the top of the list.
If he has to start bringing in other things that bring people to see your thing and want to tune in, you tell me your product is not good enough. That's in essence, he's telling me that the NBA is not good enough to do it by himself.
Or that they're trying to let this be something different. I don't know.
They didn't have to do that when MJ was there.
Apparently, now this streaming numbers, I think it's difficult to always assign value to because who the heck knows? Digital metrics are often shifting, I'll say. Like, I don't know what you make of this, Brian. Saturday's doubleheader. San Antonio versus Oklahoma City and New York versus Toronto. Now, New York versus Toronto, you got two major markets. San Antonio and Oklahoma City are small cities, but you got Wemby, the most intriguing player in the league, against the defending champs.
And they just beat them and broke their streak.
That's a juicy game.
Yeah.
Those four games, that doubleheader, those two games rather, those four teams, saw a 126% year-over-year increase in social media views. I don't know what that means. Like, is social media bigger? Did they just introduce this on TikTok? Like, that could be a zillion different things. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. We're going to talk some power ranks, some Jaden shutdown, let you chime in. Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch Finlay.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. After 5+ years in the starting role, the Dolphins have benched starting quarterback Tua Tagovailoa. Tagovailoa will be replaced under center by 7th-round rookie Quinn Ewers. Tagovailoa struggled pretty badly during the 2025 season, throwing a league-leading 15 interceptions and posting the lowest QBR of his career. He has the league's 6th largest annual salary, though, as well. That's an average annual salary of $53.1 million. He still has 3 years remaining on that deal, plus 2 void years tacked onto the end in order to spread out the cap hits. So this is a pretty expensive decision by the Dolphins. If your office setup is looking like a busted play, call the pros at PVI Office Furniture. They'll come to you to help design a game plan that actually works. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Score big when you call today and score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVIPVI.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's getting kind of hectic. BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. All right, I know a lot of folks earlier on wanted to chime in on Jaden Daniels getting shut down now that we've heard from Jaden. I know there's some people skeptical of all of it. If you choose to be skeptic, you can say, well, they've got a company line. They keep saying he's not cleared.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it. Jaden's a super tough dude. I think trying to go in the Minnesota game and then jacking it up again, I think he said you got to be smart, and I think that's a young man growing, frankly.
Yeah.
I recognize some may disagree with that, so I'm going to give you an opportunity to speak up. Some may agree, so you also get an opportunity to speak up. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. As we build time for these callers, every Wednesday we do our power rankings. We go with Eric Edholm from NFL.com. I don't think there's much debate now who is the top team in the NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, so you say Denver ahead of the Rams. You could say Denver.
Rams.
Denver just beat the Packers, and it was a convincing win, and it was the best Bo Nix has played all year.
Yep.
Well, dude, tomorrow night is maybe the biggest Thursday night game ever. I don't know ever, but like at least since they went to Amazon. Rams Seahawks from Seattle tomorrow night.
That should be a good one. The Rams go knock them off, then they are there by themselves.
Especially on the road up there in a stadium that is engineered to be incredibly loud.
Very loud.
The fans deserve credit, but the place is built to maintain the loudness. It also looks like it's going to rain all day tomorrow in Seattle.
Oh, Seattle. Well, that's a typical day in Seattle.
Right. What, if any, impact do you think rain has on Rams Seahawks?
Not going to have much on either one of them. They're going to toss that ball around, dog. Both of those quarterbacks like to let it fly.
Darnold looked bad against the Colts, and Darnold is all of a sudden looking a little inconsistent.
Well, it's getting late. It's getting late in the season. Getting close to that time when he starts seeing those
Ghostesses.
Yeah.
Darnold in that game was 22 of 36 for 270. No touchdowns, no picks, but he just late and missing stuff. Eric Edholm, for his part, on the NFL Power Ranks that we use every week, goes Rams 1, Broncos 2, Seahawks 3. If you look at the NFL right now, it'd be Rams and Broncos as your 1 seed. So both those teams would get to bye. Here's a question for you. Both Denver and the Rams have a team only 1 game back. Which team do you think is more likely to lose the 1 seed? The Broncos or the Rams?
Who do Patriots have going back? I mean, finishing up. What's their last 3 games?
The Patriots this week are on the road against the Ravens for Sunday Night Football.
And then they have, what's the next 2?
Give me a moment. The Pats then have the Jets in New York, and I assume they finish with the Dolphins. Yeah, they finish.
And the
with
Rams
the Dolphins.
have Seattle.
I think the Rams finish with Arizona.
They have Seattle, Arizona. Who else?
They finish at home with Arizona. They have Seattle this week. In Week 17, the Rams play the Falcons in Atlanta on Monday Night Football.
All right, I would say that I think the Broncos have the number 1 seed right now. Huh?
Yeah.
They're more apt to lose it.
I tend to agree with you. What is more likely? The Broncos lose the 1 seed or the Patriots lose the division?
I think the Patriots could win out. And who does Buffalo have?
I think there's a little harder sledding. I think I know Buffalo this week. Let me just pull it up. Ask me to have all these schedules at the ready, B.
Yeah.
Buffalo, I don't know. I mean, they're at Cleveland this week, 10-point favorites. Home against the Eagles, home against the Jets is how they finish things out. And that Eagles game next week
Jets,
could be Eagles.
And who else?
They go at Cleveland, Eagles, Jets.
Oh, hell. And now they have the tiebreaker on the Patriots, right?
I think they split.
Yeah, but normally that last team that wins, normally that thing flips for them.
Well, I think it eventually becomes strength of schedule, and the Bills have to have the tougher schedule.
Well, I think the Bills going to win the division.
Do you?
Yeah. They just beat them, and both of them basically had the same sucky schedule at the end.
The Bills are a game behind, though. The Bills are at 10-4. New England's at 11-3.
New England, hold on. I thought they were tied.
No, they're not
I thought
tied.
they were tied.
No, New England's got a game on them. New
Yeah,
England could have clinched
so
last
they
week.
both, if they both win out, they still got that one game.
Right.
Yeah. So
Do you think Houston catches Jacksonville in the South? Jags have one game on Houston.
that's a possibility because Houston defense is damn good, though.
But, dude, the Jags are playing really good football
I understand. I understand. I mean, he had that 6 touchdown game. He may come back the next week and not do that.
I mean,
They
won't get
a little weird to me.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, just a huge game that probably won't get the national attention because I believe the national 4 o'clock game is Steelers-Lions. Thank God the Steelers can go to Detroit and we don't all have to hear about Jerome Bettis being from Detroit again. But Jacksonville going to Denver. That's a 4 o'clock on Sunday. That's a big game.
It's a big game, man. That's a long travel schedule. And going to
and you're a Florida team.
Florida going there to that different air. That's gonna be tough for them to overcome, dog.
So at home, his top 5: Rams, Broncos, Seahawks, Bills, New England. Then he's got the Bears up there, and I think you got to take the Bears pretty serious. The Bears play the Packers Saturday night in just an absolutely massive
There's
game.
no Micah.
No Micah.
So that
How does that impact a team beyond the play on the field? Just knowing you don't have this like superhuman pass rush?
But I think sometimes when you have a guy like him, you know, they feel he can do so much damage. When you lose a guy like that, the team plays more together as a team. They may be still effective. Because when we played them, it wasn't just Micah. They had people come from every damn way.
Totally.
So if they could get back to that where everybody feels it's got to be a part of it, they could probably play as good as they were or better.
What surprises you most about this Bears team being so good this year?
Well, that's not necessarily surprising. It's just like they're playing better together as a team right now. And Caleb is being coached right now. You know what I mean? So I'm not necessarily surprised. It's just that I didn't expect their defense to be as good as they've been playing.
the way they run the ball, dude. Chicago is physical as hell.
Well, they did put money on the offensive line. They went out and they said they were going to take care of Caleb and get him some protection. They protect not only him, they protect the running backs too.
Caleb still has stretches of plays where you're like, what is going on? But the plays he can make, like the elite level plays, are significant.
Well, and he has extreme confidence. There was a pass he threw the other day, and he was asked a question about that difficult pass. He said, I can make any pass.
Right.
So he believes in himself. So he's going to try stuff.
Let's run through AFC. We'll go BMitch scale of 1 to 10. How much do you believe in Denver?
Denver defense is good. Their offense was not spectacular, but their offense don't do a lot to put them in bad situations. So you got a damn good defense and your offense is consistent, and they may not make the great big plays, but they methodically move down the field and they keep your offense off the field. Now, you have an offense that has been sitting on the sideline. They run out there, they feel they got to score, and they start taking chances. They give up their run, and they try to do it against that defense.
Surtain made an all-world play last week.
They have something working with them.
You had a 8? What's the belief scale out of 10?
8 out of 10.
7?
I'd go about 7.
What about the Pats?
I give them the same thing.
I think you're going to go lower on the next one.
Who?
The Jags. They'd be the 3 seed right
I'll
now.
I'll go by a 6 on them.
The Steelers. They'd be the 4 seed.
I go 5.5, 6, because Aaron Rodgers, as crazy as he is, when a dude decides to play ball, he can play. And if you get anything out of that defense, like they're capable of doing, you give him chances down the stretch, you can have some problems.
First wild card as of today in the AFC would be the Chargers, the Los Angeles Chargers.
That team baffles me, man. 5.
They're 10-4.
5.
Why so low?
We handled them.
It's true.
We weren't ready.
I mean, almost 3 months ago now, but
still.
Where are you at on the Bills?
I'm going to give the Bills. I'll go with the Bills by a 6, too. Because if they don't win one this year, they count Christmas.
You think this is their chance knowing KC's out?
This is their chance. If they don't get there this year, they may as well say bye-bye. Start adjusting stuff.
Houston, if the season ended today, would be the 7 seed. They would be taking on the Patriots in Foxborough.
And that is probably the most dangerous team in the playoffs on that side.
There is no way Vrabel and the New England Patriots want to face the Texans in the first playoff game.
They can affect, especially a young quarterback, too. They can affect your quarterback. And what if CJ just happened to do them things CJ is capable of doing? Because their receiver is killing them.
They've won at least one playoff game in both of the last 2
Their
seasons.
receiver can ball.
Nico
can ball.
I think the Colts are dead. I mean, cool story with Rivers, but you lost that game. If they had won that game, it'd be a very different conversation. Who do you like to win the AFC North? The Ravens are there at 7-7. To me, the AFC North is not going to get 2 teams in. There's not going to be a wild card.
7-7. Steelers what?
8-6.
8-6.
And they play each other.
Steelers, listen, bro. You and I have said this year after year. Their coach Tomlin knows how to coach, dog. Tomlin has dealt with all kind of strange stuff up there. They just threw a quarterback to him that don't listen to nobody, and they're still sitting right here about to win a division.
Week 18, Steelers-Ravens to win the AFC North. Doesn't that feel like Sunday Night Football?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that feel like that's the game?
I believe that thing will be settled before then, though.
You think?
Yeah.
That would require the Ravens have the Patriots at home this week for Monday Night Football. Pittsburgh, however, goes to Detroit. Detroit's clinging to dear life, too.
Yeah.
Let's try that with the NFC. BMitch's trust scale 1 to 10, the Rams.
8.
I think I think the Rams at this point are probably the NFL team you trust most, right? Quarterback's 1-1, the coaches 1-1. The 8 is as high as you've gone, I believe.
Probably the highest I'm going to go.
There were a pair of 7s in the in the AFC. So 8 is as high as the BMitch scale has gone.
7s.
Where are you at with the Bears? They're 10-4.
7. 6.5, 7. Nothing higher.
This next team I find really hard.
Who?
Philly.
Philly, right now, the way they're playing, 6. And they get over the 5 because they have done it before. And last year they were playing higher, and then they started to just hit that stride. So, but they don't look like the team I saw last year.
I think Saturday will be a really big test for Philly. If they came out and throttled the Raiders like they did, and certainly us sitting here hope this doesn't happen. If they come out and handle Washington and just control that game throughout, then I think the path to Philly kind of really feeling themselves again going into the playoffs is stacking together some big wins down the stretch here with some not so great teams, kind of rebuild the confidence in that organization that they can all say what they want, but when you lose 3 in a row and offensively you can't move the football, people start looking around.
They better not just worry about some rebuilding confidence. They better get their act together and figure out what's going wrong because they're going to be playing better teams in the playoffs. They're not going to be playing teams that they like the Raiders in the playoffs.
They have a Bills sandwich here. So they're in Washington this weekend, then at Buffalo next weekend, then finish with Washington in Philly.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine that at Bills game could be pretty darn juicy.
Yeah.
That is currently slated to be the national 4:30 game on Sunday, December 28th. Right now, the Bucks would be in at 7-7. The Panthers are right there, and I think those two teams play each other.
Meter in those two?
Yeah.
4.5, 5.
Tampa gets a 5, and
that's where their range is.
That's where they both are.
For both of them.
Yeah, I mean, they're 7-7.
Yeah.
Seattle,
since they have Darnold, I have to go with 6.5.
Big opportunity tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm.
This is a team nobody's talking about, and they're just quietly 10-4. The Niners.
49ers, I can say
that's a physical group, man.
They are 6.5 to a 7, I believe I have in them. And that's more because the more I talk to Santana about how Kyle can scheme up stuff and watching that defense still be able to play like they do, I think that they can and they're like a wild card, right?
Right now, yeah, but tomorrow night could flip everything on its head.
There'll be trouble for somebody playing them in a wild card spot.
Oh, yeah. If the season ended today, Seattle would be headed to the winner of Tampa or Carolina. Hard not to see them winning that.
Wow, yeah.
And then the 7 seed right now is the Packers. Coming off that loss in Denver, Jordan Love wasn't great. The Packers, however, could still get all the way up to 2.
The Packers have a damn good team. They have to find that level of confidence they had once they acquired Micah Parsons. They still have the ability to get it done. They have to figure that out. And they got to get Jordan Love to stop doing this.
Yeah, man.
He got to stop riding the roller coaster and just get on the damn straightaway and play it.
Do you think Detroit gets in? Right now, they'd be the 8 seed at 8-6.
I don't know. I mean, they like you said, all that, the way that they've played and what they've shown in games, they should. But with all that talent, they always get into some games, they just can't get it done. They're still trying to figure out Gibbs or Montgomery. Get a damn ball to Gibbs.
Branch out for the season. I think it was an Achilles. That really hurts them defensively. I don't know, man. It's going to be really interesting to see how the West and the North shake out. And then the rest is kind of the rest. Philly's going to win that division. The South, we'll see. Let's take a look at where the Commanders land on this. I don't think it's going to be too high. Also wanted to check in on this wacky story Landfill pointed us out about pennies. It'll make sense, I promise. Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch Finlay. Nobody takes care of fan listeners like Paisanos. Right now, score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pasta, salads, whatever it is you want. Paisanos is perfect for game day, late night, or when those holiday leftovers finally lose steam. Just hit paisanospizza.com, load up the cart, and watch the total drop with FAN30. What if you're feeding the whole crew? Say you got a office lunch for the holidays or a big old family dinner. Use the code CREW20 for 20% off a custom catering order. Paisanos has seriously tasting options, including pre-planned catering package with the discount already baked in. Whatever it is you're doing, get a chicken Philly cheesesteak. Trust me. You got two ways to score. FAN30 for any order or CREW20 for the whole crew. Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Order now at paisanospizza.com.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. One day after Dolphins coach Mike McDaniel said everything is on the table regarding benching Tua Tagovailoa, he followed through. With Miami officially eliminated from playoff contention, rookie quarterback Quinn Ewers will start for the Dolphins in Week 16 against the Bengals. And some college football news, Ohio University has fired coach Brian Smith for cause, saying that Smith violated his contract by engaging in serious professional misconduct and participating in activities that reflect unfavorably on the university. The school did not provide specifics on this misconduct. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Damn. All right, B. This seems like a big deal.
What is that?
And I don't know exactly how this all works, but just the numbers involved here are pretty massive. This is from Sportico, Eben Novi Williams. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Eben Novi Williams, perhaps. Sportico is like a business of sports publication. He says, Scoop. Qatar's Sovereign Wealth Fund, QIA, and Arctos Partners are buying shares of Monumental Sports and Entertainment previously held by Laureen Powell Jobs. I believe that's Steve Jobs' widow. And, I mean, I think these minority partnerships.
I heard that before, though, that they were about to get that type of money.
Totally. Like, these minority partnerships in sports teams get traded and bought and sold with some regularity all over the country and probably all over the world. That's not the news. The news, to me, this deal has an enterprise value of $7.2 billion. That's a lot of dough, dude.
That's a lot of money. It has a value of that. So what does it all entail?
I think Caps, Wiz, Mystics, and the,
So they have
and
all
the
of
arena.
them. Okay.
I think. I don't know, but that's a lot of dough, man.
Lot of chatter, brother.
I want to let the Qatar Sovereign Wealth Fund know I am available for a fraction of that cost. Just
Very much a hell of a fraction.
You could just buy me. Whatever I say, whatever I do.
What you ask for here, Jay. Be careful what you ask for.
Pause, Jeff. Pause what?
You telling a bunch of
careful
men
what
they
you
could
ask for.
just buy you.
How you know it's all men? Might be some women in that thing. They may want JP.
Take it easy. Take it easy. The power ranks for the Commanders are kind of hard to care about at this stage, for me anyway. I think there are clearly some teams that are way more terrible than others.
True.
Who do you think the worst team in football is?
Raiders or the Browns?
I think it's the Raiders, and I think it's by a pretty significant gap.
All right, not the Browns. I'm going to go with the Jets.
Jets are bad. The Raiders
are bad. Their offense not playing it well, and their defense. You know, as much as I love the pass rusher, what's his name?
Garrett
Crosby.
Oh, Max Crosby.
Yes, I like him. I like how that dude play. They're not having much luck this year.
No, dude.
Yeah.
The Raiders have the second worst point differential through 14 games. Minus 167. The Titans have the worst at minus 169. I don't know that these type of odds exist. Bees, if you're listening, give me odds, and you can book
He's
my
not
action
even
on
in the
this.
country, I don't think, bro.
No, he's back.
He's back?
Yeah, I talked to him.
Oh.
I'm going. Yo, you'll love this. Taking the girls to the casino for the first time on Saturday.
For some Must be Christmas gifts, Christmas tree stuff.
There's a holiday show.
What time? That night?
Nah, it's in the morning, and then I'm gonna come to the game.
Okay.
I don't think I can actually take them to the casino.
Nah, don't. You want to put that mindset on them. They already got your blood. They don't want to have an interest, bro. That could be a problem for you.
You know, we went to the beach after Thanksgiving, and we were driving home, and Shelby, we went to the arcade at the beach, and, you know, they play these little games, and they end up with like 50 tickets, right?
Yeah.
You can't buy anything worth a damn with 50 tickets.
Yeah.
It's all just like little plastic junk things.
Yeah. That's what little kids love that.
Yeah. Shelby redeemed her tickets for one die. Not like a pair of dice, but one big neon green plastic die. And we're driving over from the beach, and luckily there's no traffic, but that's still a 3-hour drive, 2.5-hour drive. And she goes, "Daddy, you want to gamble?" And I was like, "Always, baby." And she was just rolling dice in the back of the car.
I told him she got his blood. Better be careful.
I mean, her grandfather was a blackjack dealer, so at least I'm just a blackjack player.
I know a couple of people who are just like you, and they were always like, "Man, my kids not gonna." Their kids are exactly like they were, and they're like, "Man, damn, you know I have to." Okay, well, I told you some things you don't show.
So here's what I would like. If this bet exists, White Brian, perhaps you can research this for me. As of now, the Raiders are the second lowest point differential in the NFL. Second worst, right? Minus 167 compared to the Titans at minus 169. I would love to wager, with 3 games left, that the Raiders finish the season with the lowest point differential.
Where are they now?
They're 2 points off Tennessee. Tennessee is still playing hard. The Raiders are a disaster. And I think Max Crosby was like kind of arguing with his teammates on the sideline last week, probably because it's like, yo, I'm still playing hard and you guys are all a joke.
You see Landfield's comment?
Yeah, see? She's a smart girl. She got straight A's, Landfill.
Her daddy didn't.
All right, so the Raiders are the worst team in football. After them is probably a toss-up between the Jets, the Giants, and the Titans.
Yeah.
I think the Giants are a little bit better than those teams. I'd put the Jets and the Titans next, then the Giants probably ahead of them. The Browns have another win than the Giants.
Okay.
And they have the best defensive player in football, so it's hard for me to like. The Giants, the Titans, and the Raiders all only have 2 wins. In the 3-win bucket, you've got the Jets and the Browns and the Cardinals. Cardinals are terrible, too.
Oh, yeah. What you think happened with that quarterback?
I think they got to cut bait. I think they got
How much is he owed?
A lot. In 26, he has
They've cut bait with one quarterback they had first round to get him.
Sure did, but that guy stunk too.
Yeah, but I'm saying, man, how much money are they going to be locked up with?
Next year, Kyler is guaranteed $37 million, a $53 million cap hit. If you want to cut him, it's a $54 million dead money charge.
I don't know if that ownership group like doing stuff like that.
Well, and what is smart design by the agent here, even in 27, it would still be a dead money hit. Like the guarantees go to 0, but you're still taking dead money on that. I think by then you got to do that. But I don't know what the hell outside of a beautiful place to live and play golf and exist, the professional football operation in Phoenix is a disaster.
I mean, they had gotten to a point where they were trying to playing tough.
They got to a Super Bowl, right, with Larry Fitz. Was that Kurt Warner a quarterback, I think?
Yeah.
Kyler, I think the concern, everybody, like, when the Kyler contract came out, they're like, oh, my God, they put his business on the street making this about video games. They were right to do it because that dude does not seem interested in football.
Hey, bro, not everybody can stay hungry when they got everything they need.
Ain't that the truth?
Same.
And, dude, not to make everything about Jaden, but of all the concerns with Jaden, that's why I don't have so many. That dude is a straight-up football terminator that is focused on being the best he can at all times.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, the work, the film, like, he does all of it.
He puts in the work. He definitely does that.
So to me, to wrap up these power rankings, because you know me, I like to stay on topic.
You don't know how to stay on topic, dog.
Raiders, Titans, Giants, Jets, Browns, Cardinals are all significantly worse than Washington. And then there's another team tied with Washington for 4 wins at 4-10. And that's the New Orleans Saints.
Mm-hmm.
My man Tyler Shook has got something to him. I don't know that he'll ever be good, but like he got a little moxie, if you want to say it. Like that win over the Panthers, who are trying to clinch the playoffs, like that's a good win. I think
Did they say more about them or they say more about the Panthers?
Fair question. I believe the Saints maybe have won 2 in a row, and they've beat the Bucks and the Panthers. Yeah, the Saints have won 2 in a row. And now in their division, they have a winning record. So, like, the Saints are terrible right now. Like, they're not gonna, but they're showing something. If you're a Saints fan and you hire Kellen Moore and you draft this kid Shook, you're feeling far more optimistic than you expected to be. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe.
They're showing you something.
For the realistic fans, there's a lot of fans that are not realistic.
How's your text thread right now with the?
They still don't like the Saints.
But I mean, New Orleans has won 2 in a row. Can you put Washington ahead of them? Probably not right now.
No. Well, wasn't what? They won when they beat Carolina in Carolina or in New Orleans.
They beat Tampa in Tampa, and then they beat Carolina in New Orleans.
Yeah, so they had an advantage.
Yeah, but not on the road in Tampa.
Too close. Tampa's still down south. They can get them.
I don't know, man.
They probably brought a chicken foot with them, and they scratched on the field.
It could be the old chicken foot.
Old chicken foot, baby.
And then you're getting to teams with 5 wins. I guess the Bengals have 4 wins. Who knows? Like debating
when you get to the 26,
debating who's
when you get to at 25 and up, man. You what do you? Why?
Who cares?
Yeah.
It's one thing to have that debate early on, but in week 16,
yeah, not right now.
Yuck. Nobody go anywhere. BMitch Finlay, we got to make some bets. Before we go, though, thanks to everybody watching on Monumental or listening on the YouTube stream or fiddling with their computer to find the right read. Wherever you might be, we appreciate you.
Hey, man.
All right.
It's all over the place these days.
We're coming right back to make some bets, I think.
Hey, it's Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
The best part with the Rude system is that it's whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just nice, peaceful sleep because your house is going to be the exact temperature you want. They get that precision. They get that exact temperature by controlling the humidity. You control the humidity, you control everything inside your house, and you end up with comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, plus you got to talk about the cash. You've already hit it. I'm about to when my taxes come up this year. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right. BMitch Finlay, 1067 The Fan. Grant and Danny coming your way next. The boys will be all fired up, break down everything. I guess they got it live yesterday when Jaden kind of spoke and explained everything. Somebody help me understand this. And maybe it's Huey who's sitting here with us. I'm looking at my app that tells me what the games are on tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And it says Wizards Spurs Wednesday, December 17th postponed. Because aren't the Wizards playing the Spurs tomorrow night, right? What was the postponement? Oh, because of the NBA Cup.
Yeah.
Because the Spurs kept playing? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so no Wiz game tonight. Wiz are on tomorrow night if you want to watch it. I don't think the Caps have a back-to-back or anything, right? So we got no Caps tonight?
Nah.
We got Terps or anything?
Probably not.
We got all ears at 8:30 if you're looking for something to watch.
Can't bet on
Bang.
that.
Plug. You can bet on if I curse or not.
Nah, we're not going to bet on that.
Maryland Eastern Shore is playing Wagner. Landfill, what are you going to do tonight?
No interest in that.
Landfill, have you bought a Christmas tree?
No.
Do you go plastic or do you just not have one?
I'm a big plastic guy. Microplastics.
How about you, Jeffrey? Jeffrey, you get a Christmas tree for your place?
Nope. Because the little
Why not?
ones, the
Grinch?
usually,
Call me Grinch.
Nah, usually the little ones, like my nieces and nephews, they come past my house to get their gifts. But since they're not, because I'm gonna be at my dad's house, I didn't decorate the house.
Damn, Grinch-ass Jeff. What about Dog Mom over there? White Brian, I bet Rose got a Christmas tree at your place.
Yeah, we got one last week.
You get a real one?
Yeah, we got one left.
Yep, real one.
You know, inside.
Brian, can you give us just a little bit more enthusiasm?
You know, inside the NBA with Shaq, it's either like all or nothing.
Yeah.
Like he's either like loud and making fun of Chuck and yelling, or it's just kind of mumbling like this. White Brian is always low energy Shaq, except when he was talking about his high school football highlights.
Yeah.
Or eating them hot dogs.
What's the Christmas? Are we doing hot dogs tomorrow? By the way,
hot dogs, huh?
Yeah.
Everybody in?
Y'all want me to go buy the footlongs?
Yes. Do I need to bring in my air fryer?
Yeah.
Sure, probably.
It have to be
Okay.
done first thing in the morning because I leave at 11.
We know you're busy, Jeff. Lord knows what you got going. I know you told us. I don't remember. There's always something.
He's got Lyme
All right.
disease.
Shut up.
Do you have it?
Well, my doctor told me if I was feeling them symptoms, she's just going to go ahead and give me the antibiotics. So I think I do. I hope I don't.
Real question: is it contagious?
No. That was the first
Yeah,
thing
you
I
get bit
asked.
by a damn tick.
I said, can I be around people or do I need to isolate? She said, nah, unless you got ticks on you and they.
People been around people all this time, man.
What if Jeff bit somebody? Would he give them Lyme disease?
I'm going to leave my remarks off the radio for that one.
Landfill, are you concerned Jeff might bite you and give you Lyme disease?
Not really.
Are you serious, JP?
Let's make some bets.
Gather around.
I gotta say, I'm trying to look at sports right now. This looks like one of the worst sports nights.
All right, well
there might be college football.
Give me the Cavaliers -6.5, -5.5, and then Minnesota Timberwolves -7.5. I take those two.
You're not. Your college is playing tonight.
Yeah, I was
B.
about to say I'm taking Louisiana over Delaware.
I already had taken them the other day. I mentioned that for Wednesday.
I'm taking Delaware. Go Blue Hens. Chirp, chirp.
At least we're in the damn bowl.
We're not.
What a turtle do? What sound they make?
Strength in silence.
Yeah.
He got you there.
He did, dude. I don't think turtles make a noise. I don't know what to say.
Nope.
I know what noises Raging Cajuns make. There's lots of them. What do you like tonight, Landini?
I'm going to take the Red Wings money line.
Wow, that's super random. And White Brian, how about you?
Xavier -4.5.
You know what I appreciate about White Brian? We all just gave him grief about just having no intonation in his voice and zero emotions.
He didn't bring none.
He didn't try to fake it.
Nope.
He kept it real.
Nah.
All right. I think I'm going to have to watch one of these terrible games tonight.
You got a
Old
TV
Dominion
show tonight,
South-
JP. We could watch that.
Yeah, you got to do all ears.
Yeah, dude. Everybody should watch. Does Scott Jackson still do the call for ODU football?
I don't know.
I think he does. Where is Old Dominion, South Florida tonight? What bowl is that?
Is it the Gasparilla Bowl?
That's in Tampa.
Is it the Meineke Car Care Bowl? Is it the Beef
Old
O'Grady's
Dominion-
Bowl?
Old Dominion is the Staff DNA Cure Bowl.
Huh?
That's not a no. You're making that up. That's not a
Staff
thing.
DNA Cure Bowl.
I don't
from
believe you.
Camping World Stadium in Orlando,
Here is
Florida.
what? What kind of staff you got?
The Staff DNA Cure Bowl. That's all I know.
Like staph infection?
That's
what
what
I'm
it
thinking.
sounds like.
It's a software company. in
Staff
Plano,
DNA
Texas.
Cure Bowl.
It's a
Staff
software
DNA
company.
Cure Bowl.
This is an
That's all I
AI
know.
hallucination. This is not real. I don't believe it.
This University of South Florida is favored by 4. I believe that.
So Deshaun and Aaliyah, they're going at it.
Oh, really?
Deshaun was in South Florida.
The Cajuns, do you know the name of the bowl they're in?
Nah, it's something in Mobile, though.
The 6-8 Ventures Bowl. Good luck to everybody involved in the Staff Bowl and the Ventures Bowl. Grant and Danny next. If you made it this far, I owe you a beer.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. The Dolphins are benching quarterback Tua Tagovailoa. Seventh-round rookie quarterback Quinn Ewers will reportedly start in his place against the Bengals in Week 16. The Dolphins are moving to the rookie rather than backup quarterback Zach Wilson just to see what Ewers has in store. And Kansas City Chiefs Vice President of Sports Medicine and Performance, he came out and said that Patrick Mahomes' recovery is expected to take approximately 9 months, but he gave a window of return anytime from July to November, giving Mahomes a 2-month buffer on either side. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Good Wednesday afternoon. Welcome in to Grant and Danny. December 17th, 2025. You are listening live to The Fan in 1 hour at 3 o'clock. Brock Vereen of the Big Ten Network to get us ready for the college football playoffs. 4 o'clock today, your Beltway Blitz. And at 5, we're getting ready for Week 16 in the NFL with Cynthia Freeland of the NFL Network. Danny, how are you?
Very well, my friend. The fitness boys got our work in today. We're all limping around and tired and sore, but I guess we did it. Yay. I'll never understand the workout people that like always tell you how great you feel, and they kind of lie to try to get you into your cult. I'm telling you right now, I'm tired. I'm sore. I'd love to take a nap. That's where I am. I feel like I did all I was supposed to do today, and now I have to go home. But I'm not. I'm hanging out with you. We're talking sports.
You're having a better day than Tua Tagovailoa, who got benched by the Miami Dolphins today, one of the league leaders with 15 interceptions. We said yesterday that you could tell the shift in tone from his head coach, Mike McDaniel, being asked after the Monday Night Football clunker. Just a dud from Tua, bad for the offense. And he was no longer really emphatically defending his quarterback. Well, the 27-year-old lefty was benched today. They didn't go to their number 2, Zach Wilson, who'd been QB2 on the depth chart all season. They skipped over Zach Wilson. Presumably he'll be the backup and Tua will be inactive as the third guy, which is what happens when you get benched this late in the year. We've got experience around these parts on that with Washington's quarterback history. But the starter is going to be Quinn Ewers, the former Texas Longhorn star, started his college career at Ohio State, 7th-round pick this year. So they'll kick the tires. It feels like when you bench a guy like Tua with his contract, you are now saying he is available come this offseason.
That's the only way I can interpret it, right? We looked up the contract terms yesterday. I don't have it in front of me, but it was arduous. Like, to get out of that deal, you can't cut him. I mean, moving on from him is really, really hard. You have to hope that somebody wants him. I just can't imagine that, as out of favor as he is at this point, that someone would want to take on that deal. So, yeah, I mean, they're kind of stuck. I mean, we talked about this a bunch. When it comes to quarterback, if you've got a great one, you don't worry about it. Whatever the going rate is, you just pay it, right? One of the handful of teams that when you get to a second contract, you just do it. There are a bunch of teams, though, and also on the other end of it, if the guy stinks, you don't care. You move on. You draft the next one. But it's that middle tier where you're so scared to be in the abyss that Washington and Cleveland and Chicago and Detroit before Jared Goff were always in no matter what. You could never get out of this abyss, and it's just you're going the Case Keenum tier, to this leftover, to this broken project, this rehabilitation. You're doing everything you possibly can to be relevant, and it never works. Once in a blue moon, you get a Rich Gannon, or you get somebody that a Baker Mayfield on his third stop. But for the most part, it's hell. And teams are so scared of that, they'll go, we'll just pay him. We'll just pay someone that's fine, or even in this case not, like he's great. We'll pay market value, and it blows up in their face time and time again.
I think people forget quickly he was not only fine, he was better than fine when they paid him. He led the NFL with 4,600 passing yards back in 2023. Now, my point at the time, and I think a lot of people's point at the time was, are we sure? I mean, so much of the best of Tua has been based on Tyreek Hill or weapons and pieces around him or the scheme of Mike McDaniel. when they were really cooking. And a lot of quarterbacks maybe could have put up some of those numbers. But yeah, if you look at the financial situation for the Dolphins as they bench him, staggering what we're going to talk about here money-wise. If they cut him pre-June 1, which means just they make the decision to release him, the dead money on Tua is $99.2 million that they'll have to eat to move on from him. Now, if you say, well, that's unprecedented, nobody's going to do that, wrong. That's basically what the Broncos did with Russell Wilson. And remember, when they made the trade for Russell Wilson, they gave up a lot and then paid him. So it's even worse than Tua, who is a second contract guy who Miami drafted at the top of the board. If they cut him and designate it post-June 1, later into the offseason, waiting a little while, it would be a $67.4 million dead cap hit on Tua. And then if you're able to trade him, which is going to be complicated and difficult, I think you'd have to eat some money. But in an offseason where Kyler Murray's going to look for a home, now Tua's looking for a home. Remember, the draft class we know is not good at quarterback this year. Maybe somebody bites here and thinks that they can serve as a reclamation society and get him back to playing like he did a couple of years ago. Then it's $45.2 million in dead money, so you're saving roughly $50 million if you can do that. But he's already had $54 million guaranteed for next season, so he's going to break the bank, make the money, and the Dolphins are pretty screwed. I am interested to see Quinn Ewers, as much as you are anytime a guy starts. Like when you go to Shedeur Sanders in Cleveland, it's intriguing before you see it. Like, what does it look like, right? Ewers, draft pick this year, 7th round, went a little later in the draft than most people thought he was going to. Mike McDaniel's got a good scheme. They get some guys open. Let's see what he looks like. He's probably going to make a lot of mistakes, but Tua had that covered.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Turning the ball over a bunch, so why not try something else?
I'm with you. Yeah, I mean, I also like, as you said, skipping over Zach Wilson. A fairly known commodity at this point. There's the long-term upside play or the long-term let's see what we got play. There's nothing on the line in these games. They are irrelevant. They are find-out type missions, right? And I think a lot of teams maybe will act accordingly in that same regard. Maybe one here locally. Who knows over these last few weeks. But I'm with you. I mean, this is the thing that always I kind of come back to is, what are you going to do, lose? We got that covered. You know, like the way that we've been doing it is so unsuccessful. That's why we're here. There's very little allegiance, in my view, owed to the team that put you in this trouble, that put you in this spot where we're now, a lot of us are going to lose gigs, starting gigs, demotions, seat changes in the case of Joe Witt, coaching changes, player and free agency cuts, etc. So yeah, I'm all for the let's see what we got.
I saw a stat that I wanted to bounce off you today that I thought was pretty insane. Post-Buffalo Bills era, where the Bills got to and lost the Super Bowl year after year after year, and they went to 4 in a row. Since then, over the last 32 years, only one team that has lost the Super Bowl has gotten back to the Super Bowl the following season. Kansas City, obviously, last year losing to Philadelphia is going to keep this streak going because they didn't make the playoffs at all. But we talk oftentimes about how hard it is to repeat in the National Football League, and it is nearly impossible. When you get to and lose the Super Bowl, it's basically a death sentence for the following season. And I do find that really interesting. Like, I've been trying to figure out, well, why is that? It's
so hard to pin down as to why.
But you would think, like, you get there and you win, the hangover is explainable. It's obvious. You're partying, you're going to Disney World, you're doing the bender for 2 weeks with your teammates. We saw it here with the Capitals after the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, the just okay player who played pretty well in the playoffs gets a mega deal to go be a frontline player somewhere else. It's normal. That makes sense to me.
All happens, right? Why does the team that gets there and loses, you would think, we've seen the videos, the pictures of guys sitting on the bench staring at the celebration, Stephon Diggs, all it's going to do is make you hungrier, make you that much more thirsty for that success. You're getting back to the grind faster. You were allowed to get to the water fountain and then pulled away as your lips touch the water. You would think there's an urgency. 1 out of 32 teams over the last 3+ decades now that have lost in the Super Bowl have gotten back there the following season. Pretty amazing.
That is incredible. And again, if I knew why, I would just, I'm sure if anybody knew why, they would write it down and give you a prescription to try to avoid it. But it maybe sort of indicates, this is the best hypothesis I've got. Maybe it's you weren't really the best team, but you caught every break to get there, and maybe got exposed is the wrong word, but went as far as you possibly could, and then you don't get that same level of luck, versus a team that truly is sustainably great with all the right ingredients, et cetera, right? I mean, think of a San Francisco making it there. The year they have good injury luck, they get to the Super Bowl. Well, then that injury luck progresses and they go 6-11, under Kyle Shanahan. Maybe that's it, but again, that's nothing but a hypothesis.
What'd you think of Hard Knocks last night?
Really, really good. Really, really good. That's my kind of episode. I guess they all are, but that extra time with the teams, with kind of the story heading into it. The game stuff is good too because you get mic'd up, and I think that stuff's awesome. You hear some of the things during the game. You see owners or whoever's involved in that episode, but that's kind of that extra little bit of content, the lead up to it. My favorite thing that this in season 1 does is when two teams in the division are playing each other, and they're talking about the other in kind of almost the exact same terminology and tone. So the Giants are talking about Mariota. He's this, and this. And then they cut to Joe Witt, and he's talking about this guy's going to, headbutt you and knock you into next week. He doesn't run like this guy. We got to bring him down. The ball's air, the ball's life, et cetera. All that kind of stuff. I love it.
The way it's edited is also just
perfect.
Brilliant. To your point, that they're going from one meeting room with the Commanders to another meeting room with the Giants as they get ready for the two to play one another. It's very, very well done. But the scene that I liked the most last night, and for Commanders fans that I think should have been catnip, was Zach Ertz, who had his ACL shredded, whose season is over.
Yep.
Whose career is probably over. I hope I'm wrong, and I am certainly not going to say that with a period at the end of the sentence, but it is very possible in your mid-30s suffering the very serious injury that he did, when you're already not a guy that's beating people off the line of scrimmage or fleet of foot, that maybe, just maybe, that was the last snap that you were on the field for. And see his reaction when he was sobbing coming off the field in a very human moment on episode 2 of Hard Knocks. I think that realization is also a possibility in his mind, right? But this guy's out for the year and maybe done for the rest of his career. He is a hired gun here for the most part. Like, he's going to retire a Philadelphia Eagle. He's a Hall of Famer going in as a Philadelphia Eagle. He's in his second season here at the end of a illustrious career. But you could pretty easily go home after that injury to your celebrity athlete wife, Julie Ertz, who was very popular for her soccer accomplishments with Team USA, and your kids, and just be at the house. I think that's actually the norm. That's what guys do. End of a year, you're not playing again. You just got hurt. You're in that depression phase post-surgery, post-op. You're literally limping around the facility on crutches, bandaged up with a leg that's the size of a recliner, trying to get through doors and stuff. But what was he doing last week? He was sitting in the film room with Ben Sinnott, with the sun having gone down in Ashburn, showing the second-year tight end who was about to get an opportunity to elevate himself in the passing game, the practice tape from that day and the things that he thought Sinnott did well, the things that he didn't think he did well. He's coaching him up on the tape from practice. Just those two. No tight end, coach, no one else in the room, just Ben Sinnott and Zach Ertz, who may never play again in the league and almost certainly won't play again for the Commanders. You want to know about Zach Ertz? Turn on HBO. That was awesome.
It would be forgivable and very easy for a short amount of time for you to feel sorry for yourself. I can tell you I would. I'll tell you right now. I tore my ACL, or if I did something like that where I can't do the thing that I love to do, you might not want to be around me for a few days. I might be a miserable cuss. I might be snapping at people, a little bit short, wallowing in my own misery, eating a pint of ice cream with my leg up, watching Stranger Things. You might have caught me. Then, he had his moment where he felt terrible. That broke him, and that was real and human, as you correctly said there in Minnesota, where guys are going over, patting him on the shoulder. Everybody kind of knew how bad it was. And right back on the grind, just helping out a youngster, helping out his replacement, ultimately. Pretty incredible, dude.
Literally the guy that has made you expendable, not by way of performance or catches or whatever, but they drafted him in the second round when they brought you in, partially to mentor him. But one of the reasons you're probably not coming back, in addition to the injury and your age, is that this guy's under contract and they're paying him good money, and he is trying to make him a better football player. Yep. What an altruistic, legitimate, fun, cool scene that was. Like, that was just, to me, that explains some of the stuff we laugh at a little bit or we're cynical about on the outside when they talk about their leadership and the brotherhood. That's what they're talking about. That is, in the flesh, what they've built. Now, it wasn't good enough this year.
No.
And it was actually really bad this year. And if you don't have enough talent, it'll be bad next year. Like, the brotherhood doesn't win you games, right? But that culture is good. And I think you're seeing that in this Hard Knocks access. You're seeing the meetings that they have. Dan Quinn is a leader. Every time he's on screen giving a speech, you understand why players like him. They had Dave Gardy. I've always kind of wondered, like, what does he do exactly? But he used to work for the NFL. He's very, very plugged in on rules. He helped write the rule book, literally. And it sounds like, among other things, he's putting together reports on officiating crews for Dan Quinn, going into games and a lot of other stuff. But he was leading a meeting at one point in time with the players where he was going over the history of the rivalry between Washington and New York. Because let's face it, I love Bill, who was on the show yesterday. He was fantastic. Listen to that wherever you get your audio and download that podcast wherever you do that. But Bill doesn't care about the Giants any different than the Bengals, any different than the Arizona Cardinals, or neither does Johnny Newton or a lot of other guys on this team like John Bates.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to tell them why fans care. You got to tell them why this one matters a little more outside of these walls. And they're going through the history of the rivalry and big games and the different eras. I think that's awesome.
I do too.
You don't have to do that. I think they do that in a lot of buildings. I think a lot of teams are trying to keep that mirage of rivalries and up and whatnot. But just seeing that, the curtain pulled back, that they do care about that element, that they are trying to pass it along to this new generation.
Well, you figure it out real quick in college, right? And that's kind of what playing football. In high school, you know who your rival was. In college, you show up on campus. Before you get to practice, you learn the fight song, and you learn who the bad guy is. We're at Florida. Who we got to beat? Georgia. We're at Auburn. Who we got to beat? Alabama. Like, you figure that out real quick, and it's kind of ingrained.
As I think about you saying that, because it's all true, that's dying, too, in college. Because I'm not really a Georgia Bulldog. I am,
for now,
Grant Paulson LLC.
Yep.
I'm here for a year, but is Ohio State on the horn? Ryan Day interested?
Mm-hmm.
I hear Notre Dame needs a cornerback. By the way, the idea of me playing cornerback should make people laugh. But I hear somebody needs something. You know what I mean? Like, the NFL has always been the free agency, the player movement, the individualized. This is pro, career, money. And so they have to scratch and claw and fight to get you to care about it from a program standpoint. College, it was intrinsic, and that's why we comp it to college.
Mm-hmm.
But college is becoming more like they're going to have to do that in 10 years at Georgia.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, guys, this is why we care about Alabama when they don't really have conferences anymore. This is what happened back in 1996. And then in 2014 with Mark Richt, they're going to have to go through the history. It's going to be the same thing.
Yeah, we're in the big money division and the mega money division and the Uber division with all the money. Yeah, it is different. You're right. But that's what these guys came up now playing. And there's a significance to it. There's a reason homecoming, it's just a football game, but it's also more. And everybody knows it's more. But you get ingrained in that. And I think that's pretty cool that it translates to the highest levels.
Speaking of college football, Brock Vereen of the Big Ten Network in about 40 minutes will get his predictions on round one of the college football playoff. I want to ask him if JMU has any way of keeping this game close with Oregon. Everybody's just assuming that Oregon is going to destroy them. And they should. They're 20-plus point favorites.
And they're good, by the way.
They're so good. They could win the national championship. But can the Dukes hang? We'll talk to Brock Vereen about that coming up at 3 o'clock today on G&D. Next, the Commanders are finally coming off of a win. They halt an 8-game skid. You can see on Hard Knocks that they are, at least in the building, smiling a little more, feeling better about themselves. I want to know if you feel any better about the direction of the program after the win. The 10,000-foot view of this operation, the state of the union, so to speak, the overall health of the program. Do you feel better about it? Whatever doubts have been creeping in about the front office, the coaching staff, how bad and far away this roster is, did the Giants win do anything to make you feel better in the big picture? And if not, could a win over the Eagles this week, a much better opponent, do that? We'll get into that next. Grant and Danny on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders are now on to Week 16, where they'll meet the Eagles on Saturday. The Eagles can clinch the NFC East with a win. Taking a look at yesterday's injury report, Eddie Goldman, Laramie Tunsil, and Colson Yankoff all did not practice. Rest days for Von Miller, Bobby Wagner, and Daron Payne. Other NFL news. The Dolphins are benching Tua Tagovailoa. They are going to start seventh-round rookie Quinn Ewers out of Texas. The Dolphins also released edge rusher Matthew Judon today. Basketball, Wizards have another day off. They'll take on the Spurs in San Antonio tomorrow. A bad night for the Capitals last night. They fell to the Wild 5-0. 3 straight losses for the Caps. They'll look to bounce back tomorrow at home against the Maple Leafs. Want to hear the fastest way to know what trouble sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Back-to-back games where the Capitals have been just awful. 5-1 loss to the Jets and then 5-0 to the Minnesota Wild. I'd say Spencer Carberry's probably given the boys multiple days off for the final time for a little while.
You might not see that again for a minute. You get another winning streak where you win 8 of 9, or you go real nice and maybe down the stretch. But yeah, you kind of lost that privilege, didn't you?
I mean, the game before that, coming out of their little mini break that he gave them, they weren't very good against the Canes. They got a point. They took it to overtime at home before losing. But back-to-back games on the road, outscored 10-1. They come back tomorrow night to play against the Toronto Maple Leafs at Capital One Arena. They'll drop the puck at 7 o'clock, suddenly needing a win.
I was wildly impressed, by the way, bad pun, by Minnesota. I thought they were awesome. I mean, they're
good.
Caps had a couple chances. That one blind pass from Connor McMichael to center. I think it was to Dowder who had a golden opportunity. Their goalie was very calm, cool, and collected. He was not threatened by any offensive action from Washington.
There's also a little bit, I think, sometimes in hockey of like my 72 and sunny thing, where if you watch the tape of the Eagles-Raiders game this week, you go, oh, Jalen Hurts played much better. It's like, well, yeah.
Yes.
They won 31-0.
Mm-hmm.
They ran it almost 50 times for 180 yards, yeah, he played pretty good. They were never, ever behind. They had a lead. They were in front of the sticks. I think they were 10 of 13 on third down because they were mostly 3rd and 5 or fewer. So, yeah, he played at a high level. You should play at a high level. Sometimes I feel that way with, defenses or the goaltender.
Mm-hmm.
You get these leads in hockey, and I know 2 goals can be scary or whatever, but when you're just dominating a team like that, all of a sudden everybody starts feeling themselves a little bit. But speaking of the Commanders and the Eagles, on Saturday night, 5 o'clock game, Northwest Stadium in Landover. I want to know if people feel any differently or better about the health of this regime and this program right now after the win over the Giants. And we can open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. And if the answer is no, that's fine. Would it also be no if they beat the Eagles? Are we just at a point this season where you've seen enough bad and enough problem area stuff that you have filed, whether it's the front office, the coaching staff, the roster, or all three, into a category of now not being sure? If they go out against a superior Philadelphia team, way better than the Giants, and they beat an Eagles team, let's say that plays well, when they play an inspired game, see the Broncos match up last time they were at home, would that make you feel better about the state of the union for this team? Because I know the Vikings game did a lot to take us in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
31-0 shutout's going to do that. But they played the Broncos, 1-point game, really, really close. It was a much, much better football game. Remember, they were doing their victory lap. We found ourselves. We lost the game, but we're not lost anymore. Then you get blown out 31-0. You will have had the Broncos game, the Vikings shutout, and then back-to-back wins if you beat Philadelphia. Would it start to affect how you feel overall about the health of the program? Whether this thing's rotten, whether you open the fridge and it smells, whether there's still some bones worth saving here. 800-636-1067.
So for me, the way that it's gone, I don't feel better, and I'll explain why. it's not just reflexive, like, no, screw these people. They lost a lot. I don't care anymore. It's not that. Hear me out. What was Joe Gibbs and his staff the most famous for? Right now, historically, as we look back, it was, he won Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks and the offensive line and this and that. It became almost mythical, even to the point that it might have been overhyped and overstated. But it was always known among the fan base that the adjustments, they were going to make those halftime adjustments. Who knows how real that was or wasn't? It worked a lot. There was always something different, always a new plan. I don't see this group adjusting. I don't see quarterbacks under center. I don't see different personnel. I don't see anything different. I don't see a trade from the front office at the trade deadline
They've
to grab some
adjusted
draft capital.
defensively. If you look at man and zone, if you look at it's a different play caller.
Well, that's where I was going to go.
But that too in his adjustment. They made that change.
It took the worst stretch in the last decade plus of the league for Dan Quinn to finally begrudgingly do something a little bit different, and it was to change Joe Witt's seat. That's it. They don't fix things. They're not fixers. They're not getting with the program. They're not doing anything different. Again, I keep saying the same thing. It's the same personnel groupings, the same playing time, the same ratios, the same 20% snap count for Jordan McGee, the same no targets for Ben Sinnott, the same whatever. You just keep sending them up. And they were good enough this time to beat one of the 2 worst teams in football, barely despite their own mistakes. If they do a bunch of things differently, and it'll be hard to quantify in the moment, but if we get to look at now target shares and go through some of the film with people that are smarter than me that can tell me, hey, this one was for Ben Sinnott. This look was for name this young player. This was for Traylon Burks or whatever. Or Tyler Owens played way more than he has, got more responsibility. And Jordan McGee wore the green dot for 3 possessions. If we do more of that stuff and they beat Philly, okay, that means something to me. The same dudes doing the same thing that brought you 3 and 10, that's where I don't feel any better. And that was my story after the game. It's my story now.
So maybe this is a semantics argument or point I'm making, but you're explaining to me like how you would be happier with this staff. And maybe that is what I'm asking. It's certainly not what I'm trying to, though. I'm trying to say in the bigger picture, like with how far away they are, with how quickly they can turn things around, with how much you trust Adam Peters.
Yeah, and that's at the core of this for me. Yeah.
With how much you feel good about this coaching staff. And for you, maybe it's usage is a big part of that in terms of who they're going to implement for those 4 or 5 extra snaps or those 1 or 2 extra opportunities. But I don't feel any better or differently in the grand scheme of things after a win over the Giants than I did going in, to answer the question I'm asking. And my answer to that, or reason for that, would be it was a Marcus Mariota-led win. Had Jaden Daniels been out there playing the same game Mariota did or close to it, running for 40 yards, making the big throw late to Terry McLaurin, I would have felt a lot better about the State of the Union and just the grand scheme of the operation, what I'm calling the health of the program, because he will have shown this growth. But now, as Barry Svrluga wrote in his column, we talked about it on the show yesterday with him. If you missed that interview, you can podcast it wherever you get your audio. We don't get a chance for any of those steps forward. As I'm spitballing out loud here, does that mean that other things benefiting the future, other young guys excelling, like I'm just going to dismiss them because Jaden Daniels isn't out there? I don't think so. But I feel better about Bill than I did going into the game. He's an important piece going forward. I already liked Jalen Lane a lot, but I feel better about him coming out of the game than I did going in. I think he's a building block for the future. I feel better about Mikey Sanders still than I did. So in these little spots, I'm more excited about the future. But in the grand scheme of things, if we're talking front office decisions, where Ben Sinnott got 1 target, 1 catch as a second-round pick without Ertz, I don't feel better about that. Johnny Newton, Brandon Coleman got on the field, played at a very solid level as he always does, but still can't crack the rotation at this point. Like, those are some of the things I'm looking at in terms of the bigger picture health of this thing.
Yeah, which I think we're feeding down to the same trough.
And
them. It's still 11 penalties this late into the season with the same veterans that they keep trotting out there. And that's kind of my big picture point here is where is the change? Where's my improvement? Where's my something different? And it's not. It's sort of the same deal. Just keep beating our head against the wall. And there's something to be said for loyalty, right? Where we're going to go with the guys that brung us. Well, those guys brought you here. Now you're 4-10. Congrats. I don't feel great about the program.
Where did they bring you exactly?
Yeah, they brought you to a terrible place that everyone's going to be replaced.
To an abandoned parking lot
Yeah.
at a strip mall where a bunch of things have been foreclosed on.
With every light out. Yeah, it's a terrible spot.
Okay, but so then let me ask the same question.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I don't need to ask you because all you care about is, does Traylon Burks get targets? Does Ben Sinnott catch passes? Does Johnny Newton get a sack?
Those are examples of my
Exactly.
general feeling, yeah.
But from a results standpoint, if they go out with McLaurin, I understand this will be frustrating, and with some of the veterans, and they keep chopping wood with Bobby Wagner and Frankie Louvu at linebacker and whatever, and they now elevate their game and outplay the Eagles, who are trying to win a division, division on the line. I do think that would absolutely make me feel better about the health of the program. They do not have a good win yet on their resume. Zippy.
Chargers is a good win. No? Isn't that a good win? They're 10-4.
When they played them, I don't think that was that good of a win.
I agree with you. That wasn't the best Chargers team, but
their offensive line in that game
was bad.
Was decimated.
It was very bad.
It was Justin Herbert and the Island of Misfit Toys. I'll say it was an okay win based on the fact that they've turned into a really good team. But the week before they played Washington, the Giants beat them.
Yep.
The Giants have 2 wins this year.
Mm-hmm.
The Giants are god-awful.
Yep.
They beat the Chargers days before Washington did, just to give you a state of how bad things had gotten with all their injuries. So I'm not going to call that a good win, but it's better, right? But their wins are essentially Giants and Raiders.
Yep.
And a super injured Chargers team. You beat Philly. That's your best win in the regular season,
By a lot.
probably in 2 years. Even last year, they didn't beat winning teams. They beat Philadelphia, the one win against a winning team last year. But Hurts got hurt when they were up 14-0 and moving to go up 21-0. And then they beat Kenny Pickett, who just got shut out by the Eagles and lost 31-0. So if you're kind of actually looking at context, I think you could make the case that would be their most surprising win over 2 seasons.
I think so.
And for that reason, I would feel a lot better about where they're at, because it would just be an indicator of the bones in that building are strong. You got to rearrange a bunch of things, but you've got a foundation. Like if you tear it down to the studs, you don't have to rebuild the foundation. If they can actually beat some good teams and show they're not going to check out. The Raiders didn't get off the bus. That's a fire everybody game for me. Now you could say, well, Washington had one of those a week earlier, and it's true. And had they have had 1 or 2 more of those, that might have been the narrative around here. But when that game happened and you get got where they just didn't want to be in the snow and didn't want to deal with Philadelphia, it makes you start questioning things like we were doing last week.
Mm-hmm.
Are they listening to Dan Quinn? Do they care about Dan Quinn being the coach of the team? And then their answer pretty resoundingly was yes. So now we get another folder to put away in the file cabinet this week.
Yeah, so I think I had my everything's on the table, everything should be discussed and reviewed when they lost those 4 games by 100 points. Like, you know what I mean? Like, to me, like, I already crossed that point. Like, we had our Raiders shutout game, or Minnesota Viking, and that just, like, doubled down on it for me. But that stretch was so inexcusable. The other games where you lost to Miami, you lost to Denver, you played much better, and you were just a normal weekly loss that happens. Teams that are picking the top 5 lose like that all the time. But the fact that it was so bad for 4 straight games is so inexcusable and should not be glossed over by any kind of later performance. I guess that's sort of where I am there. Like they never got off the bus 4 times already.
Nobody has stretches like that.
Nobody does.
You're not allowed to, basically.
Right.
And if you do, then I don't need to necessarily fire everybody, but I could.
Right.
It's that bad. So let's pose that question to you guys next. 800-636-1067. So I'm saying no, I'm not feeling better about the health of the program after the Giants win. But a win over the Eagles would absolutely put me in a better place in the big picture. That you've got the right people in the right places at the high levels, front office, coaching staff, to get this thing squared away.
No for me, with the caveat that if everything looks different, if timeouts are correct, they're getting out of huddles and don't commit 11 penalties, aren't sloppy, and are able to actually play really well with some of their younger pieces involved too, it'll show me that there's something getting through to these guys and there's been something different. An adjustment has been made. I'll be more excited then.
But we'll get to you guys on this next. 800-636-1067. Would a win over the Eagles help you to feel better about the overall state of the Commanders Union? This is the Fan. Hey guys, what's up? It's Grant Paulson for my friends at Virginia's 250th Commemorative Committee. I've got 4 presidents in our house, and we like to go do fun things in Virginia to learn about our history. 8 presidents have come from this state. We're proud of that. And Virginia's doing great. 250 years being celebrated in America on the 4th of July. And Virginia's turning 250, and there's all kinds of activations all over the Commonwealth that you could take advantage of throughout the year. And this holiday season, there's some amazing things going on right now. You can, among other things, go to Frying Pan Park's Holiday on the Farm. There's holiday candlelight tours in Bedford County. They're doing an amazing lights show and event out at Mount Vernon. We just were as well over the last couple of weeks. If you want to check out some of the really cherished historic landmarks, attend some of the neat places Virginia uses to celebrate its history, take advantage of what is a really, really fun run up to 250. Go to visit.va250.org to find out about these events and where you can go. Visit.va250.org. America made in Virginia. As I'm walking back into the studio, I overheard you telling young Wes about the day you ate 50 shrimp.
Yeah, so the store, I went to the Metropolitan Club with my buddy Quinn for Easter brunch, right? And there's just unbelievable amount of food. It was incredible. So there's a guy making pancakes right there in front of you. Whatever you want, some bananas in it, you want blueberries in it, chocolate chips, whatever you want. All the eggs and the soufflés, all the different stuff.
I don't see that very often. The omelet guy, of course.
Omelet guy's there too.
Even a waffle station, but a pancake station.
Pancake station. I mean, it was unbelievable. One of the great meals I've ever had. And so I filled my plate with all the great breakfast stuff because breakfast is the greatest meal. And I look over and there's a raw bar, and nobody's even close to it because it was like 10:45 in the morning. And I'm like, when am I going to have cocktail shrimp like this? The giant jumbo shrimp, incredible, perfectly peeled, etc. So I got a little side plate. I put 10 on there. And I'm eating the regular meal, and I'm kind of going, that's what I want. I want those shrimp. I went back 5 times and got a total of 50 shrimp. I wonder what I could have done if that's all I did. Because I had breakfast food also, heavy stuff, starchy. You know what I mean? So my record's 50. Toby beat it at Spanky Shenanigans.
He did.
In Leesburg.
Well, he had to because Terry had, I think it was like 49
51 yards, right?
So he needed to go out and eat 52 or 53 shrimp. Coming up at 3 o'clock on G&D, we'll talk to Brock Farine. We'll preview the college football playoffs to get going this weekend. He, of course, is from the Big Ten Network. I know I'm overthinking about the pancake station, but if I may, I don't think I make pancakes enough. That's a fun thing to make.
Yeah.
And I say this as someone who's never really made them, but just watched people make them because you pour them and then they're very round and you can kind of get them in the perfect shape. And then
they're very
kind of
orderly.
Crunch up a little bit. You get that like brown texture. It's like almost marshmallow over fire color. And then you flip it. Like, I think that's about as aesthetically pleasing and cool a thing to make as there is.
With you on that, I'm also wildly impressed with people. To me, it's a great line of demarcation as to who can cook and who can't. People who know when to flip pancakes are good cooks. You know what I mean? Like, I can look at it and go, now? Later? I don't know. But my wife knows.
You're interested in the flipping of things, I'd say, because, like, I remember years ago, one of the times I think you were particularly prideful in getting to do a show with me was when I told you that I can flip an omelet pretty well. And so, like, I do a thing where I'm silly at making an omelet. I don't know how or why, I just am.
You just am.
So, you just am.
You just am.
Put that on a T-shirt.
That's how we do it. You know, Grain, he just am.
The key is, like, the oil underneath so it kind of bubbles up a little bit and it doesn't stick.
I guess.
Having said that, you kind of get it sliding. And then that move where you shove it forward and you send it like off the edge of the pan to let it land on the other side. I don't know how or why. It's a natural skill. Like someone ever says, what are you really good at? That's random. It's just that. Michael Vick was like, when I go this, the ball goes 60 yards. Me, when I do this,
the omelet flips.
The omelet just lands exactly how it's supposed to. It's crazy. I don't know what to say. Let's go to Ray, who's in Maryland. Ray, are you feeling better about the program after a win over the Bad Giants?
I am feeling better, guys. How you doing, Grant and Governor Rouillet?
Doing well.
And I'm a pancake and omelet guy. So
attaboy.
You can do both. I love it.
I do both. Brunch at my house pregame is a legend. But what I'd like to say is, it's hard to win in the NFL, and it's hard to win division games. So to have that happen, even on a losing team, I'm very pleased. I'm not as pleased with the play calling, like you said, Danny. I'm not in the Kingsbury camp. I don't get it with what we have, but I do understand because during Thanksgiving I was with a recently retired Tampa Bay Buccaneer at his house for Thanksgiving, and he really made it plain to me. They're playing the contracts. It's just that simple.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, bud.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, they were top 5 offense last year. They might end up being top 10 this year, so they're doing something right. Their rushing game, which everybody takes issue with, is 6th in EPA per play. Some of that is obviously quarterback contribution. But the idea that Cliff has to make adjustments, I in that camp, I've been beating the drum as loud and hard as anybody all season long. I'm not ready to throw the baby out with the bathwater here, though, on that. It's not like the defense, which was so abhorrent and so terrible and so awful, and they had no answers that they obviously had to make a change, and where you can look at it and say, this coordinator is not very good at this. He is not able to answer the questions on the Scantron. Offensively, it's different. That's a little bit of a different conversation. Let's go to Dickie in Fairfax. Dickie, we're trying to figure out, did your feelings about the overall health of the Dan Quinn regime get better or stay the same after they beat the Giants?
It did, and there's a reason why, and I get all the people who are talking about Benson at this and Benson at that. Terry McLaurin's going to be on the team next year. He looks great. Bill Krosky-Merritt's going to be on the team next year. He looked great. Jacob Martin looked great. I mean, Samerstill, I think we have a solid punt returner now. So, yeah, it did help a little bit. You can't lose 9 in a row. So you got to take it. You got to take it as a win.
Appreciate you, buddy. That is the one thing that keeps me from being annoyed, which you are, I would say, about how they went about implementing the players at their disposal this weekend. Bill goes ham as your rookie tailback.
Yep.
Mikey Sanders still makes a big play. You win because of him. Your
Jalen
rookie
Lane.
wide receiver, Jalen Lane, rips off a punt return. You win because of him. And, defensively speaking, you did have a couple of the kids that were noticed at different points. It's not like, the average age of players that were thriving were 37 years old or something. Let's talk to Brock Faree next. Speaking of young football talent, college football playoffs get started this weekend. Does JMU have a shot to stun everybody? And who is going to win the national championship? We'll get those answers next.
This update is brought to you by AeroVironment, built for defense, built for DC. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Eagles on Saturday. Eagles with a chance to clinch the NFC East with a win. It'd be the first repeat champ in the NFC East since 2004. Injury report for the Commanders yesterday. Eddie Goldman didn't practice with a concussion. Laramie Tunsil didn't practice with an oblique. Colson Yankoff did not practice with an ankle injury. 3 players on rest days: Von Miller, Bobby Wagner, and Deron Payne. Other NFL news today, the Dolphins are benching Tua Tagovailoa. Their 7th-round rookie Quinn Ewers will get the start. The Dolphins also released edge rusher Matthew Judon. NBA action, the Wizards will take on the Spurs tomorrow in San Antonio. Last night in hockey, the Capitals fell to the Wild 5-0. 3 straight losses for the Caps. They'll look to get back on track tomorrow at home against the Maple Leafs. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions that give our warfighters the edge. Built for now, to defend our future when the mission matters most. DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
G&D welcoming you back on The Fan, getting ready for the college football playoffs to get started. And there is a little Virginia flair to the postseason this time around. We'll get into these weekend's matchups in JMU in just a moment.
I should turn my mic on. I want to tell you about our friends, Condori and Moron, the exclusive sponsor of our show. They'll help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Want to go to the Rude guest hotline? Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Welcome onto the show, Brock Vereen, Big Ten Network, CBS Sports Network, Sirius XM, joining us now. Brock, thank you for the time. We appreciate you. How are you?
I'm happy to be here, and I'm counting down to Friday. The chaos that is the CSP is finally here.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast. First of all, I went to your Twitter account. People should follow you at Brock Vereen. And you had a hilarious Thanksgiving Day post where you said, a lot of y'all are about to eat subpar food today because you're too scared to sit your auntie down and tell her it's time to pass the apron to the new generation, and that's nobody's fault but your own. I thought that was really funny.
It's the biggest travesty that a day that is about, if nothing else, eating tremendous food with the people you love. But love doesn't mean things have to be easy. Love is also sitting your family members down and saying the macaroni and cheese has gotten drier and drier every single year, and your daughter is ready to step into the limelight, but you're boxing her out, and it's time for the younger generation to take over in a lot of aspects, and it's a conversation that too many people are afraid to have.
I think it's 100% correct. And if you want to record a message for my mother-in-law that turnips aren't a Thanksgiving food, I would hire to do that. But I can go a million different directions.
You can't.
I got you covered.
You can't fly if we're not allowed to spread our wings. You know what I'm saying?
That's all I'm saying.
You need to let
That's
us
what
leave the
I'm saying,
nest.
Man. Look, everyone is concerned about the lack of quarterback production in the NFL. It's because they don't teach them. They just throw them out there. Well, this is what you're asking. You're asking, hey, when Nana dies, we're all of a sudden going to put the reins on her niece? No, that's not fair. She's got to get the reps now.
Brock Vereen is with us on Grant and Danny. All right, let's get to the college football playoffs, Brock. In this state where we're broadcasting now, we're in Washington, D.C., but in Virginia where I live, there's representation. In number 12, James Madison University, they are a 21-point underdog against Oregon on the road on Saturday night. Does JMU have a chance to keep this game close?
Yes, they do. And if I were to make the simplest elevator pitch as to how, it's because Oregon is a very good football team. They have not shown to consistently start fast. I would say Oregon State and Iowa are the biggest examples of a team that just kind of sleepwalks, which is very shocking considering who Dan Lanning is and the culture he's built. I would also say that the weakness, if you had to pinpoint for Notre Dame, is
the linebacking units in pass coverage. And, of course, Madison doesn't really rely too much on their wide receivers in the pass game. Of course, it's a run-first team. I would say the path to victory for JMU is obviously it's a run-first offense, and once you can establish that, play action to the tight ends is where Oregon's linebackers show to be the weakest by having to cover a tight end or a slot wide receiver, and that is how you win the game. You cannot turn the ball over. You have to eat up clock. You are snapping the ball with 5 seconds or fewer on the play clock every single down, and you can make things interesting maybe by the end of the third quarter heading into the fourth quarter, and at that point, it is anybody's game.
What's the most intriguing matchup in this opening weekend here? Whether or not you think it's going to be the best game, but what's the one you're kind of most curious to see, like an oddity, two teams that wouldn't normally play each other or something? What's one that you think is the most intriguing?
God, that's a good question. You know, a lot of people are anxious to see Bama, Oklahoma, and initially that was my gut feeling, and it dissipated pretty quickly. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to say JMU Oregon because it's mostly out of spite, right? Really, anyone who has a major platform with college football has spent the last 2 weeks talking about how JMU has no business being there, how they should just get another SEC team or another Big Ten team. It kills me because 10 years ago, JMU is being celebrated, right? Like 10 years ago, college football was widely considered a moment for teams who deserve the limelight and the spotlight and the chance to go up against teams that were thought to be in a higher class. And it's so disappointing that something has happened in the past couple of years where instead of celebrating what the Hoosiers did last year when they lose to Notre Dame, it's, oh, they shouldn't have been here in the first place. Instead of celebrating what JMU is doing this year and the opportunity that they have, and the trajectory that they've been on since 2022, instead of celebrating that, we're here bashing them because we want to see Texas get their doors blown off in the first round. Like it's sad. So that's a lot of pressure to put on JMU, but I feel that the celebration should be the fact that they're there, and because of that, I do consider them and Oregon the most intriguing game.
Brock Vereen with us here, Big Ten Network. I wanted to ask you about this. In general, like the national pundits have just, folded their arms and said, no, we don't want any Cinderellas. And it's like this, they prefer the oligarchy. They prefer this weird old system where, why should anybody play any games other than 3 SEC teams, 3 Big Ten teams, and maybe like one upstart?
Joe Klatt said this week, nobody wants to watch JMU play.
I'm going, I think it's completely wrong. Now, I know, forget about JMU alums, but like, I want somebody else besides the 7 teams with the most money to play. Otherwise, we're wasting our time with every one of these games at all times, and that doesn't sit real well with me in American sports where we go, let's have a tournament and figure it out. So just your thoughts on the national discourse.
Yes. Okay, so here is where people have lost themselves in the past, I would say, 3 years. College football has never been about winning championships. It has never been about winning championships. I went to the University of Minnesota. If college football was about winning championships, we would never be able to sell out a stadium. But our home games were sold out because it's not about winning championships. What is one of the most viewed games on Thanksgiving weekend? It's Iowa and Nebraska. Iowa is usually an 8 or 9 win team. Nebraska is usually a 6 or 7 win team. And everybody watches that game, and they play in front of 90,000 fans every single year. If college football was about winning championships, no one would be at the game. We're trying to make this a professional league. Why are Cleveland Brown games empty? Because the NFL is about winning championships. Why is nobody at Cincinnati Reds games? Because the MLB is about winning championships. College football is not about that. It is about beating your rival. It is about supporting guys who represent a university. It is about having allegiance to something for no other reason than you grew up rooting for that school or you went to that school. And that used to be enough. That's what makes it beautiful. And now all of a sudden we're talking about it like it's a professional league. And I understand how we got here. Kids are making hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I totally understand that. But we are ruining this thing, and 2 years from now, it's not even going to be
fun talking about because you have the loudest and most prominent voices in this sport trying to rip away what makes it different. We don't want a minor league to the NFL. That's the last thing we want, and it breaks my heart that the thing I spend so much time watching and spend all my life living is becoming what it is.
Love that answer, and it's something we're going to be talking about on the show a little bit later on today. Brock Farina, the Big Ten Network on G&D. Indiana's the 1 seed in this whole thing because they beat Ohio State to win the Big Ten title. They're waiting on the winner of the Alabama-Oklahoma game that you referenced. That'll be the Rose Bowl game coming up on New Year's Day at 4 o'clock on ESPN nationally. I bring this up to say one of the things that I feel like is kind of broken with the current structure, a lot of people have different faults. We just talked about one of the arguments against how this all works, is for the second straight year, I feel like there's almost a penalty as the 1 seed. Like last year it was Oregon. They had to deal with that plucky underdog 8 seed Ohio State. The little engine who could that won the national championship. This year Indiana's waiting as the number 1, and they might get Alabama in their first game, a little rusty, having not played in a while. I don't know how to fix that, but it seems to me like something's broken if the really good multi-loss team that actually is one of the best in America ends up the 8 seed more often than not, or the 9 seed or something.
Yeah, and the interesting thing, too, is there's no way to perfect the seeding. So the only mindset you can have is, well, if we didn't play a good team this round, we would just have to play the next round, right? And so I feel that Indiana, who has been, I would argue, the most consistent team in college football, is going to be fine against either of those teams. Any SEC team, I would argue, their biggest issue is consistency, right? Like Georgia. Georgia at their peak is, I would say, the best team that we've seen this year. What's the problem? They've been at their peak a total of 5 quarters an entire season. And most of the other quarters, is this like the 5th best team in the SEC? What am I watching right now? But then they figure it out and they win, right? The thing for Indiana is, yes, on paper, you are playing a team that the other teams that are on a bye are probably saying, well, I'm glad I don't have that matchup. But the fact is, you are the 1 seed because you were consistent, and this is a very flawed system that we have going on here. And I feel every single year there is going to be a team that gets the short end of the stick saying, well, we don't really feel like the 1 seed, but I guess we have to play who they line up for us. It's just the effects of a very, very incredibly flawed system.
It just feels like a second straight year where the 2 or the 3 probably has a more formidable or less formidable matchup. Like if you're Ohio State waiting on Miami, Texas A&M, I'd rather play that game.
You're like, oh no, we're the 2 seed.
than Alabama, Oklahoma. But to your point, you can't like change the rankings for the matchup, so it is pretty convoluted in that way. Before we move on to the rest of the bracket and kind of how this thing's going to play out, did you think the right teams got in based on the format that Miami in, Notre Dame out was the right way to go?
It's one of the very rare situations in regards to Miami Notre Dame where both sides are right. And Miami / the voters versus Notre Dame. Notre Dame is completely fair to be irate about this because if you were going to flip us, you should have flipped us. I could care less about the administration, quite honestly, but the players is where my empathy comes in. Because I'm a player who has spent the last 8 weeks thinking, man, if we just keep winning, I'm going to get a chance to compete for a championship. We were a couple plays short last year, and we're going to do it this year. And then through no scheduling fault of our own, all of a sudden that's been ripped from us. I completely empathize with the players in that locker room. However, Miami getting in is the right choice. It was just it's clear that the committee tried to hedge their bets and said, okay, maybe Notre Dame can lose a game and we won't have to do the thing that we were going to do anyway. We don't want the finger to be pointed at us. And in sitting on their hands and not doing what they should have done weeks prior, they put themselves in this position and they lose even more faith that people had in them. And they're just going to continue being a collective of the most hated individuals in college football because of the decisions, or in this case, lack of decisions that they made.
Brock Breen with us here on Grant and Danny. So outside of the top four, right? They've all got buys. So it's Indiana, Georgia, Ohio State, Texas Tech. Who outside of that top four that's playing in the opening weekend has the best shot to go the whole way?
You're not going to like this, but it's probably Oregon. I would say that what Oregon has done has been remarkable, and they are among the most injured teams in college football. Of the Final 12, right? Meaning Oregon has done this without two of their top three wide receivers, I would argue, entering the season. Not to mention one of the best wide receivers that they lost before the season even started. I would argue that their running back room hasn't peaked yet. They have a true freshman in Jordan Davison, who, like any true freshman, you kind of wait your turn and your reps increase as the year goes on. And only toward the back end of the year did they really start treating him like RB1. They have Kenyon Sadiq, who blew up last year, but this year was kind of the third option. But then once the wide receiver started going down, they realized, oh, my God, we have the best tight end in the country, and he's probably going to be a top 10 pick. And Dante Moore, who is continuing to get better and better. They have a defense that is loaded with youngsters who are getting so many reps. So I say that to say, whereas Ohio State blew out Oregon last year at the Rose Bowl because they peaked at the right time, Oregon is also in a situation where they could peak at the right time due to the injuries, some inexperienced guys getting more reps, but now have 8 or 9 games as being starters, and young guys who were true freshmen but now have the experience of a junior because they've been starters for the back half of the season.
Brock, which coach of those in the college football playoffs would you choose to start a program from scratch?
Kurt Signetti, because in fewer than 2 seasons, he may have etched himself among – well, you know what? He has etched himself in college football history. I confidently can say what he's done, and we're still in the middle of it, what he's done is sustainable. Are they going to win the Big Ten every year from here on out? Are they going to be a top 5 team from here on out? That's so hard to maintain in today's era. But to take a team that was by any metric at the bottom of college football and has now built something that is sustainable because he's not going out there getting a bunch of 5 stars. He's not out there outspending people. He is an incredible coach, and when he was at Alabama, he was the head of recruiting. He knows what to look for. He knows exactly what fits in the systems that he runs, and this is going to be a consistent thing. If IU had the money to lock up Signetti for a lifetime contract like Kentucky did with Cal all those years ago, I would do it now. If I had a soccer opening, I think Signetti could figure it out and get us a soccer chance.
Ted Lasso style.
Seriously.
Yes, exactly. There we go. He is remarkable in the fact that in today's era, he is not. Yes, he's relying on the portal, but he's not. Stealing number 1 targets from Bama and Ohio State. He's still developing them. He is both finding the right guys and still making them better. Nobody leaves that program without being twice as good as they were when they entered it. And the answer to that is Signetti.
I know I'm just falling into the conventional wisdom, like sheep take thing here. And it's because of his nerdiness, right? And I love this guy, Fernando Mendoza. I really do.
Yeah.
The more I get to know about him and see him, the more I love him. But this is like if your buddy from down the street, who's the biggest nerd you know, became the number 1 quarterback in America is what's happening. But I just have a hard time imagine him being a star NFL quarterback with his athleticism. He might go 1-1. I mean, would you take him or more? And what kind of pro quarterback do you think Mendoza could be?
I would take Mendoza if I need a guy to start day 1. If say the New York Giants somehow trade up and find a way, that's the perfect Dante Moore situation. Where, hey, we're still trying to figure if our guy right now is the guy. We're gonna have a new head coach. He may want to run a different system that he doesn't fit, but you don't have to start right away. I would say from a ceiling, Dante Moore has a higher one. But as far as day 1, Mendoza is the most day 1 ready guy of any of them, and he is a nerd. But he's cool. He's because he embraces being a nerd. That makes him cool. Whereas
Yes,
a lot of
that's true.
nerds try to be cool. Mendoza says, no, I'm a nerd. I'm a dork, and I'm going to be the dorkiest nerd you've ever seen. And I can also swing the football, and I'm 6'5". So that's
I'm one of those cool dads, you know? I'm one of those cool dads.
Exactly. I love Mendoza, man. And again, is he going to be some Hall of Fame guy? I don't know. This isn't some Andrew Luck situation where he's going to turn the thing around tomorrow. But as far as day one readiness, he's shown that much.
Just to piggyback off that, give me a handful of players that you know, for maybe some of the novices that are just tuning into this part of the season, that you kind of would have circled, players of intrigue that you want to watch in some of these matchups, guys you really like.
Oh, okay. Yes. Oh, thank you for that. One, Kenyon Sadiq, who Oregon is Oregon. They've played a lot of national games. I get it. But for those who haven't watched, Kenyon Sadiq is a tight end who's similar to Brock Bowers in that you build your offense around that guy. Give me both of Alabama's cornerbacks. It hasn't been the great year that they had last year. Last year they were kind of projected to be, oh man, these are going to be future first round picks, etc. Statistically, it may not look the same for them. I'm very high on both of them. Going back to Oregon, Dylan Thieneman, the safety. To Ohio State, Caleb Downs is a safety who doesn't have a position, meaning what Matt Patricia, the defensive coordinator, does with him. It's an NFL defense that they run, and he's the master of it. He's telling defensive linemen what to do. He's telling quarterbacks what to do. He will play up on the line of scrimmage. He'll play at linebacker. He'll play a strong safety. He'll play a free safety. He is a certified day one starter in the NFL. Jacob Rodriguez is maybe the most fun guy to watch in football right now. A guy who causes all these fumbles, not by ripping the ball, but just because he blows you up and your body instinctively lets go of the football. And give me one more. I know he's not necessarily going to be an NFL dude, but I like Oklahoma's quarterback. I like Arnold. I like anyone whose story was, well, he failed over here. I would like to see him take care of Bama and maybe try to rewrite the narrative on him, which he's done a great job of so far this year.
21-year-old John Mateer. All right, we appreciate it very much. Thank you for the time, Brock. It is awesome to get ready for these playoffs with you, and we will enjoy your coverage leading up.
Anytime, fellas. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks,
Be
Brock.
good. There's Brock Farine with us on Grant and Danny. You can check him out on the Big Ten Network and on Sirius XM as well. Outside of Jaden Daniels, which gets most of the conversation, what is the number one priority for the Commanders this offseason among the players already on their roster? We'll get to that next.
This update is brought to you by Downtown DC Holiday Market. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Eagles on Saturday. The Eagles can clinch the NFC East and be the first repeat winner in the NFC East since 2004 with a win on Sunday. Looking at yesterday's injury report for the Commanders, 3 players didn't practice with injuries. Eddie Goldman dealing with a concussion, Laramie Tunsil with an oblique injury, and Colson Yankoff with an ankle injury. 3 players didn't practice for rest days, Von Miller, Bobby Wagner, and Deron Payne. The Dolphins are benching Tua Tagovailoa, and they're going to start Quinn Ewers on Sunday. The Dolphins also released edge rusher Matthew Judon. Packers wide receiver Christian Watson is expected to practice today after he left their game on Sunday early. Last night hockey, Caps fell to the Wild 5-0. 3 straight losses for the Caps. They'll look to get back on track tomorrow against the Maple Leafs at home. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st to December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest. DowntownDCHolidayMarket.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Well, that sure is sweet of you, Carly. Thank you. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Thanks to Toby for the update. So everybody's been talking Jaden Daniels, and they should. He is the face of the franchise, and how he goes, so go the Commanders. Last year he was great. They got to the NFC Championship game. This year he wasn't on the field very much, and they were awful and will pick near the top of the league in the NFL draft. I bring him up, though, Danny, because in a non-Jaden Daniels category, they got a lot of other work to do, and that seems to get masked by all of the discussions we have about the QB.
Sure.
The thing I think that might be most important for them, as far as their to-do list with their own roster, non-Daniels progression this offseason, is to re-up with Laramie Tunsil, their 31-year-old left tackle, who has played 9 years in the NFL. He is under contract for next season at a cap number of just under $25 million. So if they do nothing, a la Terry McLaurin this past year, then 32-year-old Laramie Tunsil shows up and possibly holds out and may or may not report to work on time to get ready for the season. But there's no real reason to push it with him anyway. You want this guy around. This is a position where guys tend to age pretty well. Look at 37-year-old Trent Williams, who's still playing at a really high level. There are other guys like 33-year-old Jake Matthews. And I think about, like, for years, the Eagles had an offensive tackle who was almost 40, was playing at a high level, and Jason Peters. Like, this happens at that position all the time. There's no reason not to pay him. And so we said we learned a lot about Adam Peters in the negotiation with Terry McLaurin. Maybe we didn't. Maybe we learned what he thought of Terry specifically, or how that position ages. I hope they don't waste any time. Just pay Laramie Tunsil. This guy is really damn good.
100% agree. This is one of those it's not quite to the level of quarterback for me, but it's close. We've been actually really fortunate here. We've only gone a few years over the last 20 plus where we haven't really been set at left tackle at a high level. We've gotten away with it a couple of years, but for the most part, this a lot of times can be an Eleanor for a team. I mean, the Ravens went through 17 different guys since Jonathan Ogden retired. They couldn't get it right, et cetera. Teams, quarterback is one, obviously, that's your white whale, but the 1A or the 2 on this is you got a left tackle that can do it. That position is more sustainable than a running back or a linebacker or some of the more high collision ones. For whatever reason, guys tend to play better longer into their careers. All for it. I think that's the priority for this offseason.
He has allowed the 6th lowest pressure rate at about 7.5% this season among tackles, the 5th longest time to pressure. So how quickly you get to the quarterback when you do, it takes over 3 seconds against Laramie Tunsil, which is top 5 in the NFL when you rank him among all the left tackles in the league. In fact, he's given up 3 or fewer pressures in 9 of 12 games this season, tied for 3rd best among left tackles in the NFL. When Laramie Tunsil's on the field, you do not have to worry about a really, really difficult position, to your point. His PFF grade is borderline elite at about 85. He ranks 7th of 82 tackles in PFF grading this year. In fact, his pass blocking grade, if you look at just how they grade him as a pass protector, which we know was going to be better than run blocking anyway, he's number 3 of 82 tackles in their grading. And he's actually been better in the run game than I thought. Because we had a bunch of people on from Houston after they traded for him, and they came on and they said, look, he's going to dominate and be unreal in the passing game. He's a white-collar offensive lineman. He's not going to get nasty or dirty. He's not very good in the run game. He's just okay.
He's fine.
He's 22nd of 82 tackles, according to the PFF grading, and it matches the win rate and some of the things that you see. He's also cut down on some of the false start penalties. That was the big narrative about him coming into the year. Like, this has been an A++. As bad as that Marshawn Lattimore trade was, as much as a couple of things that they've done have blown up in their face, not this. This was a grand slam win for Adam Peters.
Second deck bolt on that one. So, again, when you have that gift horse, he shouldn't have been available, quite frankly. Houston, for whatever reason, soured or decided money-wise it wasn't going to work. I don't know what I don't know there, but what a mistake.
Strange, by the way.
What a mistake as far as I'm concerned.
Doesn't make a ton of money compared to the guys at the position. You had multiple years of him left. You weren't very good on the offensive line, and they still aren't. And by the way, you're good in competing.
Yeah.
You've got a young ascending rookie contract guy in C.J. Stroud. You're a playoff caliber team that right now is one of the hottest teams in the AFC.
That's right.
Very strange. That's actually a really good point.
The only thing I could think of is there was some sort of buyer beware. Maybe once he gets his deal, who knows, character-wise, if something changes. I haven't seen any of that. I'm trying to figure out from their perspective why they were so willing to give up a left tackle that can still really play.
Completely speculative, but I wonder, he's one of these guys that's like not going to practice on Wednesday. In training camp, every 3 days, he's going to take a day off. You have to keep him fresh. You got to keep him. And I have no problem with it because of how he's played on the field, to be completely honest with you. But that isn't for everybody. Like, I don't know what D'Amico Ryans' deal is. He's a former recent player.
Yeah, there might be something to that.
You would think he would be cool with that. But maybe, they don't like the idea of we got 6 guys on the side every Wednesday because we have an older team. And they want tackles who are a little younger who can practice and be on the field and work on that timing and continuity. I would say, give me a break. Are you special? Is this an upper echelon talent? Then practice on a Wednesday, be damned. Like, I am ready to sign up for more of this immediately. With Ertz, with Debo, with Wagner, some of the other guys that you kind of baby on the practice field. I don't feel the same way, but the performance for those guys is nothing like what Tunsil gives you. So I'm willing to bend at the knee a little bit here. I'm willing to have different rules for him.
Same here. What do you think the deal looks like?
So that is the huge question. The left tackle market is such that right now Rashawn Slater's the highest paid guy in AAV at $28.5 million. Trent Williams at 37 years old is a $27.5 million man. He got paid recently. Christian Darrisaw got the big deal from the Vikings, is at $26 million. And then Tunsil is 4th at $25 million. So it's not like he's way down the board.
Yeah, he signed his 3-year deal fairly recently in 2023, right? So the other guys have signed more recently and, of course, have superseded him.
Now, I would say there's a possibility maybe that he doesn't get back in line and then he's not overly desperate to get a payday. But there was a piece in the Washington Post late last week. I think it was written on Friday by Tashawn Reed, who's the new reporter who came over who covered the Raiders. And he did a really nice job with the story. But he got some quotes from Laramie Tunsil. I don't know if you read it the same way I did, but it sounded to me like he was saying, yeah, I've proven myself, and now it's time for me to get my money.
That's how I read it. And I'd like it to be from here, but...
Totally.
Yeah, it'd be nice if it was from here, but the money, please.
Could he play one more year and then at 33 try to go get paid? I guess that's possible. Again, the team has the final say. They have the leverage in that he's under contract for one more year anyway. So to answer your question, I was just giving the background on the money. I think you're starting at 27.5 with Trent Williams, but honestly, he probably, if you're paying him right now after this year, he probably wants to be the highest paid tackle in the league. And he may want 28.6 or $29 million. Is that something you're willing to do over 3 years?
Yeah, it's fine with me. And I know some people might recoil at that. Like, there are a couple spots where I'm not going to be fiscally responsible. Quarterback, left tackle, the pass rusher, and maybe one playmaker on offense. Other than that, I've got to be thrifty and smart and, economical. If I've got a star, I'll figure it out. But that's one of those spots I just go, what does it cost? Great. It's like there are a few things in my house. I sleep on my bed every night.
Yeah.
I will spend on my bed. Now, I'm not going to spend on the fancy thing I use once a year, but I sleep on my bed every single night. I will spend on that mattress, on the frame, and all the nice things. That, to me, is what this is. This is one of those essentials where it's a non-starter if I don't have it.
So Trent Williams got 3 years and right around $82.6 million in new money, which was like 27 and change as we talked about. And he signed that in September of last year, I think it was.
Yep.
1 year ago. Now, the cap has gone up pretty considerably since, which is what Tunsil and his agent are going to argue. But maybe you just adjust for the cap and do a similar deal. Whatever percentage $27 million was of that cap, you do now with this new salary cap, which is up. And it's probably closer to like 30. But instead of doing 3 and 90, Trent at that time was 36 years old. Tunsil's younger. I would spread it out a little more, because like Trent got $48 million in guaranteed money over the 3 years. I would do, even if it's 5 years and $150 million, which sounds crazy. Then you guarantee, what are we talking about? Like
the most ever has been
75.
56.
Yeah, so you guarantee like 65, 70, whatever that looks like. And you still could potentially get out of it in 3 years. But just doing the 3-year deal like they did with Trent Williams makes sense in that standpoint because of his age. But if you can actually have more years to push money into, I think that makes more sense.
And the 3 years, remember, lines up with Jaden Daniels before his big payday, right?
Which I'm not overly concerned about. I know that's definitely the big talking point. But one, they don't have bad money or big contracts beyond that.
Yep.
Two, this is left tackle. So there's quite literally nothing more corollary to investing in Jaden Daniels. That's what you're doing here. You are investing in the betterment, the well-being, the health of Jaden Daniels. But I guess lastly, I would say too, the cap just goes up and up and up and up. I'm not saying like it's not real. I don't think that's true. But it's 3-4 years from now, the cap's going to be massively higher anyway. So you're going to pay some people huge money. Someone's going to get the bag. You can't just have a full roster of 50
today's
plus guys.
top of the market's tomorrow's bargain.
So I'm willing to pay whatever helps Jaden Daniels. Is that a left tackle? Is that a wide receiver? Is that a interior offensive line? No problem. But it sounds like we're in lockstep that even if he's asking to be the highest paid left tackle in the league at 29-ish, and sometimes the money's crazy and next it's 31, 32, who knows? Might actually be a little bit of a bargain and it's 27. But in that range, if he's saying, I'm going to be paid like the best left tackle in football, I'm going, cool, no problem. Let's have a press conference.
You got it, buddy. Yeah, where do we sign? Now, I'm just speculating, given the McLaurin situation. Do you think they might go nuclear and franchise tag just because they don't want any more long-term, they don't want any long-term deals for older players? Like, do you think that's on their radar at all?
They could. I don't think so.
I don't either, but I'm
They made the point, or they didn't make any points publicly, I guess, but the people that were talking on their behalf, seemingly, were making the point, look at how wide receivers age. It was always about wide receivers. I don't think you could say the same thing about tackles at 33.
No, you cannot.
So, to me, if you thought it was a losing battle to not pay Terry McLaurin, and the main reason for that was just how popular he was, how long he'd been here, how beloved he was, and you don't have that yet with Laramie Tunsil in 1 year. From a football standpoint, though, I think people are going to go, wait a second. You traded for this guy. You gave up a lot to get him. You're now not willing to pay him after he was awesome this season? What was the point of any of that? Because lest we forget, I mean, they didn't give up. It's not like they gave up nothing. It was a 2025 third and seventh round pick, 2026 second and fourth round picks to Houston for Tunsil, and a 2025 fourth rounder. They gave up a lot.
Yes, they did.
That was a 4-pick package. I mean, it was a boatload for Laramie Tunsil. So when you did that, to me, it meant you have evaluated and decided this is your left tackle for the next several years. That was not a 2-year rental when you're giving up that kind of compensation. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play is next. I've got a big update for you on something we talked about on the show as a hypothetical a couple of weeks ago. Excited to give that to you. What do you got on the double play?
Ooh, we got to talk about a show. It's a really, 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 really intriguing documentary.
That's next. The Beltway Blitz in 20 minutes on the Fan. It is time for our double play on Grant and Danny, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now is the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealers today. So, Danny, I've got an update on something we talked about a couple of weeks back.
Oh.
I will jog your memory in case you forgot.
Okay.
Many of our listeners may remember this as well. I was doing my normal scrolling online. You know, one of those folks that gets into the reels, and next thing you know, 19 minutes has gone by.
Yep.
And I saw one of these hypotheticals where they asked, would you let your wife or girlfriend attempt 50 three-pointers from an NBA three-point arc, from a three-point range, if you had to be signing a waiver that said if she doesn't make one of the 50, you die. But if she makes one, you get $10 million, I think.
I think that was the number, yeah.
$10 million, 50 threes from NBA range, or you die, wife or girlfriend. You said absolutely not.
And I love my wife dearly, but no way.
Wes is shaking his head no. You wouldn't let your girlfriend try? She's got to make one of 50 threes from NBA range.
Absolutely not. She's 5'1".
I mean, so what?
She could be buckets.
Earl Boykins was 5'3". He was buckets. So here's the update, guys. The wife tried the challenge.
And you're still here.
Well, that's true.
Oh,
I
you
am
didn't get
still
that.
here.
There was no actual money. Sorry.
Drum roll, please, Toby. She went to the St. James to work out.
Mm-hmm.
She sent me a picture of the basketball court, said, I'm going to go down and try it. She went out on the court. The first two shots were air balls.
Okay.
Now, this was very troubling.
48 to go.
48 to go, and now your life's on the line here. She said that the ball was slipping out of her hands because she was sweating. This was a bad start.
Yeah.
48 shots to go. Toby? On shot 20, she made a three-pointer. Granny style, from the top of the key, it took her 20 shots to make a three. And she said it is something that everyone should accept because there's no way that someone just granny style from the top of the key wouldn't be able to get
one.
a 3 out of 53. She actually said they should make it 20 or 25 shots to make it more interesting. She's now very confident. Now, I have to tell you, I was not there.
Okay. Was it NBA range? What do we know?
This is what I'm trying to figure out. So she claims it's NBA range. She showed me the court. She said, how much is NBA range? I told her. I sent her the dimensions from a graphic of exactly what needed to be done. She was out on the St. James court, and there was like a couple three-point arcs. And then several feet behind one of them, there was like what almost looked like a free throw line back behind the arc.
Oh, okay.
Which I'm assuming to be the NBA 3 and where people get their shots.
Yeah, it's 23-9 at the top of the arc, which is about 4 feet.
She claims that that was NBA range, and that's where she shot from. She's very confident, measured out, that that was the NBA distance. And on shot number 20, she made it. She also said, I said, when did you know you were going to do it? And she said, probably by shot 4 or 5, I was like just clanking it right off the board, the rim. And I felt like I need to readjust and maybe just like start having a plan. But she's like, I knew with 40 plus shots to go, it was going to be very easy. I just need one to go in. Now, she got 1 out of 20.
I was gonna say, it's not that easy.
So like if that one doesn't go in, my point is, like if we do this again right now, for real, I could die. And she said there's no way I would die. That she feels like next time she would make it way faster.
I love the confidence. Again,
Yes.
she was confident before when she mentioned the challenge. But I also wonder about the variable of like, again, this weird hypothetical. Like imagine like the gun cocks and the guy sitting right next to your head, gun to your temple, and he's make the shot.
But you
There's
think the
little
added
extra
pressure and nerves.
Yeah, like where she's like, I'm sweating. I bet you might sweat then a little bit too if your husband is right there gonna die.
Yeah, I mean, if it had to be that way, I don't know that this is a situation where I'm sitting there and someone's got a gun to my temple. I think it's just that eventually, like tonight, I get my last meal and then I get injected with something.
And then that's it.
Doesn't have to be a scene out of a Quentin Tarantino film right there at the middle of the
you're not
floor.
getting snuffed out,
Where they're
yeah.
bringing out mops right after. I don't think it has to be quite
But
like that.
I'm saying the real life pressure of your spouse dying if you don't make a shot
I mean,
adds
she
to the
had
pressure of
that
the shot.
pressure.
Yeah.
In our little exercise, we were
Mhm.
doing are you killing me or am I making the money? But I can't tell you how confident she is. Like, I kept saying, like, but you only made one. You don't know. Maybe next time it clanks out. And she's like, no. I would do it so much faster next time.
Now, real quick on the flip side, GP, I know you're confident you can make an NBA 3, but are you making one before 20 attempts?
Oh, easily. Are you kidding me? No doubt. I mean, that's not even a debate. Who am I, Bradley Beal? Yeah, I can knock down a 3.
Come on.
Come on, who's having fun? Who's funny?
Is there a turnover in the final 3 minutes challenge?
Now that I could
the
do,
Bradley Beal?
actually. Me and Beal have that in common. I could get you an opportunity for me to give the opponent the basketball with 57 seconds left.
Well,
could I act surly afterwards? Is that possible too? Go, sorry,
I think we need evidence now of you knocking down a 3 before 20 attempts.
I might have to. Cap Cut Paulson will get on this. I'll get over to the St. James. That means I have to go to the gym with the wife. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm not a big fan of doing that. But I'll go in there with her, and I will get some 3s up. How about that?
I love that.
Does this make you feel any differently? Like I said
No.
to her, Danny said Megan would not do this, and she said he should 100% take that challenge.
I respect your wife a great deal.
She claimed that anyone, she is actually funny what she said, but she's like, anyone who's not pathetic could do it. That was
Right.
her quote.
Right.
She said you have to be able to, I think she said hip hinge. Is that a phrase?
Yes.
You have to be able to hinge at the hips, basically.
Uh-huh.
Because she's all granny. She's saying, just do that. Don't try to do anything
Just
else.
granny it.
Just hip hinge and toss. That's all you got to do.
Yeah. No, I'm not. We're not doing it. We're just going to keep chugging along. Keep chopping wood.
Let's go to Dre in D.C. What's up, Dre? How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, dude.
You bet.
Hey, I don't care what it is. I ain't letting either one, the wife or the girlfriend, shoot at it. They're gonna try to listen.
Neither of them?
Listen, you heard what I said. Neither, because they both. First of all, my wife, who we're in the middle of a separation, she's going to try on purpose to miss every shot.
Well, no doubt.
Well, that's a different
Okay.
situation.
I mean, I will say, if
we're
you have a wife,
assuming a desire to make the shot.
If
Yeah.
you have a wife and a girlfriend, she's probably going to try to off you.
So listen, so it has to be an incentive or something based where she gets half of the money, because it got to be something to entice her to keep me alive.
Oh, that's
You
actually a
understand
good
what I'm
point.
saying?
Can I ask
Yeah,
too?
other-
And legally, think about this before you answer. Did the girlfriend come after the separation or before?
Hey man, listen. On real grounds of incriminating myself.
There you go. Yeah.
You understand?
I just want to know how badly
Right.
she wants to miss these shots.
She's like, oh, I
That's
missed
all
the
I'm
first
saying.
one. Uh-oh.
That's funny, Dre. That is a good.
you, Dre.
Thank you for that call.
Played the fifth right there during the double play.
Popped me pretty good. Beltway Blitz is next. Cynthia Freeland of NFL Network at 5. We're Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Eagles on Saturday. The Eagles having a chance to clinch the NFC East with a win. Yesterday's injury report, 3 players didn't practice with injuries. Eddie Goldman with a concussion, Laramie Tunsil with an oblique injury, Colson Yankoff with an ankle injury. 3 players didn't practice with rest days, Von Miller, Bobby Wagner, Deron Payne. Also in the NFL today, the Dolphins are benching Tua Tagovailoa for Quinn Ewers, the 7th-round rookie out of Texas. He's going to start the rest of the way. The Dolphins have released edge rusher Matthew Judon. Other injuries, Packers wide receiver Christian Watson left their game early on Sunday against Denver. He is expected to practice today dealing with a chest and shoulder injury. Hockey last night, not a good result for the Capitals. They fell 5-0 to the Wild, their third straight loss. Their next game is going to be tomorrow against the Maple Leafs at home. This December only, score 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. And through December 29th, get an additional 5% off Vitex windows. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
What do you need to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condoria and Murad, will help you to draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com and mention the show to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. How good to us are those fellows?
Just fantastic individuals. A, they're great at what they do. They're really, really smart, savvy. They've been there, done it all. They can help you and your family do some grown-up stuff that you got to do. But B, they are wonderful. So kind to us, and we don't deserve it. So it has been wonderful to have a partnership with them. I will say that.
It is time for the Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the NFL with Nate Davis, the Commanders with our pal Chris Russell. We start you off on the hardwood. Or on the gridiron, as some would say.
Some have said that, yes.
Bijan Todd, Monumental Sports on the Wiz, who've got the Spurs tonight in San Antonio. Bijan, why don't you tell us about, I guess tomorrow at 8 o'clock is that game in San Antonio. Why don't you tell us about the matchup, though, that they're gearing up for?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, Grant, because the Wizards are missing Alex Sarr. He's not going to come back in time for tomorrow. He might come back later in this week or early next week. So I think it's going to be the Marvin Bagley show down low. It's going to be him against Victor Wembanyama. Honestly, it's going to be hard to stop a guy like Wemby. But aside from him, there are a bunch of guys on the wing for San Antonio who are really interesting, like Stephon Castle, the Rookie of the Year last year, Dylan Harper, their number 2 overall pick. So it's going to be on the Wizards' wing defenders like Will Riley, like Keyshawn George, and those guys to try to put a stop to it. But it'll be an interesting matchup for sure.
Bijan, I love Trey Johnson. I love him so much, and I want good things for him. What's going on there health-wise? I'm sure we're minutes restrictions just to make sure that he's healthy and available, but I can't get enough of watching this kid play.
Yeah, you know what's really interesting about him, Danny, is that he's just so efficient in his last couple games, or his last game specifically. He shot 3 of 4 from deep. Health-wise, he looks like he's okay. We actually talked to him yesterday at practice. He says he feels good, and he actually said that he didn't actually know that he was playing through any pain because he couldn't feel it. And then after the game, he was told by the medical staff, oh, you were playing with this issue that you've had since Texas. And he was like, oh, that's interesting. So he doesn't actually feel like it during the game, and then he finds out about it afterwards. But he's been playing through it for a long time, and now that he's back in the rotation, the Wizards are really taking advantage of him and using him on the outside. He's an efficient outside shooter, as I mentioned. And when you're missing guys like Bilal Coulibaly who play on the wing, it's going to be next man up, and Trey Johnson is taking advantage of those minutes.
So speaking of the rotation, other side of that is Cam Whitmore. Doesn't really seem to be part of the rotation as much anymore. Give us the latest there.
Yeah, Cam Whitmore, we haven't seen him in a few games. I'm not sure exactly where he falls right now in Brian Keefe's favorability scale, but it's interesting when you deal with all these injuries like Bilal, as I mentioned, and, Chris Middleton is out and a bunch of other guys who are not going to see action for a while here. Corey Kispert added to that list as well. It's terrible. You never want to see injuries, but then it also opens up minutes for guys like Will Riley and Jamir Watkins, who have been playing great recently with these increased minutes. So Cam Whitmore might have an uphill battle to fight here going forward just because of how impressive the other wings have been. We'll keep an eye on that going forward, but he's definitely going to have to prove his worth in practice and in games before he gets back to the minutes that he enjoyed in late October and November.
John, how about Marvin Bagley? I mean, how should I feel about him in the big picture? He's a former number 2 pick. He's only 26. I know he's not one of the kids because he's not a teenager, but he can play. He's helped them a lot. He's, stylistically, it's not what's in vogue at this point, but how should people feel in terms of we file everyone, it seems like, into guys that matter long-term or placeholders? Like, where is he in all that?
Yeah, it's interesting. I actually tweeted this yesterday, Grant. I think 30 teams in the NBA could use a Marvin Bagley because he's cheap, he's quiet, he does his job, but he lifts up the rest of the team. He's efficient down low, and he can be that guy who comes in for an Alex Sarr who can be your defensive presence in the post. And if you look at his numbers this season, he's playing just 19 minutes a game, but he's averaging 10 points and 6 boards. So per 36, he's averaging damn close to 20 and 10, which is really interesting. Shooting 60% from three in 3 straight or 60% from the field, I should say, in 3 straight games. So when you're missing a guy like Alex Sarr, the Marvin Bagleys of the world are exactly who you need, and the Wizards are taking full advantage of that, and they're going to continue to do so tomorrow in San Antonio.
I like Bub Carrington, even if I'm not totally sure, what he is or what position he's long-term going to be. I don't think that matters to them that much, that, especially kind of this new era of basketball that we're in, Bijan. But it seems that he was kind of slow to find his niche and find where he belonged. It feels like, dare I say, a corner's been turned here of late. I know it's only a handful of games, but you're seeing some of those assist totals go up, some of the playmaking stuff that he's doing. All of a sudden, it feels like maybe he's getting more comfortable here. Is that your sense as well?
Absolutely, and I think it's been interesting. I think, Danny, to your point, he has turned a corner, and you could call it a classic sophomore slump. You can call it whatever you want, what he went through at the beginning of the season. But last 3 games, double figures. He dropped 27 in that game 5 days ago against Cleveland. Really efficient from the field. And to your point about what he is, I think you can call him a combo guard right now. I'm not sure if the Wizards necessarily want to give him those starting point guard minutes just yet because you want to see a little bit more from him attacking downhill and getting into the paint, but he needs to build off of this. And we asked Brian Keith today what he has to do to build off of it, and he said just keep putting in the work in practice, and Bub is going to continue to show people why he deserves these minutes that we're giving him. Really hefty minutes. He played 36, 41, 37 the last 3 games, so keep an eye on him, and I agree with you that I like what I've seen from him. He just needs to build off of it.
John, thank you very much, man. Good catching up.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
He does an awesome job covering the Wiz. Go check him out. Monumental Sports. Let's talk NFL. Nate Davis is with us, USA Today Sports. Nate, how about this Thursday night matchup? Got to be one of the most anticipated in years. You don't really get this quality of game very often. It's the Rams, Seahawks, top teams in the West, top teams in the NFC. 1 seed on the line, at least momentarily.
Yeah, it should be fun. Like you said, you don't always get this kind of thing. I feel like the prime matchups have kind of been better than the NFL Network ones in the past, but I don't think anybody saw this probably as a 1 versus 2 kind of game 3 months ago. But yeah, looking forward to it. And one team plays elite defense, one team plays elite offense, but they're both fairly complete. Should be a fun one to watch.
Nate, I can't believe it looks like it's the Phil Rivers show for the Colts, the group that was, among the best teams in the NFL and now kind of sliding all the way down the playoff standings. I don't really have a good question other than to say I just can't believe this is where we are.
Yeah, and I've kind of come around to the fun thing. I mean, I thought I was awfully skeptical when they signed him and kind of, gave them the business in my column there that, they should have planned a little bit better for this, particularly when Daniel Jones was playing on a broken leg for a few weeks. Like, you couldn't see this coming. Sounds like Sam Ellinger turned him down coming back. Not that Sam Ellinger would have been the answer, but, I just hope he doesn't get hurt. There's not a bad outcome to the end of this, but I'm certainly looking forward to watching him play, on Monday night. The Colts are finally going to get to wear their Indian and nice uniforms at night, which has never happened. So should be fun to see. But yeah, I mean, I hope he comes out of it clean as he did the other day, and that he's able to at least keep that team competitive. But I mean, man, their schedule down the stretch is brutal. So I don't really. Personally, I'm not really sure Daniel Jones would have gotten them there either. But we'll see what happens here.
Packers 1.5-point favorites at Soldier Field against the Bears on Saturday night in a primetime game. Who do you like in that matchup for the top spot in the NFC North?
I haven't thought about it in terms of making my pick yet, Grant, but I think I would kind of lean Bears at this point just because, obviously, Micah, they lost Devontae Wyatt, a few weeks ago, Thanksgiving, I think, too, the Packers did. So I feel like that defense is starting to soften up, and certainly for a team that wants to batter you and run right at you, and that kind of thing. And certainly the NFC North weather kind of dictates that too. It was a close game at Lambeau, so I think I'm going to give the Bears a little edge here, just based on Christian Watson, obviously another issue for Green Bay. So I think based just on health and just having the game there in Chicago, I'll give the Bears a little bit of a lean on this one.
How dangerous is San Francisco? They haven't gotten any of the headlines because their schedule's been soft, and the two teams at the top of the division maybe are two of the 3 or 4 best teams in football. But it feels like they're slowly getting kind of healthier. And you look up down the stretch here, they've been pretty impressive, beating the hell out of some bad teams. I know it's not beating the best teams in the league or anything, but how dangerous are they?
Yeah, you don't make a ton of great points, Danny, but I mean, this is certainly one.
Thank you. Feels
well
good.
said.
Feels
I'm
good.
just kidding, buddy.
You're not wrong, though.
We're all caught up with Rams Seahawks, right? But the 49ers are a game back of both those teams. So they're going to be tied for second, come Friday morning. I think the issue with them, Danny, is like they're going to have to beat you in shootouts. Like you said, that they've gotten healthier so much. I think that Brock Purdy's back. The Nick Bosa and Fred Warner aren't walking through that door, but they're not the Bengals either on defense. Robert Sala's gotten the most out of the guys he's had over there. And I think that they're kind of what the Bengals ought to be. They have elite offensive talent. And if they score 31 points, they're going to beat you. So I think they can do that with a lot of teams. And like you said, I mean, I'm sure they'd rather not go on the road as a wild card and have to come through the bracket that way. But I think every time Kyle Shanahan's gotten into the playoffs, right, they've gotten at least as far as the NFC Championship game. And the years they haven't gotten in have usually been years where they're racked with injuries. So these guys know how to win when it counts. And then, I think that they're definitely it's very true, Danny. They're lying in the weeds, waiting to ambush a lot of teams, I think.
Nate Davis, USA Today. The NFC South never change. I mean, how many years have we done this dance with that division? The Bucs on Thursday lose a game you can't lose to Atlanta. They're like, okay, Panthers driver's seat, and then they lose a worse game to New Orleans. So they're both 7-7. Tampa's a 3-point favorite in Charlotte this weekend. Winner may win this thing. I say may because I think they play twice here coming up in 3 weeks. Yep. But what do you think?
I think you said it, Grant. I mean, somebody's going to win the division. Somebody's going to host a home playoff game. Are they going to advance to the second round? It's hard to think either one of these teams is really going to go on any kind of a run. I mean, the Bucs did a few years ago, and I mean they've at least got the experience, and I mean they've been getting guys back, and certainly they should have won that game. But I mean, even with the receivers back, I mean I think their issue really is just they're not stopping people defensively. And the Panthers, I feel like, are a little bit more of a wild card because, I mean, they've beaten the Packers at full strength. They've beaten the Rams at full strength. I mean, they're not a team I necessarily want to see, but, I mean, you also might beat them 25-3, depending on the week. But I don't think anyone's probably going to pick them to go very far in the playoffs, whoever gets that spot. And I was trying to think about it earlier today. I don't think they've had two teams come out of that division for the playoffs, I think, since it was Brady and Breeze in 2020. So, yeah, like you said, Grant, kind of the same old story, and I guess we'll leave it at that. But I mean, that's probably the kind of team San Francisco is going to draw in the opening round. It's going to help. It's going to help somebody like that fifth wild card, theoretically get going in January.
Nate, awesome as always, bud. If we don't talk to you, have a great holiday.
And you guys too.
Thank you, buddy. Be well. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. We couldn't find one. We're sitting there searching and calling. Everybody's either out of town, they're doing a family thing, it's holiday time. Nobody was answering our calls. Outside, in the middle of getting arrested, we saw Chris Russell, who was being detained for loitering in the alleyway. Turns out it was a misunderstanding. He was actually just recording his Shout podcast. But we brought him upstairs to talk some football with us. Buddy, thank you for doing this on such short notice.
I was doing a shouty show in the hallway.
That's right.
Or in the alleyway.
What was the Chiron? Why Dak Prescott can't win the big one?
You're all morons, but me and the dumpster are correct.
Is Shador going to survive?
Yeah. Shador is... They hit his wristband, right, Rini?
Does Kevin Stefanski hate Shador?
By the way, Kevin Stefanski grabbed his wristband, made sure no one was looking, and shoved it under the bench. This is why you can't do it. Because that's literally what's being said. Now, I know it's Twitter and it's not real. But the amount of people that think that they've got the fix in against Shador, Kevin Stefanski ordered someone to get his wristband and make sure the plays weren't on it. People are insane. I mean, they're so dumb.
I mean, we live in a very, very, very dumb, stupid world. I've tried to tell all you guys for years and years and years.
You have been telling us all.
That's true.
In fairness.
You were the first on this, I think.
Yes, I think so.
Stupid things happen all the time.
Yeah.
The screws fall out. The world is an imperfect place, I think is what you said.
Oh, absolutely. And often it happens to me.
Name that film.
I don't know.
Screws fall out. The world is an imperfect place.
I got no five.
I know the line. Is it The Departed?
No.
I know that line.
We're looking for a Breakfast Club.
Oh, that's it.
We
Damn
are
it. I should have got
looking
that,
for
actually.
Breakfast
Well, you know
Club.
me. I'm a big movie
Because
guy.
that's Bender who says that to the teacher who's sadly passed away. What's that guy's name? What's the professor in the show?
Oh, I can't think
Like
of it.
$28,000 a year. I'm a man of respect around here. And he's got like the toilet.
I keep wanting to say Mr. Belding, and it's not
It's
him.
that's Saved by the Bell.
That is
I'll
Saved
go
by
all
the
day.
Bell, for sure. All right, Rini, the shutdown. Not the government shutdown.
Whoa.
The Jaden Daniels
Whoa.
shutdown.
Mm-hmm.
Go.
I had a problem with it. I don't think there was any need to do it as early as they did. I had no problem if they weren't going to medically clear him on Monday. I don't need him to be cleared on Monday. I need him to be cleared by Thursday to play Saturday. And guess what? If he didn't get cleared on Thursday, maybe he would get cleared on Sunday so that he could play next Thursday against the Dallas Cowboys. I want him to play. I understand they wanted a mental reset and a physical reset. I understand they want to protect
Where
him from
did that
further
come
injury.
from, though? Because they didn't want that a week ago.
Well, I mean, the messaging and the tone and the thought process seems to change a lot in that building, and this is not all that untypical of bad teams. I think when you're a bad team, and they are, make no mistake about it, it's not just because of injuries. They are a bad team. I think the messaging and I think the rationale and I think the thought process doesn't always make sense. It makes sense in some ways. It doesn't make sense in every way. I get you don't want something terrible to happen. I understand. It's football. We all talk about him not being in a bubble wrap. Forget the bubble wrap. He needs to learn. He needs to play. He needs to figure out why he's getting injured. And it's not because of just bad luck and nothing he can do about it, which is what he alluded to yesterday.
Who do you care about the rest of the way? Like, what are you interested in seeing?
Well, I don't think Laramie Tunsil's going to play this Sunday. I don't think this Saturday. I don't think I'm going far out of a limb to say that. So, okay, outside of him, I very much care about Josh Connerly. I heard what Jay told you guys. I was a little surprised that Jay was that harsh.
We were too.
Same.
Yeah.
I understand where Jay is coming from because if you saw a lot of Josh Connerly early in the year, you really saw him struggle, especially in that Green Bay Thursday night game, and maybe that sticks with you and you can't get past that. But I think Connerly has improved. So I'm continuing, especially against Philadelphia, right, in their defense, which is maybe not as good as it was last year from a pass rush perspective, but it's still pretty damn good. And they still can get after it. So I'm looking forward to that. And here's another thing, guys. I was talking about this out in the alleyway on Half Street, or K Street, M Street, L Street, whatever street.
Yeah.
All the
I was
streets.
wondering.
Yeah.
Marcus Mariota. Now, I don't care that much about Marcus Mariota in general, right? Like, I'd take him or leave him. He's not great. He's not bad. How much money is he going to cost this team to re-sign? Daniel Jones got a one-year, $14 million deal last year from the Colts. If Cliff Kingsbury leaves, that's one potential avenue that he could go to another team. If not, there's still going to be a couple of quarterback situations that are maybe more favorable to him starting, playing, whatever, and making more
Murray's
money.
going to be available.
Yep.
Tua's going to possibly be available, but both of those are bad contracts. I don't know if Kirk Cousins is going to retire or be available. So the veteran market's not great.
Like Tyrod Taylor, Justin Fields,
but
maybe.
That's the same as Mariota.
Right.
to me.
But my point is
So I'm gonna
is
say
it going to
12
cost
mil.
12, 13 million to get Marcus Mariota back when he's making 8 this year?
Maybe you could sign him for 10 or 11 with like incentives up to 15.
I hope so. My point is, and maybe I'm beating the wrong.
How badly does he want to be in the Brotherhood?
Well,
Ding.
There you go. The Brotherhood's very important.
He just said,
As
he
you
said,
know.
he said, he said it.
Yeah. I'm a big Brotherhood guy.
He said it again.
But seriously, so what is your fear?
So,
that they're going to drop 50 mil
I'm
on
looking
him?
to see how he plays over the next 3 weeks to see how his market might change, at least in my mind. And does he get into that 12, 13? Does he price himself out of coming back to Washington because they think, oh, this year was an anomaly and we can go out and get any old backup?
But don't you feel like he's shown all the things? In other words, if he played 4 games and sort of left you wanting more and it was sexy and awesome, you've seen the turnovers here lately, right? Now, last game I thought he was pretty good, but still, it's like we have enough of those samples where he left Zach Ertz out to dry for the ACL, and the fumbles here and there. Don't we have a sample now that says backup quarterback?
What if he plays really well though in these next couple of games? Two are on national
with the Christmas
TV
Day
unopposed.
game. I guess that's fair. That's fair.
I guess in a desperate league, it might drive up. And I just keep
also
thinking,
been solid, by the way.
Yeah.
If you look at the combination of EPA and PFF grade,
you know how much I love EPA.
I'm just saying that there's just data points.
Yeah.
17th among quarterbacks.
Yeah, close your ears. It's information.
Jaden Daniels is 23rd, I think.
Yeah.
Which is my point. I'm not saying one has been decidedly better than the other, but when you stack up a bunch of dudes who have played 4 or 5 games in the league, Marcus Mariota is going to be fringe top 20.
Yeah, I guess here's maybe a better way of asking. If Justin Fields or Marcus Mariota are available, who's going to get more money and who would you trust more? I would trust Mariota in 9,000 times over Justin Fields, and I'm just using Justin Fields. So my point is does he price himself out because the market is so desperate, so weak, so beleaguered, whatever? Does he price himself out of coming back here as a not just a backup? If he started the final 3 games, he started 10 games.
Yeah.
And played fairly well.
Chiefs need a week 1 starter.
I know. This is my point. And when a team,
Rini, you got it. The
Commanders have like $55 million roughly in effective salary cap space, according to overthecap.com, roughly.
Rini, this is good content. You can't just be shouting this stuff in the hallways.
You're wasting your best stuff on the dumpster down there.
Yeah, you can't be yelling this in the street. We got to get
Maybe
you a
I
show.
should start a podcast.
Let's get you a show
on Team 980, the Ocho.
The Deuce.
What market
Yeah.
would that?
The
What was
Ocho.
the station?
Yeah, the Ocho.
Okay.
Yeah. 6-7.
If you guys know of a place where Rini can do a show, tweet me at Grant H. Paulson.
Fly his trade.
No, they're probably going to tell you nowhere. Guam.
Those responses might be tough.
I'm going to get my guys some work. That's what. What's up, guys? It's Grant for the FanDuel Sportsbook. They are the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. And I'm here to tell you that FanDuel's the #1 sportsbook app for same-game parlays for good reason. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or to track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. Me and Arini were in the hallway earlier today putting together a same-game parlay on the NBA. We think we found ourselves a winner. And right now is the perfect time to join. I got Rini in the mix. We're all having fun here. You could have fun too. New customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet hits. That's right, $5 it wins. You get $150 in bonus bets. Got to go to FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21. Present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. Terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update is fed by Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone, Paisanospizza.com. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Eagles on Saturday. Eagles would clinch the NFC East with the win and would be the first repeat NFC East champ since 2004. Injury report for the Commanders yesterday. Eddie Goldman, Laramie Tunsil, and Colson Yankoff all didn't practice with injuries. Rest days for Von Miller, Bobby Wagner, and Deron Payne. Other NFL news today. Packers wide receiver Christian Watson is expected to practice today after he left their game on Sunday against Denver early with a chest and shoulder injury. The Dolphins are benching their quarterback Tua Tagovailoa for rookie 7th-round pick Quinn Ewers out of Texas. The Dolphins also released edge rusher Matthew Judon. Hockey last night. The Capitals fell to the Wild 5-0. Third straight loss for the Capitals. They're back in action tomorrow, looking to right the ship against the Maple Leafs at home. No one appreciates fan listeners more than Paisanos. Now score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pastas, salads, and more. Add it all to the cart. Use promo code FAN30. Order now at Paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
In 30 minutes, we'll talk to Cynthia Freeland from NFL Network. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Jaden Daniels is being parked. They are resting him. He will be a scratch, and even if healthy, a healthy DNP in the final couple of weekends of this NFL season for Washington. Should they consider sitting anybody else? I said after we found out that he was getting sat and that they were going to move on without Daniels for the remainder of the year, there's no reason to not take other guys who are either playing through injuries and pain or who are injury risks to make sure they're okay for the offseason. I'm not talking about guys that are free agents to be or players that may not be back here anyway next year, but Laramie Tunsil right now is fighting through an injury.
Yep.
I would go to him today and say, thank you for an excellent season. Can't wait to negotiate with you this offseason. I've seen everything I need to see. You are going to be back here as a very high-paid left tackle.
I think that's the easiest name on the list, especially because, again, I think it was, I can't remember who it was. I apologize. But I saw a video from practice today that was from far away where everybody goes out to stretch, and he's doing that, like, really labored gait to get back to the facility. Everyone else is practicing. He's got to go do some rehab. Great year. Have a seat, dude. Nothing else to prove.
I'll shut you down now, too.
Yeah.
Because you're really good. I'm putting you in Sharpie. You're my franchise left tackle, just like he's my franchise quarterback. Terry McLaurin has constantly been hurt this season. Now he's finally having this healthy stretch, and he's starting to produce, and you saw him catch a 51-yard touchdown against the Giants and run through a tackle at the 10-yard line this week. That was great to see. Would Terry McLaurin want to sit? No. Does he probably have some incentives he could hit by playing? Possibly. I'm not talking about want. I don't know if this is a saying or not. I feel like it is. Want ain't got nothing to do with it. Isn't that a thing?
Deserve ain't got nothing to do with it.
Well,
But
I'm
it's the same
going to
difference.
change it.
Yeah.
Want got nothing to do with it. This is hey, Terry, I need you for camp. I need you for the preseason. We're trying again in 2026. So he's another guy that I would consider parking. But the question I want to pose to our listeners right now, and Danny, you could tackle it first. 800-636-1067 to chime in on this. 800-636-1067. Give me one good reason, if you're shutting Daniels down, who's your franchise quarterback, and yes, your most important player, and yes, more important than everybody else. But if you're willing to do that and to prioritize his offseason and his betterment next year, and you're willing to, at the most important position, give yourself less chance to win, why they shouldn't also be willing to do that at other positions where they can have their cake and eat it too. They can have their funfetti bunt cake.
Oh, yeah.
And they can eat it too.
It's the whole point of getting the cake to me.
Sit the guy that matters a lot to you to make sure he's healthy in the offseason. But also, Danny, because Terry's not out there, you get to evaluate Traylon Burks more.
Mm-hmm.
You get to evaluate Jalen Lane more. You get to see Brandon Coleman at tackle. So you can better make that decision as to what to do with him as opposed to Chris Paul at guard at the end of the season. Do you need to pay Chris Paul or not? Why am I wrong that I think it shouldn't just be Daniels when you're doing this? I didn't want to sit Daniels, but since they're doing it, that's the button they've touched. Why just touch that one?
You are not wrong, and I've been advocating for it for years. And unfortunately, we have to do this a lot around here because they've had terrible, meaningless seasons, and end of seasons have been futile exercises a bunch. We got this argument years ago about Trent Williams, who was walking wounded, and having him go out and play a couple of pointless games. Said, let's shut it down. There's no reason to do this, so you can have him beat up for another loss. So I'm all in favor of it. I think it's smart. Here are my criteria, and it's very simple. If you meet these two criteria, then I am going to rest you, or at least treat it like a preseason game in terms of your reps. Maybe get you ready, get out there for a couple of plays, get your sweat, then go ride the stationary bike on the side. Are you going to be here, and am I counting on you to be productive? This is in the future, so this is next year and beyond. If you pass step one, go to step two. Have you been hurt a bunch this year? And I'm not talking about the normal bumps and bruises, the distinguishing factor between you got some bruises or you twisted something or whatever versus, no, you've had to sit out a bunch and you missed a bunch of time, or you've had to leave a bunch of games with injury. And there are a few players that meet that criteria. You touched on two of them. Larry Tunsil, Terry McLaurin. Sorry, Terry, you lost your special privilege to have your desires be met with the whole hold out, hold in thing. I'm doing what's best for the ball club now, and that includes not playing you anywhere near as much. If I decide that Will Harris is my safety of the future, he missed a bunch of time. He could sit for me. But other guys that are going to be here that haven't had to leave a bunch of games and haven't been banged up, I'm not as worried about them, right? So to me, the recent injury history of Jaden Daniels is why I was in favor of shutting him down. I totally understand the perspective not to, because we all want the same thing, which is him to be great, and playing football is probably the best way to do that. My point was we just can't handle it right now. But I'm going to sit all the guys that hey, this guy left a number of times with injury, or this guy missed weeks at a time, etc. And as soon as you reach those two things, you're part of my club that's going to hang out on the sidelines for some of these games.
So my big argument that I kept making was that they shouldn't shut Daniels down, and I still feel that way. And if he's healthy, he should play because he needs to work, and I still feel that way. And if Daniels was out there, a la the preseason, I need him out there with ones. It's got to be good on good. So it's McLaurin and Tunsil and all the guys that give him the best chance to have the most success. I'm not throwing him out there with twos. But the moment you sit Daniels, because my number one paramount priority down the stretch was games be damned. I don't care what the result is. If you lose, I don't care. If you win, I don't even care. I'm not upset necessarily. If Daniels is playing and you win and you cost your draft pick a spot or two, don't care about that.
He plays well. That's what
exactly.
Yeah.
That's the best, most important thing is that Daniels plays well and gets more comfortable and sees some things he'll see next year, and so that next year he handles them better, right? But the moment you decided that you weren't doing that, you have now taken a very different tone and tactic for the remainder of this season. So my prerequisites, you gave yours in terms of who I would also park, is even lesser threshold. I don't need you to be hurt. Are you in my future plans, and do I know what you are already? Is the evaluation over? Can I close the book and say, I know this guy's really good? Are you a veteran that I know who you are, and are you in my future plans? Then I don't need to see more of you. These will be used like preseason games, and I feel bad for the fans paying a bunch of money that you're going to see an inferior product.
I get that.
But this is what needs to be done from the general manager level in this sport. This is how I've always felt. Now, it's not how it works. We're having multiple conversations on this show over many days. You heard me on Monday kind of pushing back on you at the Ben Sinnott thing a little bit, is like, they're not just going to go out there and throw this guy the ball 10 times because they got people to answer to and a locker room of dudes putting their bodies on the line. And I'm not trying to be flippant, and I don't think this is overstated, putting their spines and their knees and their heads on the line. You can't just be willy-nilly with these decisions. But in a perfect world, what I'm asking is, if you're the GM, wouldn't you consider this? See, this isn't a Dan Quinn thing. This isn't a Cliff or a Joe Witt thing. At the coaching level, that's not how you do it. They're out there trying to get 10 yards and the first down, to move the sticks, and to get to the goal line and to score the points. But this is an Adam Peters thing. This is a Grant Peters thing, where I'm saying Jaden Daniels has been shut down. There is no need for me to risk a big injury for somebody else. Everyone wants to play this game, and I don't even like bringing this stuff up, but like, what if Jaden Daniels suffers this awful, catastrophic knee injury? What if Jaden Daniels suffers this terrible thing in week 15, 16? What if that happens? I don't want to name other guys, but with your really important player at that position who's under contract, the guy who makes your offense go at wide receiver, that would suck too. That would also be a problem. So if we're willing to have the conversation with Daniels, why shouldn't the door be opened on a few other guys? I'm not saying en masse. I'm not saying it's the last preseason game where 30 guys jog before the game and don't play. But why shouldn't 6 or 7 guys not play?
I'm 100% in lockstep. I've felt, again, there are 2 points that you made. One, I've agreed with that view for a long time. The second one is this is just not how it's done in the NFL.
But they're doing it with Daniels. That's what's interesting. That's why my momentum
the door is
here
open.
has shifted. Teams all over the league are not. The Bengals are not sitting Joe Burrow. Young quarterbacks especially, this doesn't happen. We saw it with Robert Griffin in 2013.
Yeah.
With 3 games to go, by the way, in his second season after winning Rookie of the Year, after a disappointing year 2, where the team went from winning the division and making the playoffs to bottoming out. If any of this sounds familiar, let me know. But with 3 games left, they said, you're not going to start, and they went to their backup, and they shut him down.
That's right.
But, I mean, the examples are rare. This doesn't happen. So if you're willing to break through the teams don't really do this threshold, why only in this case?
This is exactly where I was going. The convention has already been bucked to a degree. Now, again, there's the not cleared for contact part of it, and there's still some things that aren't totally 100% crystal clear. Like, I'm not looking through easy glass to figure out everything that's going on, but in general, it's a combination of he's been hurt a bunch, we're concerned about his health, this just isn't working, plus he's not cleared, and we're shutting him down. It's like a lot of different things that all lead to this one spot, and how much each is weighing on that pull, I don't know the answer to. I don't know that we ever will, but here we are. This is something, as you said, that's very rare, that's not done very often. And once you're willing to break that convention, now you could start opening up towards other forward-thinking things like this, like having your all-pro caliber left tackle not break his body for nothing. I'm all in favor of it.
By the way, he's left multiple games with injuries before this injury.
I know.
I want to get back to your not cleared for contact part of this because I kind of find that irrelevant. That gets thrown out there a lot. I'm going to explain why in a minute, but I get why you bring it up. But let's hit the phones next. 800-636-1067. No more Jaden Daniels this season. Should they give anybody else the Daniels treatment? This is the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here, Ted Britt guy. End of year sales event. It's happening right now. My friends at Ted Britt. It's a great time to buy at Ted Britt. 0% APR. You can't go much lower than that, right? 0% APR for 60 months plus 0 down payment plus 0 payments for 90 days on a feast of new Ford vehicles. You want some examples? I got them. 26 grand. That's $26,000 off a new 2025 F-150 from Ted Britt Ford, your F-150 headquarters in Fairfax and Chantilly. Plus, again, 0% APR for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plug into savings just like mine. That's right. 2024 Mustang Mach-E up to $10,500 off with 0% APR for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. I love that ride. Best car I've ever had. You can get one just like mine. I love Ted Britt Ford. It's the best buying experience I've ever had. When you go, they don't give you that weird sales pitchy hassle thing. They get you in, get you out with the best deal in town. Plus, your trade-in's worth more now than it's ever been. Taking that old bus to join in there, get something down for your brand new ride. I love Ted Britt Ford. Go see him and do me a favor. Tell him Danny sent you.
If the Commanders are willing to shut down Jaden Daniels, should they stop there? How would you feel about telling Laramie Tunsil, who's banged up and hurt right now? I think that one's almost a no-brainer, by the way. Your work here is done. We've seen enough for the eval. You're going to get your raise this offseason. Don't worry. Terry's another one, though. Well, I think people might push back because he's finally starting to cook a little bit, and you get to put up some numbies down the stretch. He has gotten hurt multiple times, and it's lingered for several weeks at a time. So why risk going into the offseason? Why risk, frankly, just a guy who is vital to you, as we saw this year and will be at the start of next year, at a position, by the way, where there's also a benefit to him not being out there. Like, what he does this year helps Mariota and Cliff Kingsbury and the offense in this moment. It does nothing for you next year. Developing, finding out what you've got in Traylon Burks, finding out and further developing Jalen Lane might. So you can make the case that just not playing McLaurin and playing those other guys, even if minimally, is better for business next year.
They don't have a ton of guys waiting in the wings. And this is one of the major issues with this roster right now because they gave away a lot of draft picks. I understand why. Just say, I know what happened. We're here. They went all in on the win now. Let's get veterans, et cetera. They have the least amount of draft capital this past offseason. They have among the least this coming offseason. And there isn't a lot of layered talent. But there's not a ton of Jordan McGee's waiting in the wings. The few that you've got need to be in the lineup right now. That experience is so worthwhile. Now, if Jordan McGee had left every single game that he'd played over the last 2 months with an injury and missed a bunch of time, et cetera, I might think differently. But now is the time to play those guys because there's nothing on the line.
Chris is in Hyattsville, wants to join us on Grant and Danny. What's up, Chris? How are you?
I'm good, Grant. How are you doing?
Buddy.
Good, buddy.
I want to take issue with something you said earlier. I don't really see the comp between RG3's second season and Jaden. RG3 was not picking up the Shanahan offense, and furthermore, he was being an antagonist inside the franchise, not wanting to see bad plays, trying to dictate the offense himself. Like, it's a completely different situation.
So I said that right after that. Everyone can't help themselves.
Well, maybe I missed that.
Yeah, here's what people can't.
Okay, maybe I missed.
No, it's fine. But I'm just gonna clean that up a little bit. So no one can help themselves. As soon as you say, here's a lot of interesting circumstances that are comparable between the two, they're different people. One of them's easier to coach. Of course, I'm not suggesting it's the exact same thing, but there's a graphic going around the internet right now about Mahomes and Brady and how many years in he is and where he tore his ACL and on what field and how many Super Bowls. And the whole point of the graphic is, wow, this is kind of sports weird.
It's eerily
this is
similar.
Coincidental. These two guys were Heisman Trophy winners who went second overall to the same team, won Rookie of the Year and were amazing, had really disappointing second seasons where the team went from the playoffs to the dump. In Griffin's case, it was 3-13. In Daniels' case, it's probably going to be 4-13. And with 3 games left, they shut Griffin down. And now, with 3 games left, they're shutting Daniels down. So I'm just saying this is kind of coincidentally interesting.
Daniels won 2 playoff games, and he was the reason why they won both games.
Guys, of course they're not the same. One is really good, the other. But I'm just saying, all of those coincidences aren't sports interesting. That's my only point.
I think they're coincidence separated by about almost 13 years. Anyway, I agree with you. I think Laramie Tunsil is the undoubted player of the year for the team. He should win the Grant and Danny Survivor pool this year.
What about Bobby Wagner? He's hanging around.
Can you believe Wagner?
Right.
Same.
He gets a pass because of past works. But if Tunsil has the sniffles, he's deactivated for that game. Thank you kindly. You're going to get a big check. I might also consider deactivating Terry, but he just got paid, and you pay guys to play. He made a big deal about sitting out, so I think he kind of owes it to the franchise to show up. But honestly, I'm comfortable with any decision they make in that regard.
Appreciate you, dude.
You'd have no problem with sitting guys, it sounds like.
By the way, I love Chris. I always appreciate his calls. I'm telling you, whatever that is with Griffin, people lose their minds.
Well, here's what it is. Well, I don't know what it is. It's actually a good point. But you can't just say, man, this was a disappointing season without massive pushback. I don't know why. You can't just I did not think once about Jaden Daniels. I tweeted while watching the Broncos and the Packers, damn, Bo Nix is balling out. Like I would about Aaron Rodgers 4 years ago, or Ben Roethlisberger 9 years ago, or some college dude I'm watching at UTEP. I'm like, he is making big time throw after big time throw. And it was just a bunch of people yelling at me about why Jaden Daniels is better. It is insane, the lack of being able to just have normal discourse. It is quite literally ridiculous that you can't just say, even to the next level, like, oh, that wasn't a good throw, or that wasn't a great game, or this year didn't go great, or whatever, without 1,000-word reason as to why everything happened.
Well, even beyond that, and this is the one that gets me, and I've heard the radio shows, people I respect go through this, be like, yeah, it's different. Heisman Trophy winning, number 2 overall pick, sets the league on fire, one of the most popular players, jersey sales, here, hope, joy, athletic, does everything on the field, is great in the community. Then the second year goes to hell. Who am I talking about? And then, no, it's different because Shanahan and oh my God, there's so much crossover, so much similarity. That's okay. Nobody's saying one's the other. There's a lot of parallels. And the idea that you can't even say that with a here's what I think it is people are so defensive. A, they don't want to get hurt again, but B, it's like Jaden is the real deal this time. So whenever you make a comparison to what was 13 years ago with a terrible owner, a stupid idiot that was a de facto GM that was really the right-hand bosom buddy of that boob who was harassing people allegedly and doing all the other impropriety that he was doing. This was not a real organization. So, yeah, it wasn't set up great. I understand there are differences. The amount of crossover is unbelievable. Just acknowledge that. We'll be fine, I promise you. I guarantee you the sun comes up tomorrow.
We do this thing in sports where we acknowledge the oddities of like 22 years ago to the day this happened. Like, where was everyone to scream about the Alex Smith, Joe Theismann coincidences? Remember when it was like the same date in November, same organization, broken leg? I don't remember everyone being like, but Alex Smith played for Jay Gruden. He played for Jay Gruden. He ran to the left. Like, no one did that. You just looked at the graphic and you're like, oh, they both got hurt on the same day. That's kind of interesting.
Can you imagine if they make a trade to trade up to 2nd and 3rd in the draft and they took a left tackle and an outside linebacker from Penn State?
Did anyone
was
look
like
at
something
that?
interesting?
You all saw the
My
Brady
God.
Mahomes thing. Year 9, ACL, Arrowhead Stadium, 3 Super Bowls
Matt
so far.
Castle for some reason.
Did anyone start yelling about Mahomes and Travis Kelce? Blah, blah, blah. No one is saying they're the same guy. Oh my God. Relax, everybody. No one's saying they're the same person. Interestingly, there are eerily similar 2-year benchmarks along the way here that are just pretty wild. That's all it is. I don't know why that's taken personally by so many people. Let's talk to Cynthia Freeland next. NFL Network, NFL Media. We'll deep dive into some of the analytics with her on Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by Downtown DC Holiday Market. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Eagles on Saturday. The Eagles having a chance to clinch the NFC East crown with a win. It'd be the first time since 2004 there'd be a repeat NFC East champ. Other news in the NFL, the Dolphins are benching Tua Tagovailoa. They're going to start seventh-round rookie out of Texas, Quinn Ewers. The Dolphins also released edge rusher Matthew Judon. Other injuries around the NFL, Packers wide receiver Christian Watson is expected to practice today after he left game on Sunday with a chest and shoulder injury. NBA action, the Wizards one more day off. They'll take on the Spurs tomorrow in San Antonio. Hockey last night, a bad one for the Caps. They lost 5-0 to the Wild. Third straight loss for the Caps. They'll look to right the ship tomorrow as they'll take on the Maple Leafs at Capital One Arena. It's back, DC, the Downtown Holiday Market. It's back. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st to December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest. DowntownDCHolidayMarket.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
From our Navy Yard studios in D.C., downtown on Half Street, we're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. The show is brought to you exclusively by our buddies, the law firm Condori and Murad.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Murad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
I want to go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome onto the show, Cynthia Freeland. NFL Network, NFL Media, does a great job covering the league and diving into the analytics on the network. Cynthia, welcome back on in D.C. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you guys?
We're great,
Doing
thanks.
very well. There's a lot to get into, but we wanted to actually start locally with the Commanders here before we get into those important games of the weekend. And Washington's regression in year two. Where do you start as one of the data science folks over at NFL Network? It's just how bad things got and how fast here this year for the Commanders.
Well, I think part of it is, number one, every team can talk about injuries, but when you have one of the older rosters, you're banking on increased health. You know there's going to be some amount of injuries that happen every single season, but the injury bug bit the Commanders pretty hard, and you're now playing with a lot of guys who maybe you weren't expecting to take this many snaps, which is a big deal. And, of course, it always, to me, it will always come down to, what are the key things, the key positions that you have. The tackle position looks better, but ultimately some of the other things, just you could not keep receivers on the field to stay healthy. The secondary had some questions, and all those things kind of compound to create what we see now.
This always happens to me. It forces me to revisit a previous sample. So last year, I'm having a blast. This is the greatest ride we've been on in DC in decades. I'm old enough to remember the Super Bowls, but not much success. No 11-win seasons since then, whereas every other team in the league has done it at least once. And all of a sudden, they're good. There are plenty of warts, but we still look good in the dress. You know what I mean? Now all of a sudden, I'm looking back going, how much of that was nonsense, was fluky? It feels like a lot, right?
I don't know. I know that sounds crazy, but you have to look over kind of the longer horizon. So let's give this kind of regime another shake at it next year to make it look a little bit different. Obviously, when you have, you're starting from a place where you have to reconstruct a roster with some expensive pieces or potentially draft picks in the past that weren't the right fit for what's trying to be executed now. You get quarterback right, you're going to be fine. So I think over the long term, it'll be better. It's just hard to go from where things were to you experienced a ton of success. It also helps to play a fourth place schedule or to play a more third place schedule, a lower place schedule. And every year the league kind of has this do-si-do of easier versus harder schedules. Who would have thought that the Niners in the situation that they're in right now are basically still in contention for the NFC West? Well, it kind of helps that they get to play the NFC South. So some of those things also factor into it.
Cynthia Freeland, NFL Network on Grant and Danny. One of the big reasons for the Commanders' regression this year, you mentioned man games missed, the injuries to Jaden Daniels, and frankly, when he played, it just wasn't the same level of play that we became accustomed to in his unfathomably great rookie year. What did you see from him this year, and what do the numbers say about Daniels moving forward?
Well, I think part of it is, defenses, once you start to have that season, you saw it with C.J. Stroud, right? You have this exceptional rookie season, and then teams are going to play you differently. I mean, you put more film out there as to what you can do, and teams are going to try to have answers. And then when you have, questions in the pass-catching game and less space for a quarterback like Jaden Daniels to operate in, and questions in the run game, like all of these different areas, you don't have anything that you can really. There's no Jonathan Taylor on this team that can help weather some storms, right? There wasn't anything that was such a force to be reckoned with that the quarterback could afford to have, a little bit of a learning curve in his second season as defenses catch up to him. But I expect it to look a lot better next season. I expect it to be something where you're like, oh, there he is. That's what we were looking for. That's what we thought. Maybe it won't be some crazy thing where all of the fourth downs work or whatever, but it will look more like, okay, that is what we're talking about. This is a guy we can build around.
Cynthia, you mentioned C.J. Stroud. I want to talk about those Houston Texans here. The defense has been there. They're really, really good. It feels like business is picking up on the offensive side, though, specifically with Stroud, but just all of a sudden it seems they're more proficient there, and they're dangerous.
Yeah, for sure. I still have some questions about their run game, especially because, you see Woody Marks in and out of games, Nick Chubb's in and out of games. Like, if I like when fantasy players talk about it, it's like, well, which running back is okay? I guess I'm going to have to start him because whatever. But, obviously fantasy football is not real. But, I still have some questions about them having great run dynamics. Typically, when you have a defense like that, it really helps if you can run the football or use a short passing game. But now that we've seen C.J. Stroud connect with basically Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz, things have looked completely different, and it just opens things up a lot more. But I will say, they're not dissimilar to the Denver Broncos, where their defense is the driving force on that team, and the offense just plays complement to it.
Thursday night football coming up tomorrow. Rams.
It's a good one.
Oh, it's good. Rams, Seahawks. We've been waiting for a matchup like this. It's almost wasted on Thursday night. I'd rather these teams be more rested and not banged up and have more guys going that are going to be held out probably on like a Sunday. But here we are. Can't be upset that we're getting to see this. So 11-3 against 11-3 with the 1 seed in the NFC for now on the line. What do you like about this one here?
I want to see the second crack at it where Sam Darnold doesn't stay in the pocket and throw all those interceptions. 3 of his 4 interceptions in their first matchup. He was in the pocket for 2.5 seconds or more, which doesn't sound like a long time, but it is a world when it comes to being able to withstand pressure, which means the O-line gave him some space. It just wasn't working when they dropped back and played all that nickel. So, I mean, these teams are kind of similarly constructed. The thing that I love in this one, because I love a good revenge story with the Cooper Kupp aspect of it all, but I love that Cooper Kupp's biggest factor is really helping the Seahawks run. The difference when he's on the field in their run potential is like almost 2 more yards per attempt, and they get stuffed at like less than half the percentage that they do, meaning stuck for no gain in the run game. So it's really like, how well can these wide receivers block? Because we know both of these coaches ask their wide receivers to block the pants off of the other team. So I think this is one of the better chess matches we'll see maybe all season long. We might even get a third version of it depending on how the wild card round shakes out, because one of these teams will end up in the wild card. If they can get past the South, it probably is likely we'll get the rubber match. So I find this one to be fascinating. Maybe the Seahawks won't blitz as often in this one because that's not how they run. They tried to blitz Matthew Stafford a ton the first time. I don't think they'll do that this time. So it's like, give me my best, give me yours. There's going to be some rain. There's going to be some wind. I love all of it.
Cynthia, I want to ask you about Buffalo. How good are they? And I guess maybe asked a different way is, let's say Josh Allen was just like let's say he was like Steve Allen, like just a regular quarterback. What would that roster, provide? Because they're 10-4, but there's been a few head scratchers in there. Are they a legit Super Bowl contender?
I mean, sure. Without Josh Allen, if he was Steve, then no. Josh Allen is. I mean, he put the cape on. I mean, for goodness sake, like I watched the difference between the first and the second half of that New England game, and it was like he was averaging under 3 air yards per attempt, and then it went up to almost 10 in the second half for absolutely no reason, and they weren't playing him in soft coverages. Like, it was not one of those things where like the Patriots were just playing prevent defense. It was crazy. So I don't exactly understand what's going on in that man's veins, but it is pure ice, and I'm here for it. I think they're very dangerous in the playoffs. In fact, they could likely be the AFC leading Super Bowl contender in terms of, I work for the league, so I don't know anything about gambling. But in terms of gambling markets, I think that there will be a lot of predictions that they could win the whole thing still, come the playoffs. But I think they're as dangerous as they can, but their defense still baffles me. It's very hard to see a team who gives up that many rushing yards and that much efficiency in the run game do the things that this team has done. They're wild anomalies.
Cynthia Freeland, NFL Network analytics expert. You can see her on Sunday, NFL Game Day morning, 9 a.m. Eastern on NFL Network this weekend. Cynthia, you mentioned Allen's greatness. He's closed the gap in the MVP conversation. Who would be your MVP right now?
Man, that's such a good. I'm like one of those weirdos that I'm looking at this and I'm saying, like, I don't think it's fair to be like, Christian McCaffrey should settle for Offensive Player of the Year because he's just, not a quarterback, and we usually give that to a quarterback. But what McCaffrey has been able to do with, like a rotating cast of other people on the team and basically no defense, I think at least should be up there in consideration. I feel like we're not really like nationally talking about the Niners as much. Maybe there's some Niners fatigue. I don't know what it is, but Christian McCaffrey has come back there, and the amount of games that he has over 30 touches is like 5, and no other, like the combination of all other players in the league is 4. So it's like, what are we doing here? At least got to consider him. And, obviously I could make some statement about Myles Garrett as well. Although, people will be like, well, he's the defensive player. Like, yeah, but he could be the MVP too. But I'll at least talk about Christian McCaffrey.
As you look at this weekend's slate, right, is there a team that you feel like, obviously everyone has a lot on the line. It's end of season type stuff and seeding is at stake. But is there somebody that you could see going south there or maybe making some big gains this weekend? Kind of a team with a lot on the line.
I think the Lions and Steelers game is, despite not being a division rivalry, obviously I could say Tampa and Carolina because the South is, I don't actually think any of them want to win. The South is like, no, you win. No, you win. How about this? But whatever. So that one I could say, but I'm looking at this Lions and Steelers tilt, and this could be a statement game for both of them. The Lions are fighting for their playoff lives. The Bears have a harder schedule remaining. Week 18, the two of those teams face off. The NFC North is very difficult, but now there's no Micah Parsons, so things feel different, when it comes to the Packers. However, the Steelers are in there in the North, and the Ravens are, clawing back, trying to stay in this thing too, and the Steelers could set themselves apart. So I think the winner of that game in Detroit, that's going to be a nice win for either team. Plus, there's like all of these playoff scenarios that, like, if the Lions lose, then it helps all these other teams get into the playoffs in the NFC. I can't remember all the different scenarios, but there's a lot. So the Lions are, a team where people have a lot. There's just a lot at stake for. I think that's an interesting game this week.
Cynthia, if one of the teams that's kind of slept on in the AFC ends up, making a run, whether that's New England, Denver, I know those are the top teams in the conference, but it seems like everyone just feels like they're paper tigers, or even Jacksonville. Funny enough, those are the top 3 teams right now. If somebody ends up coming out of the AFC, who would be the least surprising to most surprising? Rank those for us.
Well, to me, the least surprising would be the Denver Broncos. To have that kind of dominance in the West feels different. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is no longer in the freaking playoffs. I know he's hurt, but, that's just crazy to think that the the Chiefs are already out. So I'm looking at the Broncos and what they've been able to do. I trust their O-line more than I trust some of these other teams that are very similar. We've seen up and down play from the Jags O-line and Trevor Lawrence. Bo Nix, like C.J. Stroud, seems to be getting better and better. But even when he was kind of not at his best, his O-line and his run game supported him. So to me, they have more like of the fail-safes in place with that top-tier defense and then more of a run game. Remember, it was like screen passes times 1,000,000 was the formula in the early part of their win streak. So now it feels like they're able to get some more push in the passing game, and R.J. Harvey's now really kind of stepping into his own. So I would be least surprised about Denver.
Are the Green Bay Packers a legit contender without Micah Parsons?
They are. Their defense is still very good. Micah Parsons could be the difference maker when I believe that the winner of the West is going to win the Super Bowl. So it's hard to imagine the Packers, maybe their first round matchup would be the Niners. Wouldn't that be funny? But, Packers and Rams, like, how do you feel about, does Matthew Stafford have an edge over Carrington Valentine? My answer is yeah, he does, right? Puka Nacua out here just tearing people's hearts out. So as much as I think that the Packers are true contenders, and they are, I haven't seen enough consistency from them on their offense. Like, I don't know, Jordan Love has great numbers, 38-5, like a good passer rating, but do you have that number one receiver where you're just like, yeah, I'm really scared of Christian Watson? He's kind of been hurt in the past few games. And Romeo Dobbs? I don't know. Like, so I just don't have that kind of fear like I do with either of the teams out west.
Cynthia, great information. We're looking forward to Week 16. We will check you guys out on set ahead of the games on Sunday morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me, and we'll be doing ridiculous stuff. So don't judge me too hard for getting snowed on, or I don't. Santa Mooch is going to give me a gift.
I was going to say I always blame Steve Mariucci.
That's the easy thing.
For like
It's
a
always
former
Mooch's
coach,
fault.
he's team bits, man. Steve Mariucci likes the bits.
He's the best. He is the best, and he's always committed to the bit. Always.
I love him. It's a great show. You guys do a good job. Thank you,
Thank you.
Cynthia.
Thanks,
we
Cynthia.
appreciate it.
Bye.
Be good. Watch NFL Network this weekend. We appreciate them making her available for us on Grant and Danny. Have you heard what Joel Klatt has been saying about college football?
Yeah, he's the latest large mouthpiece with a big volume that's like, we don't like any new things that are fun.
He's got takes.
Yeah.
They are not cold takes. We'll get into that next on The Fan. Hey guys, it's GP from my friends at Metropolitan Moving and Storage. They do a great job moving you. They will move you wherever you're going, just like they did for me, just like they did for Danny, for my in-laws, for his dad. They are the official, unofficial movers of 106.7 The Fan. They've moved just about everybody here at the station. It doesn't matter if it's local or long distance. Metropolitan Moving and Storage will get you moved quickly. They can build crates. They can make sure that the arc, that the chandelier, everything that you need is done correctly the first time. They can do consultations where they come out to your office and they make sure that they get everything set up and done the right way. Metropolitan Moving and Storage all over the DMV. I've been working with them for years. I trust them. They are my number one pick. You got to check them out. DC Metropolitan Moving and Storage. This is why I sent the in-laws to them. They called me after the fact, checked on everything. They just do good business. This is a family-run company in the area. DC Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Go check them out, dcmetropolitanmoving.com.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Eagles on Saturday. The Eagles having a chance to clinch the NFC East with a win. Be the first repeat NFC East champ since 2004 if the Eagles get it done on Sunday. The Dolphins are benching Tua Tagovailoa. They're going to be starting their 7th-round rookie out of Texas, Quinn Ewers. The Dolphins also released edge rusher Matthew Judon. Injuries around the league. Packers wide receiver Christian Watson was back at practice today after he left the game on Sunday with a chest and shoulder injury when they played the Broncos. Basketball, the Wizards with one more day off. They'll take on the Spurs in San Antonio tomorrow. Tough loss for the Caps last night. They lost to the Wild 5-0. 3 straight losses for the Caps. They'll look to get back on the right track tomorrow as they'll take on the Maple Leafs at home. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
We are 2 days away from the start of the college football playoffs, 3 days away from JMU taking on Oregon as 21-point underdogs. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, on The Fan. Joel Klatt is an outstanding college football analyst. I legit think he's awesome.
He knows a lot. And he's really sharp.
He does a great job with Gus Johnson on telecasts for Fox, calling games every Saturday afternoon. I watch him throughout the college football season. And I've checked out his show dozens of times as well. He breaks things down, and oftentimes I agree with a lot of what he has to say, but he always makes me think. I think he couldn't be more wrong about the audio we're about to play, but it is pretty compelling, and it's interesting, and I think it's worth discussing. So this was Joel Klatt, Fox Sports college football analyst, on underdogs like JMU getting into the college football playoff and whether or not this is good for the sport or what people want to see.
The reason the group of 5 is included in this playoff is to avoid antitrust litigation. That's it, guys. Like, we're not looking for a Cinderella. Nobody cares in football about James Madison or you know, the equivalent of George Mason going. Didn't George Mason go to the Final Four or something like that? Nobody cares in football about that. We don't want Cinderellas. We want the best teams playing each other at the end.
So, really interesting point. He says nobody cares about a JMU running the table story. We don't want Cinderellas. And to that I would say, how would you know? They've never been allowed to be at the party before.
Yeah, you've colluded against them for the entirety of your existence. It's a small club of oligarchy with very little turnover and change.
He says, Danny, we don't like JMU. We don't want JMU. Well, that's glaringly obvious because you've never allowed them to come to your party. You've done the thing like one of my favorite movies, The Girl Next Door, where like you show up at the party and you welcome the girl, Alicia Cuthbert, into the party, and you turn away the dude, actor who gets sent away, Emil Hirsch, I think was his name.
There you go.
Like, you can't come in. JMU doesn't get to take part in it. We've never had a playoff tournament where there are teams like JMU in the mix until very recently in the last couple of years. Is it true that James Madison University is going to lose to Oregon? Probably. Yes. Could it be decisively? Will it probably be decisively? Yes. By the way, blowouts happen with the major programs and the top conferences in these playoffs all the time. Every year there's at least one of those. Every time Notre Dame gets in, other than last year, they get their teeth kicked in by 67 points. Nobody seems to have a problem with it. They've got a deal to get in anytime they basically are ranked in the top 12 in perpetuity moving forward. But this idea that nobody cares about the George Mason universities in college football, they've never existed. We've never had a tournament until recently to even allow for them. Now, he says nobody wants a Cinderella. I guess we're going to find out, right? It's hard to even create one, to have one. It's not like basketball in these one-off games. To win a football game against an Oregon is a lot tougher than, you know, a 13 beating a 4 or something in a college basketball game. But I don't know. Do you agree with the idea that they don't want a Cinderella?
Oh, I agree with that. They don't.
Who's they?
The Klatts of the world. This system that all they've ever done is reward the programs with the most money, the most interest, etc. It's not built to be equitable. It's not built to have a tournament. They didn't want the Grant. I'm old enough to remember when Georgia Tech and UW never played, and the AP voters just went, all right, I guess they're both number one national champion. They just made stuff up, and no one would ever fix it because the bowl system was too big and whatever. It was only until recently enough TV money was able to change hands. They realized they could make more with a makeshift tournament, et cetera, that it was going to improve from the BCS. But it used to be this just nonsense.
So
right?
if they is like the man, so to speak, in college football, then they definitely don't want the Cinderellas, no doubt.
They don't want it at all.
When he says they, I was kind of thinking he's talking about college football fans more broadly.
And this is where I was going with that. And the answer to that is yes also, to a degree, because as you touched on the exact correct 100% salient point is they've never had it. The rest of us that know the NCAA tournament is the best thing that we do understand very, very well how magical it is when NC State, has to survive in advance. They get that it's incredible when little teeny tiny Butler in Indiana, those guys are going to class in the morning and going to natty championship games at night. They go back to back to the national title game. They understand how incredible it is that the Fab Five goes to the national championship game 2 years in a row. They all get it where you deserve to get in and you have a tournament. Every other sport ever, except the ones that have fallen off, see boxing. Hey, I got the two best fighters. Are they fighting? Nah, we can't get a big purse for that, so we're not going to do it. If Major League Baseball said, the Dodgers had a bad year this year, but when they're healthy, they're really good. We're going to knock the Padres out of the playoffs and have them play the Yankees because the TV ratings are going to be better. You would never do that because it's insane.
Well, it's ridiculous.
It's not how sports work anywhere else except for here, where all you've ever known is collusion. So, yes, the Texas fans, the Alabama fans, the Oklahoma fans, the Florida fans, all the groups that have gotten together and been raised and born and come up in this don't want anything different. The idea that a UCF could pee in the punch bowl, that a Boise State could beat them, they hate it so much and bleep them.
Well, they love talking about, though, like what garners the most interest or what generates the most ratings, when that's not the conversation. We're not having a competition to get the highest rated game. That's not the goal. The goal is to have a postseason tournament based on the regular season and the teams that get to the playoffs to then crown a champion. But it's funny because you talked about the NCAA tournament with reverence, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
You said it's the greatest thing we have, I believe was your quote?
Yes.
Joel Klatt doesn't agree with you.
I know.
How
He
about
hates it.
this take from Joel Klatt of Fox Sports?
In fact, hot take. I mean, like the hottest of all takes that I've ever had in my entire life. The NCAA basketball tournament is a joke. It's the dumbest tournament and the least fair tournament in all of sports. We go and we put teams at odd times on neutral sites in a one game affair. Like that doesn't crown a true champion. We're not doing anything that tells us who's the best team over the course of the entire season. Like if anything, the NCAA basketball tournament should act exactly like the old World Cup, which we should have groups. They should all get guaranteed 3 games, and they should be played at the higher seeds arena so that those seeds are rewarded for a quality game. And that way we don't just get to see Kentucky one and done against George Mason or something like that. Well, that's stupid. That's stupid.
By the way, I love the pods idea. I love more than one and done. That's
Right.
that's intriguing and interesting. The rest of it, I respect the hell out of Joel Klatt. That's insane to me. Insane.
It is, as a tournament, less likely than a lot of other tournaments to crown, if he's going to say the correct champion. That's not the terminology I would use. I would say to crown the team considered to be number one based on talent and pundits, based on maybe even the regular season. But that is the beauty of the tournament, is that it's so hard to win. That is why we love that tournament, because the little guy does have a shot, just like the most powerful programs in America. But at least the consistency is there for him when he says, look, in college football, we don't need to be college basketball here. We don't need to invite the little guys to the table. They have no business involved in our party. At least he sticks with that philosophy in saying that the tournament, speaking of TV ratings, by the way, that dominates them and that everyone in America, whether you're a diehard fan of a college basketball team that matters, or you are a plumber who hasn't watched a college basketball game all season, or a secretary who's in an office pool, you're going to at some point bump into one of these games or have some interest in this thing that you wouldn't otherwise, because it is accessible to literally everybody. He is saying that it is a joke and it is wrong and that it is I'll just say it for him, a waste of everybody's time.
Yeah, and by the way, it's an overwhelming number of teams that are in the top 12 in the country that have won the national championship. In other words, the same thing that's happening now with football, where they only take the top 12, and I put top in huge quotation marks, but the NCAA tournament fills out. Florida Gulf Coast is a story for 2 weeks, or not even a week, and then they're out of the tournament in Sweet 16.
They don't win the national
The
championship.
teams that win the national championship, it ain't that fluky. They're great. You know what I mean? They're. I think I saw the number where they were doing this draft on TNT and NBA TV the other night, where the teams that are in the top 12, the national championship has come from that group at this point in the season. It's like 20 of the last 21 years. I don't have the number in front of me, so I apologize. But it's basically an overwhelmingly thing. So in other words, it's like the national champion isn't just some podunk school that got hot for a week. It's not Lehigh. You know what I mean? It's the blue bloods, the elite. But how we get there is an amazing journey, and it's wonderful and perfect. And it's a tournament, and it's as fair as possible. The idea that it's anything other than that, you have to come from this school of thought of, I just need a couple big boys getting after it. I need one SEC school, one Big Ten school. The rest of y'all can pound sand. Enough. Such a broken sport.
Yeah, a few years ago, I remember debating this at some point and feeling like, I just want to watch the best college football games.
Yeah, it was when Florida State got
Give me
bounced.
Georgia, Alabama. Give me Texas and Oklahoma. I don't remember who it was that year, right? But it was that kind of a deal where, like, you have and it was only a 4-team playoff, and that's really what's changed for me. I think with 12, you have more of a opportunity to have both involved. You can both have the best teams and have a few extra teams that deserve to have a shot to do something nobody thinks they can. Like if the point was, well, UMBC can't beat Virginia. There's just no way. They don't deserve to play with them because they'd lose 99 times out of 100. They're 27-point underdogs. That's true. But you let them play, and maybe just once, and it's only been once, by the way, but maybe that once you get it. Right? You get that 16.
Yeah, you still remember those upsets. Everything from Valparaiso and Bryce Drew to Richmond beating Syracuse, Florida Gulf Coast beating Georgetown. I mean, the list is endless.
Now, if there was only a 14 playoff, I still would not advocate for a spot for like a JMU or a Tulane in a 14 playoff because I just, there's not enough room there where someone's basically getting a bye. Oregon gets all the way to the championship. And I don't feel like that works. And at that time, with 4 teams, I didn't want Florida State in. I knew they got screwed. I acknowledge that. But I thought whoever played them was getting a bye to the national championship game, basically. And it happened with Georgia beating them by 18 million points. 12 allows you, though, to have 10 teams that, quote-unquote, really earned it, playing big boys. And then you're literally saving a couple spots in this case. It's not even always this way.
Right.
It's just because the ACC stunk so bad, they didn't deserve a spot. But normally it'd be basically one team that gets in where you go, of all of the schools that we say don't belong, you get to represent them and try your luck this year. You get the lottery ticket.
Yeah.
This year we get 2 of those because JMU would beat a lot of the teams out of the ACC.
Yes.
And Tulane would beat a lot of the teams out of the ACC because that conference was poop.
And to me, it was always the argument about why you go from this championship series, BCS before it, that they graduated to this, was to include UCF, to include Boise State for so many years, where they were colluded against and screwed over because of these big power conferences. Right? I mean, that's what this was. That's what college football really has always been. It's 2 tiers. The power conferences, which now what used to be 5, now it's down to 4. Really, you could say 5 or 6, but it's down to just a group of 4. And everybody else that was just sort of amateur, and you could have some fun, and you could go to the Harvard-Yale game or see Williams beat Amherst or, 1AA stuff. And it was nice, and it carved out its own little niche, but they had their own separate thing. They hate the idea of somebody crashing their party. They hate it. They can't stand it because they think it's their birthright. The Ohio State fans, and there's one sitting right behind me if you're watching on YouTube, thinks it's his birthright to just be in the tournament, be in the national championship game.
Well, I wanted to hear from Wes here coming up in a few minutes on this because, to your point, he is a massive college football mark who's come up in this, I'll call it a culture, but like this college football era of what, like he constantly cites the TV ratings, and I want to drill down on why that is. He's worried about, like, if fewer people are going to watch the JMU game than the other games. Okay. He's like, well, that means they don't care. Even if that's true, which I don't know if I'm just going to buy that. Okay, and like, why do I care about what happens on CBS or Fox or ESPN in terms of TV numbers? The Diamondbacks are in the World Series. They still get to compete for the title.
They're not getting bumped for the Dodgers.
The TV numbers are going to go down, and baseball's going to have to wear it for a week, but we'll get to watch baseball.
Do you care about legitimacy or not? The answer to these college football folks is not.
I want to make this our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day as well. Local, long-distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades, best-in-class service and experience. You can go to dcmetropolitanmoving.com. Go vote right now. It's the Twitter account for 1067 The Fan if you want to hop in. Do you think Joel Klatt is right that people don't want to see a Cinderella team go on a run in college football, that nobody cares about the JMUs of the world, that in college football it's not like college basketball, and we just want to see Oregon, Ohio State. We just want to see Alabama, Indiana. G&D on The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of the Fan. FanDuel's the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays, from points and rebounds to threes and assists. FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or to track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. I love this app. Right now is the perfect time to join because new customers are going to get $150 in bonus bets if their first $5 bet wins. You're going to bet 5, hit it, and go for $150 in bonus bets. That's right. Bet 5, win the bet, get $150 in bonus bets. Go to FanDuel.com/GP to sign up today. FanDuel.com, promo code GP, FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21, present in Virginia, first online real money wager only, $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
we're not looking for a Cinderella. Nobody cares in football about James Madison or the equivalent of George Mason going. Didn't George Mason go to the Final Four or something like that? Nobody cares in football about that. We don't want Cinderellas. We want the best teams playing each other at the end.
We don't want Cinderellas. We want the best teams playing each other. Is that true? Certainly true with the national media in college football, but what about the average college football fan? Go to Kent, who's on the line with us. Grant and Danny. What's up, Kent? How are you?
Hey, buddy.
It says Kent and Paul.
Top of the world, gentlemen. Good evening. Great show.
Thanks, sir.
As usual. I have the easiest answer for this. There's 11 conferences, correct?
Yep.
11 conference champions get in. You get 5 wild cards. You got a 16-game tournament. And then the final games you play in the NFC Championship, the AFC Championship, and the Super Bowl cities. You're going to make a fortune.
Oh, because he's tying it into the NFL as well.
You got yourself a brand new tourney.
Where are you on adding to the number of teams you're inviting into the dance, so to speak?
So
he's basically saying, like, we're going, are we okay with JMU and Tulane crashing the party? And he's going, in fact, every conference winner gets in, and then there's only 4 of the teams that play everybody else. Like, I don't think that plays unless you expand the field even larger than 16. Again, you could call it hypocritical if you want to. I think you've got to have a possibility when your year begins that if we do everything right, we can make the dance. We can get to the playoffs. You've got to dangle that carrot in front of JMU and Tulane. You can't start a season where you have no chance of getting there, but I'm also not trying to make it so that there's more teams like that than there are the SEC or the Big Ten powers that are actually the best in America.
Yeah, so here's my caveat. If you tell somebody I want more teams, what the big conferences, the Big Four now, are going to hear and go, oh, yeah, let's definitely do more teams. Because in their mind, they'll think it's just more at-large bids, more representatives. They'll want more tie-ins, more guarantees like Notre Dame somehow got, et cetera. That's why when the NCAA tournament field expanded, you know, the guys like Gary Williams towards the end, finishing 9th in the ACC, but, you're sitting there telling everybody from this conference should be able to go, when in reality you didn't do enough. And we're arguing about that sort of level. They thought that would be a guaranteed platform for them. I don't necessarily need the best team in the American Conference every year or the Mountain West or whatever if it's lesser. I don't necessarily need the automatic part. But my only caveat is there has to be room at the table for the teams that have been previously excluded and included against. The names I always come back to, Boise State, UCF, TCU made it to the final a couple years ago. The teams that are not traditional powers have to be able to have something to play for. And as long as they're included, to some degree, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing then. If Conference USA doesn't get an automatic bid with Western Kentucky and La Tech or whatever, I can be perfectly okay with that. In fact, I don't think that they should. That the Midwest Conference or whatever it is now with UNLV and New Mexico and San Diego State, I don't need an auto bid.
Mm-hmm.
But I need, at the beginning of the year, if UNLV goes 13-0 and runs the table and does everything they're supposed to do, they shouldn't not get to be in the playoffs because they rank 20th. And there are 12 teams, including 2 or 3 lost teams in front of them, that those rankings are just based on the talent that we perceive that they have, the number of 5 stars or, the strength of the schedule based on the preseason expectation. The games have to matter in some way. But I want to bring on Wes, who's a Ohio State mark, who's been screaming at Toby for a few days about this. I'm sure you've taken great offense to many of the things that we've been saying, Wes.
No, it's all right.
Go to your Buckeyes. I guess we'll start with that. They're not playing the Duke, so good luck to the Buckeyes in the playoffs coming up.
They'll be just fine, I think.
Yeah, they should be fine.
They're pretty good.
What do you take the most issue with of our points?
I don't take an issue. If you thought I had an issue with the group of 5, then you're wrong, because I think it's completely fair that a school like Boise State, like they had last year, I think that them getting a bye was a little too much. But this year with James Madison winning their conference and Duke winning theirs, they would have, I believe that they would beat Duke this year, and with Tulane beating North Texas. I mean, they did exactly what they needed to do. I'm talking about the hypocrisy that people calling out Joe Klatt, talking about we don't care about Cinderellas, but then when you look at the viewership from last year and saw how many people watched SMU play Penn State, it was 6 million. And then you compare that to the rest of the first round, including Ohio State, who won 41-17 against Tennessee, and almost 15 million people watched that. So I'm talking about the people who like Cinderellas. They want the Cinderellas, but they are out drinking at a bar instead of at home watching the game.
So your issue is not with who got in or whether they should even be allowed in. You're saying group of 5 should have a seat at the table.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
And that's the reason why we expanded to 12. Now, in football, the Cinderella, I have a hard time believing will really ever win.
I agree with you. Again, there's a difference, though. A lot of people are saying they shouldn't have a chance to. You're not saying that, which I like. But, yeah, it's going to be really hard. I mean, JMU is going to get beat pretty handily, probably by Oregon. And at a 95% clip or more, that's going to happen. By the way, it happens way more often, like higher percentage than you think in basketball. Yeah. We just focus in on and think about the 14s. That,
most of the time, UConn waxes you when you see them. Yeah.
But so when you've been going at it with Toby and all this, your issue is more the people that pretend like they want to see this don't actually invest themselves then.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, look, this year, I guarantee you the least amount of viewership will be Tulane and JMU.
Very possibly. Here's what I don't know about last year. When did they televise that game? So here's the thing you've got to consider.
Is that the New Year's Eve? I watched. It was noon. Now, noon is a great spot for college football.
Can be. What day?
It was the same day as Ohio State. I was watching that game.
Was it a New Year's Eve noon game?
It was, December 21st.
Okay. Is that a weekend?
Yes, that was a weekend. I was watching that game.
The reason I ask is, as you'd imagine, with a 21-point spread right now for JMU and Oregon, they're not going to get the best window for a TV game.
Well, so here's the thing. They do get a good window, 7:30. The issue is, how many people are watching Packers-Bears?
Well, but this is my point. It's not a matter of time or day. I'm saying they're going head-to-head with the NFL. But just generally, I'm a network executive. Where am I putting the games? I'm not putting the 21-point spread that's likely to be a blowout in the best window for games. So when you're using that as a metric, is it possible that fewer people watch because the game's not close? Maybe. But there have been blowouts every single year. You just cited Ohio State, Tennessee was a 2-1 double up. Right?
Absolutely, but people still watch that game.
Of course, but I would venture to say that more often than not, and it's chicken or the egg thing, partially because it's Ohio State and a blue blood and whatever else, but they're not going to put Oregon and JMU in a better viewing window in this playoff bracket than they're going to put Alabama and Oklahoma.
December 31st was when Boise State played Penn State. And you can argue, yes, people are out celebrating New Year's Eve, but that was still the least watched quarterfinal out of all the 4 games by several million.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that they want the Cinderella, which Boise State had no chance.
Right.
But then they don't watch it. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So I guess if your point is just saying there's hypocrisy, maybe.
There might be some.
I think you'd need a little more evidence than this because I think you can explain it away with some context, maybe. But also, I think this is what Toby was getting at least what I overheard when you guys were going at it. It's like, who cares if people watch or not? Who cares what the TV numbers are? It doesn't change whether someone should be in or not.
So one thing I think is also being conflated real quick, Wes, it's not necessarily that I want a Cinderella or don't. I want legitimacy. That's all I care about. So if legitimacy includes a Cinderella, there might be a year where it doesn't. I'm okay with that too. But legitimacy is for the people that are going, and I'm not as invested in college football as you are. I'm not a huge Ohio State fan or anything like that. But I want integrity. Like I don't want it to turn into boxing where it's going, yeah, these 2 fighters are great, but we're not going to match them up because we could do a better purse with somebody else. We could have Jake Paul come in and do it on Netflix. We all make more money. It's not a legitimate sport anymore. If you don't include people based on resumes and based on a level playing field for a tournament, your sport loses legitimacy. So whether to me it's a Cinderella one year or not, I think that's what the people you just go, yeah, you like Cinderellas, but you're not going to watch it. Maybe, and I think the TV ratings part of it may or may not be real, but I think there's qualifying factors certainly. But even still, my response is, who cares? At the end of the day, right? Let's say fewer people watch Oregon and James Madison. Is that proof of anything other than you have a couple friends that